Chapter 352. Qin Yang, do you still want to go? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked. That flame demon queen is really terrifying. Without the help of the water spirit swordsman, Qin Yang alone would not be able to win. I must go, but I have to wait. Qin Yang said, if it wasn't for the starry sky compass to set up a barrier outside, and let the queen of flame demon be tied, I would not have been able to fight her for so long. Zhao Xingchen took the opportunity to flatter and said, if there is no star compass, then the flame demon queen can't hurt you. Qin Yang pouted, this shot really hit the horse's leg. Qin Yang said, if there is no star compass, if this secret realm is not gradually collapsing, if the queen of flame demon can exert the power of the God King realm Jizangshan, I am afraid that I will be gone when I go out. What? Everyone was surprised. But only Qin Yang knows how big the gap is between the 9th levels of the power of rules. Thanks to Qin Yang's system upgrade, he gained new abilities, and he can copy everything at a glance, and at the same time, it will reveal the opponent's panel. Qin Yang is sure that the Flame Demon Queen will not easily use the power of the rules, otherwise she will burn through the secret realm, and the star compass will not spare her. And the lava soldiers, including the lava captain, are just like machines without intelligence, so Qin Yang wants to kill as much as he wants. If it is replaced by the lava general or even the last lava god. Qin Yang shuddered, but he couldn't beat it. The 5 elements of spiritual materials are all God King Jiuzhong. Why do you still want to go when you know you can't beat them? The Shuiling swordsman was puzzled. If he hadn't been shocked by Qin Yang's martial skills, he would not be able to see Qin Yang enough in front of him. Qin Yang smiled and said, I can escape even if I beat it. At least I have a bottom line. It's not that easy for others to get it. Then what's your next plan? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked. Qin Yang thought about it for a while. The god's golden bamboo shoots and purple bamboo hearts are no longer in the purple bamboo forest, so even if they go, it is useless. What's more, these 2 people have a tendency to be aspiring to the human race, which is really dangerous. On the contrary, the 6 helix stone, which requires the fusion of 6 earth-type spiritual materials, is the simplest. Look for Liuhe stone. Qin Yang said slowly. You are seriously exhausted now, why don't you go back to the Wang family to rest for a while? The mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain is very large, and it may not be easy to find every kind of soil-type spiritual material of the Liuhe stone. Zhang Xiaoxiao said. After speaking, Zhang Xiaoxiao gave Wang Xiaoer a wink. Wang Xiaoer also nodded and said, my Wang family has quite a few high-quality elixir, and I can take some more this time to prepare for the emergencies in future battles. In the face of repeated warm invitations, Qin Yang did not refuse. It's just that this invitation obviously means something else. You don't want me to do something, do you? Qin Yang asked suddenly. Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and said with a smile, as expected, I can't hide it from you, you are simply a genius. Then let's talk while walking. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he urged Shenlongjiu to travel directly through the space. The original journey of several days only arrived in a moment. Jimen Mountain is named after a natural boulder gate on the mountain. The heavy stone gate, as if behind the gate is the realm of the gods. A stone gate is bigger than half a mountain. The history of this stone gate is very ancient, and no one has ever opened it. Zhang Xiaoxiao introduced. If you expect Wang Xiaoer to entertain guests, then forget it. Qin Yang nodded and led everyone to the ground. Just after stepping on the ground, I looked at the stone gate from a different angle, and my heart jumped. This stone gate is very strange, but also very familiar. Qin Yang stood in front of the stone gate with narrowed eyes, then walked left and right, looking around the stone gate. Don't you want to try to open this stone door? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked. Qin Yang shook his head and said, no, this stone gate is not a gate at all, but a large formation erected, just like a gate. Zhang Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment and looked at Wang Xiaoer, who was surprised. Zhao Xingchen also went up to touch it, and pushed hard, but there was no response. It's kind of interesting. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and smiled. If Shui Qianfeng's memory is correct, this is the portal used by the blood skeleton to travel back and forth to the secret realm. It is also the only second portal in the mysterious realm of 10,000 layers of mountains. Qin Yang looked at the stone gate quietly, and asked, do the Wang family and Zhang family have the ability to arrange portals? Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded and said, that's right, and if there is tension and you have to retreat, we can build a gate to the secret realm quickly with the help of our two families. So don't worry about that. Relax, of course. Qin Yang stared at the intact portal in surprise, his eyes gradually becoming dangerous. Take me to see your father. Qin Yang said to Wang Xiaoer. Don't rest? Wang Xiaoer said in surprise. No. Qin Yang said. Zhang Xiaoxiao invited Qin Yang to come to the Wang's house. The purpose of this time was to ask Qin Yang to come up with an idea. Wang Xiaoer's father, Wang Qianqiu, had problems with the cultivation techniques and martial arts, leaving huge hidden dangers, and his strength was going crazy backwards. Medicine stones had no cure and could only be maintained with difficulty. Seeing how many martial arts Qin Yang has. After being so strong, Zhang Xiaoxiao hereby invites you. Bypassing the giant gate, the group entered the Wang Jia villa. The Wang family is much more polite than the Li family. The children of the Wang family are all polite and warm. In the main courtyard, in the hall, Wang Qianqiu has been waiting for a long time. His face was pale, his body was vain, and several forces in his body were crazily converging, unable to settle down. Obviously, he no longer suffers from the torture of infuriating riots all the time. My body is ill, I can't welcome it far away, I'm really sorry. Wang Qianqiu cupped his hands. After Qin Yang and others came in, they were invited to sit down. The banquet was already set up in the hall, and Zhao Xingchen was drooling. Wang Qianqiu first glanced at Shui Ling swordsman, his face twitched unconsciously, and then looked at Qin Yang, with a smile that made people feel like a spring breeze, and said, this young genius, but his name is Qin Yang? Don't dare, it's normal. Qin Yang said politely. But in the eyes of others, being so polite is like hitting everyone in the face. You are as strong as a demon, are you still average? Everyone's faces became unnatural because of Qin Yang's politeness, especially Zhao Xingchen, who even blushed and felt a little embarrassed. Sure enough, a genius. When I saw it today, it really lived up to its reputation. Wang Qianqiu laughed and said, come on, try my Wang's secret brew, Shiling wine, this wine has the effect of strengthening the body, even the God King also benefits. Wait. Qin Yang stared at Wang Qianqiu, and said with deep meaning, sure enough? Is it a well-deserved reputation? Qin Yang laughed, it seems that the head of the Wang family has long recognized me. Wang Qianqiu's face suddenly stiffened, and Zhang Xiaoxiao said, we told Uncle Wang about you, what's the problem? Why didn't you find out that you liked to chew on words before? Yes, that's right, these two children often praise you in front of me, and they will praise you to the sky. Wang Qianqiu smiled. Oh, is that so? Qin Yang's eyes showed doubts, his eyes were not focused, and he seemed to be looking at something that others couldn't see. That is Wang Qianqiu's attribute panel. Chapter 353, This Old Wang is Not Simple. Cultivator, Wang Qianqiu. Strength, the original God King Stage 9 Heavens, and now the God King Stage 1 Heaven. Gong Method, Shiling Liuhe Gong. Power of rules, rock rules, sandstorm rules, clay rules, earth pulsation, gravity, undead earth. All are rules. Magical martial skills, solid as a rock, quicksand river, yellow spring marsh, rhythm of the earth, extreme rebuke, reincarnation of the dead. Qin Yang's brows tightened, and he looked at the others. Everyone's exercises were normal, their power of rules was normal, and their martial arts were normal. But only this Wang Qianqiu is full of strangeness. Qin Yang took a deep look at Wang Qianqiu and directly copied all the strength of the other party. After realizing the functions of all kinds of magical powers, I was even more shocked. How can ordinary people cultivate to such a level? This is the only one Qin Yang knows about. In particular, the undead turned around, which is even more intriguing. Not only can he revive himself, but he can even revive the dead. Of course, this resurrection is different from Feng Lian's 3. Those who are reincarnated and resurrected with undead soil will become puppets, without their own thoughts, but retain their strength before death. Qin Yang frowned and said nothing. The stars condensed in the sea of stars in his body, which were directly swallowed by the black hole. He directly copied the 6 rules and stars, making Qin Yang faintly feel that he was about to break through, and felt relieved for a while. If there are more such people, the speed of their promotion will be much faster. Qin Yang. Qin Yang. Zhang Xiaoxiao called in a low voice, and as Qin Yang was a little dazed, the atmosphere became awkward. Qin Yang, who had regained his senses, quickly apologized. Although there were many rules, powerful supernatural powers, and weirdness, there was no trace of the blood skeleton technique. Qin Yang felt strange and thought he was thinking too much. He hurriedly picked up the wine glass and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, it's easier to get distracted recently." "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. The secret realm of Wanzhongshan is extremely dangerous. Listening to Xiao, you have also experienced a lot. I believe that with your strength, everything can be resolved," Wang Qianqiu said. It was revealed again inadvertently that he seemed to know Qin Yang better than others. Qin Yang was about to raise his glass and drink it down, but after glancing at the wine in the glass, he put down the glass with a smile. "What? This Shirling wine is not satisfied?" Wang Qianqiu's eyelids jumped. "No, I don't like to drink," Qin Yang said deeply, "especially some addictive alcohol. It seems to be complimenting, but it has a different taste." Zhao Xingchen frowned and quietly put down the wine glass. In his opinion, if Qin Yang doesn't drink, there must be something wrong with this wine. He has already admired Qin Yang's 5 bodies. This guy is very refined. If he wants to become a strong person like Qin Yang, Zhao Xingchen has decided anyway, he will do whatever Qin Yang does. "Haha, what did I think it was?" Wang Qianqiu said with a smile, "I have enough of this stone spirit wine. No matter if you leave the Myriad Mountain's secret realm in the future, this stone spirit wine is as much as you want." Zhang Xiaoxiao was a little shocked by being so lavish. The formula of Shirling wine is a secret not passed down by the Wang family, and drinking it is indeed very beneficial to the body. As for what Qin Yang said about addiction, Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't feel anything. "Anyway, every time I eat, there is Shirling wine on the table." Seeing that Qin Yang insisted on doing this, the atmosphere seemed a little uncomfortable again. Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, "By the way, Qin Yang, your martial arts are so powerful, why don't you help Uncle Wang take a look?" Qin Yang laughed softly, but Wang Qianqiu waved his hands again and said, "No need." After speaking, Wang Qianqiu changed his tune and said, "It's not that I underestimate Qin Yang, but I understand my situation very well." Qin Yang answered, "Since you know it well, why is the current situation still happening? If you only cultivate one of your talents, you will definitely not have the current predicament. Wang Qianqiu's problem is very simple. There are too many rules and stars. Although each is a soil rule, they are completely different from each other. Especially the last undead land, it is not like the power of rules that should be on the sky continent. It is these rules and stars that compete with each other that make Wang Qianqiu's body like a battlefield. If you want to solve it, it is very simple, you have to give up some I didn't say anything, you have already seen it? Wang Qianqiu was deeply surprised. This Qin Yang seems to be more powerful and mysterious than he imagined. Wang Qianqiu seemed to think of something, and said, just now Xiao Xiao said that your supernatural powers and martial skills are powerful. You have been promoted to God King? The tone seemed to be very unexpected, more of a shock, not expected. Well. Qin Yang nodded, feeling even more strange in his heart. Qin Yang didn't think much, and said, actually, there is another way, but you can solve the predicament you are facing now. Oh? What method? Wang Qianqiu asked. Qin Yang said, fusion. Fusion? Wang Qianqiu's pupils shrank. Yes. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth slowly twitched and he said with a smile, actually, this is not a difficult situation at all, but a great opportunity. The Gongfa Liu He Gong is originally the power of fusion. You are still cultivating the Earth system. Rules. In fact, you can completely combine the 6 rules of stars into one star, just with different powers. Wang Qianqiu is tight, can you see this? A fierce light flashed in his eyes. I don't know how you know the exercises I practice and the power of rules. Of? Haha, have you forgotten my name? Qin Yang suddenly laughed loudly. Wang Qianqiu nodded, the master of fighting is really not easy. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Qianqiu froze in his heart. But seeing Qin Yang's face as usual, he was relieved. Qin Yang felt so terrifying to him that every word seemed like a fatal trap. Cough cough. Wang Qianqiu coughed lightly, and said apologetically, I can't hold it up a bit now, and I need to hurry to practice and consolidate, so. It's all right, Family Master Wang, please do it. Qin Yang made a gesture of invitation. Wang Qianqiu hurriedly said goodbye and left. When he left the hall, he realized that his back was already wet. This Qin Yang is not simple. Wang Qianqiu's eyes flashed with a strange light, and the figure disappeared. Qin Yang stared at the wine glass and chuckled, and said to himself, this old king, it's not easy. Qin Yang, why do I feel that you are weird? Zhao Xingchen asked in a low voice. Is there? Qin Yang asked. Everyone nodded in unison, and even the water spirit swordsman nodded in agreement. Qin Yang laughed and said, I'm weird? He couldn't help but laugh, the real weirdo is that old Wang, right? Zhang Xiaoxiao was very concerned about her future father-in-law and said, do you really have a way to help Uncle Wang? Qin Yang shook his head and said, I can't help with this, I have to rely on him. Actually, this problem shouldn't have arisen in the first place. Everyone stared at Qin Yang, feeling that Qin Yang seemed to know everything. Qin Yang groaned and said, as long as the divine sense is strong enough, at least it conforms to the realm of his own cultivation, this problem is not a problem. What's the problem? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked. Qin Yang smiled even more and said, because there is something wrong with his spiritual sense. Wang Xiaoer nodded in thought and said, I heard from my father that his spiritual sense was injured when he was young, leaving hidden dangers. Qin Yang looked at Wang Xiaoer lightly, and Wang Xiaoer was covered in hair. Qin Yang got up, patted Wang Xiaoer on the shoulder and went straight to leave, and said, where do I live? Huh? No one responded. Wang Xiaoer hurriedly said, I'll take you to the guest room. This meal, isn't it? Qin Yang glanced at the table full of delicacies, shrugged, and said, no appetite. Zhao Xingchen seemed to have received some secret instructions, and put down his chopsticks. Although he was hungry at this time, since Qin Yang didn't eat it, there was something wrong with the dishes on this table. Yes, it must be. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this table dish. What's wrong with my father's injury? Wang Xiaoer asked Qin Yang and Zhao Xingchen to another courtyard. No problem. Qin Yang shrugged. Is the divine sense really irreparable? Wang Xiaoer frowned. Of course, when he completes the fusion of power, it is naturally not a problem. Qin Yang said. Then how does he integrate? Wang Xiaoer asked again. Cultivation techniques and martial arts are top secrets, so I don't want to say too much, right? Qin Yang said with a smile, sending off Wang Xiaoer, who was full of disappointment. Chapter 354, Waiting for the Map. Jumen Mountain, a courtyard of the main compound of the Wang family. The scenery is beautiful, the rockery is rocky, the bridge is flowing, and the beauty is like a garden. Next to the stone platform under an ancient tree, Qin Yang was drinking tea quietly. It's been several days, why have you suddenly stopped moving? You were so rushing to find the 5-element spiritual materials before, why are you calm now? Zhao Xingchen looked at Qin Yang in confusion. Qin Yang smiled without saying a word. The whereabouts of Shen Jinsun and Zizuksun are unknown, and they have long since left the Zizhu forest. Jade Soul Shui Ling was by his side, but the flame demon couldn't defeat it. As for Lu Heishi, Qin Yang discovered a very interesting thing, staying at Wang's house seems to be the closest place to Lu Heishi. What kind of tea are you drinking? Zhao Xingchen asked. The cup was bright red but not as viscous as blood, and it was extremely clear. Take a sip, and your mouth will be fragrant and refreshing. Shi Wendao. Qin Yang said. The water spirit swordsman ignored it and kept drinking. With such a good tea and such a poetic name, it should be a few more cups. Shi Wendao? Zhao Xingchen was stunned, unable to understand, but racking his brains to think about the mystery. Qin Yang was speechless and said, well, you can call it black tea. Having said that, Qin Yang turned his hand and took out a bag of tea leaves from Qiankuan ring. The tea leaves were also divided into small bags, which were directly brewed into the cup, so that the tea leaves would not be scattered, which was extremely convenient. If you don't like black tea, I still have Qingming Mighty. Oh, yes, you can call it green tea. Qin Yang said. The water spirit swordsman's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took a new cup and soaked it for himself. As clear as bitten, the taste is fragrant and light, compared with black tea, each has its own merits. After getting such 2 kinds of good tea, the Shui Ling swordsman reminded as if to repay, be careful of Wang Qianqiu. Qin Yang smiled knowingly and said, I know. Only Zhao Xingchen was in the dark and was about to go crazy, can't you explain what's going on? Qin Yang said helplessly, even if I make it clear, do you understand? If you don't say it, how do you know if I understand it? Zhao Xingchen was not convinced. Okay. Qin Yang put down the teacup and said, once you use the rules of the undead soil to reincarnate, your memory will be preserved, and your strength will be preserved, but there is one thing that cannot be preserved, that is spiritual sense. Not only can it not be retained, but it will leave a great hidden danger. The specific manifestation is that the strength of the spiritual sense is not enough and it is very fragile. The 6 major rules, all of them are the upper-level rules in the earth-based rules. I think he spent his whole life and failed to cultivate all of them to the full 9th level and then began to merge. When his life was exhausted, he had to choose the undead as a last resort. The reincarnation of the earth has left hidden dangers, and it seems that he will never have the opportunity to integrate the 6 rules. Zhao Xingchen is full of gold stars, and he really can't understand. The Shui Ling swordsman looked at Qin Yang in astonishment. He didn't expect this kid to know so much. Could this kid just turn around in Wang Qianqiu's mind? Do you know this kind of thing? Zhao Xingchen recalled and asked, you said that there seems to be no chance, but in fact there is still a chance. Yes. Qin Yang nodded. What chance? Wang Xiaoer's voice came. He and Zhang Xiaoxiao had just arrived, and they didn't hear what they said before, but this opportunity just fell into their ears. Zhang Xiaoxiao was a little angry and said, we treat you like this in vain, but you have been hiding and tucking. It's a good chance, but it's very slim. Qin Yang shrugged. That's also an opportunity, please let me know. Wang Xiaoer said sincerely, if you can help solve my father's matter, I, Wang Xiaoer, will be willing to be a bull and a horse. Qin Yang looked at Wang Xiaoer quietly, sighed, and said in his heart, silly boy, your father is not necessarily your father, it may be your grandfather, your ancestor. Qin Yang thought about it and said, if you want to solve this problem with the current strength of spiritual sense, you need some spiritual materials from heaven and earth. What kind of spiritual material? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked. Qin Yang didn't say it directly, but said to the water spirit swordsman, let me guess first, which 6 kinds of earth-based spiritual materials are needed for the 6-heap stone? Please guess. The water spirit swordsman made a gesture of invitation. Since he had agreed with Qin Yang not to borrow his power, the Shuiling swordsman would naturally not take the initiative to inform him. Although even the water spirit swordsman is not sure which 6 kinds. Qin Yang said slowly, the hardest stone, diamond. The crystal of the desert, the golden sand. The heart of the swamp, the heart-connecting mud. Like the beating stone, the heart of the earth. The stone with strong attraction and repulsion, the magnet. Also, there is one last. Everyone was shocked. Some of these earth-type spiritual materials have heard of them, and some of them have never heard of them at all. But it can be seen from the name of each earth-type spiritual material that these spiritual materials are extremely extraordinary. What is the last one? The water spirit swordsman wondered. In his opinion, Qin Yang is not aimless, he even said exactly what he thought. Under everyone's attention, Qin Yang took a slow sip of his tea and said, a handful of soil in the place where death is the heaviest. What soil? Wang Xiaoer asked. Undead land. Zhang Xiaoxiao gasped directly, this kind of soil sounds creepy. But this name is a bit weird, the dead are not called undead on the mainland, and the name of the undead seems to be a cult of some kind. Qin Yang looked at Wang Xiaoer and said, in this way, if you find these 6 kinds of spiritual materials, you should be like a water spirit swordsman. They have spirits and can transform. They will all be recognized as masters, and then fused into a 6-heap stone, which can be solved by putting them out. Question. Having said that, Wang Xiaoer and Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly became excited. Unexpectedly, this 6-helix stone is the magic medicine for the master of the Wang family. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Yang and said, you said earlier that you are not interested in these 5 elements, and you also said you want to help us. You won't break your promise, right? Of course. Qin Yang was non-committal. Then let's find Liuhe stone now. Zhang Xiaoxiao said. Wang Xiaoer was also a little impatient. Don't worry. Qin Yang drank tea quietly, I want to find these 6 kinds of spiritual materials. No, I shouldn't need to find as many as 6 kinds, some I think the Wang family should have already obtained them. We just need to wait, slowly. What are you waiting for? Wang Xiaoer asked anxiously. You don't know where those spiritual materials are, where to find them. Are you looking for a needle in a haystack? Qin Yang rolled his eyes. Although the speed of the dragon jade is unparalleled in the world, one has to find it every inch, not to mention, such a level. The spiritual material, sometimes if you step on its head, you will only feel numb, and you will not find the mystery. Then what are you waiting for? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked. Of course waiting for the map. Qin Yang said. Map? What map? A map that records the location of the earth-type spiritual materials. It's impossible to have such a map. Zhang Xiaoxiao directly vetoed. If there is, the previous 5-element spiritual material search competition will be taken out at the beginning. A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face, drinking tea leisurely. There was a servant's respectful greeting at the door. Qin Yang smiled and said, I'm here. Everyone stared suspiciously at the little servant, who looked extremely awkward and carefully placed a scroll on the stone table in front of Qin Yang. The owner knew that Qin Yang wanted to get the void compass, so he took out a volume of maps from the collection of ancient books, hoping to help Qin Yang. After the boy finished speaking, he said goodbye and left. Everyone looked at the scroll and then at Qin Yang, their scalps tingling. Chapter 355, Black Iron Gobi. Everyone huddled together, staring intently at the map. This map is obviously more complete than any other map. The major dangerous places are marked in detail, and some of them are even recognized by the three major families of Wanzhong Mountain. 6,700 miles to the southeast, Tianlangai, Tianya Stone, its inner core is a diamond. 900 miles to the south, in the Black Iron Gobi, there are golden sands. The ancient tomb of Lingyuan in Wanzhongshan, the heart of the earth. The three earth-type spiritual materials are clearly marked. Among them, Tianya Stone and Lingyuan ancient tomb are the most clearly marked, and I can't wait to write all the dangers. Only the Shantai Gobi has few handwritings. Why are there only three kinds of spiritual materials on this map? And Qin Yang was right. Zhao Xingchen said incredulously. Because the Wang family lacks these three. Qin Yang said, but when he looked at the ancient tomb of Lingyuan, he was a little curious. There should be undead soil in such a place. Since the Wang family master already owns the undead land, why didn't he take away the heart of the earth here? There is also a small map here. Zhao Xingchen watched the scroll unfold, and a small map was sandwiched in it, as if it unintentionally fell here. After the small map was rolled out, everyone suddenly looked different. This turned out to be the map of Lingyuan ancient tomb. Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't believe his eyes. Zhao Xingchen's eyes were hot. On the map, there are various danger descriptions, and there are even labels for tying Kadibo. My God, any kind of spiritual medicine here is above the sixth order, and any kind of spiritual material is also a sixth order spiritual material. Zhao Xingchen couldn't help himself, and said, let's go to this ancient tomb of Lingyuan first. Bar. Qin Yang glanced at Zhao Xingchen, pointed to the location of Shantai Gobi, and said, go find Jinsha first. Why? Zhao Xingchen was puzzled. Obviously, we are more sure of going to Lingyuan ancient tomb or Tianlangai. The so-called everything is ready. Only about to die. Qin Yang interrupted. Zhao Xingchen was suddenly dumbfounded. Qin Yang said, this Black Iron Gobi is the most recent, and we are familiar with the dangers here. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Wan Shower asked, familiar? Probably not. We have never been to this Black Iron Gobi, and this Black Iron Gobi is actually a desolate place. Because this place has only been found to have black iron, it is not known. Hence the name. Zhao Xingchen was not interested in this Black Iron Gobi, and said, what are we going to do with only black iron? Let's look for the earth's heart and diamonds first. Maybe we can find a lot of heaven and earth treasures to improve our strength. Qin Yang said, 900 miles to the south is the Black Iron Gobi, so do you know where it is 850 miles to the south? Where? Everyone couldn't understand, only the Shuiling swordsman was thoughtful. Have you forgotten that, Lady Queen? Qin Yang said with a smile. Wang Shower, Zhang Xiaoxiao, and Zhao Xingchen were stunned for a moment, and then they took a deep breath. Only 50 miles apart, for the Flame Demon Queen, it is simply under the nose. If my expectations are right, this Black Iron Gobi is probably the territory of the Flame Demon Queen. Qin Yang thought about it, with the Flame Demon Queen's magical powers, the environment where she lives must be barren, and this Black Iron Gobi is very suitable for her. It is even possible that this Black Iron Gobi was created by the Flame Demon Queen. On the map, the Black Iron Gobi, which is not marked as dangerous, has such a powerful presence as the Flame Demon Queen, not to mention the Tianlangai and Lingyuan ancient tombs. For a time, Zhao Xingchen started to retreat, and Wang Xiaoer and Zhang Xiaoxiao also had fear in their hearts. Although he was afraid, Wang Xiaoer's face gradually showed a look of determination. As long as I can save my father, I will dare to go no matter how dangerous it is. Wang Xiaoer said. Zhang Xiaoxiao had also made up his mind and looked at Qin Yang expectantly. Although Qin Yang's realm is only the first level of the God King realm, the strength and knowledge that Qin Yang has shown is unmatched by anyone. Moreover, Qin Yang has a water spirit swordsman. As long as Qin Yang asked the water spirit swordsman to help, it would not be a problem to obtain these 3 earth-type spiritual materials. It's a pity that Qin Yang didn't seem to have such plans. You all stay at Wang's house, I'll go by myself. Qin Yang said. No, I want to follow you. Zhao Xingchen said directly. I have to go to this matter. Wang Xiaoer said. Don't worry, if I can find it, I will give it to you. Qin Yang said. Zhang Xiaoxiao said, we won't let you take the risk alone. To be honest, if you go, it will only hold you back, and I will be distracted to take care of you. Qin Yang spread his hands. The 3 were suddenly dumbfounded. The water spirit swordsman followed behind Qin Yang. Qin Yang turned around and said, you don't have to go either. Everyone was even more surprised. Zhao Xingchen and the 3 were rejected. The Shui Ling swordsman is a powerful help, and it is also a big insurance. Don't you bring the map? Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Yang, who was about to leave. I've written it all down. Qin Yang said, and a light screen appeared in front of everyone, which was the projection of the Order of the Sky. Everything on the scroll is displayed, especially the ancient tomb of Lingyuan. A 3-dimensional model, everyone who saw it was stunned. What is this? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked, curiously. The Order of the Sky. Qin Yang said, slowly. In fact, Song Qiongling does not have this function. Some only concretize the imagination in Qin Yang's mind, form a model map, and project it in the form of a light screen. The Shui Ling swordsman looked at Qin Yang deeply, and thoughtfully. When he looked at the light screen, he showed doubts. Qin Yang's figure flashed and disappeared directly in place. Zhao Xingchen, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer were discussing the light screen map. Sky Academy. The water spirit swordsman whispered to himself. Sky Academy. Zhao Xingchen suddenly shouted, startling him. What's wrong? I was shocked. Zhang Xiaoxiao said dissatisfied. Zhao Xingchen said excitedly, haven't you heard of Songqiong Academy? After all, this is in one of the secret realms of the Xuanhuan Empire's Rainbow Collar, but even so, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer feel very familiar. Something suddenly came to mind. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer looked at each other in shock. Could he be from the Songqiong Academy? Wang Xiaoer exclaimed that Songqiong Academy is the top power in the mainland, even a level higher than the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire. Zhang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and said, no wonder he's so strong. I'm afraid Qin Yang's status in Songqiong Academy is not low, right? Master of Fighting. Could he be a teacher? The teacher of Songqiong Academy is incredible. Zhao Xingchen sighed. We can't rely on Qin Yang alone, we should act separately with him. Wang Xiaoer looked at the location of Lingyuan ancient tomb and said slowly. Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded and said, all right, we can select some strong people from our 2 families, and let's go together. Over the black iron gobi, a jade dragon appeared out of thin air, hovering in the air. Qin Yang's figure stood on the dragon's head, quietly looking at the desolate land below. There really is the scent of the flame demon queen here. It seems that she deliberately didn't appear here before. Qin Yang looked thoughtful. This is the core of her territory. There must be a reason for not wanting to fight here again. Can you feel anything? Qin Yang asked. Shenlongjie shook his head and said, nothing. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he regretted again that he didn't bring a treasure hunter with him. With Mrs. Xiaojing there, how could it be so laborious? Strange, I've already arrived at her den, why hasn't she appeared yet? Qin Yang looked around curiously, but he felt a shocking aura in the distance. There was a terrifying voice that did not distinguish between males and females, and the rage came. Okay, I want to see how much you can swallow today. Chapter 356 Ordinary World. Fighting? Qin Yang was taken aback. Swallow? Could it be? Qin Yang dodged and rushed to the battlefield. The endless army of lava continued to emerge from the ground, and in the sky, the three Feng Lian looked calm, and the victory was in their hands. No matter how many lava soldiers you have, I can devour and refine it for you. Even if you are the god King Zhouzhong, you will be with me? Feng Lian laughed. The breath of Zhou De and Shifeng is also different from before. Feng Lian has successfully made the sixth order Tong Tian pill. At this time, these two are also the first-level gods. The huge phantom of the swallowing gourd stood in mid-air, and the endless lava soldiers were swallowed into the gourd as if they were swallowed by a whale. It's so pitiful. This is called Wan Ku. Qin Yang couldn't help but sigh. Swallowing the heavenly gourd is dealing with the flame demon queen, it's just hanging. Even if the lava soldiers are fused into lava gods, they will be swallowed in front of the swallowing gourd. The flame demon queen has already revealed her body, her hideous face, and her whole body is boiling with flames. She was afraid of the swallowing gourd in Feng Lian's hand, and she was a little flustered in her heart. If she didn't know it at the beginning and was directly swallowed up by Feng Lian, she would not have been so disadvantaged. The strength of the lava army is linked to her, and half of the army was swallowed, which directly reduced her strength by half. And at this time, she is making an extremely unwise and wrong decision, that is, let the swallowing gourd swallow it. Now there is only the strength of the fourth level of the God King realm, and even if she uses all her strength now, the star compass is not coming. Qin Yang shook his head and sighed, and said softly, you want to fill up the gourd? It's too naive. Although it was a bit mocking, it was obviously reminding the Flame Demon Queen. The Flame Demon Queen stared at Qin Yang in surprise, and immediately became even more angry. Good boy, you are here again. It's a pity that she is currently incapable of being cloned, and now she is facing a crisis, and Qin Yang has come again, which is really worse. The three Feng Lian were in a panic. The shadow Qin Yang left them was not a big deal. Zhou De took a bite, laughed and said, I just wanted to find you, but I didn't expect you to come to the door yourself. Now that I have been promoted to God King, I want to see how arrogant you are in front of me. Saying that, Zhou Da's figure flashed directly beside Qin Yang, and slapped it with a palm. Look, I'm going to send your body in pieces to all parts of Wanzhong Mountain. I'm going to tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Zhou De said fiercely. Qin Yang looked at Zhou De as if he were a fool, and he kicked his leg when he raised his leg. Boom! The seemingly ordinary kick is blessed with the divine power of Qin Yang's powerful physique. The immortal body allows Qin Yang to have the power of the second level of the King of the Gods just by virtue of his physical body, and it has to be counted as a monster. In terms of defense, Qin Yang's physique is comparable to the fifth level of the God King realm. This kick directly broke Zhou Da's arm, and the whole person vomited blood and flew upside down. No. How could you also be a God King? Zhou De looked horrified. In the distance, she was eager to try to call out the sound of the concubine who was listening to the Daoqin, and her delicate body trembled. She also wanted to show off her skills and try to be promoted to God King herself. After unblocking Li Daoqin as a god, can she control Qin Yang's mind? She was so frightened that she didn't even dare to try. Is it strange? Qin Yang chuckled lightly, with the faceplate of the three Feng Lian appearing in his eyes. Cultivator, Feng Lian. Strength, Divine King Realm, second layer. Technique, swallowing heaven. The power of rules, devour. Domain, swallow the world. A group of nebula condensed in Qin Yang's body, the sea of stars, and slowly rotated. With the power of such rules, the realm can swallow the sky and the earth. Combined with the swallowing gourd, it is simply invincible. Even Qin Yang couldn't even find any flaws. If he didn't have the rules of annihilation and the dragon jade, it would be difficult to deal with. Cultivator, Zhou De. Strength, God King Stage first layer. Technique, move the heavens. The power of rules, space movement. Domain, Wanjie Gate. The peculiar regular stars are condensed in the sea of stars in Qin Yang's body. It is a regular star rather than a regular gate. Its appearance is like a gate. Directly use his own elimination rules to destroy the black hole. Qin Yang's body suddenly tightens. It's about to break through. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Looking at Xuanhuan again, Qin Yang smiled very happily. But this smile made the three Feng Lian feel chills in their hearts. Cultivator, Xuanhuan. Strength, Divine King Realm, first layer. Exercises, bewildering. The power of rules, heaven and earth puppet. Field, heart net. With Qin Yang's direct copying, another strange-shaped regular star was condensed, and then was annihilated by the annihilating rule black hole. For a time, Qin Yang took a deep breath, and the sea of stars in his body shook. The black hole shrank suddenly, and it was originally incomparable, but at this time it condensed into a unique star. A dark star composed of the power of annihilation. With the condensed star of extinction, Qin Yang's aura suddenly changed. The annihilating breath suddenly disappeared, and it was completely gathered up. At the same time, Qin Yang. What's even more gratifying is that I finally have a field. Originally thought that his domain should be similar to the absolute world, but this domain made Qin Yang speechless. Calling out his panel, Qin Yang stared at the column of his field in a daze. Host, Qin Yang. Strength, Divine King Realm second layer. Gongfa, Chankuan Wanxiangju. The power of rules, obliterate the rules. Domain, ordinary world. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and looked at Feng Lian and the three with malicious intent, as if he were looking at a guinea pig. Feng Lian's eyelids jumped, and he said forcibly calmly, "What if you are promoted to the King of Gods? I am now the second level of the King of Gods, and you are not my opponent at all." Really? Qin Yang grinned. The Flame Demon Queen looked at Qin Yang and Feng Lian suspiciously. So they were not a group? At this time, the Flame Demon Queen sneered in her heart, just to let these people fight to the death first, and then she will be the biggest winner. Feng Lian turned the swallowing gourd aimed at Qin Yang, and shouted, "Swallow the world. It's a good field, but why don't you change your mind? You know that I have the divine dragon jade, and your swallowing gourd is of no use to me at all. How many times do you have to try to recognize the reality?" Qin Yang shook his head gently. Feng Lian looked at Qin Yang and did not resist, with a proud look on his face, and immediately said with a smile, "After being promoted to the second level of the God King realm, I can devour while refining instead of refining you after swallowing you. Is there a difference?" Qin Yang scratched his ears. "You'll know soon. I'll swallow your arm first, and then swallow your leg." Feng Lian shouted loudly. There was a look of pleasure on his face. This has been confirmed by his battle with the Flame Demon Queen just now. Why do you all like dismembering people so much? Qin Yang frowned and said, "This is not good, very bad." The huge tearing force that swallowed the sky and the earth surrounded him, and the whole body had a weird twisted feeling. Qin Yang nodded in admiration. "Yes, it is indeed much stronger than before. It's a pity." "What a pity?" Feng Lian's eyes twitched, and he used the aggressive method. don't you want to urge Shenlongjiu to escape now? Qin Yang frowned and said, why do you always think I will run away? Or, why do you always think you can beat me? Qin Yang felt amused, reached out his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Welcome to an ordinary world. Chapter 357 Toolman. A transparent light curtain opened, covering the world directly. Everyone was included, even the lava legion on the ground. The bodies of those lava soldiers suddenly froze, the flames on their bodies went out instantly, and the entire lava army was instantly annihilated. It turned into the most common magma, and it flowed all over the ground. The Flame Demon Queen was shocked. What kind of power is this? What field is this? Even she herself felt that the power was passing by rapidly. If the realm was not high and the rules were comprehended perfectly, otherwise she would even be directly transformed into a body without any power. With the power of running the rules, the Balrog Queen resists the ordinary world domain. But her figure was still flickering, as if she was about to change shape. After quickly transforming into a human form, the Flame Demon Queen's face looked much better. Looking at this area with fear, here, her power has been greatly weakened. Feng Lian's 3 people are even more unbearable. Feng Lian's domain gas swallows the sky and the earth disappears directly, and the swallowing gourd has also become an ordinary gourd. Unless it is forcibly urged, it is no different from the ordinary 2 scoops. Especially Zhou De and Shifeng, their realm was already 1 level lower than Qin Yang, and in this ordinary world, they became ordinary people directly. If Feng Lian hadn't resisted with the power of his own rules and brought the 2 of them down to the ground, they would have fallen directly from the air and fell into patties. IX. So strong? Qin Yang's eyes widened, and he was shocked by his own strength. But what makes Qin Yang a little awkward is that in the realm of his ordinary world, even himself is restricted. True Qi still exists, but it seems to be ineffective. The annihilation rule doesn't seem to work anymore. Qin Yang clenched his fist, but fortunately, his physique is still strong. It turns out that the realm of this ordinary world is to wipe out the power of all rules. Those whose strength is lower than Qin Yang's directly become mortals, and have no physical strength, but in Qin Yang's eyes, they are no different from mortals. And those who are stronger than Qin Yang are greatly weakened. In front of Qin Yang's powerful physique, Qin Yang has the ability to fight across the ranks. The smile on Qin Yang's face gradually deepened, and he finally understood the reason for his promotion. Destroying a rule will make oneself stronger. It turns out that it is because of this ordinary world. Qin Yang's body also fell sharply, and with a loud bang, a big hole was smashed into the ground. Reaching out and squeezing his fist, Qin Yang walked towards Feng Lian and the 3 with a bad expression. Looks like I finally have a way to deal with you. Qin Yang said softly. The 3 Feng Lian looked at Qin Yang as if they had seen a ghost, and Feng Lian shouted loudly, what kind of crooked way are you? How can the world have such a strange power of rules as you? Qin Yang's figure accelerated sharply, rushing towards Feng Lian like a bolt of lightning, and he threw a punch, and Feng Lian was thrown out like a cannonball. If he hadn't used the swallowing gourd to protect his body, this punch would be enough to shatter his body. Cough. Feng Lian smashed on a rock, and the rock burst instantly. Feng Lian kept coughing up blood and stared at Qin Yang. In this field, he can't swallow it at all. Not to mention swallowing, his domain can't even use it. The power of the weird rules? The crooked way? Qin Yang laughed and said, if you say crooked ways, can you compare to you? If you say it's weird? I'm afraid I'm ashamed. Zhou De and Shifeng were frightened and hurried away and ran to Feng Lian's side. At this time only he can have the power to resist. Qin Yang looked at Feng Lian 3 people quietly, exclaimed in his heart, and said slowly, you 1 swallow, 1 space move, 1 heaven and earth puppet, space move is a normal space rule, you say I'm crooked? The three Feng Lian looked at each other and saw each other's horrified expressions. The power of their rules, they didn't even tell each other. Especially Xuanhuan, her face turned pale with fright. Qin Yang continued, the magic weapon is just a tool, but you have become the tool of the magic weapon. The rules you have learned, including the field, are all based on magic weapons. In my eyes, you are not people at all, but tool people. Can't you be resurrected? In my ordinary world, would you resurrect one for me to see? Qin Yang grinned. Feng Lian's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said, okay, then try killing us? Qin Yang immediately realized that the resurrection point of these three dog things is not in his own domain. He immediately smiled, thank you for reminding me, it seems that I really can't kill you. Qin Yang looked at Feng Lian playfully and said, perhaps you can try, kill Zhou De and Xuanhuan again, and then commit suicide? Feng Lian's face turned purple, and his whole body was trembling. Suddenly, he looked happy and seemed to be transmitting sound. At the same time, Zhou De and Xuanhuan's expressions also relaxed, and Qin Yang was confused. The Flame Demon Queen was completely messed up. She wanted to let the two sides fight, or at least fight to death. But I never imagined that when facing the same level, Qin Yang turned out to be an existence that could crush everything in seconds. Buzz! The avenue roared. The ordinary world of the domain trembled suddenly, Qin Yang trembled all over, and narrowed his eyes. The field is washed away. The magic weapon has been unsealed? Qin Yang frowned. Feng Lian clothes automatically without wind, hair fluttering in the back, the previous serious injury healed in an instant. Zhou De and Xuanhuan on the side were also overjoyed. That's right, it's all thanks to you. Feng Lian gritted his teeth and said, if you didn't push us into a corner last time, this seal would not have changed. The changed seal can be temporarily used when our lives are in danger. Unblocking. What is used is the power of the magic weapon itself, not overdrafting our power. Speaking of this, Feng Lian's eyes lit up with murderous intent, stared at Qin Yang, and said word by word, so, you will surely die. Swallow the world. Feng Lian waved his hand, and the entire space seemed to have become chaotic and nothingness, and was instantly swallowed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even the air was swallowed clean. The Flame Demon Queen's heart skipped a beat, she could never have imagined this reversal. Are the 8 Shinto clans and the secret keys of the gods really stronger? At the same time the ordinary world domain was shattered, she summoned the lava army again, but at this time it was completely blocked at the muzzle of the gun, and was directly swallowed by the swallowing gourd. Even with the realm strength of the Flame Demon Queen, it has retreated again and again. Qin Yang frowned, his figure flickered, avoiding the domain that swallowed the heavens and the earth. Escape? Can you escape? Feng Lian couldn't wait to eat Qin Yang raw, at this time, he was so happy. Looking at the Flame Demon Queen below, Feng Lian hummed disdainfully, I will swallow you first. If you don't give me the Flame Demon horn, then kill you and I will take it myself. The Queen of Flame Demon was directly swallowed by the swallowing gourd, Feng Lian frowned, and it seemed that something was swallowed together just now. Looking at Qin Yang again, where is Qin Yang's figure? He entered your swallowing gourd. Zhou De shouted loudly. Haha, there is no door to hell to break in. Before Feng Lian finished speaking, Tian Gourd transmitted his voice, he has divine dragon jade, although he is still only a god, but he can't be trapped. Feng Lian suddenly seemed to have eaten a handful of flies, his face changed. Silly X, being your enemy has really lowered my IQ. Qin Yang's voice came from the swallowing gourd, it's just a tool person, will your confidence be refreshed? After a while, just refresh and full? You stay in my gourd all the time and see if I can refine you. Feng Lian roared loudly, with blue veins jumping on his forehead. Qin Yang chuckled and did not respond. The temporarily unsealed super god level swallowing gourd is no longer something he can enter and leave at will. Not only that, he will be in danger if he doesn't stay for another breath. There will be a period in the future, Qin Yang said with a smile, and the dragon jade disappeared directly into the swallowing gourd. At the same time, Balrog and her lava army, which had been refined into pure fire rules, also disappeared. Chapter 358 The Golden Sands was stolen. Swallowing the heavenly gourd, it really is strong enough. In the depths of the black iron gobi, there are jagged rocks, a burst of flying sand and rocks, and a white jade dragon disappeared in a flash. Qin Yang and the Flame Demon Queen appeared under a boulder. Stepping on the soft sand, Qin Yang holds a pure flame rule power in his hand. The swallowing gourd refines the lava army and makes it so that the power of this small group of flame rules is enough to make the monks who practice the fire rules directly advance to the third heaven of the God King. The road to cultivation in the future will be broader and smoother. The Flame Demon Queen was frightened for a while, but she didn't expect Qin Yang to save her. Looking at Qin Yang with a complicated expression, and at the power that belonged to him in Qin Yang's hands, he hesitated for a while. Aren't you equal to 2 god emperors? Now that the secret realm is downgraded, it should be equal to 2 god kings at the 9th level. How did you end up in such a situation? Qin Yang asked with a smile. The Flame Demon Queen was suffocated for a while, and without saying a word, she stared at the power of the flame rules. At this time, the Flame Demon Queen is quite miserable. She only has the power of the 2nd level of the God King realm. Although the power is still recovering, there is not much power of heaven and earth in this secret realm for her to quickly recover. After a long time, the Flame Demon Queen seemed unconvinced and said, "If I hadn't taken it lightly, how could I have fallen behind? I just don't want to burn through his gourd directly, and burn through this secret realm." Qin Yang was instantly happy and said, "Although the gourd can only exert the power of the gods, its essence is still the secret key of the gods, not to mention the 9th level of the gods, even the gods may not be able to." Having said that, Qin Yang stretched out his hand and threw the ball of regular flames in his hand to the Flame Demon Queen. The Flame Demon Queen's eyes widened. This kid doesn't know what this flame means? Regardless of the 3721, she directly swallowed the flames. With a sigh of relief, the Flame Demon Queen's face looked much better. With this flame rule, most of her power can be restored directly. It was her power after all. I know what you want. The Flame Demon Queen frowned slightly, and after some struggle, a red light flashed on her body. Qin Yang opened his mouth wide, and in front of him, a unicorn with flames appeared. Unicorn, a rare monster, noble and full of charm, the horn on its head is the source of its power. This unicorn, which seems to have come from hell, has a more violent aura in addition to beauty. You don't seem surprised? The Balrog unicorn wondered. Qin Yang thought about the hideousness and ugliness of the lava monster before, and then looked at the unicorn in front of him. The accident was definitely not unexpected. At a glance, Qin Yang knew about the Flame Queen's body. However, Qin Yang couldn't understand why he had to turn into a monster when he was so beautiful. Forget it, since you want the Flame Demon horn, you can take it. The Flame Demon Unicorn closed his eyes and looked like he would be slaughtered. After waiting for a long time, he found that Qin Yang was still looking at himself. Do you want it? Yan Mo couldn't hold back his breath. As a unicorn, it is already a miracle to take the initiative to offer his horn. This kid is so inked. If you don't, I will regret it. Yan Mo said solemnly. After transforming into the body of a unicorn, it sounds much better even with its voice. Qin Yang scratched his head and said with a smile, I don't want your horns. Qin Yang is very clear in his heart that although the power of the Flame Demon Queen has lost a lot, it does not hurt the root. But if the horn is taken away, it will be different. This directly hurt the foundation of the Flame Demon Queen, and even the realm will fall, and I am afraid that there is no hope of being promoted to the King of God in my life. You don't want it? The Flame Demon Queen was deeply surprised, turned into a human figure, and looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. The star compass wants to stabilize the secret realm, and even return to the original God Emperor level secret realm. My unicorn is one of the irreplaceable spiritual materials. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, "What does the secret realm have to do with me? As for the starry sky compass? Even if I can't get it, no one else can get it." The Flame Demon Queen took a deep look at Qin Yang, thinking of the Shui Ling swordsman's follow, and said, "You want me to follow you too?" Qin Yang shook his head and said, "It's not me, but a friend of mine." She completed the flame quenching. "I think it's a good match for you to come." "Oh? There is such a genius?" The Flame Demon Queen was a little surprised, but quickly said, "Impossible, my flame is different from hers." Qin Yang chuckled, "How do you know the difference?" The Flame Demon Queen glanced at Qin Yang and said, "With your eyesight, you shouldn't be able to see it." Qin Yang nodded and said, "Do you know the Qian three-headed dog?" The Flame Demon Queen frowned and said, "I know." Suddenly, the Flame Demon Queen was stunned and said, "Could it be that the body was tempered with the flame of the red flame three-headed dog?" "Yes, and the Qian three-headed dog is now my friend's natal monster," Qin Yang said slowly. The Flame Demon Queen was puzzled for a while, and said, "Is the three-headed dog of Qian recognized as its owner? Or is it a blood contract?" Speaking of this, the Flame Demon Queen said, "Okay, if what you said is true, I can think about it. But I need to wait until I see it with my own eyes, before deciding." "As you like." Qin Yang laughed. Regardless of whether she recognizes Wu Xiaoya or not, the people in the mysterious realm of 10,000 layers will never get the Flame Demon Horn. How come they haven't found out at such a close distance? The Flame Demon Queen looked towards the direction she had previously fought against Feng Lian. Qin Yang said with a smile, "Don't talk about these hundreds of miles, even if I were in front of his face, he might not be able to find me." Qin Yang released his spiritual sense, Feng Lian and the three had already left, now it's time to look for Jinsha. "Do you know where Jinsha is?" Qin Yang asked. "The black iron gobi is not small in scope. If you want to find it by yourself, it is really like a big wave." "Of course." The Flame Demon Queen stretched out her hand and waved, and the sand under her feet receded to both sides like a tide, revealing a passage leading to the underground. Qin Yang then went deep into the underground palace, and the magnificent underground palace appeared in front of him. Everywhere is golden, as if entering a golden mountain. Above the main hall, the golden throne is even more luxurious, the color on it is extremely pure, and it exudes a very strong atmosphere of rules. "So much?" Qin Yang was a little surprised. "Desert crystal, a whole desert is only a small handful at most, but in front of you is a golden throne made by sands. It really is the queen, the value of this throne is really—" Qin Yang laughed, and suddenly narrowed his eyes when he looked at the throne. "Gorgeous throne, the handle on the left is broken." The Flame Demon Queen also discovered this and was immediately furious. "Who dares to steal my head?" Qin Yang stepped forward to check the breath, but did not find any remnants of the power of the rules, only the rules of the Earth system. But near the throne, the faint smell of blood was keenly sensed by Qin Yang. Qin Yang turned back and looked at the Flame Demon Queen strangely. "Are you related to the blood skeleton?" Chapter 359. Blood skeletons? The Flame Demon Queen looked thoughtful and said, "There is indeed a group of blood skeletons living in the greedy wolf mountain of the Li family. But they are very low-key. If they hadn't come here once, I'm afraid I wouldn't know." The Flame Demon Queen showed a ruthless expression and said, "Could it be that the blood skeleton did it?" Qin Yang looked at the broken mark and carefully felt the residual regular breath. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and said, "He may not have gone far. It's even more bastard than you, to come to steal while I'm at war with others." The Flame Demon Queen accidentally said what was in her heart. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he pouted again and again. The Flame Demon Queen changed her mouth and said, "No, I mean, can you find the blood skeleton thief?" Qin Yang stretched out his hand and waved, and a small flag appeared in his hand. "The Li family's formation flag? How could it be in your hands?" The Flame Demon Queen was startled and looked at Qin Yang in disbelief, her face a little dignified. "Did you use this to conquer the Shui Ling swordsman?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the Flame Demon Queen seemed to see Qin Yang's true face clearly. Qin Yang has two big heads, and smiled bitterly. "I said, eldest sister, can you not be impulsive? Take a closer look, is this the Li family's flag?" In Qin Yang's hand, there is a word Chen on the array flag, which is the side that Tao Xiaoyao gave him. "How do I know if it is?" The Flame Demon Queen said, "This array of flags is mysterious and unpredictable, even comparable to a super god-level magic weapon. Even if it is better than the secret key of the gods, I am afraid it is not much worse. Being able to completely control the rules of water, even a water spirit swordsman can't resist." The Flame Demon Queen took a deep breath. "Having this flag to deal with the water spirit swordsman is easier than Feng Lian's use of the swallowing gourd to deal with me." Qin Yang sighed and said, "The principle is such a principle, and restraint is what it is all about. But eldest sister, can you feel the attributes of this flag?" The Flame Demon Queen frowned. As soon as the flag came out, there was indeed no water vapor. Instead, it had a heavy feeling of the earth. The entire underground palace, and even the entire desert, seemed to be under Qin Yang's control. "Is this the flag of the Earth Array?" The Flame Demon Queen took a deep look at Qin Yang. "How could this kid be so mysterious? Do you even have a flag like this?" If you let her know that Qin Yang is not only, but also has two sides, I am afraid it will be even more shocking. It would be a pity to lose such a perfect golden sands throne. Qin Yang snorted softly and waved his flag. Immediately in the mind, I sensed that a handful of golden sand was rapidly moving away from the black iron gobi, and was about to leave the range of the black iron gobi. "I found it." Qin Yang finished speaking, and with a flash of the Flame Demon Queen, he appeared on the edge of the black iron gobi. A blood-robed cultivator stopped abruptly, and the shady eyes under the cloak suddenly trembled. "Is it discovered so soon?" "Impossible." Shui Bailey was a little unbelievable. Ding. The detection is successful and the panel is generated. Cultivator, Shui Bailey. Strength, the 5th level of the God King realm. Exercise, Shantian weeps blood. The power of rules, the rules of blood. Domain, Blood Realm. It's the blood world again. Qin Yang frowned. The sea of stars in the body condensed a blood-colored star, like a blood cell. Destroying the stars directly destroyed them, and immediately, Qin Yang's destroying stars also expanded by 1 point, and his strength increased. "So you are Shui Bailey." Qin Yang quietly looked at the face under the hood. Shui Bailey's eyes shrank. "You actually recognize me?" "One of the 3 god kings of the Blood Skull 10,000 Layers Mountain Branch. The sphere of influence is in the Tianhong territory of the Xuanhuan Empire and the southern border of the Free Territory." Qin Yang talked about Shui Qianfeng's memory in detail. This time, not only Shui Bailey was shocked, but even the Flame Demon Queen was stunned. Just like Xu Jiazhen, it even makes people think that Qin Yang is also the person with this bloody skeleton. "Who the hell are you?" Shui Bailey stared at Qin Yang tightly. "Where have you seen this face before?" Qin Yang laughed and said, "Why, does the blood skeleton still not recognize me?" Shui Bailey was shocked and suddenly overjoyed. "I didn't expect that you would come to the door by yourself." "Qin Yang." The flame demon queen quietly watched. Is this kid very famous on the mainland? Since you have come to this mysterious realm of 10,000 layers of mountains, you can't think of leaving alive. Xue Bailey laughed and said, don't worry, the gate to the secret realm has been destroyed, and only our blood skeletons know how to leave this secret realm. You just wait. Slowly be hunted. What? I've already appeared in front of you, so you don't plan to fight me? Qin Yang said playfully. Xue Bailey subconsciously took a half step back and stared at Qin Yang vigilantly. And the flame demon queen, who was supposed to be the biggest threat, was not in his eyes at all. Instead of being angry, the flame demon queen was even more curious about Qin Yang. The demon crow god king and Xue Qianfeng both died in his hands. This kid is very evil. Xue Bailey secretly said in his heart, although the demon crow god king and Xue Qianfeng are only in the third heaven of the god king realm. Below, it is several layers lower than me, but this kid is extraordinary. It seems that he specializes in defeating my blood skeleton. Xue Bailey laughed and said, I don't have time to play with you, I still have a task to do. Don't worry, we will see you soon. The entire Wanzhong mountain is my blood skeleton. The world. As soon as the voice fell, Xue Bailey's figure directly turned into a cloud of blood and disappeared invisible. You can leave if you want, just leave Jinsha. Qin Yang drank softly, waving the array flag gently in his hand. The golden sand in Xue Bailey's hands flew directly to Qin Yang's hands uncontrollably. You. Xue Bailey's pupils shrank sharply, looking at the flag in Qin Yang's hand. His face kept changing. With a grin, he said, okay, how can I give it to you? After speaking, he didn't care at all and left directly. Why didn't you kill him? The flame demon queen asked curiously. If he wants to run, I can't keep him. Qin Yang shrugged. Only after stepping into the realm of fascination will you know that the level of the power of rules is very important. With the power of Qin Yang's second level of the gods and kings, he can deal with at most practitioners of the third level of the gods and kings. The power of the rules above the fourth level of the god-king realm is enough to confront Qin Yang's rules of annihilation head-on. Even more than that, if the Blood Bailey really wanted to fight Qin Yang to the death, once the rules of blood invaded the body, even Qin Yang would not be able to get rid of it, and it would be extremely troublesome. The most important thing is that after Qin Yang stepped into the second level of the God-King realm, the power of the rules changed. He only has the rule of annihilation now, and he can no longer use the rule characteristics of the blood skeleton to deal with the blood skeleton. This means that Qin Yang can only use the rules of annihilation to confront him. Opportunistic methods like beheading the demon crow god king and Xue Qianfeng before are useless. You can't keep him? You can't beat him, right? The flame demon queen was a little speechless. You kid, looking at your calm appearance, I thought you were invincible. Qin Yang laughed and said, the god emperor can't kill me, what can this mere god king help me? With a condensed expression, Qin Yang said, one of the three god kings of the blood skull 10,000 layers mountain branch has died, and the second is the bloody Bailey just now. The third is also the real master, I still don't know his identity. And this person is the one who can contact the blood skull headquarters. It's just that this person is good at hiding, and even Xue Qianfeng has no identity information in his memory. You said earlier that this 10,000 mountains is not for the starry sky compass. The flame demon queen thought. Qin Yang nodded and said, yes, I'm here for the blood skeleton. With murderous intent in his eyes, Qin Yang grinned and said, the account has to be calculated slowly. I want the world to know that offending me, Qin Yang, will not end well. Qin Yang is there. Go kill him and go back to receive the reward. As long as you kill Qin Yang, you can get the reward of Tong Tian Pill. You can even borrow the power of the star compass 3 times. A large group of Li family horses flew over, mighty and strangling. Humph. The Shui Bailey didn't leave the front foot, but the Li family came after him. Qin Yang's eyes were full of murderous intent. Would you like this queen to help you? The flame demon queen heard Feng Lian's name and looked for it in the crowd with fear. She didn't see Feng Lian before she felt relieved. No, you are like Shui Ling swordsman, you don't need to take action. If this difficulty can stump me Qin Yang, how can I settle the account with them? Qin Yang smiled indifferently. Okay, then I'll watch this good show quietly. The Flame Demon Queen had some appreciation for Qin Yang. The Flame Demon Queen showed an interested look on her face. The Li family members were very powerful and had a strong lineup. Among them, there are many masters from the third level of the God King realm. The Flame Demon Queen was thinking about how Qin Yang would make a move when suddenly 100 Zhang Jade Dragon appeared in front of her, circling in a circle. The world changed for a while in his eyes, and he appeared again, not knowing where he was already. This is, fleeing without fighting? The Flame Demon Queen looked extremely stunned. Chapter 360. Co-author, you were so confident earlier because of this. The Flame Demon Queen was speechless. Qin Yang pouted and said, don't worry, if you want to completely destroy the blood skeleton forces of Wanzhongshan, you have to be patient and wait. Speaking of this, Qin Yang said with a smile, I'm not going to kill one or two, I'm going to obliterate everything related to the blood skeleton. Take out the Order of the Sky, and the light screen map appears. After calculating the location, Qin Yang said, go to the ancient tomb of Lingyuan first and find the heart of the earth. With the flag of the earth array, it is easy to find the earth element spiritual material, which Qin Yang did not think of before. The Jade Dragon circled for a while, and the figures of Qin Yang and the Flame Demon Queen disappeared again. Lingyuan Ancient Tomb, in the center of the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain. The mountains and peaks are endless. If there is no map, I don't know where the entrance to the ancient tomb of Lingyuan is. In the secret realm, many forces are all looking for the 5 element spiritual materials, and there are many figures in this mountain peak. Teams are chasing each other for time, as long as whoever finds one of them first will have the bargaining chip to get the help of the star compass. It's right here. Qin Yang frowned, took out the formation flag, and was going to use the earth formation flag directly to find the ancient tomb of Lingyuan. Shenlongjio hovered in the air, not very high from the ground. Qin Yang was about to wave the flag, but saw a red ball flying straight towards them from the ground. A long tail of exhaust trailed behind the red ball, which looked familiar. The red ball flew all the way to Qin Yang's face, and suddenly exploded with a bang. The red cloud rippling, enveloping Qin Yanglian, the Flame Demon Queen and the Jade Dragon. Who the hell hit me in the face, with a distress signal? Qin Yang suddenly became angry. This is too coincidental. I said why there is a familiar feeling. It turned out to be a distress signal. Qin Yang has seen a lot of this stuff, and in the 10 Directions secret realm of Psangqiong Academy, he even squeezed one with his own hands. Driving down the Dragon Jade and swooping down, he saw the two sides holding each other in the mountains and forests. The tragic battle has come to an end, and there are Zhang Xiaoxiao, Wang Xiaoer and Zhao Xingchen among them. At this time, the 3 were on the disadvantaged side, and the masters, beside them were all killed and injured. On the other hand, it is the union of the Li family and outsiders. Elder Li Ji. Are your Li family really going to tear their faces away and stay with our family forever? Zhang Xiaoxiao stared angrily at a white-haired old man in the Li family. Li Ji stroked his gray beard and said, treasures from heaven and earth can be obtained by those who can. Since our goals are the same, there will inevitably be friction. I didn't do anything, after all, I didn't kill you, and Wang Xiaoer. Zhang Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and said, it's not that you don't kill us, but use us as bait. It's better to weaken the strength of our 2 families even more. Looking at the signal flares in the sky, Zhang Xiaoxiao felt extremely regretful, regretting that he only wanted to understand it now. Li Ji laughed and said, the daughter of the Zhang family is really exquisite and clever, and the old man admires her. Immediately sent the order, since the Wang family's signal flares have been sent out, it is useless to keep them, kill me. A group of cultivators took their orders and directly surrounded and killed them. You two go first and find Qin Yang. Zhao Xingchen shouted, I'll stop them. After it was cool, he slammed his palms abruptly, stars and troubled times. Countless stars appeared directly above the head, slamming into the Li family. It's a pity, Zhao Xingchen, you have all the strength, but you chose the wrong team. Today is the time for you to regret it. Li Ji sneered and stretched out his palm. The huge handprint directly crushed all the stars. Li Ji was a little puzzled. Among these stars, there seemed to be something blocking his palm, but when he looked around, he found nothing. Why don't you go? What are you doing? Zhao Xingchen's face was a little grim. We're not leaving. Wang Xiaoer said firmly. Abandoning his companions, he absolutely can't do it. Zhang Xiaoxiao also said, if you want to die, die together. Fart. Zhao Xingchen shouted directly, I owe Qin Yang a life, I will pay him back. This has nothing to do with you. What do you mean? You owe me a life, who do you give it back to? Qin Yang's figure suddenly appeared beside a few people. Zhao Xingchen was stunned, and was overjoyed immediately, looking at the coquettish flame demon queen beside him, his heart was settled. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer were also relieved, as long as Qin Yang appeared, they didn't have to worry anymore. Li Ji and the others suddenly stopped and looked at the flame demon queen vigilantly. Li Ji said, you are not dead? The flame demon queen had murderous intent in her eyes. Okay, it turns out that your Li family asked Feng Lian to deal with me. Don't interrupt. Qin Yang waved his hand, looked at Zhao Xingchen, and said, come and talk about it carefully, why do you want to pay them back the life you owe me? Zhao Xingchen was embarrassed, scratched his head and said, isn't this a random talk in a hurry? Anyway, if it wasn't for you, I would have died a long time ago. If I can save a life, I will give back another life. Good boy, if you dare to ignore this old man like this, I want you to know the price. Li Ji roared, this Qin Yang didn't take him seriously. Immediately, a palm shot. Qin Yang glanced over, and immediately saw Li Ji's panel. Cultivator, Li Ji. Strength, God King Realm Triple Heaven. Exercise, Song Long Ju. Rules, the rules of water. Domain, the waves are surging. This palm is pretty good, but you don't have any magical powers. Do you think your power of rules can crush everything? Qin Yang smiled and waved his palm as well. Destroy the big Madra. The pitch-black giant palm and Li Ji's palm met in midair, and Li Ji's big handprint immediately dissipated. Yo, I underestimated you boy. Li Ji still had a winning expression on his face, and said with a smile, then let you see the power of supernatural martial arts. Li Ji stretched out his hand, and the breath of water suddenly filled the main space, and a monstrous wave hit from a distance like a barrier, like a tsunami as high as 100 meters. I originally wanted to have fun with you, but I didn't expect that all of you would be wiped out in one move. It's a pity. Li Ji's face was full of disappointment. Before the martial arts were fully displayed, he had already said the ending he imagined. Supernatural martial arts. Zhao Xingchen looked at Li Ji with disdain. He had seen Qin Yang's battle against the lava army alone, but the waves were nothing at all. Qin Yang looked at Zhao Xingchen and said, Tu Kishui, you can defeat him. Zhao Xingchen felt guilty and said, are you joking? You let me go? Seeing that the tsunami was getting closer and the water vapor in the air was getting thicker and thicker, Zhao Xingchen became anxious and said, I only have the first level of the God King realm. Didn't you fight the 3 God King monsters alone? Qin Yang said with a smile. That's just a monster that has just entered the God King level, do you understand the rumors? Zhao Xingchen shouted for mercy. Qin Yang said, "Don't worry, I'm here. Didn't you always want to learn martial arts from me? I'll teach you a magical power now." Qin Yang's hand rested on Zhao Xingchen's shoulder, and the divine sense transmitted a voice to him, and the surging true qi in his body poured into Zhao Xingchen's body. Zhao Xingchen's face suddenly flushed, and his eyes were bright. In his mind, Qin Yang passed on the magical powers to him in the form of a brand, allowing him to instantly master a kind of earth-based martial arts magical powers. "This, if it's you." Zhao Xingchen was still at a loss. "Haha, none of you can go up." Li Ji sneered, "It's just death after death, what do you earn? Wouldn't it be better to die together?" Qin Yang pretended not to hear it, and continued to say to Zhao Xingchen, "Don't worry, you can go up there." Zhao Xingchen nodded heavily. If he didn't use it again, he was afraid it would be too late. Immediately, he slammed his palms on his chest and shouted, "Supernatural power, meteorite descends from the sky." Above the hundreds of zhong waves, a huge star condensed and smashed down. Chapter 361 Where's Your Flare? The huge meteorite smashed directly on the ocean waves, and the monstrous ocean waves were suddenly smashed into pieces, and the entire mountain forest was turbulent. The mountain where everyone is located seems to be an island in the sea, and everyone on it was almost washed away by the tide. The huge shock wave set off higher waves and a burst of landslides. Magical martial skills, terrifying power. This is so strong? Zhao Xingchen trembled with excitement. This martial skill is really too strong. Li Ji was horrified. How could divine powers and martial arts have such great power? Fortunately, the meteorite was controlled at a distance. If it fell directly into the crowd, I would be smashed into meat patties, except myself. Can this be missed? Qin Yang looked at Zhao Xingchen up and down. Zhao Xingchen was still complacent, and when he looked at him, he immediately lowered his head in shame. Your technique is too inefficient. Yes, yes. Zhao Xingchen nodded again and again. It's running too slow. Zhao Xingchen was speechless. Your physique is too weak. You are hollowed out with just one magical power. Qin Yang sighed. Wang Xiaoer and Zhang Xiaoxiao were speechless. Zhao Xingchen's move was so powerful that Qin Yang disliked it like this. Sure enough, you have some skills, let's see how you can solve this trick. Li Ji slapped his palms and reached out to grab the sky. With a squeeze and a pull, a water dragon with a length of several hundred meters appeared out of thin air. It's a water dragon again. Qin Yang was speechless and said with a smile, when your Li family's water dragon locks the sky to lock me, were you not present? Li Ji was taken aback. Qin Yang looked at Zhao Xingchen's look of anticipation. He smiled, and said, forget it, your current physique can't withstand two powerful martial arts. The world's martial arts, only fast is not broken. It's time to show real skills. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and he stretched out his hand a little bit forward. Jinghong sword finger. As for the water dragon, there was no dodging or evasion at all, and a sword of annihilation appeared out of nowhere, stabbing Li Ji. Li Ji was startled, and quickly clasped his palms together. Sea waves whirlpool. A wave entangles itself and spins rapidly beside it. Any attack can be easily deflected, but unfortunately, it's too slow. Qin Yang shook his head. At the moment when the wave vortex just appeared, Qin Yang's sword had already come to Li Ji. This? Li Ji couldn't believe his eyes. Rao was doing his best to dodge, and he also made a cut on his arm, revealing the bones and blood. The most terrible thing is that the blood can't be stopped, and the power of the rules is fully motivated, but the effect is extremely slow. There is an annihilating power in the wound, which is constantly eroding his body, and most of the power of the rules used for healing has been annihilated. Looks like I'm going to give you a good look. While healing, Li Ji stared at Qin Yang and shouted, Domain. The waves are terrifying. Different from the previous martial arts, the mountains and forests directly turned into a vast ocean. Everyone is like a small boat, which may fall at any time on the stormy sea. Qin Yang jumped up, walked on the waves, rushed directly to Li Ji, and smashed it with a fist. Your speed is too pediatric, Before Li Ji finished speaking, Qin Yang punched him into the air. The teeth were crumbling, and the cheeks were about to be smashed by a punch. How is this possible? How could it hit me at such a slow speed? Li Ji's eyes widened. Not only him, everyone's expressions changed greatly when Qin Yang stepped on the waves. What about my power? I obviously have the power of the late stage of the star realm. Why is it like a mortal now? Not only everyone in the Li family, but even Zhao Xingchen, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Wang Xiaoer and others were all stiff. The power and realm are still there, but it seems to be illusory, and it can't be used at all. Everyone was floating in the sea, being washed up and down involuntarily. Welcome to the ordinary world. Qin Yang said with a light smile. His figure burst out and rushed towards Li Ji again. Li Ji pouted bloody spit, and gritted his teeth to meet him. I am the third level heaven of the king of the gods, and you can use your means to master the gods, and you will never try to defeat me. Li Ji shouted and fought Qin Yang. However, in Qin Yang's eyes, all Li Ji's movements were seen through, and when his body moved slightly, Qin Yang copied his movements completely, and thus knew Li Ji's attack like the back of his hand. Li Ji punched him, but it was just a feint. The real attack was the next kick. Qin Yang leaned back and flashed a punch, and Li Ji's eyes lit up. You're still too tender. With one kick, a sneer appeared on Li Ji's face. Boom. With a muffled sound, Qin Yang leaned back and stretched out his foot, which was directly on Li Ji's calf. Before Li Ji could kick out, Qin Yang stopped him. Not only that, how strong is Qin Yang's physique? This kick directly broke Li Ji's calf. The severe pain made Li Ji's face twist painfully, and his forehead was soaked with sweat. He reached out and turned over, and a dart magic weapon appeared in the palm of his hand. Dart's magic weapon. On the top, there is a chilling green poisonous light flashing. Needless to say, as long as a hole is cut, it will definitely be highly poisoned. The worm turns into bone poison. As long as a little bit of skin is scratched, the bones in the body will be melted directly, becoming a person without bones, like a worm. Such a vicious poison is extremely rare. This elder Li Ji actually has such a poison. Great, let's see how arrogant Qin Yang is. Let's wait and see when he turns into a humanoid worm. Everyone in the Li family and the outsiders were all looking forward to it, as if they saw Qin Yang wriggling on the ground in front of them. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Li Ji used all his strength to throw the dart at Qin Yang. In Qin Yang's ordinary world domain, although his power is suppressed, he can still exert a little. This standard, he has absolute confidence in his heart. Qin Yang tilted his head, and the poison dart passed through his hair without hurting a single hair. There was a sneer on Li Ji's mouth. He had expected that such a direct attack would not work. Everyone in the Li family and the outsiders were disappointed for a while, but they were overjoyed when they watched the poison dart that failed to hit return and went straight to the back of Qin Yang's head. After holding back, he didn't make a sound, for fear that he would remind Qin Yang. Zhang Xiaoxiao, Zhao Xingchen, and Wang Xiaoer were struggling in the waves. When they found out, they wanted to remind them, but it was too late. Seeing that the poison dart was about to hit Qin Yang took a step aside. And just at this step, the poison dart attacked at full speed and passed Qin Yang once again. Damn, has this guy's spiritual sense been keeping an eye on his back? Li Ji couldn't believe that Qin Yang had escaped his must-kill blow. It's too slow, let me help you. Qin Yang smiled and flicked his fingers. When the poison dart flew by, the time seemed to slow down. Qin Yang flicked the poison dart lightly, causing the speed of the poison dart to soar again. Not good. Li Ji's expression changed. He knew the worm-like bone poison the most, and the poison dart was extremely sharp. He hurriedly ducked to the side, only to find that the poison dart was pointing in the direction of him. The position after dodging. Puff. With a soft sound, Li Ji looked at his abdomen in horror, the poison dart magic weapon, directly submerged in his abdomen. His body suddenly softened, and Li Jizhan couldn't stand still, like a loach, being swept away by the waves that had not yet dispersed. Ding 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 ding. The system voice repeatedly reminded that Qin Yang took advantage of this period of time to copy the power of all the practitioners in the God King realm. The annihilation of the stars is getting bigger and bigger, and the breath is getting more and more terrifying, but there is still a little gap to be promoted to the third level of the God King realm. Where's your Li family's flair? It's just you, I'm afraid it's not my opponent. Qin Yang said with a smile. Chapter 362 Fighting depends on the brain. Li Ji roared loudly, let's put off the flare, we can't beat Qin Yang. Someone had already pulled out a signal flare when Li Ji was in the middle of the attack, and the signal flare slowly rose into the air. After someone heard Li Ji shouting, they also took out a signal flare. For a time, more than a dozen strings of red smoke rushed into the sky, and pieces of red clouds exploded, spreading over several mountains. Since your flares have been sent out, then, it's useless to keep you. Qin Yang laughed. Li Ji's heart skipped a beat. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? Isn't this what he said to Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others before? Qin Yang's figure flashed again and again, and for a moment, everyone felt that the power could be controlled again, but there was no time to mobilize. Qin Yang's figure flashed, and a life was harvested. Like a ghost in the night, powerful and strange, cold and ruthless. Zhang Xiaoxiao, Wang Xiaoer, and Zhao Xingchen sighed for a while. Fortunately, Qin Yang was not an enemy. Not to mention being so powerful, he was still so cruel. Zhang Xiaoxiao said with a smile, I didn't expect that Li Ji wanted to take this opportunity to drain the strength of my two families, but he tasted the bitter fruit himself. No. Don't kill me. The Li family doesn't want to be the enemy of the Wang family and the Zhang family. It's really this time outsiders are provoking alienation. Yes, and the star compass, it's the star compass that is provoking the relationship between us. Li Ji shouted in horror. In just a moment, he was the only one left in the audience. He was poisoned by the worm and turned into bone poison, and he couldn't stand up at all. What a provocation. Now that you have killed so many people from our family, you want to shirk everything just by provoking it? Go to hell. There was a gloomy look on Li Ji's face. Qin Yang had just cancelled the domain, and his power was no longer suppressed at this time. As long as he subdues Zhang Xiaoxiao, he will have a bargaining chip. With so many signal flares issued before, the Li family's powerhouse is almost here. Li Ji's eyes flashed with divine light, and he directly launched a divine sense attack. At the same time, water snakes condensed in the damp and water-filled air. Under the double attack, he did not believe that Zhang Xiaoxiao could escape. Be careful. Wang Xiaoer shouted anxiously. But Zhang Xiaoxiao's figure was slowly disappearing. After image. Zhao Xingchen's eyes narrowed. Looking to the side again, Zhang Xiaoxiao appeared beside Qin Yang with a blank expression. He was just poisoned by the worm and bone poison, and his power is still at the third level of the God King realm. You dare to shoot at him even in the star realm? Qin Yang was speechless. Zhang Xiaoxiao blushed, a little embarrassed. Qin Yang. Even if I'm a ghost, I won't let you go. Li Ji's eyes were split. Okay, then you can be a ghost. Qin Yang dodged, came behind Li Ji, stretched out his hand and stroked lightly. Li Ji's bones were completely melted, and he couldn't dodge at all. He could only use the power of rules to resist. In Qin Yang's hand, the sword light was as black as ink, and the rules of annihilation were fully motivated, directly confronting Li Ji's water system rules. You can still block me now? Qin Yang sneered, his hands violently hard. Li Ji's face flushed red, and a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in his heart, his eyes were like dead fish, and he said in disbelief, You actually attacked. In Li Ji's heart, a sort of annihilation directly shattered his heart. Qin Yang laughed and said, Sorry, you can really block my attack, so you have to use your brain. Pfft. Li Ji spat out a mouthful of blood, You lied to me just now. The weak tone came to an abrupt end, and Li Ji couldn't rest his eyes. Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others looked at Qin Yang as if they had seen a ghost. They all believed that the attack on Qin Yangming's face just now was quite sure to kill Li Ji, but they didn't expect that this attack would be a surefire trick. If Li Ji was replaced by anyone, in that case, he would have to defend against Qin Yang's attack with all his strength. No matter how much he thought about it, he would never have thought that Qin Yang would still be able to make a sneak attack. Why are you looking at me like this? Qin Yang spread his hands and said, Please, I'm just a little cultivator in the second level of the God King realm. This is a battle of the higher order. Everyone was speechless, and even the Flame Demon Queen had some scalp tingling. If he didn't know it, he might have thought that Li Ji was fighting at a higher level. Dushan King Realm second layer, or a little cultivator? Qin Yang looked up at the sky was shrouded in red clouds, and he was afraid that he could see clearly from thousands of miles away. Let's go, advance to the ancient tomb, wait for those from the Li family to come and see the battlefield here. I am afraid that someone has found the heart of the earth and is fighting for it, and they will follow. Qin Yang said, calling out a flag and waving it gently. The earth trembled, Qin Yang tensed, obviously pushing his strength to the limit. What are you doing? The Flame Demon Queen frowned, feeling that an ancient beast was about to emerge from the ground. Qin Yang didn't have time to answer. One flag of the soil array is not enough, then another. In everyone's surprise, 2 array flags appeared in Qin Yang's hands. The Flame Demon Queen sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of flag, Qin Yang has more than one side. Trembling even more violently, the ground shattered, and a huge palace rose from the ground. Immediately afterwards, various buildings broke out and the walls were opened. The entire Lingyuan ancient tomb was dragged to the ground by Qin Yang. And the tomb gate of Lingyuan ancient tomb is right in front of you. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the surrounding battlefield with satisfaction. In this way, he was not afraid that the people of the Li family would not take the bait. Boom! With loud noises, the tomb door opened slowly. The gloomy and icy aura suddenly vented out from the inside, and the thick, dead aura made the hair stand up all over the body. It was as if one step in, one went to hell. The heart of the earth is in it, but... Qin Yang felt uneasy for a while, as if there was a huge danger in this ancient tomb of Lingyuan. Qin Yang, you've made a big disaster. The Flame Demon Queen's face was heavy. What's wrong? Qin Yang was puzzled. The Flame Demon Queen took a deep breath and said, The ancient tomb of Lingyuan is mysterious and unpredictable. For countless years, countless strong people in the secret realm have died in it. If you sneak in, there is still a possibility to obtain the heart of the earth, but now, you wake up all those strong people. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, It shouldn't be, the undead land is no longer here. The Flame Demon Queen looked at Qin Yang in surprise and said, You know all this? As soon as the voice changed, the Flame Demon Queen continued, Even if the undead soil is taken away, at most a part of it will be taken away. Just like the golden sand, you get the golden sand, but it is only a handle on my throne. Qin Yang felt a chill all over his body, as if he felt like he was being targeted by something inside. Then let's sink it again. Qin Yang hurriedly called out the flag, and the ancient tomb of Lingyuan trembled for a while, but after that, it didn't move at all. It seems that some strong person has stopped Qin Yang. Everyone's heart was straight, and they turned to stare at Qin Yang in unison. Don't look at me like that. I just thought it would be safer to bring this ancient tomb to the light. How did I know that this ancient tomb was so weird? Then can we get in? Qin Yang squinted at the open gate of the ancient tomb, and said, "Come in, why don't you enter? This secret realm has already been downgraded to the level of a god king. There's nothing to be afraid of, let's go." Qin Yang waved his hand and stepped directly into it. Just before that, Qin Yang took a meaningful look at the head of one of the Li family members who had been beheaded by him not far away. On that head, a pair of dead eyes stared at Qin Yang like a resentful spirit. As soon as everyone entered the ancient tomb of Lingyuan, 3 figures appeared beside the gate of the ancient tomb. It was Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shi Feiying. "What's the situation?" Feng Lian asked. Shi Feiying said, "They have already entered." In the distance, the tragic head of a member of the Li family closed his eyes. Before, he had been controlled by Shi Feiying, and now he has completed his mission. This Qin Yang has the combat power of the 3rd level of the God King realm, which should not be underestimated. Shi Feiying said. Through her own special abilities, the puppets of heaven and earth, and the domain heart network, all those who are controlled by her are also seen by her. What about us? Can we get in? Zhou De asked. After taking Tong Tian pill, to be promoted to God King, Zhou Da's Tianmen seal can also exert a stronger power. As long as he does not meet Qin Yang head-on, he will not take any danger into his eyes. Feng Lian frowned and looked at the thick red clouds in the air, and said, "Since Qin Yang has already gone in, it's better to wait for him to get the heart of the earth. We should continue with the previous plan. The people of the Li family are almost under control, and the rest it's the Wang family and the Zhang family." The 3 figures disappeared immediately, and the red cloud of the distress signal was thick here, but no one from the Li family came. Chapter 363. Whoosh whoosh. After entering the ancient tomb of Lingyuan, with the movement of Qin Yang and others, the stone lamps on both sides of the passage lit up with green ghosts. Make the environment more gloomy. Going deeper, the passage seems like a cobweb, like a labyrinth. After finally entering a hall, but still nothing. Illusory god grass. So many illusory god grass. Zhao Xingchen exclaimed, looking at the corner of the wall. The inconspicuous little grass turned out to be a top-quality elixir. Zhao Xingchen hurried over, picked one flower, and took it directly. Soon, he snorted in relief. This plant is the 5th-order illusory god grass, which directly replenishes the consumption of my previous spiritual sense. My god, there are still 6th-order ones. It's posted, it's really posted. Zhao Xingchen's eyes were hot, and he said, "If you eat all these phantom grasses, the strength of your spiritual sense will be greatly increased. In this secret realm of 10,000 layers mountain, there is also more self-protection power." As he said that, he was about to start picking, but he watched Qin Yang and the others staring at him tightly, motionless. Zhao Xingchen was a little embarrassed and said, "Well, let's share these things equally." "It's not a matter of equality or inequality, I'm just curious, why doesn't the thing behind you attack you?" Qin Yang said softly. Everyone nodded in unison. Zhao Xingchen tightened his entire body, only to realize that Qin Yang and the others were not looking at him, but behind him. Zhao Xingchen rushed to Qin Yang's side in a single step, and only then did he dare to look back. When he saw it, the back of his head suddenly became cold. A stone statue is not an ordinary stone statue, it is like a soldier, staring at himself with anger, gnashing his teeth in anger. Zhao Xingchen swallowed and spit, and he still had a phantom grass that he just picked in his hand. He threw it lightly and threw it. The stone statue was caught and planted on the ground. It's alive, it really is alive. The stone statue glanced at the flame demon queen, closed his eyes, and remained motionless like the background. If it wasn't for Zhao Xingchen eating an illusory god grass just now, this guy probably wouldn't open his eyes suddenly. A strange atmosphere filled the hall, especially Zhao Xingchen, who was frightened, for fear that the stone statue would rush over to take revenge on him. Illusory divine grass is a strange elixir. Since it has the effect of enhancing spiritual sense and recovery, the injury of this illusory divine grass to my father. Wang Xiaoer asked Qin Yang, didn't you say, the father's power cannot be integrated because the spiritual sense is not strong enough? Under normal circumstances, this illusory divine grass can indeed heal your father's injuries. Qin Yang nodded. Wang Xiaoer immediately geared up, and Zhao Xingchen, who was beside him, also greedily instigated, you said we grabbed the magic god grass and ran away, can't he catch up with us? Don't make trouble. Listen to Qin Yang finish. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt that Qin Yang seemed to be hiding something. Qin Yang pretended to be puzzled and said, I'm done. Zhang Xiaoxiao stared at Qin Yang tightly and said, you haven't finished. Qin Yang looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao seriously and said, I'm really done. The two of them were like playing a riddle, and the others around them were at a loss. Zhang Xiaoxiao wrinkled his nose and said, you will have no friends like this. Qin Yang shrugged and said with a smile, sorry, I have quite a few friends. For some reason, Qin Yang's heart moved, and inexplicably thought of the missing Chuchinga. The visitor is a guest, keep coming in and let me see who woke me up. A dull voice resounded in every corner of the hall. Qin Yang came back to his senses, he smiled, and said, let's go, the master has invited us. Could it be to lead the emperor into the urn? Deliberately tricked us into entering? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked cautiously. Qin Yang disapproved and said, if he wanted to do it, he would have done it just now. There are 18 stone statues in this hall, each of which is extraordinary. If it wasn't for Zhao Xingchen, who just took someone else's illusory god grass, I'm afraid I don't even know it at all. I know that these 18 statues are all alive. After identifying the direction, he was really confused. Qin Yang simply chose a passage and walked in. The ancient tomb trembled, and the passage seemed to be changing, leading the road to the deepest part. While walking, there was a sudden sound of chains, and a smaller stone statue suddenly appeared and swooped over. Its speed is as fast as thunder, except for Qin Yang, who has the ability to defy the sky. Even the flame demon queen was taken aback. Ding! The detection is successful, the panel is generated. Cultivator, the stone statue of Li Qi. Strength, Divine King Realm 6th layer. Exercise, Sanlangju. The power of rules, the rules of the water system. Domain, rivers. Qin Yang stared strangely at the stone statue locked by the chains, and suddenly felt extremely absurd in his heart. Is it okay to die? There are thousands of rules that appear to be the same but are actually different. Although they are both Sanlangju exercises and water system rules, the condensed water system rules stars are different. This means that Qin Yang copied the rules and stars of this stone statue Li Qi and still improved himself. It's okay to die? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked. Qin Yang touched his nose and said, this is a member of the Li family. Even if he died, he was resurrected in this ancient tomb of Lingyuan, and his skills, rules, and fields can still exert his strength during his lifetime. Qin Yang said something casually. Several people suddenly felt their scalps go numb. The owner of the ancient tomb seemed to intentionally let everyone see these, and more stone statues appeared on both sides of the passage. There was a horrific hell, making everyone feel as if they were walking through the gates of hell. Although he was restrained by the master of the ancient tomb and did not attack, it still made everyone nervous. I'm afraid it's only Qin Yang, and I hope there will be more of these stone statues. Ding! Host advanced. Calling out the panel, Qin Yang smiled with satisfaction. Host, Qin Yang. Strength, God King Realm Triple Heaven. Gongfa, Qiankuan Wan Xiangju. Rules, obliterate the rules. Domain, ordinary world. As the realm improved, Qin Yang's body suddenly moved. The rule of annihilation tempers the physique again, making the physique always exceed the realm's strength. This is a good thing. If you want to carry the rules of annihilation, only the indestructible body of the container is stronger. Otherwise, if the power of annihilation wiped out Qin Yang's body, he would be dead. Qin Yang sat down directly with his knees crossed, started to practice, and felt the increase in strength after the realm was improved. The rules of the stars, the extinction of the stars is another point, and the power of the triple rules is stronger than before. Can this break through? The Flame Demon Queen looked at Qin Yang in shock. Only when Qin Yang was working hard to temper his body could she feel Qin Yang's breath. Because at this time, Qin Yang had no time to urge me Tianjue to hide his breath. It's just, how long it has been since I first met Qin Yang, and the speed of this kid's promotion is also very strange. There was a sudden death in the fellow road, and those stone statues bound by chains retreated and disappeared. Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes and looked at the empty passage, disappointed for a while. If you add more, this is probably the biggest shortcut for you to advance. Go, keep going. Qin Yang laughed. Not long after, at the end of the passage, there was a large hall and an altar. Behind the altar, a stone statue as high as 30 feet, like a depiction of a scholar, looked at Qin Yang and others indifferently. Qin Yang stared at the stone statue and sighed. Sure enough, like the 18 stone statues in the previous hall, they are not human. After so many years, this is the second time I wake up. As a reward for waking me up, say, what do you want? The stone statue scholar said quietly. Qin Yang stared at the altar, then looked at the stone statue scholar, and said with a smile, I want your heart. Chapter 364 Reincarnation Array. Ha ha ha. The deafening laughter made the entire Lingyuan ancient tomb tremble. After the stone statue scholar smiled, he said, hundreds of years ago, when I woke up for the first time, there was a human who wanted my heart. Unfortunately, after seeing me, he didn't dare to mention it, he just took a piece of it. Holding the land of the dead. Qin Yang's heart moved. Isn't this Wang Qianqiu, Wang Xiao's father? The current head of the Wang family. There is indeed a problem. I'm not interested in this undead land. Qin Yang slowly shook his head and said, I just want your heart. Boom. The sound of the heart beating suddenly reminded that everyone, including the Flame Demon Queen, changed their expressions. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiao even bleed from the corners of their mouths, and they were injured just by the beating of their hearts. A black light trembled on Qin Yang's body, and there was a humming sound of the avenue, and the indestructible body directly offset the attack of this heart beating. Cultivator, Stone Statue Scholar. Strength, Divine King Realm, Juzanshan. Skills, none. The power of rules, Earthquake, Immortal Body. Domain, Dead Realm. Qin Yang stared at the panel and frowned. Although this thing has a stone body and cultivates the rules of the Earth system, the domain is the dead world. The world of death that can summon the army of the undead. All life will wither, only the undead can live forever. It seems that the earthquake is supplemented by the tremor, and this undead body is his true strength. The stone statue scholar had a strange feeling. The boy's eyes made him fearful, as if everything about him was exposed. Looking at the Queen of Flame Demon, the stone statue scholar said, For here, we are all aliens. And these human races are aliens to us. Why are you helping aliens deal with me? It turns out that what the stone statue scholar really cares about is the Flame Demon Queen. The Flame Demon Queen covered her mouth and chuckled, and said, I didn't mean to help him deal with you, I just came to see the fun. Oh? Really? The stone statue scholar's eyes lit up. The flame demon queen turned to look at Qin Yang. If Qin Yang asked her to help now, even if he changed his words on the spot, it was not impossible. It's a pity that Qin Yang didn't mean to ask for help. You're looking for the treasures of this ancient tomb of Lingyuan. It's best to stay away from here. If the situation is out of control, leave quickly. Qin Yang explained, by the way, I have a share of the treasures from heaven and earth. Having said that, Qin Yang added, I have a big portion. The stone statue scholar looked at Qin Yang coldly, and said sarcastically, little human race, you don't take me seriously. Are you going to divide up my treasure in front of me? I don't understand, where does your confidence come from? The stone statue scholar said, I can tear those human races to pieces with just one of my subordinates. Zhao Xingchen, Wang Xiaoer, and Zhang Xiaoxiao's faces were stiff. They suddenly realized that following Qin Yang was a huge mistake. This Qin Yang is too fierce, and he will directly challenge the strongest in Lingyuan ancient tomb. Qin Yang is not afraid, but they are. Qin Yang turned his eyes to the altar inadvertently and said, why don't we make a deal? Your subordinates won't take action against them, so I will stay here and fight you to the death, how about that? The stone statue scholar narrowed his eyes, looked at the altar unnaturally, and then looked at Qin Yang. Did this kid see something? The stone statue scholar laughed and said, okay, your courage is commendable, then I will fulfill you. Speaking, the stone statue scholar seemed to have given some order, and the surrounding walls of the altar hall suddenly cracked open one by one, and the sound of uniform footsteps came. Even the flame demon queen's expression changed greatly. She could sense that there were countless stone statues in these passages. Although the number is not as large as her lava army, the victory is that they are all elites. The worst one, the strength is also in the first layer of the God King realm. Only the passage when they came, there was no sound at all, as if they were telling Qin Yang and others that a way had been left for Zhao Xingchen, Zhang Xiaoxiao, and Wang Xiaoer. Including the 18 statues in the previous hall, they appeared directly on the surrounding walls of the hall with the altar, and they stared at Qin Yang with wide-eyed eyes. As a result, all the power in Lingyuan ancient tomb was gathered here. You can rest assured, the stone statue scholar said, it's not that I don't give them time to hunt for treasure, it depends on how long you can hold on. If you are crushed by one of my fingers, my men will return immediately. Their respective places. These 3 of your clan friends, I am afraid there is no chance to escape. How long it can last, you will know soon. Qin Yang laughed playfully, and said to Zhao Xingchen and the 3 and the Queen of Flame Demon, you all go, don't miss such a good opportunity. In the event of a real fight, this Lingyuan ancient tomb will be destroyed in one go, and countless treasures of heaven and earth will disappear, which is really a pity. You. Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't understand Qin Yang, but the other party didn't see it as a simple thing. Did Qin Yang stay here to die? The flame demon queen suddenly thought of something, and the expression on her face became a little weird. She asked by voice transmission, the flag of the earth? Qin Yang nodded with a smile. The flame demon queen suddenly sighed. Qin Yang's chance was so unbelievable, and he blamed the stone statue scholar for his own black face. Under the persuasion of the flame demon queen, Zhao Xingchen and the 3 hurried out to hunt for treasure. On the way, the flame demon queen told the 3 of them that Qin Yang had the 2 flags of the earth array. In fact, he had a great chance of winning. This made Zhao Xingchen and the 3 at ease. Why do I think that we are Qin Yang's valet? He is in charge of fighting, and we are in charge of cleaning the battlefield. Zhao Xingchen felt a little strange in his heart. Thinking that this is the ancient tomb of Lingyuan, and it is still the ancient tomb of Lingyuan without defense, Zhao Xingchen's saliva is about to flow out. It's not too late, split up. Zhao Xingchen said, the people from the Li family and those outsiders will be afraid to come in for a while, so let's hurry up. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer nodded in unison. Only the flame demon queen was guarding at the entrance of the passage, and her spiritual sense sensed the altar hall at the end of the passage. Surrounded by mountains, the huge ancient tomb of Lingyuan stands strangely, like an airtight giant city, more like a beast that existed in ancient times. The Li family and the outsiders did not come, but the Wang family and Zhang family did come, but they did not dare to approach. Why did this ancient tomb of Lingyuan come to the ground? My son and your young lady are afraid that the bad luck will be less. Hurry back and tell the master. The figures stopped far away, and after talking to each other, they dispersed. In the altar hall, Qin Yang looked at the 18 stone statues on the surrounding walls, looked at the army of stone statues that kept pouring in the passage, smiled lightly, and said, "It's too crowded here, why don't we go underground and fight?" Haha, do you really want to take a move from me? The stone statue scholar looked at Qin Yang with interest. Your physique is the strongest among the human races I have ever seen, and it exceeds your cultivation level. For the realm. Your potential, I am afraid that the God Emperor is not in a hurry. If you have the heart of the earth, this physique is perfect. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, "No, you are wrong. The heart of the earth has no effect on me." Why? The stone statue scholar asked. Because, mine is an indestructible body, an immortal body tempered by the rules of extinction. Whenever I advance, the rules of extinction will temper my body again. You think, this earth's heart can support me? How many times have you advanced? What? The rule of annihilation? The body of immortality? The stone statue scholar was shocked. Great, I didn't expect that I would have such a chance. Speaking of this, the stone statue scholar's emotions seemed uncontrollable, as if the poor ghost of 8 lifetimes suddenly discovered a golden mountain. The stone statue scholar said urgently, "Since you think this place is crowded, then I will take you to a spacious place." As soon as the voice fell, the ground of the altar collapsed directly, and all the stone statues fell, and Qin Yang naturally followed. The scene was suddenly much empty, surrounded by foggy gray, like a chaotic space, and there was no end to the search. It's like a fake secret. Boom 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 boom. With a loud noise, the army of stone statues fell to the ground. One by one, the stone statues seemed to have come to life, their stone skins were broken, and they were as graceful as real people. You don't seem to be surprised? The stone statue scholar's appearance was completely new, and his face was even ruddy like flesh. Let me just say, how could this reincarnation formation be just a god-level formation? It turns out that this is the real reincarnation formation. Qin Yang smiled slightly. How do you know? The stone statue scholar widened his eyes. Chapter 365 Promotion to the Fourth Heaven of God King. Ding. The formation level is higher than the host and cannot be copied. The system beeps. Before, Qin Yang glanced at the altar and copied the reincarnation formation of the gods. As long as there is a fresh body and undead soil, with this formation, he can change his soul and change his life and reincarnate through his body. However, this divine-level reincarnation formation was useless to Qin Yang. After all, how could the indestructible body be so easily borrowed? I know more than that. Qin Yang said slowly, can't you forget that the entire Lingyuan ancient tomb was moved to the ground by me? It's just a magic weapon. The magic weapon is only an auxiliary function. Except for the secret keys of the 8 gods circulating on this continent, even other super god-level magic weapons, I don't care about it at all. The stone statue scholar said disdainfully. Qin Yang shrugged, what a coincidence, the flag of the soil formation is exactly a super god-level magic weapon, no less than the secret key of the gods. Since it is an indestructible body, it really can't use the heart of the earth. It's a pity that the rules of the earth system have been abandoned like this. Now, he wants to have fun. Since you are an immortal body, let me see how powerful this immortal body is. The stone statue scholar waved his hand gently, and the chains of a practitioner who turned into a stone statue broke open. He seemed to be sane, with a painful struggle on his face. Naihe's actions were out of control, and he could only attack Qin Yang. Ding! The scan is successful, the panel is generated. Cultivator, Wang Sandu. Strength, Divine King Realm, First Layer. Exercise, Chongyan Thick Soil Ju. Rules, the lower-level rules of the soil system. Domain, Rock Labyrinth. It's interesting. Qin Yang got excited, and directly copied a regular star in the sea of stars in his body, and his power increased by 1 point when he eliminated the stars. After a dozen or 20 more, I will advance again. Looking around, there are countless stone statue practitioners in the entire array space. This is all the practitioners who have died in this ancient tomb of Lingyuan over the years. This is simply a highway for Qin Yang to improve his strength. The realm, the labyrinth of rocks. Wang Sandu crouched down, made a mark on his hands, and slapped the ground. A huge boulder rose from the entire array space, forming a huge labyrinth, surrounding Qin Yang. Wang Sandu clasped his hands together, and in the maze, 2 walls were directly squeezed. The lower-level rules of the earth element are just ordinary earth element rules. To be able to develop such magical powers, you are just not talented enough, but you work hard enough. It's a pity. Qin Yang shook his head and sighed. Wang Sandu was stunned, the voice came from behind him. Yan Juli, straight fist. Wang Sandu's arm turned into a rock and slammed over. This punch directly increased his strength more than 10-fold. Qin Yang stretched out his hand to block in front of him, and took the fist with ease. The other hand gripped the fingers of the sword and slid gently in the air. An Extinction Divine Sword was generated directly. Wang Sandu's fighting talent was indeed very high, and the other hand slapped the Extermination Divine Sword directly. Rock Shield. Solid as a rock, under the Sword of Annihilation, it is as crisp as tofu. This sword easily pierced the rock shield and directly pierced Wang Sandu's heart. Wang Sandu froze all over, and the expression in his pupils was full of relief. Thank you. When Wang Sandu was dying, the voice transmission said. Qin Yang's face was calm, he turned around gently, and quietly looked at the stone statue scholar. The stone statue scholar was a little surprised. Although it was the 3rd level of the God King realm versus the 1st level of the God of War, the victory was too easy, right? Your annihilation power is indeed powerful, so you can't see the true power of this indestructible body. The stone statue scholar was eagerly preparing his hands, and closed his eyes gently. The whole body turned into an ordinary stone statue again, and on the other side, a stone statue practitioner shattered the chains and rushed towards Qin Yang. Being able to travel back and forth with the mind in the stone statue under my control is really an immortal body. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said sarcastically, your immortal body is too rubbish, right? It's just infinite reincarnation. In fact, it's useless at all. I'm not ashamed. When I take your body, I don't have to do this anymore, take it. A pure physical attack, and it was thrown directly in midair with one leg. Qin Yang had already seen through the attacking route and kicked backwards, kicked the sky. He directly hit the opponent's foot. When the opponent's moves were not complete, he interrupted the increase of the opponent's offensive. Under Qin Yang's feet, the lines of the formation suddenly lit up, spreading around like ripples, and the entire ground was not damaged in the slightest. The stone statue scholar, however, felt a pain in his foot and flew back upside down. When it fell to the ground, it was a little unsteady to stand. What a powerful physique! The stone statue scholar was shocked. The body he used this time was the 3rd level body of the God King realm, but this physique had such a big disadvantage for Qin Yang. Okay, I want to see where your limits are. The stone statue scholar laughed. The stronger Qin Yang's physique, the better for him. Spiritual thoughts turned and came into the body of a practitioner of the 4th level of the God King realm. The expression in the cultivator's eyes changed, and he flashed away. Came to Qin Yang's side. It is also a physical attack, without using any power of rules. Qin Yang did not use the rule of annihilation, but also fought back with physical strength. However, Qin Yang used martial arts. The breeze is blowing the willows. Qin Yang grabbed the stone statue scholar's legs with a tug, and rushed a few steps under his feet. After the strength level, Qin Yang can no longer use the magical powers of various rules, but aside from the magical powers of the rules, ordinary martial arts can still be used, and they are extremely powerful. With the ordinary world domain, Qin Yang is enough to force the enemy to fight him hand to hand. Physical fitness is not Qin Yang's only advantage. However, now is not the time to use the domain. Qin Yang is waiting for the opportunity. A time that absolutely can't be wrong. Boom. With an explosion, the stone statue scholar's body was directly smashed to pieces. It's a pity, although this stone statue retains its strength, before death, its physique is too fragile. Qin Yang shook his head and chuckled. On the other side, a figure rushed over and said with joy and anger, "Then come again." This time, the body of a cultivator of the 5th level of the God King realm was changed. When the fists collided, Qin Yang staggered his fists and punched the stone statue scholar's chest. This was exactly what the stone statue scholar wanted, and he also punched Qin Yang in the chest. Pong pong. 2 muffled voices. Qin Yang's body trembled slightly, but the stone statue scholar's body was directly punched open in the chest. Okay, I'm so satisfied with the strength of your physique. Next, let's try your endurance. The stone statue scholar returned to the body. Qin Yang took a deep look at the stone statue scholar's body, and there was a faint divine light in his eyes. The stone statue scholar stretched out his hand and waved, and all the stone statue practitioners in all directions under the 5th heaven of the God King realm gave up their own advantages and started a hand-to-hand fight with Qin Yang. A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face, and there was a system ding 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 prompt in his ears, and finally, ding. The host Qin Yang has been promoted to the 4th level of the God King realm. It seems that a door is open to Qin Yang, and the power of rules has risen to a new level. It seems that there are many levels in this world, and the 4th heaven seems to be a qualitative change. Chapter 366. Spiritual mind is more tenacious, which matches the strength of the indestructible body. With the promotion of the realm, the immortal body was tempered again, and at the same time, the spiritual sense was also strengthened. Qin Yang sensed the real power. 9 levels of God Kings. The first 3 levels are primary God Kings, the middle 3 levels are intermediate level God Kings, and the last 3 levels are high-level God Kings. Qin Yang has a clear understanding in his heart, no wonder he feels that it is a qualitative change. At the same time as the physique was tempered, the power of the rules of annihilation spread out uncontrollably, and all the stone statue practitioners who were besieged were annihilated cleanly, and no slag was left. The stone statue scholar stopped attacking and watched Qin Yang advance so quietly. The joy in his eyes is even brighter. This indestructible body, the more you fight, the more courageous. Is the promotion speed so fast? The stone statue scholar attributed all this to the indestructible body. Seeing Qin Yang's age, and thinking about Qin Yang's strength, the stone statue scholar laughed out loud. Okay. Even if the heavenly God Emperor, Sky Emperor, and Demon God Emperor of this continent have such an indestructible body, they should be fearless. The stone statue scholar laughed loudly. Of course not afraid. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose. With the transformation of the power of the rules, the physical strength has also increased to a higher level. Only Qin Yang, who was in the 4th level of the God King realm, blew the head of the practitioner of the stone statue in the 5th stage of the God King realm with one punch. The stone statue cultivator also propped up his own rules to resist, but Qin Yang's fists also attached the rules of annihilation at the same time. Fight at the first level, ignore the defense. This is just a fist. If it is a sword of annihilation, killing it is like reaping. Come on, let me see how capable your army of undead statues is. It's not that I look down on you. If you only compete with your physical body, how much of your army of undead statues is, and how much I kill. Qin Yang said with a cheerful smile, rushed directly into the army of stone statues, and started to kill. This time, Qin Yang was constantly honing his combat skills, as if he had started from scratch, to consolidate his foundation. The realm is an ordinary world, which is destined for Qin Yangrua to fight in the realm, and he will definitely fight like he is now. This is not only an opportunity for Qin Yang to improve his realm, but also an opportunity for Qin Yang to consolidate his foundation. Good boy, he has some skills. The stone statues I control are too rubbish, look at me. The stone statue scholar's teeth are itching with hatred. This boy is obviously dying, but he is so arrogant. Not only arrogant, but also more and more joyous in battle, playing heartily. How can the stone statue scholar just look at it like this? Leaving the main body again, he attached himself to a stone statue closest to Qin Yang, and punched him. Qin Yang leaned to the side, reached out and grabbed another stone statue practitioner, used it as a weapon, and threw it at the stone statue scholar. Bastard! The stone statue scholar was a little furious, and smashed the body of the stone statue with one palm. Because he is the master of all the stone statues, that stone statue simply gave up its defense. Qin Yang entered the flock like a tiger, constantly shuttled. Defying the sky was considered a perfect play. The stone statue surrounded him, but so far, no stone statue's attack can touch half of Qin Yang's clothes. The spiritual thoughts of the stone statue scholar kept moving around Qin Yang, but for Qin Yang, it was not too easy to distinguish. As long as there is a stone statue's movement stagnant for a moment, and then the offensive becomes fierce, it must be a stone statue scholar. The stone statue scholar also has the power of the 9th level of the God King realm. The strength of the spiritual sense is enough to control everything, and it is enough to see all the movements of Qin Yang very clearly. Even in the eyes of stone statue scholars, Qin Yang's movements are very slow as ants. But it's remote, he just can't hit Qin Yang. Qin Yang seemed to have already anticipated his own attack before he even made his attack. The stone statue scholar also tried changing attacks, but was still blocked by Qin Yang. Ding! The host Qin Yang has been promoted to the 5th level of the God King realm. Upgraded again? How is this possible? The stone statue scholar stopped the attack, but still ordered the endless army of stone statues to continue the siege. This physique is too powerful. Although the stone statue scholar was angry, he was even more happy. He gradually lost his patience and returned to his body. The main body rushed towards Qin Yang directly. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and Tian had already expected the opponent's attack, but this time, Qin Yang did not dodge. Bump! With a muffled sound, Qin Yang's body flew out directly, rushing away an army of stone statues along the way. It's boring. The stone statue scholar sighed. Sure enough, he still couldn't bear the power of the 9th level of the God King realm. This kind of crushing really can't see anything. Suddenly, the stone statue scholar was stunned. Qin Yang in the distance was still so happy to kill. A person is like a sharp knife, rampaging in the army, and no one can stop it. He really didn't use the power of rules. The stone statue scholar narrowed his eyes, and he was a little afraid. Ding! The host Qin Yang has been promoted to the 6th level of the God King realm. Qin Yang had long expected such a speed, and was a little surprised. I have been calculating for so long, but now I have messed up my plan. If things go on like this, it won't be long before Qin Yang will be promoted to the 9 heavens of the Divine King realm. At that time, what else is there to do? Directly forced this stone statue scholar. Again, advanced again? Sure. Like a scholar who swallowed and spit, he suddenly panicked for some reason. I can't let this kid continue. I have to start reincarnation immediately. There are still many strong people in this secret realm. When I succeed in reincarnation, I will use this kid's body to experiment. The stone statue scholar has already made plans, and now he will do it. Yes, to subdue Qin Yang. Boy, your life is over. Your body belongs to me. The stone statue scholar flashed to Qin Yang's side and grabbed Qin Yang with a palm. Even if Qin Yang's strength is promoted again, the stone statue scholar believes that he has the tendency to crush, and a very casual palm is enough to suppress Qin Yang. Fortunately, if you don't do it again, so many of my brain cells will be burned in vain. Qin Yang chuckled and turned to look at the stone statue scholar. The pupils of the stone statue scholar shrank, and the previous feeling came again. This kid can even predict his own attack in advance. Extreme. The rule of obliteration fully opened an aperture, and all the stone statue practitioners around the body mobilized their own power to resist. All the stone statue practitioners under the 6th level of the God King realm are directly annihilated. The battlefield immediately emptied a gap of 100 zhang radius. What a powerful power of rules. The stone statue scholar took a deep breath, hurriedly gave up the attack, and used his power of rules to resist. Hey, give up the struggle, you are in front of me, like an ant. The stone statue scholar condensed the palm of the power of the earth system and grabbed it towards Qin Yang. This palm still exists in the absolute world, but the power is being consumed rapidly. Don't worry, let's play slowly. Qin Yang smiled slightly, his mind moved, and he shouted, "Domain, ordinary world." The absolute world suddenly changed, and some of the remaining stone statue practitioners on the 6th level of the God King realm suddenly sank. The hand of the earth element rules that had already flown to the front suddenly fell uncontrollably to the ground, and it fell into a crumb as if it had been dried in the sun. The stone statue scholar's eyes widened violently, and his power of rules was greatly suppressed. In such a realm, his power can only be used in the 7th level of the God King realm. Drop 2 levels directly. What's more, the scalp of the stone statue scholar is numb. He knows that Qin Yang's physique is strong, and his physique alone is not weaker than the cultivator of the 7th heaven of the God King realm. This means that in Qin Yang's field, he has no advantage at all. Qin Yang laughed, his body rushed out, and punched the stone statue scholar. Bump. The stone statue scholar also threw a punch, and Qin Yang, with the help of his momentum, directly forced the stone statue scholar back and forth. Different from the stone statue practitioner, the stone statue scholar's body has the heart of the earth, and his body is like a fleshy body. This punch did not cause much damage to his body. With the beating of Bang Bang's heart, the minor injury to the stone statue scholar's body healed instantly. Good boy, is this your plan? The stone statue scholar bit, feeling a little scared. Fortunately, I have no patience. If I let this kid grow up, I am afraid that I will really be planted. It seems that you can't cry without seeing the coffin. I'll make you give up completely. Domain, dead world. The stone statue scholar propped up his own domain and competed with Qin Yang's ordinary world. His strength is higher than Qin Yang's, directly compressing Qin Yang's domain by less than 10 feet. Boom. Boom. The beating of the heart sounded, and the cultivators of the stone statues who had been smashed before climbed up from the ground. The dissipated soul is summoned again, and the broken body is reunited. All life is withered, only the undead can live forever. The stone statue scholar looked at Qin Yang quietly and said with a smile, I want to see what else can you do? The earth trembles. The stone statue scholar clenched his fist hard and smashed it towards his side. Click. Click. The sour voice sounded, as if the entire space was about to shatter. But this tremor reached Qin Yang's side, but it was eliminated by the ordinary world of the domain, and it had no impact at all. Qin Yang was a little surprised. After his own realm was promoted to the 6th level of the God King realm with his own realm, even if the opponent's realm was strong, it would not completely disappear. This is a great good thing, but Qin Yang didn't take it into account. Huh? The stone statue scholar frowned. This kid is so troublesome? In my dead world, even if your domain is not broken now, it will be consumed sooner or later. It's not too late. Qin Yang interrupted, flipping his hands over, and there was a flag of the soil formation in each of his left and right hands. With a gentle wave, some soil rules will be surrendered. Even the body of the stone statue scholar is no exception. The stone statue scholar looked horrified, his body actually lost control. The earth's heart stopped beating. Before he could realize what was going on, Qin Yang's fist flashed in front of him. Boom, sounded. The body of the stone statue scholar was directly smashed, and a heart that was condensed by the rules of the pure earth system was quietly suspended in midair. Chapter 367 18 Hades. Damn. How dare you smash the body I painstakingly forged. With a roar, the stone statue scholars will came to the other stone statue practitioner, his face twisted and his eyes widened. Qin Yang held the earth's heart in his hand, he smiled, and said, your body is too fragile. Putting away the heart of the earth directly, Qin Yang waved the formation flag with both hands, obeying the rules of the earth, and all the stone statues collapsed with countless cracks. The stone statue scholar glared at Qin Yang fiercely, letting the scars of terror appear on his body, and the stone skin slowly fell off. You will regret it, I will make you suffer forever. I will occupy your body and enslave your soul. The stone statue scholar's body collapsed, but there was a ghostly body. The ghost disappeared in a flash, attached to the only 18 stone statues in the hall that were not affected by the formation flag. The endless army of stone statues, one by one, as if weathered, turned into dust and dissipated. Just by waving the flag, all the stone statue practitioners were wiped out. Don't be too happy, my 18 Hades are not stone statues. The stone statue scholar gritted his teeth. These 18 Hades are all entities formed by the condensed souls. From the outside, they are no different from practitioners, but they are immune to all physical attacks. Every move and every style is accompanied by the strongest spiritual attack. Look at me knocking you down with a punch. The stone statue scholar let out a low voice, and the attached stone statue rushed over. The muscles of the body exploded, and one punch seemed to shatter a mountain. Qin Yang looked at the stone statue quietly and turned his eyes to the side. There was a system light screen panel that only he could see. Enemy, Giant Pluto. Strength, Divine King Stage 6th layer. Skills, none. Rules, Julie rules. Field, none. Note, its body is special, and the spiritual sense is condensed. Immune to weak attacks, and moves come with spiritual sense attacks. The stronger the move, the stronger the divine sense attack. Unlike normal panels, this enemy also gives annotations. It's only the 6th level of the God King realm, and the immune distance is weak, and the rules of giant force are mastered. Qin Yang clicked his tongue, but it was really strange. It's only the 6th level of the God King realm, and I dare to speak out. Qin Yang clenched his fists and punched him. Buzz. A humming sound of the avenue sounded, and the shockwave invisible to the naked eye squeezed the space. Originally, there was dust from the weathering of the stone statue everywhere, and it was immediately blown away. Qin Yang's body was shaken violently. The rules of this giant force were really strange, and his body was uncontrollably moved by the shock. It moved back 10 feet before stopping. On the other hand, the giant Hades, from the right fist to the shoulder, was directly smashed by Qin Yang with one punch. Qin Yang shook his head. The divine sense attack attached to the giant force rule made him in a trance, and at this time, the stone statue scholar attached to another stone statue and rushed over. Don't blame me for not reminding you, you will regret it. Qin Yang's mouth was slightly the same, and his eyes flashed. These 18 Hades, when the stone statue scholar is not possessed, are like dead objects and cannot replicate their power. But after the stone statue scholar was possessed, it was different. The 18 Hades seemed to be alive. The star sea in the body has just condensed a giant star, and now it has condensed a speed star. Enemy, Speed Pluto. Strength, Divine King Realm 6th layer. Skills, none. Rules, Speed rules. Field, none. The annotation is the same as the previous giant Pluto. Show your speed in front of me? Qin Yang shook his head gently, putting aside the sky-defying calculations. Simply comparing his speed with himself would be courting death. He bent down suddenly, dodging the kick of the extremely fast Hades. Qin Yang kicked his legs straight back, and with a kick of his feet, he stomped on the chin of the extremely fast Hades with precision. Boom! The head of the extremely fast Pluto was directly smashed, and the stone statue scholar was also transferred to another Pluto. Impossible. How can your body be immune to divine sense attacks? Also, why is your attack effective against me? The stone statue scholar roared loudly. These 18 Hades are his last resort, and each Hades has a unique power of rules. Although there is no realm, in the same rank, there is no realm at all for the 18 Hades. Is it because your body is broken, and your IQ has also decreased? Qin Yang said with a smile, elimination of the rules, everything can be destroyed, and the body condensed by the mere spiritual sense also wants to resist my annihilation power? After a pause, Qin Yang continued, as for why I am immune to divine sense attacks? Sorry, it's not that I am immune to divine sense attacks, but your divine sense is not stronger than mine. You are only a human race, how can you compare your spiritual sense with me? The 18 Hades, the stone statue scholar, yelled. Qin Yang shrugged and said, do you think that if you control the power of extinction and possess an inextinguishable body, my spiritual sense will still be the same as that of an ordinary monk? You are too naive. I don't believe it, you must be pretending. The human race is really cunning and insidious, let's see if I break your lies. The stone statue scholar rushed again. Furious Hades. Shadow Pluto. A statue of Hades was blown up by Qin Yang one by one. At the same time, Qin Yang kept copying the rules and stars, and finally. I have a feeling that a breakthrough is about to be made in my heart. Phantom Pluto. The stone statue scholar let out a low voice. Hundreds of Plutos appeared directly in the field, and they all rushed towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang strolled leisurely, looking at all the phantoms. A phantom punched over, Qin Yang didn't dodge, the phantom penetrated directly from Qin Yang's body. Can you tell which one is a phantom? The stone statue scholar was a little frightened, and then he gritted his teeth and said with a sneer, it's true and false and true, I want to see how you can overcome my trick. Another phantom rushed over, Qin Yang raised his brows, and the corners of his mouth evoked a playful arc. In the short future seen by the sky-defying calculations, this phantom Hades was also false, but it suddenly transformed into a real body. If you don't attack again, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Qin Yang smiled softly. Boom. The moment he was transformed into his body, the phantom Hades was kicked out by Qin Yang. If there is no transformation of the body, the phantom's attack on Qin Yang is invalid, and Qin Yang's attack is also invalid. I don't understand, what ability do you have? The stone statue scholar possessed another Hades and looked at Qin Yang gloomily. There's still more that you don't understand. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and the sea of stars in his body condensed a regular star. This regular star appears and disappears from time to time, and sometimes there are many phantoms of stars. Destroyed the stars with a slight shock, annihilating the phantom stars. Ding! The host Qin Yang has been promoted to the 7th heaven of the God King realm. I've been promoted to a senior God King. Qin Yang was overjoyed, and then his face changed dramatically. The annihilation star suddenly shrank. It was no longer the same as the stronger the strength, but this time it became smaller and smaller. The sudden abnormality caused Qin Yang's physique to bear enormous pressure, as if being ground by a meat grinder. The movement is normal, and it seems to be flattened by Mount Tai. Haha, I told you how talented you are, but I still tried it to the limit. Don't worry, I'll set up a formation and imprison your soul forever. The stone statue scholar looked overjoyed, and at the same time, he was finally relieved. Chapter 368 Combination of Anti-Sky Formation. The annihilating stars are constantly shrinking, and soon they are like a tiny speck of dust. Qin Yang gritted his teeth, the blue veins protruded between his neck, and his whole body was tempered by the rules of obliteration, but this time he was tempered together with his spiritual sense. Although his consciousness is still awake, he can only watch the stone statue scholar arrange the formation. Ding! Copy array, the great array of the dead world. Qin Yang is really powerless to complain. This juncture is over, this special system is still running normally. The body of the stone statue scholar was shattered by Qin Yang, and the domain dead realm could not be released. However, it was arranged with the formation method, and the great formation of the dead world can summon the undead, and it can also enslave the undead. Ah! Qin Yang cried out in pain, his spiritual sense seemed to be rolled over by 10,000 hedgehogs, constantly tempered, as if being scorched by fire. The body is even more uncomfortable, like pig iron being forged and beaten. In the sea of stars in the body, the extinct stars are still shrinking, and it is so strange that it may disappear at any time, but you can still clearly feel that it is still shrinking. The divine sense seemed to be beaten into the body, and it seemed to merge with the immortal body. A pair of eyes, pitch black as ink, seems to be the void of the universe that has been wiped out. Suddenly, the stars in the body, the rules and stars suddenly burst open, and under the vibration of the sea of stars, it almost burst Qin Yang's inextinguishable body. The sea of stars in the body disappeared, and in its place was a black hole nebula. The power of rules has been transformed, and the power of rules after transformation has tempered Qin Yang's spiritual sense and physique, making it faster and more ruthless. Qin Yang couldn't hold back a cry of pain, and his mind went blank. The pain was so severe that it was difficult to describe in words. In the perception, it was numb. Haha, your body is mine now. Wait until I pull out your soul. I will be my servant forever. The stone statue scholar laughed and dragged Qin Yang into the arranged death circle. Huh? The stone statue scholar grabbed Qin Yang's arm, but Qin Yang's body remained motionless. The stone statue scholar groaned in his heart and tried his best, but he still couldn't shake Qin Yang's body in the slightest. I said, you will regret it. Qin Yang's eyes rolled over and looked at the stone statue scholar, quietly. The stone statue scholar stepped back half a step in fright, and took a deep breath. Good boy, you recovered very quickly. Since I can beat you down once, I can beat you down twice. Qin Yang said with a smile, I was promoted just now, not by you. Besides, which eye did you see me lying down? Qin, promoted? The stone statue scholar sucked in a breath of cold air, and spent the whole day with the dead. Did he see a ghost again? Originally, Qin Yang was invincible when he was in the 6th heaven of the God King realm, and even the 18 Hades couldn't hold a single move in his hands, but now. Hee hee, are you trying to deceive me again? Do you think I would believe it? You want me to regret it? Do you try? Sure. Xiangshu stared at Qin Yang. He didn't believe that Qin Yang had any stronger means. And before, Qin Yang was indeed unable to move. Could it be that he really advanced? I'd like to thank you for my promotion. Qin Yang pressed his fingers on his chest. Domain, ordinary world. The transparent aperture spreads out directly, shrouding the Pluto possessed by the stone statue scholar, and at the same time, other Plutos are also shrouded. In just an instant, the bodies of Hades who had fought with Qin Yang before dissipated, and some of the complete bodies of Hades were also slowly dissipating. The stone statue scholar felt an aura of despair. This is not the power of annihilation. What kind of power are you? The stone statue scholar was completely messed up. Didn't I call it out? This is my domain. Qin Yang said with a smile. By the way, you probably don't know much about the ordinary world. My ordinary world can't contain ghosts. The stone statue scholar's eyes are splitting, and his body is gradually disintegrating, as if the water is about to be evaporated, as if the flames are burning to the end. I hate it. I hate it. The stone statue scholar roared unwillingly. If I didn't give you a chance at the beginning, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Qin Yang didn't want to hit him, but the facts still need to be explained. Even if you attack me with all your strength at the beginning, I can still escape. After I improve my strength, I will come to you again, and the outcome is the same. At least, have you experienced some beautiful fantasies now? If my body is still there, the heart of the earth is still in my hands. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, You are also a strong man. Why don't you say that if this secret realm is not downgraded? The stone statue scholar has mixed feelings in his heart, and his body has gradually dissipated, but his eyes are like two ghost fires, staring at Qin Yang, and his voice becomes extremely weak. Even if I die, I will not let you go. The reincarnation of heaven, I am waiting for you. Qin Yang scratched his ears and said with a smile, Sorry, there is no reincarnation in my field. Crack. Qin Yang snapped his fingers gently, and the world suddenly became completely quiet. Everything is over. 7th level of the God King realm. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. The air in his hand was instantly squeezed out, annihilating nothingness. Time to find the blood skeletons. Lifting his legs to leave, Qin Yang scratched his head as he looked at the mysterious formation lines on the ground. Based on his own understanding of the formation, he quickly found the core of this reincarnation formation. There are a lot of undead soil here, plus this reincarnation formation. Although it is evil, it is too heaven-defying. It is a good thing. It cannot just disappear like this. Qin Yang thought to himself. At the core of the formation, a formation disk is the convergence of all formation lines. Qin Yang started to break it directly, and with his current physique, it was naturally easy to break it off. Into the Quanhuan ring, Qin Yang suddenly laughed. Counting the death formation that was copied when you just advanced, and being able to summon the souls of the dead, don't you have the ability to bring people back from the dead? Qin Yang rubbed his chin and thought to himself, this undead soil plus the reincarnation formation and the great formation of the dead world can bring the dead back to life, but the resurrected people are bodies made of earth. I will also use the shadow-stealing life-shifting array. The sky-stealing life-shifting array of Tianjia has the functions of moving souls, changing lives, and seizing homes. First, revive people, and then. Qin Yang was taken aback by himself. Is this still good? Doesn't it dominate the cycle of life and death? TSK, 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 it's too strong, too strong. Qin Yang sighed, his hands were itchy, thinking that he had to give it a try. However, although the great array of the dead world can summon the souls of the dead, it must have a medium. This medium can be the body of the deceased, or it can be an item of the deceased. In fact, there are still some conditions, and it is not that whoever wants to be resurrected can be resurrected. In this way, God King Chu can be resurrected, and his body is still in the palace of the King of Chu that I sunk into the ground. Qin Yang shook his head. This matter was temporarily suppressed, and it was better to solve the Blood Skull branch first, and then inquire about the Blood Skull headquarters. Chapter 369. Yo, wait for me? Qin Yang left the underground formation space and came to the passage of Lingyuan ancient tomb. At this time, the ancient tomb of Lingyuan is no longer in any danger. All the stone statues, including the largest boss in this Lingyuan ancient tomb, were wiped clean by Qin Yang, and the treasures everywhere only need to be transported to the Qiankuan ring. At the entrance of the passage, the Flame Demon Queen was still waiting quietly, and she was startled by the sound she heard suddenly. That, you. The Flame Demon Queen looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Why didn't we see each other for a while? Qin Yang's feeling was a little different. Don't worry, it's all right. The Earth's heart is in hand. Qin Yang took out the Earth's heart from the Qiankuan ring. Without the control of the Earth Array flag, the Earth's heart began to beat, bang bang. The heart of the Flame Demon Queen was also beating with the beat, and it turned out to be uncontrollably affected. If the Earth-based rule cultivator obtains this Earth's heart, I am afraid that he will immediately become a genius like a monster. The Flame Demon Queen took a deep look at the Earth-colored Earth's heart. Qin Yang nodded and said, yes, that's why the stone statue scholar is unwilling to give up the body created by the heart of the Earth. And after I took the heart directly, he couldn't even use his own domain. Why? The Flame Demon Queen was puzzled. Qin Yang shrugged and said, because the other stone statue practitioners he possessed have their own rules of cultivation. And the 18 Hades, the premise of retaining the power of their own rules is that he cannot use the dead world. Qin Yang stopped his words and looked at the Queen of Flame Demon in confusion. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, don't talk about this, what about them? How is the harvest? They are all looking for treasures, but this Lingyuan ancient tomb seems to be like a labyrinth, and I don't know where they went around. The Flame Demon Queen said. Staring at Qin Yang's back, curiously, flames suddenly burst out from Queen Flame's palm and slapped Qin Yang. The clothes on his upper body were directly burned to fly ashes, and even the armor of the sky was shattered, revealing Qin Yang's explosive chest. With such a flame, even Qin Yang's sexy chest hair can't be burned. The Flame Demon Queen was shocked and stared at Qin Yang incredulously. You really are different. If you hadn't just taken out the Earth Heart, I would have thought that you would have merged the Earth Heart into your body. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. So you will use your power of rules to attack me with the power you have restored to the 7th level of the God King realm? The Flame Demon Queen's face was solemn. This is not the point is how did you jump levels continuously? The Flame Queen looked at Qin Yang with vigilance. Qin Yang was speechless for a while and said, don't you think I was taken away? After thinking about it, Qin Yang asked, does this stone statue scholar know your body? The Flame Demon Queen shook her head. No one in the mysterious realm of 10,000 layers knows my body, not even the water spirit swordsman. Well, your body is a unicorn. Qin Yang said directly, dispelling the doubts of the Flame Demon Queen. The Flame Demon Queen quickly covered Qin Yang's mouth. What are you doing? It's not a shameful thing. Besides, your body unicorn is tens of thousands of times better than that lava monster. Qin Yang took the hand of the Flame Demon Queen and pulled it aside. You. Zhao Xingchen was stunned, unable to straighten his tongue. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer also had complex expressions on their faces, looking at Qin Yang and the Flame Demon Queen strangely. They have already scoured this Lingyuan ancient tomb, not only some heaven and earth spirit materials, spirit medicines, but also the relics of many practitioners who died here. There are hundreds of thousands of Qiankuan rings alone. This is still not carefully searched for the harvest. They thought of Qin Yang's safety. After all, the stone statue scholar was too powerful, so they came over quickly, but they didn't expect to see such an appearance. The atmosphere was a little charming, and I saw Queen Flame Demon stroking Qin Yang Chigua's chest with one hand, while Qin Yang firmly held the other hand. The attire of the Flame Demon Queen was almost naked, but at this time it was like Qin Yang, whose shirt was burned. It will inevitably make people think in that direction. Is this okay? Wang Xiaoer whispered. Zhang Xiaoxiao blushed and said, why not? Humans and transformed monsters can also. What's so strange about this? The Flame Demon Queen reacted and hurriedly pulled her hands back. The human race was trouble. Qin Yang touched his nose and coughed awkwardly. These guys have really rich imaginations. Are people from the Li family and outsiders coming? Qin Yang asked. Zhao Xingchen gave Qin Yang a thumbs up and said, I didn't come. Several people asked about the stone statue scholar, but Qin Yang was fooled by the flag of the Earth Array. As for the continuous advancement of strength, Qin Yang didn't say anything, for fear of irritating the three of them. Next, it's time to clean up the harvest. Various spirit medicines and spirit materials were released, and a hill was directly piled up. Among them, the lowest elixir is also the 5th rank, and the lowest elixir is also the heaven rank. However, the properties of these spirit medicines and spirit materials are all overcast and cold. But precisely because of this, its value is higher. There are many Quanhuan rings here. I haven't had time to recognize the master and investigate. Zhao Xingchen has a headache. This has to be divided up, then the year of the monkey horse month. Aside from all the things in the Quanhuan ring, just these rings and the mountain-like spiritual medicine and spiritual materials are astronomical wealth. It's really developed this time. These wealth are enough to build a duchy. Even if it's a second-rate sect, it's not impossible. Zhao Xingchen rubbed his hands excitedly. The greater expectation is the wealth in the Quanhuan ring. It's better. Qin Yang thought about it and said, we don't need to check the contents of the Quanhuan ring, how about we directly divide the Quanhuan ring? Several people looked at each other, their eyes lit up. Good way. It all depends on personal luck, maybe there will be unexpected gains. Zhao Xingchen directly agreed. Wang Xiaoer and Zhang Xiaoxiao also nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaoxiao opened his mouth and said, all of this is due to Qin Yang. In this way, all the treasures are divided into 10 parts, 4 of us will have 1, and Qin Yang will fight for 6, how about it? After speaking, he looked at Qin Yang carefully, for fear that Qin Yang would not agree. Of course Qin Yang wouldn't mind, but after looking at the Flame Demon Queen, he said, I want to take 7. She doesn't count. Why? The Flame Demon Queen was still looking forward to the fire-type elixir and spiritual materials in the Quanhuan ring. Qin Yang's words shattered her illusion. You didn't contribute, why should you share? At least the 3 of them still have to work hard, search hard. Qin Yang said. The Flame Demon Queen directly put on her hips and said angrily, I didn't have the physical strength, I did the mental effort. You alone fought against the stone statue scholar, I am here to be afraid of accidents. Also, I have been guarding the Li family and outsiders, although there is no chance to take action, you can't ignore my credit. This is called insurance, do you understand? Qin Yang pouted, he didn't take the Flame Demon Queen as insurance. Zhang Xiaoxiao, Wang Xiaoer, and Zhao Xingchen also pleaded for the Queen of Flame Demon, which made Qin Yang let go. After all, the existence of the Flame Demon Queen gave at least the 3 of them a bottom line. Okay, let's start dividing. Qin Yang said. Several people sat around and began to share the spoils on the ground. The sound of crashing sounded, and the burdens behind Zhao Xingchen's 3 people were untied, and a pile of Quanhuan rings exuded various brilliance. Soon, waist-high Quanhuan rings were piled up in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang recognized the masters one by one, looked at the harvest and sighed, and suddenly couldn't stop laughing. In addition to some spiritual stones, there are all kinds of spiritual materials and medicines, almost including all the treasures of heaven and earth that may appear in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain. Qin Yang gathered all his wealth into a 6th-order Qianquan ring and put it on his hand. Zhao Xingchen saw that his eyes were straight. Looking at the pile of space rings in front of Qin Yang, Zhao Xingchen smiled and said, "You have made a big harvest, and these Qianquan rings can't be put into the Qianquan rings, then." Before the words were finished, Shen Longjiu had already swallowed all the Qianquan rings, with Qin Yang's permission. These Qianquan rings are not low in rank, and they are space attributes. For Divine Dragon Jade, which can cross space, it can be regarded as an excellent supplement. Under the devouring of all, Shen Longjiu's distance from restoring to the peak super god level magic weapon is not much worse. "What did you say?" Qin Yang asked. Zhao Xingchen was dumbfounded, staring at the empty ground in front of Qin Yang, and said, "No. Nothing." Chapter 370 The Sea. Ah. Oh sea. You are all water. In the easternmost part of Wanzhong Mountain, an endless sea appeared in front of several people. Qin Yang stood on the highest rock and looked into the distance. "How wide is this sea?" Qin Yang asked. After making a fortune, Qin Yang also became interested in the treasures in the sea. All the Qianquan rings that were harvested before were all spiritual materials and medicines that were found on the land of Wanzhong Mountain, but there was none in the sea, which was really incredible. After all, the sea area here is too wide. To say that there are no treasures, I am afraid that no one will believe it. No one knows the boundaries of the Sea of Waves this day. The Sea of Waves is actually a restricted area. Zhang Xiaoxiao said. Why? Because this place is the most dangerous? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others looked at each other, feeling a little weird in their hearts. Qin Yang can walk sideways even in the boundary of Lingyuan ancient tomb. In this 10,000 layers of mountains, there is nothing that can be called dangerous for Qin Yang. No, because this used to be the place where the master of the secret realm lived. Speaking of danger, there are indeed. Zhang Xiaoxiao said. Qin Yang's eyes lit up and said, "That's incredible. Maybe there are 7th-order spiritual medicines and 7th-order spiritual materials, all of which are at the super god level." Qin Yang rubbed his hands and said, "Are you going?" "I'm not going. No one who stepped into this sea of waves without permission has come back, are you sure?" Zhang Xiaoxiao warned, "If you really enter this sea of waves and can't come back, don't blame me for not reminding you." "That means, someone has been allowed to enter Tianlangai, and then came out again?" Qin Yang asked. Wang Xiaoer nodded and said, "Yes, this person is the ancestor of the Li family. He just came back from Tianlangai, got the flag of the water array, and arranged the water dragon to lock the sky." "Oh?" Qin Yang looked at the sea with great interest, took out the flag of the earth formation and sensed it. There were no other formation flags in the Sea of Waves this day. The only array flag is still in the Li family. Zhao Xingchen added, "Actually, I have also heard of the Sea of Waves this day. There are monsters in the sea, and they are all terrifying monsters in the sea. Many of them even come from the Sea of Stars." "The Sea of Stars on the mainland?" Qin Yang was a little surprised. In the Xingchen Sea, even the God Emperor realm powerhouses are barely able to traverse and penetrate deep into it, fearing that it will be difficult to protect themselves. In such a mysterious and dangerous ocean, the mainland powerhouses directly created the Xingchen Tianlu to connect Zhongzhou and Beiyuan. The purpose is to avoid the Xingchen Sea. "Let's find the diamond quickly and go back." Wang Xiaoer was concerned about his father's injury and asked Qin Yang for advice. "Okay." Qin Yang glanced at the depths of the sea and stepped on it hard. A crack appeared directly on the tallest and largest rock under his feet, and a white divine light shone through. "Huh?" Qin Yang let out a light snort, but his foot didn't break the rock. Qin Yang, who has already reached the 7th level of the God King realm, has a physique comparable to the 8th level heaven of the God King realm. This Tanya stone is so sturdy. Hey! The Flame Demon Queen and the others were taken aback. The Tanya stone was probably the most solid rock in the entire Myriad Layers Mountain secret realm, but Qin Yang broke it with 1 foot. Where did Xiao Xiao come from? How dare you destroy Tanya stone? A thunderous shout came from the sea, and the sea was directly separated from the middle, and a sea fish as large as a magic warship dragged its long tail and broke through the waves. Above his head stood a blonde young man. Looking closely, there are scales shining with divine light all over its neck and palms. Crap! This is a guardian. Zhang Xiaoxia's expression changed, and he said, I heard from my father that there are guardians in this sea of waves, but no one has ever seen it before. I didn't expect this legend to be true. Guardian? Qin Yang disapproved, stared at the blonde young man, and asked, what does it have to do with me destroying this Tanya stone? You are a monster in the sea, and it's still on land, so your control is too broad, right? The blonde-haired young man narrowed his eyes, looked at Qin Yang's group with his golden vertical pupils, and scolded coldly, this Tanya stone carries the love bond between the Lord and the mistress. If you destroy this Tanya stone, it is equivalent to ruining my mistress. Life, how can I tolerate you? The blonde young man was covered in divine light, and the waves were surging. If it slaps over, I am afraid that 100 miles will be submerged in an instant. Qin Yang had no fear, snorted softly, and said, it's just a stone, what does it have to do with your mistress's life? Besides, this secret realm is about to be destroyed, but I came to look for diamonds according to the guidance of the star compass and come to rescue. From this secret realm, are you sure you want to stop me? Fart. The blonde young man was furious, the star compass will never let you come and take away the diamonds here. If you want to find diamonds, you can find them elsewhere. After a pause, the murderous intent in the eyes of the blonde-haired youth increased sharply, as for the destruction of the secret realm. If you dare to say such a thing again, believe it or not, I will kill you. The monstrous waves in the distance are getting closer and closer, an apocalyptic scene, no one doubts whether the blonde young man will make a move. The huge sea fish monster under its seat, the scarlet pupils, are also full of murderous intent. Why don't we look elsewhere? Zhang Xiaoxiao whispered, the legendary guardians have all appeared. Let's not move this Tanya stone, right? Why would? Look elsewhere, I want this piece. Qin Yang said, Wang Shaoer's father pointed out that he wanted this piece of diamond, there must be a purpose. Not only that, the earth's heart in Qin Yang Chankuan's ring was also beating a little faster. There must be diamonds in other places, but only the diamonds in this Tanya stone are the most special. It's just fused into a hexagonal stone, and the diamond is the same wherever it is used. The Queen of Flame Demon also persuaded. The blonde young man put a lot of pressure on her, and the fire and water were incompatible. The power of this blonde young man was several times more dangerous than that of the water spirit swordsman. What's more, this blonde young man came in a sea monster, and it is impossible to guarantee that he could not order other monsters in the sea. Qin Yang's attitude was firm, and he stared at the blonde young man with a firm gaze. The blonde young man laughed angrily, his jagged teeth rubbed a oozing voice, good boy, do you know why I am a legend? Because all the ignorant and greedy human races died when they saw me. Now I have no time to grind them. Damn you, I advise you to leave quickly. If you dare to approach within 100 miles of this sea area, I will. Crack. Kick. On the Tanya stone, a few more cracks suddenly appeared, Qin Yang exerted force under his feet, and the whole Tanya stone was on the verge of breaking. Qin Yang used his actions to tell the blonde young man, stomped his feet suddenly, and the whole Tanya stone burst into pieces. In the Tianya stone, a dazzling diamond floated in the air, and the sky and the earth were also a little brighter. You bastard! Bastard! The blonde youth trembled in anger, with a hideous expression on his face. Reaching out to the sea stirred a huge vortex, and a trident rushed out of the water, exuding pure and majestic water power. Arrogant human, I want you to die. The blonde young man swung his halberd, and a water blade swept in. Qin Yang directly put the diamond into the Xuanhuan ring, pointed it like a sword, and made a light stroke from bottom to top. Destroy the half-moon slash. As if a black crescent moon was drawn directly, the moon entered the divine hook and directly cut off the water blade. The water blade was divided into two halves, and the castration continued. The mountain peak was cut off, and the mountain forest was cut off. Want to kill me? You will pay the price. Qin Yang chuckled. Suddenly raised his eyebrows. In the Xuanhuan ring, the heart of the earth merged with the diamond and became a colorful and crystal heart. I don't know how to be grateful, I don't know how to revere. I've said long ago that human greed can't be stopped. Today, I'm going to bloodbath the secret realm of 10,000 layers of mountains and kill all of you disgusting human races. The thunderous roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, and everyone's color changed when they heard it. Qin Yang. You seem to have made a big disaster. Zhang Xiaoxiao tensed. Chapter 371. What's the big trouble? Qin Yang stared at the blonde young man and said with a smile, the old man and the refiner said that the body of a monster can create a superior magic weapon, and if it is integrated into the soul of the monster, the magic weapon can exert the power of the monster. It's just that the method of forging and refining is expressly prohibited. Qin Yang said slowly, I heard that in 7 or 8 years, this ban may change. I don't know the specific situation, but now I can prepare first. The Flame Demon Queen looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Old craftsman? What kind of old craftsman could know such a crafting method? For your human race, this craftsmanship has long been lost. The Flame Demon Queen guessed, could it be some kind of evil cultivator? Qin Yang rolled his eyes. If Divine Emperor Duobao was an evil cultivator, what would the Sky Academy be? Want to use me to refine a magic weapon? Ha ha ha, it seems that you really don't know how to live or die. The blonde young man's golden vertical pupils glowed with divine light, and he raised his finger to the sky. The monstrous waves that were already in front of them from behind spread directly into the sky. The whole sky suddenly turned into an ocean. Everyone seems to be in an upside-down world. In the ocean above, there are terrifying and huge shadows, and there are countless powerful sea monsters. It's really amazing. Qin Yang said. Let's go quickly, we are the enemy of all the monsters in the entire Tianlangai. Zhao Xingchen's calf trembled a little, he had never seen such a powerful field before. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, if you can't leave, this sea and sky domain is enough to cover the entire Wanzhong mountain. You'd better find a way to leave this secret realm. Ah? Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others stood with hair all over their bodies. You seem to know this, so why are you angering him? The Flame Demon Queen felt uncomfortable, and the sky was flooded with the sea, which was too unfavorable to her. Qin Yang shrugged and said, why don't you say that he angered me? Qin Yang looked at the blonde young man quietly, and his panel appeared in front of his face. Enemy, Guardians of the Skywave Sea. Strength, Divine King Realm, Juzongshan. Exercise, Hanhai Ju. Rules, Heart of the Ocean. Domain, Haitian. A regular star is directly condensed in the black hole nebula after Qin Yang's transformation. The nebula slowly rotates, and the speed seems to be a little faster. After the system is advanced, everything can be copied actively. As long as the power of the rules is copied and the stars of the rules are condensed in the body, they can improve their own strength. Qin Yang looked up at Haitian. There are endless sea monsters here. It's time to break through to the 9 heavens of the God King realm. Good boy, your knowledge is so extraordinary that you can actually tell me about my domain. The blonde young man's face was calm, but there was endless anger under the calm. The mere human race, all the races in the entire secret territory of Wanzhong Mountain, will be buried with you because of your stupidity, the blonde young man said. The Haitian domain suddenly sank, as if it were about to collapse. One after another water column broke through the sea and crashed to the ground. The huge impact force can directly smash through the mountain and go straight to the ground. A mad tiger shark rushed over, and the huge sharp teeth exuded a cold light, and the length of each sharp tooth was taller than a room. Take this bite, I am afraid that it will directly tear everyone to pieces. The divine light in Qin Yang's eyes was unpredictable, and another regular star was copied. Although it was much worse than that of Julie Pluto, it could be improved a little. Qin Yang chuckled, I don't know whether to live or die. Qin Yang slammed out with one punch, annihilating the ground-shaking fist to form a huge black shadow, and smashing the mad tiger shark into pieces with one punch. All the power of its rules was instantly annihilated, and the blood rained down. This physique is not bad. As a sea monster at the 7th level of the God King realm, it is not bad. Qin Yang nodded and commented. Reaching out and flicking lightly, the rule of annihilation reappears, directly annihilating the rain of blood in the sky. Also at the 7th level of the Divine King realm, this mad tiger shark is under Qin Yang's hands, and it will die in one move. Qin Yang stared at the blonde young man quietly, and grinned, the mere kraken, all the krakens in the entire Tianling Sea will be buried with you because of your stupidity. Haitian domain? Ha ha ha, you are just providing them with a way to court death. The words of the blonde youth were returned by Qin Yang as they were, and a sentence was added. The blonde young man clenched the sea god trident in his hand angrily. Do you think I'm joking? The blonde young man said in a deep voice, don't worry, the one you just killed was just a mad tiger shark with the lowest bloodline. If this makes you complacent, your confidence is too easy. It's bursting. Bloodline? Qin Yang spread his hands and said, come on, let me see how powerful the sea monster's bloodline is. The Flame Demon Queen and others were in a mess. This Qin Yang is really bold, what's the situation, and how calm? Qinglin, stop. A weak voice came from the depths of the sea, with a dignity that could not be defied. The blonde young man was shocked when he heard this, and hurriedly turned around and knelt down on one knee, and said, this human race has destroyed Tianya Stone. I know, my mother. There was some sadness in her voice, and after a pause, she said again, have you forgotten my mother's admonition? But Qinglin clenched his fists, and his eyes wanted to breathe fire. Let him go. The voice gradually faded away. Qinglin took a deep breath, almost clenched his teeth, turned his head suddenly, and stared at Qin Yang. There was anger in his eyes, but more sadness. Qin Yang felt a sudden shock, did he really do something wrong? Qinglin didn't say a word, waved his hand gently, the sea and sky domain dispersed, all the monsters in the sea returned to the sea of waves, and the sky and the earth were clear. Who was that who spoke just now? Qin Yang turned his head and asked. Zhao Xingchen looked at Wang Xiaoer looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao, and Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at the Flame Demon Queen again. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, such a powerful monster has to obey its orders, and you don't know anything? Are you still the natives of this 10,000 mountains? Zhao Xingchen hurriedly raised his hand and said, I'm not, I'm an outsider. Immediately, he retracted his hand by the eyes of several other people. Don't talk about the person who just spoke, even this guardian named Qinglin, we have only heard the legend. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked helpless. The Flame Demon Queen said, the land and the sea are clearly separated from each other, and there is very little communication. They are in the same world and divided into two worlds. It is natural to not know. Since we have found the diamond, the three major earth-type spiritual materials have all been found, let's go quickly. Zhang Xiaoxiao was a little scared. Qin Yang frowned and stared at the sea in a daze. Don't you want to kill yourself, kid? The flame demon queen looked at Qin Yang and said, it was on the ground just now, and that guy named Qing Lin has such skills, you are going to someone else's territory, that's not it. Do sheep enter the tiger's mouth? I don't like to hear this word, I like to hear tigers enter the flock. Qin Yang said. Everyone was speechless. Is now the time to tangle with these words? Qin Yang reached out his hand, took out the jinsha, and said, little heir, take this back. Wang Xiaoer happily took it over and held it carefully in his hands. This golden sand still retains the appearance of the handle of the throne, and the Queen of Fire Demon felt a pain in her heart. What about the diamond and the heart of the earth? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked eagerly. If these spiritual materials are extremely high, Wang Xiaoer's father Wang Qianqiu will recover from his injuries, and the Li family will no longer be able to dominate this secret realm. The Zhang and Wang families can once again compete with the Li family. This? Qin Yang scratched his head and said, there is a little problem, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Anyway, it needs to be integrated. Qin Yang took out the heart of the earth and the crystal-clear heart that had just been fused with the diamond. Everyone was stunned for a while, feeling the pure and powerful power emanating from it, and they were shocked for a while. Even if they are obtained by ordinary cultivators, these treasures are enough to make ordinary cultivators leap into the ranks of Tianjiao. Take it. Qin Yang threw it casually, as if what he threw was just an ordinary stone. Everyone was stunned. Qin Yang really didn't care about such heaven and earth spirit treasures. Great grace and great virtue. Stop. Qin Yang waved his hand. To be honest, he didn't want to give these three kinds of spiritual materials to that Wang Qianqiu. This guy obviously has a problem. It's just that Qin Yang doesn't have time to take care of this now. You're going to Tianlang Gai? The flame demon queen asked. Several others were also worried. Qin Yang shrugged and said, I have never been ashamed of what I have done. In fact, I don't have to destroy this Tianya stone. I didn't expect you to be quite noble? A strange look appeared in the eyes of the flame demon queen. Qin Yang chuckled and said, noble is worth mentioning, at least I have to prove that it wasn't that the guardian named Qing Lin let me go, but I really didn't take him seriously. The flame demon queen and the others suddenly had black lines all over their heads. This Qin Yang is really speechless. Chapter 372 Dragon Girl Aokir. In the sea of sky waves, Qin Yang drove the divine dragon Jade to fly in and out. Before the huge shadows showed their true bodies, a white light flashed, and Qin Yang and Shenlongjiu disappeared. No matter how powerful the Kraken, Qin Yang could not be captured at all. However, almost all sirens know a little bit. That boy who doesn't know how to live or die, entered the sea of sky waves. Swim down and keep an eye out for some caves, dark corners, etc. Qin Yang ordered. Shenlongjiu was speechless and said, do you think the sea monsters in the sea are all small fish and shrimps? Are they still in the caves? This sea is so big, do you want to take me inch by inch to find it? Qin Yang said angrily. Shenlongjiu retorted, if there is a star compass, these are naturally not problems. You also said that the waves are so big this day, where can I find them? You. Qin Yang was speechless. There are unchanging scenery everywhere, and Shenlongjiu is rampant here. Have you been here? Qin Yang frowned. Shenlongjiu stopped, looked at the sunken magic weapon warship quietly suspended in the sea, and said, it's not the way to find it like this. It's good that you know. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. Then how did you find it? Qin Yang and Shenlongjiu were bickering and trying to figure out a way, but after thinking about it, they didn't come up with anything. I found this human boy. The sound transmission of the divine sense was overwhelming, and even Qin Yang and Shenlongjiu heard it. Qin Yang turned his head, and a huge mountain-like behemoth appeared quietly. When he looked up, he couldn't even see the top. Suddenly, the behemoth opened its mouth, like a grand canyon, and the sea water frantically poured into it. The huge suction contains the rules of heaven and earth, making everything impossible to break free. But this is not a problem for Shenlongjiu at all. Don't go, let him swallow. Qin Yang said. Shenlongjiu has a bright mind and understands it. As the sea water rolled back, Qin Yang and Shenlongjiu were directly swallowed by this behemoth. In the distance, the divine light was dazzling, and the blue scale swam over the long snake-like sea fish, and they arrived in a moment from 1,000 miles away. Black whale, what about people? Qinglin asked. That behemoth turned out to be a sea monster whale. After the body gradually shrunk, it was a big fat man with a simple and honest face. There was heaven and earth in his fat stomach, as if he could swallow the world. After transforming into a human form, the black whale stroked its belly with one hand and twisted the long whiskers beside its mouth with the other, smiling. I have already eaten it, and there is a white thing that looks like a dragon. I can't sense anything on it. The aura of a monster is not a monster. Qinglin's face changed, and he hurriedly asked, Did you see it clearly? The white dragon? Black whale nodded, I see clearly. Qinglin suddenly became angry and said, You are confused. Dragon species monsters, the breath is no longer comparable to monsters. If it is really a dragon species, you will be in trouble. As guardians, we are the guardians of the dragon race. The black whale looked flustered, and hurriedly opened its mouth to spit out the white dragon in its stomach. But the black whale suddenly became puzzled, sensing that there was only Qin Yang, the human being in his stomach, but there was no white dragon he had seen before. No. No. Black whale was a little overwhelmed, and said, Could it be, already digested by me? What about that human boy? Qinglin asked. Black whale said, Still in my stomach, he seems to have opened a barrier, offsetting my power to digest him. Qinglin frowned and said, Don't care, take him to the dragon palace first, and let the princess judge. The two left together. After a while, in the depths of the sea, there was a spherical object emitting a colorful light. As I got closer, I realized that the spherical object was actually a mask with a huge group of palaces in it. Green scales and black whales turned into human figures, submerged in the mask, and landed on the ground. Surrounded by splendid, luxurious, and extraordinary. Standing on the ground and looking at the deep sea, under the reflection of the colorful mask, it is like a splendid sky full of rainbows. The shadows of the huge monsters gradually became clear, and they swam quietly through the dragon palace, as if they were guarding this ancient and mysterious palace complex. Go straight into the main hall, in the back garden. The fragrance of flowers bursts, any flower, or even a small grass, is a top-quality elixir. A pale blonde girl with a sickly complexion sat quietly on the grass, staring at the only unusual place in the back garden. In the most prosperous part of the garden, there is a magic circle, and in the circle of light, supported by the magic circle, a beautiful woman is suspended in it. The beautiful woman's expression was serene, and her body seemed to be somewhat empty, like a phantom, fearing that it could disappear at any time. Princess, that human kid has been caught. Qinglin said. Aokur turned his head, the 2 tears were still clear on his face like a porcelain doll, and he whispered in his mouth, Didn't you let him go? Don't you listen to my words? Qinglin knelt down on one knee and said, I've let him go, it's the sea of sky waves that he broke into. Aokur looked at her mother, her voice trembling uncontrollably, Let him go, you can force you to use the sea and sky domain, you are not an idle person. Advise him not to. Spread the rumor about the dragon palace. The voice stopped, Aokur sighed, and said, Forget it, this secret realm has finally reached its limit, and everything will eventually dissipate. How can it dissipate? Isn't the star compass looking for the 5 elements? A voice sounded softly. The blue scales changed color and looked at the black whale on the side. The black whale was suddenly flustered, and within the universe in its belly, that kid actually disappeared. He's there. You bastard, you dare to be arrogant. Qin Lin was furious, and found that Qin Yang had appeared before the formation, looking at the mistress so closely. Qin Lin stretched out his hand and grasped it. In the sky above the hall and in the sea, a monstrous wave was set off. A huge vortex condensed and formed, and the sea god trident was clearly visible. Don't disturb my mother, Aoker said. But he. Qin Lin withdrew his hand and stared at Qin Yang. He didn't forget that just now this kid didn't listen to dissuasion and directly destroyed Tianya Stone. I've seen Aoker before. Aoker stood up and saluted gently. Demeanor, dignified and honorable. Qin Yang. Qin Yang cupped his hands and looked at the beautiful woman in the formation. Princess, why are you being so polite to him? Qin Lin glared at Qin Yang. Aoker shook his head gently and said, he is not an ordinary person to be able to escape from the belly of the black whale so easily. Qin Lin was dissatisfied with the different eyes on Qin Yang twice. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and said, Tianyasi is really her spiritual sustenance. I destroyed Tianyasi, and her body is about to dissipate. Aoker's face was painful, which made people feel distressed. Qin Yang looked at the angry Qin Lin, sighed, and said, I don't blame you for being so angry. If this happened to me, it would be useless for anyone to stop me. It's good if you know. Qin Lin gritted his teeth. Qin Yang walked back and forth around the formation. The formation was too advanced to be copied, but it could be seen that this should be a seal-type formation. If my guess is correct, the exploration point of the mysterious realm of 10,000 layers is here. Qin Yang pointed to the beautiful woman in the formation. After a pause, Qin Yang continued, the Lord of the Secret Realm has fallen, but unfortunately, no one except the Lord of the Secret Realm can stop the collapse of the Secret Realm. No matter how strong the strength is, it is useless. The entire Dragon Palace cannot seal the collapse point of this secret realm, so she took the initiative to sacrifice herself to delay the collapse of this secret realm. Qin Yang glanced at the surprised Aoker, and continued, all her strength was used to block the collapse point, but it was still not enough. Seeing her spiritual sense falling asleep, her strength dissipating, her body was almost empty. So you have overdrawn your own strength. In order to protect her body, her only remaining spiritual sense, you will be so weak. Qin Lin reprimanded, everything was fine before, if it weren't for you, it wouldn't be like this. Qin Lin's vertical pupils stared at Qin Yang, wishing to swallow this kid alive. It is precisely because the Tianya stone was destroyed that the mistress's spiritual sustenance dissipated, and she could no longer support it. Once the mistress's body becomes nothingness, the spiritual sense will completely dissipate. And the collapse point of the secret realm is no longer under control. I am afraid that I can't wait for the star compass to find the 5 elements of spiritual materials, and this dragon palace will be directly swallowed by the collapse point. It started because of me, but this is your luck. Qin Yang shrugged. What did you say? Qin Lin finally couldn't hold it any longer, and went up to grab Qin Yang's collar. Blue scales. Aoker had tears in her eyes. This kid obviously knows everything, but he's still talking sarcastic words here, Qin Lin trembled, his sharp fingernails penetrated Qin Yang's collar, clenching his own flesh and blood, and the blood was still flowing out. I don't know the pain in general. Qin Yang said, I said it's your luck, it's your luck. After a pause, Qin Yang stared at Qin Lin quietly, and said slowly, because I have a way to prevent the collapse of the secret realm, and there is a way to resurrect your mistress. Chapter 373, I Can. The air instantly froze, and in the back garden of the Dragon Palace, everyone seemed to be in a dream. Qin Lin roared, "What are you kidding? Don't think that the princess doesn't want to kill you, you can really talk nonsense. The princess has spared you 2 lives. Not only are you not grateful, but are you still talking nonsense here? Let him speak." Aokur said. Qin Lin, let go. Aokur's eyes were full of hope, even though she thought that Qin Yang was mostly talking nonsense, but she was still reluctant to give up the slightest possibility. Qin Lin let go of his hand. Qin Yang patted his collar, and said, "Actually, she is already dead to you. Divine sense has fallen into a deep sleep, and it is still a bit connected by sustenance of divine sense. Now divine sense is sustenance. My connection was shattered by me, and it has almost disappeared completely." Qin Yang turned around and looked at the peaceful and beautiful woman's face, sighing in his heart. This is an infatuated man, a brave man. For the sake of his husband, he would rather take his life to block the collapse point than give up the hope of his husband's return. With a sigh, Qin Yang continued, "For you, she is dead, but for me, she is not yet. Although it is very sure to resurrect her, the difficulty is not low. Resurrection under normal circumstances is risky, because the great formation of the dead world may not be able to recall the souls of the dead. If all the spirits and souls are destroyed, or if there is no divine sense attached, it will definitely fail. And this risk does not exist for this peaceful and beautiful woman in the Dragon Palace, because her spiritual sustenance has not completely dissipated." "Stop talking nonsense. How do you resurrect the mistress?" Qin Lin asked. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, "I have to rely on the 3 great formations. First, I will use the great formation of the world of death to summon the souls of the dead." "Well, it is to reunite the soul of your mistress. Then I will use the reincarnation formation to cooperate with the undead soil to bring it back to life, and at this time, although it has been successfully resurrected, the body is made of soil. This is impossible. How can the majesty of the Dragon Clan be desecrated? How can the blood of the Dragon Clan be given up?" Qin Lin said directly. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and fell silent. "Does any body matter more than resurrection?" Aokur asked. "You mentioned 3 large formations earlier, but this is only 2. What is the remaining large formation?" Qin Yang looked at Qin Lin and snorted, and said, "This 3rd great formation is the heaven-stealing fate-shifting formation. Use the heaven-stealing fate movement formation to transfer the resurrected soul of your mother into her body. In this way, the Dragon Mother can be perfectly resurrected." Qin Yang quietly looked at the serene beautiful woman in the formation, frowning and thinking. In this 3rd step, the Dragon Mother's body must be moved out of this formation, and the collapse point of the secret realm is here. Once her body is moved out, this secret realm will collapse uncontrollably. And it collapses faster than anything. At the collapse point blocked by the Dragon Mother, the secret realm has been downgraded, and the power of collapse has been tense. The formation of this sky-stealing life-shifting formation cannot even be arranged in this Dragon Palace. Qin Yang can predict that once it is put into place, when the body is moved out, the Dragon Palace will be swallowed by the collapse point in an instant. There is simply no time to activate the heaven-stealing fate-shifting array. And what is the safe distance? Qin Yang doesn't even know. Really? Qin Lin looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and said so clearly, it was hard to tell the truth for a while. "It's even more believable." Aokur looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and asked solemnly, "The 3 great formations you mentioned just now are the Death Realm formation, the Reincarnation formation, and the Heaven-stealing fate-shifting formation?" Qin Yang came back to his senses, nodded and said, "That's right." Aokur closed her eyes in despair, and Qin Lin beside her was puzzled. Aokur said, "I don't know about the Death World formation and the Reincarnation formation, but this life-stealing formation. If my memory is correct, it should be the core formation of shadows. Yes. Qin Yang continued to nod, still calculating the safety distance in his heart. Shadow? What is it? Qin Scale asked. Aokur shook his head weakly and said, there are 3 major dark forces in the Sky Continent, Wanyao Palace, Shadow, and Blood Skeleton. I heard from my mother that the background of this shadow is very terrifying. And this heaven-stealing shift formation, it is common, the shadow will not at all, only the elites in the shadow will arrange it. Qin Lin suddenly became angry and asked Qin Yang loudly, you said there is a way, is this the way? To speak the vernacular, where are we going to find someone from Shadow to set up this heaven-stealing fate-shifting array? You don't have to look anywhere, I will. Qin Yang said. You? Qin Lin didn't believe it. Qin Yang thought of something, reached out and flipped, and a token appeared in his hand. Handing the token to Aokur, Qin Yang said, since you know the shadow, do you know this token? Aok shook his head. Qin Yang originally wanted to save some trouble, but he didn't expect that Aokur had only heard of it, but he didn't know the token of the golden shadow level in the shadow. Qin Yang said, don't worry about it so much, just know that I will do it. What about the other 2 formations? You will too? Qin Lin asked. Qin Yang said directly, of course. The first 2 formations you mentioned have never even been heard by the princess. Who knows if they are true or not? Qin Lin looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Qin Yang shrugged and said, the stone statue scholar in the ancient tomb of Ling Yuan, you. Do we know? Qin Lin was confused, why is this kid's mouth so strange? He knew about the ancient tomb of Ling Yuan, but what was this stone statue scholar? Aokur showed a thoughtful look, and suddenly she was tender for a while and opened her mouth. The god of the underworld in the ancient tomb of Ling Yuan? It should be him. Qin Yang nodded and said, the great array of death is his domain. He also set up the great array of death in front of me himself. As for the reincarnation array, it is the altar of his old nest. Boy, are you kidding us? Qin Lin said loudly, the underworld god of Ling Yuan ancient tomb is the top powerhouse in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain. Even the star compass can't do anything about him, and we still have a grudge with him. Will he help us? Qin Yang shook his head helplessly and said, it is indeed impossible to ask him to help, because he has already been killed by me. Qin Lin was suddenly startled and was taken aback. Aokur also looked at Qin Yang in shock. The star compass said that in this secret realm of 10,000 layers of mountains, he is an undead existence. His undead army, even the lava army of the Flame Demon Queen, may not be an opponent. Qin Lin said, even if what you said is true, you killed the underworld god in the ancient tomb of Ling Yuan, but these 2 formations. Qin Yang said lightly, since I dare to say it, I am sure of it. There is also the formation material for the stealing heaven-shifting array? Aokur was extremely nervous. Not a problem. Chapter 374 Resurrection of Relatives. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and set up the formation. Qin Lin urged. Qin Yang glanced at the blue scales and said, I don't know how long the Kraken's life is, but from what I can see, you are probably older than I thought. What do you want to say? Qin Lin frowned. Qin Yang said directly, you are so old, but you are still so easily excited. You have been in this deep sea for too long, and you have never experienced any strong winds and waves, right? Qin Scale gritted his teeth and said, you mean I'm a frog at the bottom of a well? He was going to teach Qin Yang a lesson immediately. Although he said he couldn't kill him, he didn't say he couldn't do it, but after thinking about it, Qin Lin gritted his teeth and said, as long as you can resurrect the mistress, I can do whatever you want. Even if you want to. I will give you all my life. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, why do I want your life? A mere flood dragon, refining magic weapons, is too inferior. Qin Lin's eyes widened immediately, how do you know that my body is a dragon? Not to mention Qin Yang, even Shenlongjiu can see through it at a glance. Black Whale whispered from the side, then the white dragon I saw before, is it true? Is this kid really related to the dragon family? What white dragon? Aoker asked. The black whale suddenly wanted to slap himself with a big mouth. At this time, he had to bite the bullet and say what Qin Yang had swallowed before, along with a suspected white jade dragon. Aoker looked at Qin Yang and asked suspiciously, "White jade dragon?" There was a strange look in his eyes. "It may be your relative, come out and meet." Qin Yang smiled. A white light flashed in the arena, and a jade dragon with incomparable power and ingenuity appeared, with two scarlet eyes, still showing the breath of Qin Yang's blood. Qing Lin was startled, and hurriedly protected Aoker. The black whale was fine, but it wasn't much better. Although he is not a dragon species, this faint coercion made him dare not resist from the bottom of his heart. "Jade dragon!" Aoker exclaimed. "Huh?" Qin Yang was surprised. "Do you really know each other?" "To be clear, I am not a relative of the dragon clan. I used to be a sacred object of the dragon clan," Shenlongjiu said softly, looking at Qin Yang with an inexplicable playfulness. "Why didn't you say so early?" Qin Yang was taken aback. This is not the style of Shenlongjiu. Shenlongjiu let out a sigh, and said complacently, "I have a lot of identities, but I am Emperor Qin's life magic weapon and the secret key of the gods. This is only 1,000 years ago. Go back to 9,000 years of oblivion, and a calendar of the gods 10,000 years ago." Shenlongjiu stopped talking and said, "Forget it, it's all the glory of the past, so I won't mention it." For a time, force the grid to fill up directly. Looking at Qin Yang's admiration for him, Shenlongjiu added in his heart, "I am still the natal magic weapon of the Lord of Destruction." Aoker said excitedly, "Are you actually a descendant of Emperor Qin?" Qin Yang looked at Aoker and asked, "What? Are we still relatives?" Under Qin Yang's stunned expression, Aoker nodded and said earnestly, "My mother once mentioned that the heroic god emperor of the sky continent, Emperor Qin, is the descendant of my son-in-law of the dragon clan." Qin Yang's head was full of confusion, and he felt a little ashamed when he saw Aoker treating himself as his own. "Fortunately, I have the confidence to revive the dragon mother. Otherwise, wouldn't the destruction of the Tianya stone flood the Dragon King temple?" Once the identity was revealed, even Qing Lin's hostility to Qin Yang was reduced a lot. Qin Yang didn't wait for any further reminders, and said directly, "The Death Circle and the Reincarnation Circle are ready-made in the ancient tomb of Lingyuan. It can save a lot of materials. As for this life-stealing circle..." Qin Yang frowned and said, "You don't need to look at me with such suspicious eyes. There is no problem with the arrangement of the formation. The key is that this formation cannot be arranged here." "Why?" Aoker asked. "Because the moment you move your mother's body out of this formation, this secret realm is afraid that there will be a terrifying collapse," Qin Yang said. "It doesn't matter, you can resurrect my mother first, and then wait for the star compass to collect all 5 kinds of spiritual materials. Naturally, you can stabilize this secret realm, and you can even upgrade the secret realm. The 5 elements ascension formation is also one of the peerless formations," Aoka said. Qin Yang blushed suddenly and coughed lightly. He never thought about letting the star compass succeed from beginning to end. The most important thing is that the 6-height stone synthesized from the earth-type spiritual material is one of the 5 elements of spiritual material. It is already in Wang Qianqiu's place. If you want to collect it, unless you kill Wang Qianqiu. Don't you have a way to stabilize the secret realm? Qin Lin said. Before Qin Yang could answer, Aoker said, "Since you can even set up these 3 great formations, then the Vientiane locking dragon formation is naturally not a problem, right?" This. Qin Yang became embarrassed again, and said truthfully, "This Vientiane locking dragon formation, the materials need to be sent by the college. After the core of the formation disc was handed over to the old man Baji God Emperor, he never saw it again. The fighting union in the City of Liberty has been opened once, and that is directly the super god level formation, and Qin Yang can't copy it. As for saying that the college sent someone to send it, it is actually Qin Yang's rhetoric. You can't directly say that you don't know how to do it, right? These are all kinds of distrust of yourself. How can you believe in your ability to learn at a glance? Let's do it. Qin Yang thought thoughtfully. I'll revive your mother first, and wait for the matter of stealing the life-changing formation back to the original body. After all, if she doesn't revive her, her spiritual sense will completely dissipate, and there will be no chance. Aoker nodded and said, I'll leave it to you then. After a while, Qin Yang, Qing Lin and Aoker came to the shore of the mainland, beside the shattered Tianya stone. Looking at the Tianya stones that were broken into pieces, Qin Yang sighed, thanks to not destroying all these Tianya stones. With these Tianya stones, Qin Yang drove Shenlongjiu and brought the two to Lingyuan ancient tomb again. Looking at the ancient tomb of Lingyuan on the ground, Aoker and Qing Lin were shocked again. This, isn't the ancient tomb of Lingyuan underground? Aoker asked. Qin Yang shrugged and said, I don't really like to drill down, so I lifted it up. Said, regardless of the shocked appearance of the two, they directly entered the ancient tomb. Aoker and Qing Lin looked like they were facing great enemies. They had already penetrated deep into the land, especially in the ancient tomb of Lingyuan. Don't be on guard, all dangers are gone, Qin Yang said. Sure enough, the Lingyuan ancient tomb was empty, and although the yin qi was heavy, there was no danger at all. Even the nearby monsters didn't dare to approach, and they moved their nests far away. Above the underground formation, Qin Yang put the collected Tianya stones on the Death Realm formation arranged by the stone statue scholar. This great formation was still arranged by the stone statue scholar who wanted to enslave his soul, and now it has saved Qin Yang's efforts. The huge divine formation under his feet is the reincarnation formation. After Qin Yang checked that it could be used, he directly activated the Death World formation. Like opening a door to the underworld, after the heavy fog, a woman slowly walked out. Like Aoker, he has dragon horns on his head. Although he is a divine soul, he is also graceful and luxurious. Mother! Aoker burst into tears and rushed over. As soon as he took a step, Qin Yang grabbed his arm, don't worry. Immediately, Qin Yang spread the undead soil on the core of the reincarnation formation, pinched his fingers, and urged the formation. The soul was directly inhaled into the undead soil, and the undead soil gradually rose, blending into a human shape like mud, and then, carved like a heavenly craftsmanship, a lifelike stone statue appeared. Opening her eyes, Mother Dragon looked at all this in surprise. As the divine light flashed in her eyes, her body also changed. Although the essence was different, it could not be seen from the outside that it was actually a stone statue. Chapter 375 Qin Yang's Suggestion. Aoker rushed forward again and embraced the resurrected dragon mother. Mother and daughter reunited, embracing each other and weeping. These years, I've suffered for you. Mother Long wiped the tears from Aoker's face lovingly. Mother! Qing Lin knelt down on one knee, her eyes flushed. Mother Long nodded and looked at Qin Yang with some doubts in her eyes, and asked, Did you resurrect me? Looking at the surrounding environment, Long Mu was even more surprised. Is this the ancient tomb of Lingyuan? Qin Yang cupped his hands and said, I've seen Qin Yang before, but don't know how to call it. Aoker pointed at Qin Yang and said, he is a descendant of Emperor Qin, and Shenlongjiu has recognized him as the master. Really? Mother Long said with a smile on her face, sure enough, they are somewhat similar. When I met Emperor Qin back then, he was so talented. Qin Yang's head is full of black lines. Is he a grandma-level person again? He didn't forget that the peach demon, who looks like a loli, is his grandmother in terms of seniority. For the first time, Qin Yang felt that as a human being, in these different worlds, he seemed so disadvantaged. Fortunately, Mother Long saw Qin Yang's embarrassment and smiled. "We don't discuss seniority with the human race. You can call me aunt. After all, Emperor Qin also called me sister." The corners of Qin Yang's mouth twitched. "This generational theory is too." Mother Long pulled a oak air and said, "Since I am your aunt, then she is your cousin." This relative came too suddenly, looking at Aoker who seemed to be younger than himself. This cousin really couldn't say it. "Not to mention my cousin, even my aunt can't say it. Father's sister is called aunt, this dragon mother is the elder sister of the ancestor." Qin Yang hurriedly changed the subject and said, "The star compass is looking for the 5 element spiritual materials." He hesitated, not knowing what to say. Mother Long frowned and said, "He has always wanted to collect the 5 elements of spiritual materials, arrange the 5 elements to ascend to the sky, and completely solve the aftermath of the downgrade of the secret realm. But this is too difficult." Mother Dragon said, "Jade Soul Crystal, you must first kill Jade Soul Shui Ling Flame Demon Horn. It is more difficult to take the single horn of the flame demon than to kill her. God Jin Bamboo uses its bamboo shoot heart, which is equivalent to killing her. For him, Zizuxan will use most of its body, and the Lioha stone." Mother Dragon looked at the surrounding environment and said, 6 helix stone requires the fusion of 6 kinds of soil-type spiritual materials, among which the undead soil and the heart of the earth are here. Speaking of this, the Dragon Mother became puzzled. "Strange, what about the underworld god?" "I killed him." Qin Yang shrugged. Mother Long looked at Qin Yang in surprise, full of admiration. "I really can't sense the breath of the god of the underworld. He was also one of the gods and demons in the sky, and was suppressed by my husband. Even my husband couldn't kill him, but I didn't expect him to die in your hands." Sure enough, there is a long sense of age as soon as it is exported, and Qin Yang is even a little confused. "You said earlier that the Starry Sky Compass has already begun to look for the 5 elements of spiritual materials?" Mother Dragon pondered. "The secret realm has been downgraded to the God King level, and it is even more difficult to obtain these 5 elements of spiritual materials. Because they all have the ability to smash in the downgraded secret realm. The power of this God King level secret realm, taking these 5 elements of spiritual materials is tantamount to a life and death battle with these 5 powerhouses. It is difficult. Actually, it's not too difficult." Qin Yang shrugged and said, "It's just that this star compass wants to collect the 5 elements of spiritual materials. It is destined to be." Before the words were finished, a vision suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth, and it was the starry sky. Needless to say, the star compass has arrived. The starry sky compass took shape and looked at the Dragon Mother in shock, trembling with joy. Mother Dragon is also a little sighed. For this secret realm, they have paid too much, just for the hope that does not exist at all. "What is destined to be?" Aoker asked. Now that she has gained a cousin and resurrected her mother, she directly regards Qin Yang as a close person. Qin Yang finally decided to tell the truth, but just in time for the Starry Sky Compass to arrive. The Starry Sky Compass also looked over, and his face was a little complicated. He knew Qin Yang's identity for a long time, and he knew it the first time he saw it. It's just that Qin Yang is still pushed into another secret collapse point, and he wants to try Qin Yang. That's right, there is another collapse point in this secret realm. And Qin Yang was beaten by that one. Without the support of the Lord of the Secret Realm, even if this collapse point blocks one, there will still be another. This is also the most terrible problem, and it is also the real reason for the downgrade of the Secret Realm. And this is also the Starry Sky Compass's greatest determination to collect the 5 elements of spiritual materials. "What is destined?" the Star Compass asked. Qin Yang bit the bullet and said, "It is destined to be impossible to succeed." The Starry Sky Compass slowly opened his mouth and said, the water spirit swordsman, the flame queen, the earth heart and the golden sand are all in your hands, and the diamonds are also obtained by you. The other earth spirit materials are in the master of the Wang family. You go with the Wang family and the Zhang family. It's very close, I'm afraid it's not difficult to borrow it. In this way, you can get 3 of the 5 elements, and I also know where they are now. Why is it destined to be impossible? Qin Yang said directly, the water spirit swordsman and the flame demon queen are not in my hands, but follow me voluntarily. I won't kill them, at least not for this secret realm. I won't say anything about the golden bamboo shoots and the purple bamboo heart, that Liuhe stone. If you want to get it, you have to kill Wang Qianqiu, the head of the Wang family. This is... Why? The star compass is puzzled. Qin Yang said, this is very complicated. Let me tell you this, that Wang Qianqiu is no longer Wang Qianqiu. The foundation of his life is the 6 helix stone. So, it's not a problem. Star Compass frowned, he obviously didn't mind killing one more human race. Moreover, killing a few people can save the secret realm, which is very worthwhile in his opinion, and he doesn't even have to think about it. Mother Dragon hesitated and said, we have already caused too much trouble for the creatures in this secret realm, how can we take their lives again? When you proposed to set up the 5 elements ascension array, I opposed it. Now you have to kill people, then but our people, it is absolutely impossible. Qin Yang nodded secretly, the dragon mother really understood the righteousness and the heart of the Bodhisattva. Starry Sky Compass stared at Qin Yang and said, you saved the mistress, I am grateful to you. But I must get the 5 elements of spiritual material. If you slap you because of hatred, you can come back, I don't counterattack. Qin Yang shook his head. The Star Compass said again, I have recognized Aoker as the master, and it is impossible for me to recognize you as the master. Qin Yang was speechless, so you lied to everyone from the beginning? The Star Compass is directly default. No wonder he would put forward the condition that he is willing to help others, but unwilling to recognize the master. It turns out that he already has the master. Seeing that the 2 of them were full of gunpowder, Aok hurriedly said, Qin Yang will set up the Vientiao locking dragon formation. Although he can't upgrade the secret realm back, he can also stabilize the secret realm. Mother Dragon's eyes lit up and she said happily, really? The Starry Sky Compass is also a little hesitant, if this is the case, it is not unacceptable. After all, even if the 5 elements ascension array has gathered all the materials, and the mistress is kind and soft-hearted, she may not agree with him. Yes, but I have to wait for the materials to be delivered by the Sky Academy. Qin Yang said the same. After a pause, Qin Yang said again, however, I have a suggestion. What advice? Asked the Dragon Mother. I suggest that you all evacuate from this secret realm. Qin Yang said slowly, if possible, try to call on all creatures to evacuate the secret realm. I will find a way to notify the Lord of Rainbow Territory and ask him to help settle. Chapter 376. The Dragon Mother fell silent, and the Star Compass narrowed her eyes. Aoker and Qing Lin looked at each other, but they didn't understand the meaning of the words. The Star Compass said, I don't know the real purpose of your coming to this Wanzhong mountain, but why do you have to destroy this secret realm? Qin Yang looked at the Starry Sky Compass, he smiled, and said, you know better than me about this secret realm. Is this what I want to destroy? Are there 2 collapse points in the secret realm? Or 3? Or more? The Star Compass stopped talking. Qin Yang continued, Shui Ling Swordsman and Flame Demon Queen, what will happen to this secret realm? I still understand this. Shui Ling Swordsman and Qin Yang compared swords, and even took the initiative to ask himself to lower his cultivation. This is even more true for the Flame Demon Queen, who would rather lose all her face and even fight Feng Lian without using the sight, which is enough to show that these 2 definitely do not want the secret realm to collapse. Qin Yang said, besides the 2 of them, there are more people in the secret realm who can hit the space collapse point and cause the secret realm to collapse. Even if I can set up the Vientiane locking dragon formation, how many do you think I can lock? Which one is missing? The result is still the same. Is there really no way? Mother Long felt mixed feelings. After walking through the gates of hell, she also saw through some things. Sticking to this, it hurt Aokur and made her suffer. Qin Yang said, the real function of the myriad chain dragon formation is that when the secret realm has not collapsed, it is best to lock the weak point before the collapse point appears, so that the secret realm can be completely stabilized. It's not about making a loophole and fixing it. Once there is a first collapse point, there will be a second, a third. In the end, you still can't do it. Qin Lin said. Qin Yang spread his hands, it's not that I can't do it, it's that I don't want to do it. Of course, this is just my suggestion. If you insist on staying in the secret realm, I will naturally help. The starry sky compass pondered and said, so, gathering the 5 elements of spiritual materials is not only the 5 elements ascending to the sky, but also the only way. Their eyes met Qin Yang's, and their eyes crossed in midair, as if sparks burst out. The dragon mother struggled for a while and regained her calm. With a touch of sadness on his face, he said softly, Qin Yang, do you think you can notify the Lord of Tianhong to assist in the evacuation? The Lord of the Xuanhuan Empire, which one is not a god emperor? It's just you? The star compass glanced at Qin Yang. Qin Yang had no choice but to take out Xuanhuan Ling and raise it in front of several people. Do you know what this token is? Qin Yang asked. The starry sky compass frowned, this kid still has a lot of tokens. The dragon mother exclaimed, Xuanhuan Ling? Even the lord of the Xuanhuan Empire may not have this token. How can you get it? Qin Yang touched his nose and said, it's a coincidence. Could it be picked up? Qin Lin said. Qin Lin, don't be prejudiced against my cousin, he is his own. Aokur whispered. Qin Yang's face suddenly sank, with black lines all over his head. Qin Yang said, it's just good luck. You said it was picked up, can you pick one up for me to see? Mother Long nodded and said, if you have this token, you can really ask the Lord of the Rainbow Territory for help. However, the Lord of the Rainbow Territory is narrow-minded and doesn't know whether to change someone. If it's still him. I'm afraid even with this token, he will make things difficult for you. It's up to people. Qin Yang said, even if Tianhong leader doesn't help, you can go to the Realm of Freedom. The City of Freedom and Songqiong Academy will welcome you if you want to come. Having said that, Mother Dragon began to think seriously, and she was actually a little moved to follow Qin Yang's advice. The starry sky compass wanted to persuade what to say, raised his brows, stretched out his hand and waved, and an image appeared in the visionary starry sky. It seems to be a certain ancestral hall, and there are 3 people standing there. Qin Yang was quite familiar with the leader. Patriarch of the Li family, Li Zhong? Qin Yang blurted out. The starry sky compass stared at the 2 people beside Li Zhong, with a flash of joy in his eyes, and quickly hidden. Shenjin swordsman, Zizhu swordsman, we meet again. The star compass said, slowly. Beside Li Zhong, a middle-aged man with golden skin like a bronze man snorted softly. A purple-haired young woman is also very disliked, and she doesn't even look at the starry sky compass. Li Chong bowed his hands and said, the starry sky compass, I have obtained the second 5 elements of spiritual materials, and it is not difficult to obtain the remaining 3. Why don't you come to help me directly, or collect the 5 elements of spiritual materials faster? Starry sky compass said, I said, contact me after you have collected the 5 elements of spiritual materials. Li Zhong said, actually, it's a collection, that's right. Oh? Starry sky compass looked at Qin Yang next to him in surprise. As for Li Zhong and the others, they couldn't see where Qin Yang was, so they didn't know that Qin Yang was next to him. What about the remaining 3 spiritual materials? The star compass asked. Li Zhong opened his mouth and said, 10 days later, it will be the day when the Wanzhong Mountain 3 clans will meet. I will definitely capture the remaining 3 5-element spiritual materials. The star compass said, do you know where the remaining 3 are? Li Zhong said, of course. Wang Qianqiu, the master of the Wang family, obtained 3 kinds of soil-type spiritual materials, and directly collected 6 kinds of spirit materials of Liuhe stone. At present, he has received news that he has fused the 6 kinds of soil-type spirit materials into Liuhe stone, and even use it to reshape the body and restore the wound. After a pause, Li Zhong continued, the remaining 2, the Jade Soul Crystal and the Flame Demon Horn, are all in the Wang family. As long as the 3 clan martial arts begin 10 days later, I will be able to obtain these 3 spiritual materials. Isn't that how you have gathered 5 spiritual materials? It seems that you are quite confident. The Water Spirit Swordsman and the Flame Demon Queen are not so easy to deal with. Also, Wang Qianqiu is not an easy person. Ignored by you, it's no wonder you can succeed. Ha 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 ha. A laughter came, the voice was quite familiar. 3 more people came, and they were 3 Feng Lian. Li Zhong lowered his head and fell silent, showing extreme respect. Feng Lian seemed to be the head of the Li family, and said, Shui Ling Swordsman is nothing to worry about. I have the Li family's water array flag. As for the Flame Demon Queen, she is not my opponent at all. In the underground formation of Lingyuan Ancient Tomb, the Flame Demon Queen's teeth are itchy, and swallowing the gourd is too restrained by her. In the same way, the Water Spirit Swordsman was restrained to death by the water array flag. Really? Starry Sky Compass laughed and glanced at Qin Yang with a playful look. It seems to be saying, how are you still tossing about your kid? There was a faint smile on Qin Yang's face, as if he hadn't heard this at all. Even so, there are still variables. The star compass said. Feng Lian looked at the starry sky compass suspiciously and said, could it be Qin Yang? Star compass nodded. Feng Lianyun said calmly, if you come to help and cooperate with Zhou Da's Heavenly Gate seal, then Qin Yang will not be able to make any waves at all. By the way, there is one more thing I have to say. What? Feng Lian said slowly, the day when the 3 clans meet, it must be a decisive battle. This secret realm will be destroyed sooner or later. With your strength and the seal of the Heavenly Gate, if you want to transfer the creatures in the secret realm, it will be easy. The starry sky compass was silent, looking at the Dragon Mother. The Dragon Mother frowned. It's more than just transferring the living beings. If the 2 cooperate, even part of the mysterious realm of 10,000 Layers Mountain can be directly moved out. Chapter 377, Help Me Kill. I said, come to me after you have collected all 5 kinds of spiritual materials. The starry sky compass waved his hand, and the starry sky vision disappeared. The images of Feng Lian and others also disappeared. Greedy Wolf Mountain, Li Family Manor. Feng Lian roared furiously, this starry sky compass is so ignorant of praise. Zhou Da said, if he doesn't help us, it will be really difficult to deal with Qin Yang. Shifeng chuckled and said, actually, it's not too difficult. Qin Yang will definitely show up on the day when the 3 clans will meet. With our current strength, we can easily smash this secret realm. Even if the star compass doesn't want to help, it has to help. Looking at Li Zhong, who was on the side, Li Zhong bowed respectfully. Shen Jinsun and Zi Zhuxin stared at this scene coldly, looked at each other, and said nothing. Heart was very shocked. The people of this 8 Shinto master family are really terrifying, that listening to the Taoist piano has such power. In the entire Li family matter, all the people of the Li family were gradually controlled by Shifeng without any precautions, just like puppets. Feng Lian looked at Shinjin Sun and Zizuksun. The two of them did not take refuge in Li Zhong of the Li family, but took refuge in themselves. At this time, his face was a little stiff, obviously frightened by the power of the three of them. Feng Lian was a little proud and said, "Don't worry, I will not hand you over to the star compass. He wants to set up the 5 elements ascension formation, which is absolutely impossible. His only choice is to form an alliance with us and cooperate with Tianmenin." Shinjin Swordsman said, "I don't think so. This secret realm is like his master, is alive to the star compass. He will never allow the collapse of the secret realm." Looking at Zizhu Xian, Zizhu Swordsman understood. In front of the starry sky compass, they are just spiritual materials. It is difficult to guarantee that this wind training will not send them away after using them. Although under the precaution, their strength is enough to resist Shurfein's listening to the Dao Qin, but the wind-refined swallowing gourd still gives them a headache. Feng Lian's eyes flickered, as if he could see through the minds of the two of them, and said, "With the strength of the two of you, it is not difficult to break this space. The star compass couldn't help you before, and it still can't help you now. As long as the two of you help me deal with Qin Yang, you can leave this secret realm through Tianmenin Ran, and you will be free to travel to the Sky Continent." Shinjin Swordsman and Zizhu Swordsman were moved, and it was precisely because of this that they took the initiative to come. Shinjin Swordsman said disdainfully, "A mere human kid, to give you such a headache?" Feng Lian said with an expressionless face, "If you two see him, you will know how difficult he is. His stunt is also swordsmanship, and the two of you also practice swordsmanship, which one is stronger and which is weaker?" "Of course we are the strongest," Zizhu Swordsman said to himself. "That's good, wait for the 3 clans to meet in 10 days. Feng Lian said with a smile. On the other side, Qin Yang and others have returned to the Dragon Palace in the depths of the Tianling Sea. In the back garden, Mother Dragon saw that her body was still in the formation and gradually disappeared, but she was not worried. All she thought about was the secret realm. In the Sea of Sky Waves, there are countless creatures of the Sea Clan. The Dragon Mother sighed. The evacuation that Qin Yang said was too idealistic, and it would be extremely difficult to implement it even if there was a Tianhai domain. The best way, of course, is the 5 elements ascension formation, but the Dragon Mother is unwilling to sacrifice anyone. Secondly, it is the seal of the Tianmen, but from the current situation, Qin Yang is his own, but the door of the day is hostile. Mother, make a decision. The star compass said, sacrificing a few spiritual materials and a few people can save the entire secret realm. Mother Dragon shook her head and said, they are also lives, and no one has the right to sacrifice them for others. The starry sky compass was dumbfounded for a while, the Dragon Mother was too kind. Aokra looked at Qin Yang and asked, if it were you, what would you do? Qin Yang smiled, glanced at the starry sky compass, and said, if it were me, I would definitely not let a magic weapon decide. What did you say? The starry sky compass suddenly became angry. Qin Yang let out a sigh and said, if it wasn't for their face, you would have become the belly of Shenlongjiu now. Good boy, don't think you can deal with me if you kill the underworld god. Although my ability is not better than a head-to-head confrontation, it may not be easy for you to deal with me. Starry Sky Compass said, it's just a mere junior god king. With the flag of the earth array to restrain the god of the underworld, you really think that you are invincible in the world, and can you run wild in this 10,000 layers of mountains? Junior god king? Qin Yang chuckled, his breath suddenly released. The majestic annihilation aura suddenly spread out, as if the entire space had collapsed. Everyone has a feeling that they are within this collapse point. Qin Yang's body suddenly gave off an explosive feeling, just like a sleeping cheetah suddenly entering a hunting stance. I have divine dragon jade, do you think your vision of the starry sky can limit me? Qin Yang stared at the starry sky compass coldly and said, if I destroy you, it's just a snap of my fingers. Mother Long looked at Qin Yang in amazement. This kid actually controls the rules of annihilation? This kid himself is a moving collapse point. Aokir and Qing Lin. Feeling uncomfortable, such a strong rule, even if their realm is higher than Qin Yang, they still have lingering fears. Qing Lin raised his brows. If he really fought hard, he had no advantage under this rule of annihilation. The starry sky compass was obviously also shocked. How long did it take for this kid to be promoted to the seventh heaven of the God King realm? Qin Yang, the starry sky compass has always been regarded as a senior by me. Aokir whispered, trying to get close to Qin Yang, but under the wrapping of the power of extinction, he dared not move. If it runs its own rules to resist, it may trigger a chain reaction. Qin Yang regained his momentum and returned to his previous harmless appearance. I just can't get used to him being so arrogant. Qin Yang said. Qing Lin was speechless. As for arrogance, who would dare to compare with you? The starry sky compass shriveled and was speechless. Mother Dragon looked at Qin Yang and said, we are now afraid that we can only choose the Vientian locking dragon array. Can you work hard and arrange a few more? With the starry sky compass, he can perceive any collapse point of the secret realm, will never leak. Even some weak points can be perceived. If these are suppressed with the Vientian chain dragon formation, this secret realm will be safe. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, if this is the case, I am afraid that this secret realm will be filled with patches. Mother Long said, don't worry, I will not treat you badly. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, that's not necessary, but I have one condition. The starry sky compass on the side snorted softly. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, don't worry, it has nothing to do with you. The star compass is also curious. What help you? Aokir asked. Kill. Chapter 378, Bad Signal. Aokir covered her mouth in surprise, full of doubts. Murder? Kill who? The people who were with him looked at Qin Yang curiously. Could it be that Qin Yang came to this Wanzhong mountain to kill people? Qin Yang nodded and said, actually, the purpose of my coming to this secret realm is for the blood skeletons. I came here to wipe out their branches. I want to kill all the blood skeleton people. Blood Skull? One of the three major dark forces? Aokir asked, what does this have to do with our mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain? Could it be that their branch is in the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain? Not only Aokir, Qing Lin was also taken aback. The name of the blood skeleton is disgusting and disgusting. Such a dirty force has taken root in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain? Mother Dragon's face suddenly became sullen. Starry sky compass, what's going on? The star compass said, I have found some suspicious people, but when they appeared, I don't know. It's just that I found it too late. They have opened up a pseudo-secret realm in the secret realm of Wanzhongshan. Where? Asked the dragon mother. Obviously, she would never allow the existence of blood skeletons in the secret realm of Wanzhongshan. Starry sky compass hesitated and said, Mountain of Greedy Wolf. Mother Long was startled. What? The Li family. The star compass shook his head and said, it's not the Li family. I checked carefully, and none of the Li family, Wang family, or Zhang family practiced the blood skeleton technique. Since you know where they are, why don't you do it? Could it be that they are very strong? Mother Long asked. The star compass explained, they opened up a pseudo-secret realm, and that's exactly what made the secret realm more unstable. Once they made a rash move, the pseudo-secret realm would be enough to cause all the Greedy Wolf Mountain to collapse. Such a huge collapse point, what is the use of it? It's all useless. The dragon mother fell silent for a while. Greedy Wolf Mountain, the Li family, whose ancestors were once the apprentices of the Lord of the Secret Realm. The starry sky compass said in a deep voice, this secret realm can't stand the war. Mother Dragon thought for a while, looked at Qin Yang, and said, "The Wanshan locking dragon formation is a peerless formation. Now the secret realm is at the level of the gods, and the rearranged formations are only at the level of gods. Do you know that there are, how big is it?" Qin Yang nodded and said, "I know." "Can the Vientiane locking dragon formation lock the entire Greedy Wolf Mountain?" asked the Dragon Mother. Qin Yang thought about a Vientiane locking dragon formation urged by the City of Freedom Fighting Association, shook his head, and said, "It can't be locked, it's too big. Even if the Vientiane locked dragon formation of the super god-ranked City of Liberty is not fully motivated, how can the god-ranked formation cover the entire Greedy Wolf Mountain?" The half-mountain of the Greedy Wolf Mountain was already submerged in the clouds. "It's just height." There was an excruciating silence. Qin Yang sighed and said, "Anyway, if the myriad chain dragon array is used to stabilize the secret realm, I don't know how much it will take. The big deal is to arrange 2 more, one of which is at the entrance of the pseudo-secret realm. As long as the entrance is locked, I will entering the pseudo-secret realm directly. Destroying the entire pseudo-secret realm will not affect the myriad layers of Mountain's secret realm." "Where do you plan to arrange the second seat?" asked the Dragon Mother. "Of course it's the Li family manor." Qin Yang said, "When the 3 clans meet in martial arts, most people should gather there, right? No matter what battle happens, as long as you are in the Vientiane locking dragon formation, you naturally don't need to worry." The starry sky compass also moved in his heart. Why didn't he think about this? It was true, he could fight in the Vientiane locked dragon formation. Also, not most of the people will be there, but everyone will be there. In this way, all problems will not be a problem. "Okay, as long as you can start the formation, I will help you kill the blood skeletons," Qinglin said directly. As the guardian of Tianlangai, the guardian of the Dragon Clan, he only fights for the Dragon Clan. To be able to say so, has given Qin Yang enough face. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "No, you just need to help me clean up the fish that slipped through the net. I can deal with the blood skeletons in the pseudo-secret realm myself. But there are only 10 days for the 3 clans to meet in martial arts. You have to go back to the Tsangqiang Academy to get the materials. At this time, Aoker worried. I'm afraid it's too late." Qin Yang smiled and said, "I'll contact you and have someone deliver it." The Dragon Mother took a deep look at Qin Yang. The materials of the Vientiane locked dragon formation are not only precious, but also quite rare. And it must be firmly controlled. This Qin Yang actually has such a large amount of energy, not only can he get it, but also let someone send it? Tsangqiang Academy is very far away, almost in the northernmost part of Zhongzhou. 1 round trip every 10 days, without the words of Qin Yang Shenlongjiu. Several people had their own thoughts, but Qin Yang directly took out the Order of the Sky and shook it on his head. "Huh? There is actually a signal here." Qin Yang was stunned. He was just trying it out, but he never thought there would be a surprise. Divine sense was injected into it and contacted the old man of the formation, the 8th level God Emperor. In the vast starry sky, the 8th extreme God Emperor was overhauling the formation, and after turning on the light screen, he was stunned for a moment. Good boy, what a coincidence? Qin Yang looked at the environment behind the old man of formation and asked, "Has the Academy's Skynet Grand Formation started to expand?" The old man of the formation shook his head and said, "No, I just try to see, if I push it with all my strength, can it be transmitted to the Sky Continent through the 10 Directions secret realm, and then from the Sky Continent to other secret realms. I didn't expect you to come here as soon as I started trying it." The old man of the formation looked at the environment around Qin Yang, and opened his mouth in surprise. "My God, your kid entered the East China Sea Dragon Palace?" Before he finished speaking, he hurriedly said, "If you don't want the Shenlong Jade to be taken away, run away. Dragons are all very arrogant creatures, and their nostrils are on their foreheads. Although the issue of attribution is not controversial, seeing that you are young, the Dragon Clan will definitely find someone to trouble you and take the opportunity to take back the Dragon Jade. Qin Yang quickly frowned. The old man of the formation was completely unaware, and asked again and again, "What's wrong with your face?" Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he said bravely, "It's okay, I'm fine." The old man of the formation was obviously a little anxious, and said, "You can't have an accident, I will contact Jiao Ming and let him see if you have been poisoned." "It's really not necessary." The old man of the formation said, "Why not? You are the only seedling of the Qin family, and you don't know that those dragons are really." "What is it really?" Mother Long appeared beside Qin Yang with a face full of anger. The face of the old man in the formation suddenly became very exciting. Looking at the dragon horn on the other's forehead, how could he not know his identity? "It's over, speak ill of the Dragon Clan in front of the Dragon Clan, it's over." The old man of the formation looked at Qin Yang with a dark face, and said weakly, "Why don't you tell me about it?" Qin Yang was speechless, his eyes squeezed, and he was mistaken for being poisoned. How else could he reveal it? The 8th level God Emperor blinked, suddenly showing a look of doubt, and said to himself, "Huh? Is this Skynet Grand Formation still not good? Hello? Can you see me? Strange, why is there no image? Why did the signal suddenly disappear?" Immediately afterwards, the light screen was distorted for a while, and the light screen disappeared directly. Qin Yang was stunned. Is this a bad signal in the legend? Chapter 379. There was a slight embarrassment in the air as the image was interrupted. "Who is he?" Qin Lin asked quietly. "Did you know me?" Qin Yang shrugged. In the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain, apart from the people of the 3 clans and the bloody skeleton people, the monsters in the sea and the people of the Dragon Palace have not been out for nearly 1,000 years. "It doesn't matter, you don't have to worry. It looks like you have to make a trip," Qin Yang said. Shenlongjiu took Qin Yang out of this place with a flash. Directly through the space, across the mysterious realm of 10,000 Layers Mountain, and came to the Sky Continent. As soon as he left the secret realm, a communication request came from the Sky Order, which was the old man of the formation. "That's not right, your kid is obviously in a secret realm, not in the East China Sea." The 8th Extreme God Emperor was full of doubts. Qin Yang said helplessly, "I am in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain." "Wanchongshan? Rainbow Land?" The 8th Extreme God Emperor nodded. "I said, there is still a dragon palace in the secret realm, I'm afraid that is the only one." "Is the secret realm still there? What level is it now?" "It's a god-level secret realm now, but I'm afraid it will be over soon. That's why I'm looking for you." Qin Yang said that he was going to set up a god-level myriad dragon array. The Baji God Emperor stroked his beard and said, "The materials for the formation are not difficult, and the fighting guild just can't find a chance to repay you. But I want to find a god king who can set up a god-level Vientiane chain dragon formation. I'm afraid it will be difficult." The Baji God Emperor thought for a while, shook his head, and said, "No one has set up a god-level Vientiane locking dragon formation yet. I handed over the core of the formation to the fighting guild. I'm afraid they haven't figured it out yet. The way of the formation method is obscure and deep. Even for a master of the formation, it is not easy to comprehend a formation that has never been seen before. The formation of the formation is even more cautious, and if there is a slight error, the formation materials will be completely destroyed, and the formation will be affected." "It doesn't matter, can you come?" Qin Yang said. "I can't do it, I can't go to this God King level secret realm." The 8th Extreme God Emperor shook his head. The God King level secret realm cannot hold God level practitioners. If he was in the secret realm, his level would be suppressed, and his cultivation would fall. But if outsiders want to enter, I am afraid that the whole secret realm will be gone in an instant. When Wu Heitian entered the Qin family's secret realm, he had to use the Lianshan pill. I'm not letting you enter the secret realm, you just need to set up a god-level Vientian lock dragon formation for me to see, and I'll set it up myself. Qin Yang said. You? The 8 Extreme God Emperor looked at Qin Yang quietly, looked at the surrounding Skynet formation that made his head big, nodded and said, if it's you, it's fine. But what? Qin Yang asked. God Emperor Baji said with a bad expression, I heard Jiao Ming said before, you seem to have asked him to send you back to heaven pill? Good boy, now let me send you the materials for the formation? If you still want to set up the formation, why not? Isn't my deity going to run too? Do you really think of us as errands? Qin Yang waved his hands again and said, no, how dare you? I just mentioned this. After a pause, a smile flashed across Qin Yang's mouth, and he said sternly, I own the Shenlong Jade, and the back and forth is only in the blink of an eye. The situation in the secret realm is urgent, and there is no time to delay. When the 8 Extreme God Emperor heard this, he immediately became angry. Okay, are you saying that I am slow? Qin Yang shook his head again, but remained silent. The 8 Extreme God Emperor was even more stimulated, and immediately blew his beard and stared, wait for me, you boy. I will clean up you when I see you. After finishing speaking, the light screen hung up directly, fearing that he would go to the Fighting Association in the City of Liberty to find materials at the fastest speed. Qin Yang laughed and went to Nanshan City leisurely. As outsiders entered Wanzhong Mountain, Nanshan City no longer prospered, but there were still many practitioners. When I came to the tea house where I originally settled down again, Xiao Er's enthusiasm was much worse than the first time we met. It's just that after seeing Qin Yang, he was immediately puzzled, and then overjoyed, he hurriedly greeted Qin Yang. This guest officer, didn't you go to the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain? Xiao Er asked. Qin Yang didn't answer, but said, serve tea. Xiao Er didn't forget Qin Yang's generous hand, and hurriedly entertained him. When the tea was served, the second asked tentatively, could it be that you also missed the time to enter Wanzhong Mountain? Qin Yang was noncommittal. Xiao Er comforted, don't worry too much, the starry sky compass may not be able to appear this year. Moreover, there are not a few cultivators who missed the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain like you. Oh? Who else missed it? Qin Yang asked. Xiao Er whispered, it is rumored in the world that the number 1 young genius in the world is the temperament of the 8 families of the Shinto family. In fact, I don't think that's the case. Qin Yang suddenly became interested, why, is there a genius stronger than him? Xiao Er nodded and said, the wind training of the 8 Shinto clans is rumored to be a cultivator of the king of the gods, right? Yes. Qin Yang nodded. Xiao Er opened his mouth and said, but do you know? On the second day after the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain was opened, a handsome young man came. This man has a deep breath, and his face is cold and calm. Just based on this, you dare to compare him with Fenglian? Qin Yang raised his brows. Xiao Er smiled and said, guest officer, you can make fun of me, although he is only a junior, he is not so nonsense. The reason why I say that he is more talented than Feng Lian is because of a war. The little heir pointed to the north and said, the boy and a master of the God King stage got on each other for some reason. As soon as the two met, they started it. At that time, the entire Nanshan city was boiling. Xiao Er showed a memory and said, you don't know, they hit the sky directly. Speaking of which, I have to thank the young man. If he hadn't diverted the battlefield, this Nanshan city would have been destroyed. Then how do you know they are God Kings? Qin Yang asked. Xiao Er opened his mouth and said, the voice of the master of the God King realm spread throughout Nanshan city at that time, what else did he say? Xiao Er thought about it and said, at such an age, you are already in the 6th heaven of the God King. It seems that you have a good chance. What happened later? Qin Yang continued to ask, at the same time a little strange. In Qin Yang's view, the sixth heaven of God King realm is nothing. But if you compare it with Feng Lian, you can see that if you have the heaven-swallowing gourd Tong Tian pill, you are only at the first and second levels of the God King realm. After a series of opportunities, even after the battle with the stone statue scholar, he was in the seventh heaven of the God King realm. If this is true, then this person is either a genius or... Qin Yang's eyes showed murderous intent, blood skeletons. Xiao Er replied, then the boy followed the God King, directly. It seems that he was recruited. Where did you go? Qin Yang asked, with a frown. Xiao Er shook his head and said, I don't know, they returned to the tea house after the war. I only heard part of it, but I didn't dare to listen more, saying that they went to the Aoki Principality. What are you doing there? Qin Yang asked again, and then shook his head. This question was simply a no-brainer. Xiao Er really smiled bitterly, not even knowing. Qin Yang thought in his heart, called out the light screen of the formation of the Sky Order, and projected the map of the continent. The Aoki Principality is a vassal of the Xuanhuan Empire, located in the south of the Rainbow Territory. Further south and west, it is the territory of the Qishao Empire. The bordering border is the Principality of Nanyan, a subsidiary country of the Qishao Empire. The Principality of Aoki and the Principality of Nanyan belong to the vassal states of the two great empires, and there is no harmony between the great powers. Does the blood skeleton rely on war to improve its strength? Qin Yang guessed in his heart. Chapter 380, Blocking the Secret Realm. One day later, in the tea house. Qin Yang sat opposite the Baji God Emperor. Qin Yang smiled without saying a word, while the Baji God Emperor blew his beard and stared in anger. Don't think I don't know, you kid, you are using aggressive tactics. The 8 Extreme God Emperor said. In fact, the moment he hung up the screen, he reacted. But he had no choice but to get caught in this aggressive approach. If he didn't come here, wouldn't he admit that he was not as fast as Qin Yang Shenlongjiu? At least not now. No, absolutely not. Qin Yang held back his laughter and said solemnly. God Emperor Baji looked at Qin Yang with a strange look in his eyes. How far is your cultivation base now? Why do I feel weird? After speaking, he picked up the teacup and looked at the tea in the cup, which is called Qingminghating, also known as green tea. He smelled it and it was refreshing, and when he took a sip, his lips and teeth were fragrant. Seventh heaven of the King of Gods. Qin Yang said softly. He picked up the Shiwen Dao in front of him, also known as black tea, and took a big mouthful. Pfft. The Baji God Emperor directly sprayed out the tea he was savoring in his mouth. Every drop of tea contains an extremely large amount of power. If it is not the 5th level of the God King realm or above, I am afraid that it will be sprayed directly. It's true that the God Emperor can spray a group of God Kings with one mouthful of spit. But just as the tea was sprayed out and still in the center of the table, it all dissipated into the air. The perfect control of power made the Emperor Baji feel shocked for a while, and what was even more shocking was that Qin Yang really had such strength. No wonder you dare to run around, it turns out that you have some skills. The 8 Extreme God Emperor nodded and said, I have brought all the materials you want for the formation, and I have brought a total of 6 copies, is it enough? Qin Yang thought about it and said, enough. The Emperor Baji lowered his voice and said, is the dragon beside you old or young? Qin Yang was stunned, what old and small? The 8 Extreme God Emperor said, it's just age, is it older or younger? Qin Yang didn't know how to answer, so he said that Aoker was almost 1,000 years old, right? There is no 1,000, at least 800 or 900 years old. To Qin Yang's cognition, this is all an old goblin. Qin Yang rubbed his chin, thought for a while, and said, I can probably understand what you mean, it makes no difference. How can there be no difference? The 8 Extreme God Emperor said, this difference is huge. Qin Yang suddenly laughed and said, I mean, the old and the young were all there at the time. God Emperor Baji was just about to explain the difference. When he heard this, he was speechless and his face sank. What? You know him? Qin Yang asked. The 8 Extreme God Emperor sighed and said, I don't even know if I recognize her, it's just her identity. What's wrong with your identity? It's just the dragon family. Qin Yang blinked. God Emperor Baji said angrily, Dragon clan? It's just that? Do you know who her brother is? Qin Yang's mind can't get around, what does this have to do with her brother? Who? Dragon Emperor of the East China Sea. Hey, really? Real. Dear? Dear. The conversation stopped briefly, and the two stared at each other. Qin Yang laughed and patted the table again and again, you are finished. Talking ill of the dragon family in front of the elder sister of the Dragon Emperor of the East China Sea. Who is the Dragon Emperor of the East China Sea? The supreme power that rules the entire East China Sea. Not to mention how the strength of the East China Sea compares to that of the mainland, in terms of status alone, the Dragon King of the East China Sea alone is worth the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Emperor. I've been hurt badly by you. The 8 Extreme God Emperor sighed. What's the matter? People from the East China Sea don't come to the mainland. The East China Sea is only trading with the Xuanhuan Empire occasionally. If he speaks ill of him, will he still come to trouble you? Qin Yang disagreed. The Emperor Baji looked at Qin Yang quietly and said, they won't come, but we have to go. Why? Qin Yang was puzzled. God Emperor Baji said, does Xingqianhai know? Of course. Qin Yang nodded. The 8 Extremes God Emperor continued, the Xingqian Sea and the East China Sea are connected around the entire sky continent, dividing the northern plains and Zhongzhou. The Xingqian Sea is extremely chaotic, but the East China Sea is different. Under the rule of the Dragon Emperor of the East China Sea, it is safer than the Xingqian Sea. Too much. You are not weak now, and you should know some things. For example, the major God Emperor level secret realms. Most of the God Emperor level secret realms are in the Xingqian Sea, and the Xingqian Sea is so dangerous, so Donghai is also a high-level god. The Queen's favorite place to go. Even for us, the God Emperor level secret realm has a huge harvest. You see that there are not many masters on the mainland on weekdays. In fact, they are either in seclusion or in the East China Sea. That's where the real strong are like clouds. Qin Yang listened quietly, his heart was very calm, and he even wanted the old man of the formation to quickly set up a formation so that he could copy it before entering Wanzhong Mountain. God Emperor Baji looked at Qin Yang's expression and knew that Qin Yang was not interested, so he changed the subject and said, you are quite comfortable hiding here. Do you know that you disrupted all our plans? What plan? Qin Yang asked. Road. The Emperor Baji explained, originally, the Tianjin Temple and the Songqiong Academy joined forces, and the 8 Shinto clans gathered together. Only after a good relationship can we join forces. If you do this, 3 of the 8 Shinto clans will not come. It will speed up a lot of things. The rate of progress. Qin Yang thought of Feng Lian and the 3 of them, suddenly laughed and asked, for example? The 8 Extreme God Emperor said, for example, the 8 clans unite to jointly deal with the future situation. But now, it can only be as before, and it still cannot be completely united. Cohesion? Qin Yang snorted softly and said, those people don't need to condense with them. The Baji God Emperor smiled complicatedly, and said, actually, that's fine, the college has already sent students around to practice. This way, it will be able to improve them even more. Maybe you will meet the college someday. People, don't forget that you are a teacher. Find out your identity first, don't directly conflict with others. Student experience? Qin Yang frowned. God Emperor Baji said, don't worry, not everyone will come out to experience, you must get 8 stars after graduation. Those people in your Hongqian seem to be not very enthusiastic about collecting stars to graduate. This point, it's like your temperament. Having said that, Qin Yang felt relieved. It was only after I left the academy that I realized that this continent is very chaotic. Especially now that he acts without any scruples, and the enemy is so powerful. After some small talk, the Baji God Emperor began to set up the formation. Of course, the location is outside Nanshan City. It's just that Qin Yang deliberately placed the formation at the exit of the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain, and it has to keep running. Having swallowed Shui Qianfeng's memory, Qin Yang naturally knew that the gate of the secret realm on Jimen Mountain where the Wang family was located was the gate for the blood skeletons to enter and exit. Today, although the door of the secret realm has not been opened, in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain at this time, the only way to leave is through this secret realm door. Once locked by the Vientian Lock Dragon formation, the door to this secret realm will no longer be able to be opened. It is equivalent to directly blocking the mysterious realm of 10,000 layers of mountains. Even. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. Zhou De wanted to use the Tianmen seal to leave the secret realm, but it might be difficult. You can only pass through the secret realm directly like Qin Yang. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty for Zhou De, especially Zhou De had to bring Feng Lian and Shi Feiyin. With Zhou De's current level of strength, Qin Yang thinks that his smile is even better. More importantly, Qin Yang has not yet figured out why the blood skeleton stronghold is in the Li family's Greedy Wolf Mountain, but they go to the Wang family's Jimen Mountain. Qin Yang must not believe that the blood skeleton has nothing to do with the Wang family. What are you thinking? Concentrate. The 8 Extreme God Emperor said. Chapter 381. In the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain, the dark tide is surging. The people of the 3 clans and outsiders all hid in various places, and no one went out to hunt for treasures. In the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain, it looks very clean. Even the monsters in it were a little surprised. How could it be so peaceful in the mysterious realm of 10,000 layers of mountains? In fact, this is just the last tranquility before the storm is coming. The principals of the Wang and Zhang families kept meeting to discuss countermeasures. This time, the 3 clans will be fighting in the Li family manner, and the Li family is obviously aiming for bad intentions. Fortunately, for the 2 families, Wang Qianqiu, the head of the Wang family, got the Liuhe stone, the injury was healed, and the cultivation base was recovering rapidly. There are also opportunities for Wang Xiaoer and Zhang Xiaoxiao, and countless treasures from heaven and earth, making Wang Qianqiu's strength even more powerful. Although there was news that Shinjin swordsman and Zizhu swordsman had joined the Li family. But they also have the water spirit swordsman and the flame demon queen to help out. In the calm atmosphere, like a volcano about to erupt, the terrifying power is constantly brewing. Let's make the Li family look good this time. We get 3 of the 5 elements, and the star compass will also help us. A disciple of the Wang family said. The disciples of the Zhang family beside him also agreed, our 2 families are united, so the Li family can't make any waves at all. Compared with the Li family manner, it is solemn. Everyone is like a puppet, like a walking dead. But if something happens, these people will directly enter the fighting state and exert their full strength. And this is the most terrifying place. When Qin Yang is destroyed, we have to take this flag of the water formation. Treasures like this are rare. Feng Lian said. Zhou De and Shi Feiyin also agreed very much. The most important core of the water dragon locking sky array, the water array flag, has been repeatedly confirmed for its mighty power. Even if they just waved the formation flag, it was enough to kill the Jade Soul water spirit. Every day you mention that human kid named Qin Yang, you are really scared of being beaten by him. Shinjin swordsman scoffed. In this regard, the three Feng Lian did not say much, just hope that these two guys are strong enough. In the Tianlang Hailong Palace, the back garden. The Starry Sky Compass's attitude towards Qin Yang has obviously improved. Before, Qin Yang arranged a Vientian lock dragon formation to directly lock a secret collapse point. As long as the formation is not bad, the collapse point of the secret realm is no longer a problem. Now, Aoker, Qinglin, and the Star Compass are all a little nervous, because Qin Yang is going to set up a dragon formation in the back garden to lock the collapse point of the secret realm here. In a formation, the dragon mother's body is still in it. If the formation is completed, the dragon mother can return to her true body. I want to arrange 2 formations in Greedy Wolf Mountain. Including this one, I still have 1 formation material to keep as a spare. Qin Yang looked at the Starry Sky Compass. Are you sure there are no other collapse points in this secret realm? The Star Compass nodded and said, it really isn't. Okay, let's start. Qin Yang finished and took out all the materials. Start the arrangement directly around the formation where the dragon mother's body is located. After a while, the array arrangement was completed. Qin Yang said to Aoker, if you don't want any problems, you must grasp the timing of the formation. Vientian Lock Dragon Formation, a peculiar top-level formation. It even gave Shenlongju a headache. According to Shenlongju himself, once this formation was in operation, it would be more difficult to pass through than swallowing the gourd. The dragon mother's body is already very weak, as if the phantom may disappear at any time. If the Vientian Lock Dragon Formation is activated too late, the entire dragon palace will be destroyed in one fell swoop. If the Vientian Locking Dragon Formation is activated too early, the divine dragon jade will be blocked, and the body of the dragon mother will be shattered by the violent collapse force. I can. Aoker said firmly. Qin Yang glanced at Aoker, but he actually wanted Mother Dragon to motivate him. I'm about to start, I count to 3, and you push me directly. Qin Yang said again and again. Aoker nodded nervously. On the contrary, the dragon mother herself has always been calm. 3, 2, 1. Qin Yang's figure flashed, and Aoker activated the Vientian Lock Dragon Formation as soon as Qin Yang's voice fell. There was a big buzzing sound, and there was no movement in the entire dragon palace, but the unstable feeling that had been on the verge of collapse disappeared. Everyone looked nervously at the center of the formation, which was already empty. Success. Qin Yang said. Great. Qinglin cheered. Aoker also breathed a sigh of relief and looked behind him. Qin Yang has already placed the body of the dragon mother on a formation, and this formation is the god-level stealing heaven-shifting formation. I didn't expect that one day I would even arrange this kind of formation. Qin Yang chuckled. I didn't expect that I was fortunate enough to see this formation and experience it myself. Mother Dragon also smiled. Not only the stealing heaven-shifting fate formation, but also the Vientian Locking Dragon Formation and the Reincarnation Formation. Each of these formations is the top formation in the world, but these formations are all in Qin Yang's hands. Mother Long looked at Qin Yang with a different charm. There is no difficulty in the next step, just start. Qin Yang urged the stealing heaven-shifting fate formation to transfer the dragon mother's soul into her body. With the transfer of the soul, the body of the soil originally constructed with the reincarnation formation and the undead soil shattered. Immediately afterwards, the dragon mother's body opened her eyes. For a time, the entire dragon palace radiated dazzling brilliance, and the entire dragon palace seemed to be alive. The body that was originally a little nothing like a phantom, but it solidified in an instant. Qin Yang couldn't help but stunned, this dragon's physique is so strong. Thank you. Qinglin knelt down on one knee and said solemnly, although you are not a dragon, I am willing to be loyal to you. If you are ordered, you can do anything. You don't need to be so formal. Qin Yang waved his hand. For him, trying to revive people is a good experience. Qin Yang didn't dare to say that he was experimenting with the Dragon Mother. Although the formation does have this function, it is really incredible to revive people. Aokur also looked at Qin Yang moved, but did not expect this cousin to help so much. Everyone is a family. The golden light flashed on the Dragon Mother's body, the golden robe and the rosy crown, noble and extraordinary, looked at Qin Yang with admiration, and said, I wonder if you would like to kiss my dragon family? Qin Yang raised his brows, what do you mean? Mother Dragon said, even if the secret realm is downgraded, Kur and I will eventually return to the East China Sea. If you become my dragon son-in-law, it will be a great help to your future achievements. Huh? Qin Yang suddenly reacted, his face changed, Dragon Clan son-in-law? Aokur didn't expect that her mother would say such a thing, her pretty face was blushing, and her heart was beating wildly. He kept peeking at Qin Yang with his eyes, and then he noticed that Qin Yang was not only powerful, but also knew a lot of things. From his appearance alone, he was also a handsome young man. It's too sudden. Qin Yang scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I have a wife. On the mainland, it is very normal for the strong wives and concubines to gather in groups. But from Qin Yang's eyes, it can be seen that there is deep affection in his eyes, and he can't hold other people in his heart. Mother Long's face suddenly turned cold, and she pretended to be angry. Who is the girl who has such good luck? Qin Yang nodded in approval and said, yes, I also think she is very lucky. After speaking, he laughed, and the awkward atmosphere was swept away. Aokur said, Qin Yang is very kind to us, but can't he send me out? I think it's good to be his cousin. The episode was passed by, and after chatting for a while, Qin Yang said goodbye and left. In the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Mother praised, this son is truly a peerless genius. Qin Yang's rejection was not only because of his love, but also because of his absolute confidence in himself. The mother of the dragon could naturally see that Qin Yang didn't care about the identity of the son-in-law of the dragon clan at all, and didn't think about it at all. Aokur was a little silent, wondering what he was thinking. Mother Long sighed in her heart, such arrogance can always easily capture people's hearts. Chapter 382. Greedy Wolf Mountain, halfway up the mountain. At the mouth of the ordinary cave, a figure suddenly appeared. The pseudo-secret realm is different from the door seal formation. It is almost impossible to forge a key. Qin Yang stood quietly at the entrance of the cave. There was a faint power of blood rules in this cave. It was obvious that people with blood skeletons had just entered and exited. Suddenly, there was a little movement in the cave, and someone appeared in the cave and talked softly. God Jinsun and Zuzuxin are going to join the Li family. We have to find a way to attract them and win them in one fell swoop. There are 6th order gold-type spiritual materials and 6th order wood-type spiritual materials, but I don't know if those two guys will be able to be fooled. The people of the Li family don't know what to do. Why haven't anyone left the villa recently? We have to let the two of us attract them. One fat and one thin two-blood skeleton practitioners walked out of the cave, and the fat man said, although the pseudo-secret realm has been arranged properly, Shinjin Shun and Zizhu Xian are not fools. What if they come here and dare not come in? Manage? The thin man said, beings with top combat power like them must be extremely proud. Even if they know it's a trap, they will break in conceitedly. Let's think about how to sneak into the Li family first. The brothers walked out of the cave, flew directly into the sky, and flew to the top of the greedy wolf. But he didn't know that Qin Yang was still standing at the entrance of the cave. Qin Yang quietly looked at the direction where the two were leaving, and suddenly smiled. God helps me too. Bringing Xinjin swordsman and purple bamboo swordsman here will help me a lot. Qin Yang waited for a while and found that there was no movement in the cave, so he went straight in and started to set up the Vientian locking dragon array. The cave is relatively narrow. Qin Yang directly used the power of annihilation to widen it, and put various spiritual materials into it. After a while, the array arrangement was completed. Qin Yang set up a concealment formation in the widened area to hide the formation. If the blood skeleton person is not proficient in formation, I am afraid that this cave is as narrow as before. Qin Yang was also in the hidden formation, sitting cross-legged and waiting for a full hour, but he didn't see the two brothers coming back just now. Strange, is there something wrong? Qin Yang was a little speechless. The people of the blood skeleton are so unreliable? At this moment, the divine light lit up in the cave, and another person came out of the pseudo-secret realm. Qin Yang suddenly smiled. This is the bloody Bailey that he had caught up with after stealing Jinsha before. Moreover, he is also the second head of the branch of the Blood Skull 10,000 Layers mountain branch. It's really useless, I can't handle such a trivial matter. Shui Bailey was a little exasperated, obviously not Qin Yang's patience. Qin Yang nodded in agreement, and Shui Bailey looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, but what he saw was only an empty formation. Shui Bailey did not see the mystery of the formation, and left the cave with a dodge. When they come back, grab the fake secret realm key directly from them. Qin Yang had a plan in his heart. This time, the movement came quickly. It's just that there are several powerful breaths coming together. I really didn't expect that there are people with blood skeletons in this secret realm. Pseudo-secret realm? It seems that you have been operating in this 10,000 mountains for a long time. Li Zhong led several masters of the Li family to hunt down Shui Bailey, among them Xinjin swordsman and Zizhu swordsman. We've set up the formation and waited for us to take the bait, but we still have to trouble you to lead the way. The Xinjin swordsman laughed, chasing after Shui Bailey to the entrance of the cave. Shui Bailey looked flustered. He never thought that he would be discovered as soon as he sneaked into Li's house. And in front of the door of the Li family manor, the two corpses lying there are the two people who were dispatched earlier. Shui Bailey was seriously injured, and faced with the pursuit of so many masters, he was able to escape here, because others deliberately let him die. Now that he came to the cave, Shui Bailey calmed down a little, turned to look at Li Zhong and others, and sneered, "You will regret letting me die." Saying that, he turned his hand and took out a blood-colored token, which was the blood-shattering order of the blood skeleton. With a move of his spiritual sense, the position he was fighting against suddenly became an overlapping space, and the pseudo-secret realm opened. I'm here, and the wealth that my blood skeleton has managed for nearly 1,000 years is here. I'm afraid you don't have the guts to take it. Shui Bailey looked at everyone coldly. Li Zhong's face was calm, but the swordsman of Xinjin laughed loudly. Don't worry, a mere pseudo-secret realm is also attached to the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain. The highest is not the God King level. With our strength, let alone this fake secret realm, even if it is looking at the entire mystical realm of 10,000 layers of mountains, who can be our opponent? Xinjin swordsman and Zizhu swordsman were about to charge directly, but Li Zhong waved his hand to stop him and said, "The three clans will fight soon, and there must be no mistakes. I can send people to guard this pseudo-secret realm of blood skeletons. Once someone comes out, and hang them immediately. Sooner or later, they will be killed by us, and no matter how many treasures there are, they are all ours." The golden swordsman frowned and said, "What? Are you afraid?" "What should I be afraid of? It's just that the pseudo-secret realm of the blood skeleton is too strange. There is no information about this pseudo-secret realm in the memories of all the Li family members. It's just that some sneaky people have been found haunting the greedy Wolf Mountain." Li Zhong's words seemed very strange. Qin Yang watched all this quietly, and his heart moved. These Li family members were indeed controlled by Shifeng. Although the one who spoke was Li Zhong, the head of the Li family, it was Shi Feiying who was controlling him. Maybe it's wind training. Hey! The Li family. However, it is said that the Xinjin swordsman and the purple bamboo swordsman, who are rumored to be one of the strongest in the Wanzhongshan mountains, are only vain. Shui Bailey spoke sarcastically. And the more he was like this, the more Li Zhong disagreed with Xinjin swordsman and Zizhu swordsman entering the pseudo-secret realm. As this major event was approaching, a bloody skeleton suddenly popped out, making Feng Lian realize that something was wrong. The mysterious realm of 10,000 layers of mountains does not seem to be as simple as they thought. Don't worry, we'll come as soon as we go. Xinjin swordsman said, I and Zizhu have 2 swords together, and the world is invincible. No one can survive a single move in front of us. If you really make a mistake, or you are trapped in it, it will ruin my plan. Li Zhong said angrily. The 2 sides quarreled directly in the cave, and they were completely confused. Shui Bailey can't figure it out, what the hell is going on? Just as he was about to open his mouth to continue his provocation, suddenly a violent sense of crisis flashed through his heart, and the blood evil order in his hand suddenly disappeared. Who is it? Shui Bailey stood with sweat all over his body, and he was able to take away the token in his hand without being aware of it. This strength is probably at least a high-level god king. The change here also made Li Zhong and others stunned. What kind of wind is this blood pumping? Although they also sensed a bit of strangeness, they couldn't detect Qin Yang's breath at all. As the blood demon order was snatched away, the overlapping space between the entrances and exits of the pseudo-secret realm gradually recovered. To enter the pseudo-secret realm, you must have a secret key. If we miss this opportunity, we have no patience to wait. After the swordsman of God Gold finished speaking, he rushed in with a dodge. The purple bamboo swordsman and him naturally advance and retreat together, and they also follow. Bastard! Reckless man! Li Chong scolded angrily, but his tone was completely refined. With the disappearance of the 2 figures, even if they wanted to go in, they had no chance. Just as he was about to leave, Li Zhong frowned suddenly as he looked at the walls of the surrounding cave. Immediately afterwards, his expression changed, and he waved his hand and punched it. Buzz! It didn't hit the stone wall, but directly on the formation. The hidden space is combined with the door ceiling formation, and the hidden space also has a good defense. I didn't expect that there would be a lot of harvest this time. Qin Yang's voice resounded in the cave. Li Zhong didn't even think about it. After hearing the sound, he immediately walked away, but after the figure shuttled out, he returned again. Qin Yang revealed his figure, and looked at Li Zhong playfully. What? You dare to face me after urging the puppet? Li Zhong was expressionless, and said in his mouth, kill. At the same time, the disciples of the Li family rushed over. The narrow cave was suddenly bombarded by various forces, and seeing the door ceiling formation and the hidden empty formation were about to shatter. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. If Feng Lian found out that he had set up the myriad chain dragon formation, he would probably be wary on the day when the 3 clans would meet. Turning his hand to take out the blood evil order, Qin Yang directly opened the pseudo-secret realm, and the figure did not enter the pseudo-secret realm. Li Zhong hesitated for a while, and directly led the crowd to rush in. Silly X. Qin Yang's figure reappeared in the cave, but the gate of the pseudo-secret realm disappeared. Look for me slowly in this pseudo-secret realm. I'm quite busy, and don't have time to play with you. Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he snapped his fingers lightly. The Vientian Lock Dragon formation was directly activated, and the entrance and exit of the pseudo-secret realm were immediately completely blocked. Even if there is a blood evil order, it is no longer possible to open the entrance and exit. Chapter 383 Borrowing the Flag. Greedy Wolf Mountain, Li Family Manor. There was a strange silence everywhere, and all the people of the Li family did not communicate with each other at all, but just looked everywhere, monitoring the entire Li family matter. Listening to the Daoqin, the sound of the concubine. Qin Yang smiled softly, this time, let you stay in this 10,000 mountains forever. Qin Yang's figure is constantly flickering, and the Divine Emperor realm can't easily detect Qin Yang's breath, not to mention the rogues around here. The Vientian locking dragon array arranged in the Li family manner, although it is also god level, is obviously a big formation. Qin Yang wants to include the entire Li family manner. Avoiding surveillance, Qin Yang slowly tinkered, and figures appeared around the Li family manor. Every time a piece of formation material is arranged, it is concealed with an airless formation. 243 places were arranged in a row, and this large Vientian lock dragon array was completely arranged. I don't know who the young master of the Lu family is. If there is a Fengshenbao mirror, why would it be so troublesome? Qin Yang sighed, this formation is not an easy job. After doing all this, Qin Yang left the Greedy Wolf Mountain and went directly to the Wangjiejimen Mountain. In the Wang family courtyard, the swordsman of Water Spirit, the Queen of Flame Demon, Wang Shower, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhao Xingchen surrounded Qin Yang and inquired about the things in the Sea of Waves. Qin Yang shrugged, and did not mention the Dragon Palace and the relatives of the unusually high generation. You must have found the treasure, otherwise you won't say anything. Even if you say it, we won't rob you. Zhao Xingchen pouted. Going straight into the Sea of Sky Waves, then the Guardian just let you go? The Flame Demon Queen looked up and down at Qin Yang, but still couldn't see the clue. Don't talk about this, let's talk about the martial arts of these three clans. Qin Yang said. In a few days, the time for the three clans to meet in martial arts will come. Several people looked worried, even though they were fully prepared, they were still not sure. A maid came over and said respectfully, Master Qin, the head of the family is hosting a banquet. Please come over with young Master Wang and others. Having a banquet? Qin Yang was taken aback. Judging from the words, it seems that Qin Yang has a higher status than Wang Shower. Wang Shower said a little embarrassedly, thank you for your help in finding the Earth-type spiritual material, I haven't been able to thank you enough. And the previous trip to Tianlangai, we didn't accompany you. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, it's okay, even if you accompany me, it won't change anything. Wang Shower held back for a while, and Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was beside him, said, can you stop hitting people like this? Strike people? Is there any? Qin Yang asked. Zhao Xingchen nodded. Several people looked at the Xuanhuan swordsman. The Xuanhuan swordsman had no expression on his face, and said calmly, you follow, it is indeed a burden. The Flame Demon Queen burst into laughter and trembled. If you ask the Water Spirit swordsman this kind of question, you will of course get the most rational answer. A few people chatted and laughed and came to the banquet hall. This time it seemed a lot more grand. Not only people from the Wang family, but also many people from the Zhang family came. Among them, Zhang family, Zhang Hai, also came in person. In addition, the leaders of the young generation in the two families also came, looking at Qin Yang with admiration in his eyes. It's him, breaking into the ancient tomb of Ling Yuan, and fighting the underworld god. Tianlangai, Tianyasher, existences that dare to be enemies with the guardians. Fighting the Flame Demon Queen, the Water Spirit swordsman alone, and even subduing them, my god, if you just say these kinds of achievements, which one won't shock one side? If it was an old man who could do all this, I would believe it, but he is about the same age as us, but he is already so strong. A burst of praise and exclamation sounded, and everyone whispered, looking at Qin Yang. Qin Yang didn't hesitate, he cupped his hands in the four directions, and walked directly towards the main table. Looking at Wang Qianqiu, Qin Yang suddenly raised his brows. This guy has already reached the 7th level of the God King realm? Although Liuhe stone is extremely powerful, after the injury is healed, the speed of recovery is too fast. Qin Yang is really talented, a heroic young man. When I meet him today, he really has an extraordinary temperament. Zhang Jiejia advocated got up and surrendered. Don't dare. Qin Yang replied. Glancing away, the system prompts ding. The detection is successful and the panel is generated. His eyes turn to other places, only a little disappointed. Most of the people who come here are young people, and the most powerful ones are in the star realm. This kind of realm, copying it will not improve Qin Yang at all. The head of the Zhang family joked, if you had come earlier, I'm afraid my daughter Xiao might not look down on that would not. Father. What did you say? Zhang Xiao pouted. Wang Xiao was not angry either, and smirked. The atmosphere was pleasant and happy. Qin Yang and others sat down and immediately opened the seat. Wang Qianqiu kept praising Qin Yang, and while praising, there were echoes of many young people. It is said that the strongest of the younger generation should be Fellatio, but I don't think that is the case. Whether it is strength or magic weapon, Qin and Yang are completely victorious. Wang Qianqiu said. Qin Yang's heart is a little weird, this Wang Qianqiu doesn't seem to be such a complimenting person. I don't think so. In order to restrain the Balrog will be beaten without temper. Could Qin Yang have any magic weapon stronger than swallowing the heaven gourd? A Zhang family disciple said. There is no politeness between the words. The flame demon queen was very angry. If it wasn't for Qin Yang's face, she had to let that kid have a taste. Wang Qianqiu chuckled lightly and said, recently, the matter of the 5 elements spiritual materials has indeed been abuzz. Let's start with the 5 elements spiritual materials. The swallowing gourd does restrain the flame demon. Not only that, the Li family's water dragon locks the sky, but also restrains the water spirit swordsman. Wang Qianqiu's voice fell, and everyone nodded in unison. Some people even whispered, saying that the Li family's 2 major helpers, the golden swordsman and the purple bamboo swordsman, were extremely powerful, but their helpers, the flame demon queen and the water spirit swordsman, were restrained to death. But Wang Qianqiu got up, came to Qin Yang's side, and said, Qin Yang also has a magic weapon comparable to the water dragon locking heaven array. You may not know that the core of the water dragon locking heaven array is a flag of the water array. Yang Yi's flag of the earth formation directly broke the water dragon lock sky formation. There was an uproar, and everyone's eyes widened. The water dragon locking sky formation is broken? My God, Qin Yang is really our savior. Wang Qianqiu said with a smile, such an array of flags is rare in the world. We have Qin Yang to help us, Li family, Feng Lian, etc., it is not a concern. It is good. Yes, this time the 3 clans will fight, and they will be defeated. That's right. Fuck them. Most of the people present were young people, young and energetic, full of energy, and could not stand any provocation at all. Qin Yang's face gradually turned cold, and he suddenly realized that this seemed to be a set for himself. With Qin Yang's help, the strength of the Wang family is also recovering rapidly. How can the Li family continue to be arrogant when the 3 clans meet? Zhang Hai also said. Wang Qianqiu sighed suddenly. Zhang Hai asked, I don't know why the Wang family sighed. Wang Qianqiu explained, unfortunately, I have Liuhe stone, and the injury has healed, but it is still impossible for my cultivation base to recover completely on the day when the 3 tribes will meet. It is even more difficult to control after merging into a 6-helix stone. For a while, a young man from the Wang family said directly, don't Qin Yang have the flag of the soil formation? If there is such a powerful magic weapon, wouldn't it be easy to completely control the Liuhe stone? Zhang Xiaoxiao's face changed, and he secretly touched Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao also looked at a loss, and he didn't know what was going on. The Shuiling swordsman's face became even colder, while the flame demon queen sneered at the corner of her mouth. The only outsider, Zhao Xingchen, was even more restless, with a look of resentment on his face. Doesn't this make it clear that the flag is going to take away Qin Yang's soil formation flag? Wang Qianqiu hurriedly waved his hand and said, Qin Yang has provided too much help, how can I borrow this flag from him again? You can't mention it again. Patriarch Wang, your strength is high, it is also a great thing for our two families, and the three clans will be more confident in martial arts. Qin Yang is a peerless arrogance. This array of flags is a treasure for us. For the Wang family, it can solve the urgent needs and greatly improve the combat power. But for Qin Yang, I am afraid it is just an ordinary thing, right? It turns out that these people are trusting. Qin Yang sighed in his heart, and suddenly lost his appetite. Wang Qianqiu said, for Qin Yang, it is indeed an ordinary thing, because Qin Yang seems to have two flags of the soil array. As soon as the voice fell, the audience was shocked. Qin Yang is simply a mobile treasure house. In this case, what's the harm in lending one to the Wang family master? That's right, as a leader of the younger generation, you should have tolerance. Qin Yang will definitely not let us look down on it. The first-level person began to conform, praised openly, but secretly forced the palace to excite generals. Zhang Xiaoxiao was a little anxious and looked at Wang Xiaoer. Wang Xiaoer was ignorant of these and at a loss. The flame demon queen stood up angrily, and the water spirit swordsman's eyes gradually turned cold. Is this kind of person also worthy of sending fish every year? In the lobby, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down, a little nervous. What are you doing? What are you doing? Qin Yang finally spoke, but he was addressing the flame demon queen and the water spirit swordsman. Sit down. Are you? The flame demon queen was in a hurry, but looking at Qin Yang's calm face, she had to swallow the bad breath temporarily. Qin Yang smiled lightly, stretched out his hand, and asked, Patriarch Wang, what do you want, but this flag? Chapter 384, Upstart. In the lobby, everyone was staring at the khaki-colored array flag. On the array flag, there was a word, Su. It is this ordinary flag that can control the rules of the soil system. And what the Li family owns is the same as this flag, but it is the flag of the water array, which can completely defeat the water spirit swordsman. Wang Qianqiu's eyes were extremely hot, and he coughed lightly, saying, Master Qin's words are bad, I don't want it, I just want to borrow it for a few days. Now that the three clans will fight, for the sake of Wang and Zhang, I have to be cheeky. The flame demon queen rolled her eyes, slandering in her heart, do you know that you are thick-skinned? The Shui-Ling swordsman kept observing Qin Yang, and sent a voice transmission to the flame demon queen, don't be angry. What? You're not angry? The flame demon queen asked, when I belittled me before, I took you along too. The Shui-Ling swordsman shook his head lightly and said, we are really inferior to Qin Yang in this regard, you are too small. The flame demon queen suddenly couldn't sit still. What do you mean by being too small? Didn't you just sit still? The flame demon queen turned to Qin Yang, but found that Qin Yang still had a faint smile on his face, not angry at all, and suddenly thought about it. Patriarch Wang doesn't have to be so polite. The three Feng Lian and I already have some grudges. There have been conflicts with the Li family. If the strength of the Wang and Zhang families is stronger, it would be a good thing for me. Qin Yang handed out the flag. Wang Qianqiu was afraid that Qin Yang would go back on it, so he quickly grabbed it. Suddenly reacting to himself a bit abruptly, he said again and again, don't worry, after the three clans meet, I will definitely return the flag. For a while, there was another burst of praise, and all the young people in the hall gave thumbs up. After the dinner, Qin Yang and others returned to the previously arranged courtyard, declined the young man who wanted to ask for advice, and closed the door directly. I could vaguely hear some criticisms, saying that Qin Yang was too arrogant, and he humbly asked for advice, but he didn't teach at all. Zhao Xingchen's lungs exploded. What he wants to learn from Qin Yang depends on Qin Yang's mood. How old are these guys? In the courtyard, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer were full of guilt. Zhang Xiaoxiao said, "We don't know about this matter, I'm really sorry." Wang Xiaoer hurriedly said, "This has nothing to do with Zhang Xiaoxiao." "Okay, don't be nervous." Qin Yang chuckled and shook his head, sat down at the stone table under the old tree in the courtyard, took out the tea set, and asked with a smile, "What tea?" "Black tea," said the Flame Demon Queen. "Green tea," Water Spirit Swordsman said. Qin Yang looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer, "How about you?" Zhang Xiaoxiao blushed. How could they have the face to sit down and drink tea? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked, "You really don't mind? If you are not angry, how is it possible?" Qin Yang took a deep breath, snorted softly, and said, "Damn, none of them can escape." As soon as he finished speaking, the transcendent image he had created earlier collapsed. The Flame Demon Queen clapped the table and laughed, and said, "I knew you were not a good boy, cough, not so big." Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer became even more embarrassed. Qin Yang said, "Don't worry, after all, on the surface, this is a good thing. Besides, a flag of the soil formation is just, it can't change anything." There was something in the words, but no one responded. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer stayed ashamed and left quickly. Zhao Xingchen asked, "It's a good thing on the surface? What about in the dark?" "Also, it can't change anything, what?" Qin Yang shrugged and said, "Wang Qianqiu wants the flag of the soil formation, which is understandable." "What is your understanding?" Zhao Xingchen admired Qin Yang immensely. The more he got in touch with him, the more he admired him. He often compared himself to him, but he had no idea what Qin Yang was thinking. Qin Yang shook the tea in the cup and said, "Wang Qianqiu's body is a stone, and it is fused with Liuhe stone. The flag of the earth array will restrain him like the flag of the water array restrains the water spirit swordsman." Speaking of this, Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. "Also, I have two sides of the flag of the earth array." After a pause, Qin Yang said again, "If he is an enemy, he will be restrained to death by me. I don't even need to take any shots, I can defeat him with just the flag. As for what can't be changed." Qin Yang said nothing. The Shui Ling swordsman understood and said, "If he wants to be an enemy, he won't be able to turn the tide if he is given the Earth Array flag." The Flame Demon Queen took a sip of the red tea and said, "If he is really ignorant, I don't mind teaching him a lesson." Qin Yang looked at the Flame Demon Queen and sighed. "You look down on me?" The Flame Demon Queen was instantly angry, and she couldn't bear her fiery temper at all. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "It's not that I look down on you, it's that I think it's a bit of a waste." "What's the waste?" The Flame Demon Queen was puzzled. Qin Yang asked, "Is there a Quanhuan ring?" The Flame Demon Queen sighed, "You still say you look down on me? Who doesn't have something like the Quanhuan ring?" As he said that, he lit up the Quanhuan ring on his hand that looked like a flame pattern, and when he moved his spiritual mind, it was like a small tongue of flame wrapped around his fingertips. Qin Yang nodded, "It's good to have it, it's much more convenient." After speaking, he stretched out his hand and waved to the back. At one time, the entire courtyard. Infinite treasure light, all kinds of fire-type spiritual materials piled up a hill higher than the courtyard wall from the ground level to the high level. Not only that, the fire-type elixir exudes a strong direction, and the air seems to be ignited, but it does not make people feel any scorching heat. The Flame Demon Queen swallowed and spit. "If you give her 1/10 of these fire-type spiritual materials and elixir, no, 1/20, she can immediately return to a prosperous state." "These, how much are you going to give me?" the Flame Demon Queen asked in a low voice. The eyes have already seen a flaming python fruit in the corner, and the saliva is almost left. And this flaming python fruit is still a 6th order elixir. This flaming python fruit alone is a god king level, and its value is at least nearly 10,000 spirit stones. It's all for you, Qin Yang said. The flame demon queen froze for a while, her mind went blank, and she didn't believe her ears. Did I hear it wrong? The flame demon queen asked weakly. You heard that right. Rao is the ruthless face that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, and the Shui-Ling swordsman couldn't help but be moved. Qin Yang thought about it and said, I said before, I will introduce you to a friend. If you think she is okay, you can share these with her. By the way, there is also her destiny, Qian-san too. Dog. The flame demon queen nodded again and again, with so many treasures, even if Qin Yang casually introduced her to a fire-based cultivator, she would be willing to follow it. The one who followed was not the fire cultivator, but Qin Yang. Hurry up and put it away. Qin Yang frowned. I know, the human race often says that wealth is not revealed. The flame demon queen said, and hurriedly put away all the spirit medicines and spirit materials. Qin Yang shook his head with a smile, and said, it's not because of this, it's because it gets in the way, and there will be conflicts. What do you mean? The flame demon queen couldn't understand, and immediately became speechless. Qin Yang waved his hand again, and the entire small courtyard was filled with ice and snow before the surging fire rules had dissipated. Each of the water-type spirit materials and spirit medicines piled up a hill again. The water spirit swordsman was taken aback for a moment, shouldn't he? You should also have the Chanquan ring, put it away. Qin Yang said. Zhao Xingchen's eyes almost popped out, you're a nouveau riche. Don't you know how much these are worth? The Shui-Ling swordsman was rude and put it away. It's just a point that has long been recognized in my heart, which is more firm. Qin Yang disagreed and said, how much is it worth? Zhao Xingchen really started to figure it out, but he couldn't figure it out at all. This is simply an astronomical figure. Qin Yang laughed and said, forget it, wealth means nothing to me. Zhao Xingchen was about to cry, shouting in his heart, it means something to me. Looking at Qin Yang eagerly, after the water spirit swordsman put away the water spirit materials and medicine, he did not move. Zhao Xingchen pouted and said, they themselves are only spiritual materials. The flame demon queen and the water spirit swordsman looked at each other, and their movements were stagnant. As at the previous banquet, no one regarded them as beings. Qin Yang said, I have no prejudice against any race that has intelligence and no malice. In Qin Yang's mouth, the flame demon queen and the water spirit swordsman were directly upgraded to races. The flame demon queen is not bad, she is an extraterritorial demon. And the water spirit swordsman, it is the real spiritual material that gives birth to the wisdom. Hearing Qin Yang's words, the water spirit swordsman warmed his heart. But you are prejudiced against me. Zhao Xingchen roared aggrieved. Chapter 385. Over the next few days, the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Qin Yang's courtyard is still full of relaxation and harmony. Even when Qin Yang accidentally leaked his mouth, the dishes at the Li family banquet were unpalatable. The best chef in the Myriad Mountain's secret realm was not as good as his finger, which directly exposed his cooking skills. The Flame Demon Queen, Shui-Ling Swordsman, and Zhao Xingchen originally only wanted to see Qin Yang's jokes, but when Qin Yang really showed his hand, he was immediately shocked. The dishes can still be made so delicious. Zhao Xingchen's stomach has always been bulging. These people from the Li family are really interesting. After getting the flag of the Earth Array, they just put us aside, don't ask. The Flame Demon Queen said dissatisfied. Although Wang Xiaoer and Zhang Xiaoxiao have been there several times. Also revealed a lot of information, Wang Qianqiu directly restored the power of the God King realm Zhuzangshan, and also went to Tianlangai to find the help of the Guardian. The guardians who have never appeared on the mainland actually want to participate in the three-clan martial arts. This is undoubtedly great news for the Wang and Zhang families. It's just strange that after Wang Qianqiu returned from Tianlangai, he began to retreat. Obviously the strength has been restored, but it is still behind closed doors. Qin Yang, what are you going to cook at noon today? Zhao Xingchen became interested in lunch, but it was just past morning. Qin Yang laughed and said, I won't cook today. Ah? Zhao Xingchen was taken aback, why? Are there not enough ingredients? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, today is the day when the three clans will meet martial arts, have you forgotten? Zhao Xingchen pinched his fingers, suddenly embarrassed. On such an important day, he really remembered the wrong time. Sure enough, not long after, Wang Xiaoer and Zhang Xiaoxiao visited again, but their expressions were a little weird. Father asked me to invite you to go to the Li family wind and cloud platform together. Wang Xiaoer said, his expression a little hesitant to speak. Zhang Xiaoxiao said bluntly, I know you don't like going around, so I'll just say it straight. After Uncle Wang came back from Tianlangai, he has been in seclusion. But the guardians of Tianlangai stood on our side and gave two great encouragement. And recently, people from the two families have been rejected because of those young people asking for advice like you. So there is a lot of prejudice against you. It's really straightforward enough. Prejudice? Why? Zhao Xingchen said loudly, we are helping you. Moreover, Qin Yang also gave out treasures like the Earth Array flag. How dare you be biased? Wang Xiaoer and Zhang Xiaoxiao were a little helpless, but that was the truth. It sounds good to say that it is prejudice. After Zhang and Wang joined the Tianlangai Guard, they even began to dislike Qin Yang, and they were a little hostile. Ingratitude? The Flame Demon Queen said directly. Yes. The Water Spirit Swordsman nodded. Everyone looked at Qin Yang, but saw that Qin Yang was still drinking tea quietly. Aren't you angry? Wang Xiaoer asked. Qin Yang was taken aback for a moment, puzzled, why should I be angry? I don't even know who the Wang and Zhang families are except for the two of you and the head of the Wang family. Prejudice means that they recognize my strength. If there is hostility, then it's proof that they're jealous. When he said that, everyone suddenly laughed. Qin Yang looked at the Water Spirit Swordsman and continued to laugh. Will your mood be affected by the hostility of the ice crystal fish to you? The Water Spirit Swordsman said, of course not. And this also let others know what Qin Yang was thinking. After all, they are not even qualified to leave a name in Qin Yang's heart. Fengjiantai, where is it? Qin Yang asked. In contrast, Qin Yang was more concerned that the Fengjiantai should not go beyond the scope of the Vientian locking dragon array. It's an empty island, which is specially used for the three-clan martial arts competitions and other competitions. When it needs to be used, it will be summoned by a large array and suspended beside the Greedy Wolf Mountain. Wang Xiaoer said. Zhang Xiaoxiao added, there is a special viewing platform in the other courtyard of the Li family manor. It usually faces a sea of clouds and a cliff below it. When the wind and cloud platform is used, it will lean against the viewing platform. Qin Yang nodded, so there is no need to worry. The time is about the same, and everyone set off directly. Sure enough, as Zhang Xiaoxiao said, the Wang and Zhang families did start to despise Qin Yang. Even looking at the Flame Demon Queen and the Water Spirit Swordsman, there is some greed. Master Qin, can you rest these days? Wang Qianqiu came over with a smile. Qin Yang quietly left the attribute panel in front of him. The strength of this Wang Qianqiu has indeed risen to the 9 heavens of the God King realm. Between the walks, the victory is also in hand, and it looks like a plan. Congratulations to Patriarch Wang's recovery. Qin Yang bowed his hands. Wang Qianqiu looked at the Queen of Flame Demon and the Water Spirit Swordsman and said, 5 elements of spiritual materials, we have only 3 of them. This time when the three clans met martial arts, we just took this opportunity to conquer the starry sky compass. Qin Yang raised his brows. Didn't this guy go to Tianlangai? Don't they know that the star compass is Aoker's natal magic weapon? Still thinking about taking it? Immediately, Qin Yang asked, I don't know if the Wang family head went to Tianlangai, but what did he gain? Wang Qianqiu smiled proudly and said, It's nothing, just happened to meet Tianlang. Sea Guardian, after chatting with him, he expressed his willingness to help. What about the others? Qin Yang asked again. Is that not enough? Wang Qianqiu asked. Qin Yang suddenly laughed. It turns out that Wang Qianqiu still doesn't know anything. After the assembly was over, the Wang and Zhang families went to the Greedy Wolf Mountain in a mighty manner. On the Greedy Wolf Mountain, the environment is quite lively, but the atmosphere is extremely cold. The Wang and Zhang families sensed something was wrong. The Li family disciples, who were usually hostile to them, seemed to have changed today, and they were all polite to them. Even some people with old grudges meet each other, and the people of the Li family seem to have forgotten their grudges. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. We should be careful and not be careless. Wang Qianqiu reminded. But his expression still didn't take everything into consideration. The Li family viewing platform, a tall building, was built along the cliff. From the first floor to the fifth floor, you can have a panoramic view of the sea of clouds. The Fengjiantai has been pulled by the formation method, and the huge floating island has been directly built into a large-scale martial arts field. Where's Li Zhong? Zhang Jieji advocated that Hai looked unhappy. They have already taken their seats, but the head of the Li family has not yet been seen. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth revealed a faint smile, and if Li Zhong hadn't died, he would definitely be anxious in the pseudo-secret realm of the blood skeleton. The three of Feng Lian came slowly, and Feng Lian said, Li Zhong is in a bad health, I will receive the host. Wang Qianqiu snorted coldly and said, You? Even if you are a genius of the 8 Shinto clans, this is the 3-clan martial arts in our Myriad Mountains secret realm. Are you also qualified to host? There was anger on Feng Lian's face, and he was a little anxious, but couldn't express it. He said calmly, all the elders of the Li family agree. If necessary, I can temporarily be the head of the Li family. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of the Wang and Zhang families changed. Only Qin Yang leaned back on the chair with Erlang's legs crossed, and looked at the viewing platform quietly. If any of you have any objections, you can withdraw from the 3-clan martial arts. Feng Lian gritted his teeth and said, but he scolded Shinjin swordsman and Zizhu swordsman again in his heart. If it weren't for the recklessness of these two, Li Zhong and other important Li family powerhouses would not have encountered Qin Yang, let alone chased them in. But now, all the other Li family powerhouses in the pseudo-secret realm have fallen, only Li Zhong, Shinjin swordsman and Zizhu swordsman are still alive. But they couldn't find a way out of the pseudo-secret realm at all. Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shifein's eyes were about to breathe fire, and they stared at Qin Yang. Zhou De's teeth creaked, Qin Yang was here, and even a pig reacted. At that time, Qin Yang deliberately designed it to smack them hard. Chapter 386. It's okay for you to host, but can you make all decisions on behalf of the Li family? Wang Qianqiu squinted at the temperament. In his opinion, Feng Lian, who owns the heaven-swallowing gourd, should be more threatening than Qin Yang. Yes. Feng Lian said quietly. Wang Qianqiu said, in previous years, the 3 clans met martial arts, which determined the distribution of resources in the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain. The winner will have the most resources. It's not a problem. Feng Lian continued. Zhang Jieji advocates that the sea is full of confusion. Could it be that there is a lot of thunder and little rain? The Li family had created such a momentum before, why did it become miserable when it came to an end? Zhang Hai laughed and said, Do you think we have 3 kinds of 5-element spiritual materials, and we have Tianlangai guardians to help you, do you know the interest? The other 2 families laughed, but the Li family showed no signs of being annoyed at all. It looks like it's soft. Qin Yang was a little drowsy on the side. Suddenly, the sky was deep and the whole sky turned into a vast ocean. There is a feeling of being upside down, as if everyone is upside down. Heavenly Wave Sea Guardian, here we come. Qing Lin jumped out of the sea and landed directly on the 5th floor of the viewing platform. Sorry, I'm late. Qing Lin said. Obviously, it was said to Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded lightly and motioned for him to find a seat by himself. Wang Qianqiu smiled and said, It's not too late, it hasn't started yet. Feng Lian stared at Qing Lin and said solemnly, The Li family is the descendant of the apprentice of the master of the secret realm. What is the reason for the Tianlangai guards to help the Wang and Zhang families to deal with the Li family? Qing Lin didn't even look at Feng Lian, and replied in a cold voice, The ancestor of the Li family didn't dare to speak like this in front of me, what are you? Feng Lian clenched his fists, and could only endure the bad breath, and said with a sullen face, Help outsiders deal with their own people, this is the style of the guardian? What do I do? It's not your turn to teach me a lesson. Qing Lin smiled and said, Maybe you think you are a genius, but you are just a frog at the bottom of the well. If you can't jump out of the well, you will never know how big the sky is. You said I was a frog at the bottom of a well? Feng Lian's patience was almost at the limit. Isn't it? Qing Lin said. Glancing at Qin Yang without leaving any traces in his eyes, Qin Yang raised his brows and drank tea quietly. Qing Lin Divine Sense voice said, Why does the Li family feel the atmosphere is weird? What happened before? Nothing. Qin Yang said. Qing Lin said again, By the way, I saw Wang Qianqiu the day before yesterday, and he asked me for help, but I didn't tell him about you. Where did you meet? Qin Yang asked, casually. Lingyuan Ancient Tomb. Qing Lin said. Huh? Didn't I meet you in Tianlangai? Qin Yang was taken aback. Qing Lin said proudly, Not everyone dares to set foot in the sea of sky waves. Why are you going to Lingyuan Ancient Tomb? Qin Yang asked again. Although this formation of stealing heaven-shifting life array has saved the mistress, it is not suitable for this formation to be kept in the Dragon Palace. So the Dragon Mother asked me to move the formation to the ancient tomb of Lingyuan. Qing Lin said. Qin Yang's expression changed, You moved the heaven-stealing array to Lingyuan ancient tomb? Qing Lin nodded and asked, What's wrong? Qin Yang asked again, Did you see Wang Qianqiu in the ancient tomb of Lingyuan? Qing Lin looked at Qin Yang a little weird and asked, Is there any problem? No problem. Qin Yang shook his head gently, but took a deep look at Wang Qianqiu. On the other side, the 3 Feng Lian were also quietly transmitting sound. Feng Lian held back his anger and began to preside over the 3 clan martial arts. Feng Lian announced loudly, According to tradition, the day when the 3 clans meet in martial arts is the time to resolve all grievances. The outcome of the competition determines the future allocation of resources. After a long discussion, the Lingwang and Zhang families couldn't help but be surprised that this outsider knew so much. After Feng Lian finished speaking, he paused and continued, According to the previous rules, the 3 clans will be divided into 5 battles. There are 3 arena battles and 2 group battles. There are no restrictions on who each party can send. Feng Yun on the stage, there is no limit to life or death. The arena battle is not one-on-one, but one person from each of the 3 clans to start a melee in the arena, and the rules can join forces. In the same way, group battles consist of 10 people from each faction of the 3 clans, and they can also join forces. Such a rule seems to be unfavorable to the Li family, but in fact, every time the 3 clans of the Li family compete in martial arts, they will win. It's just that this time the three clans will meet, because the owner Li Zhong and some Li family strongmen are trapped in the pseudo-secret realm of blood skeletons and can't get out, and things have changed. After announcing the rules, Feng Lian asked directly, now the first arena battle, please send people from Wang and Zhang to fight. A young man from the Zhang family flew directly to Fengjiantai, and the disciples of the Zhang family suddenly burst into cheers. When the Wang family sent someone, Wang Qianqiu looked at Qin Yang and said with a smile, I wonder if Qin Xiao can go up and have a go. If I did, it would be too boring, right? Qin Yang was a little drowsy, he just wanted to see how Feng Lian and others could play without Li Zhong, Shenjin swordsman, and Zizhu swordsman. He has no interest in fighting at all. It's better to walk back and forth, and copy some more power of the rules to be more comfortable. Three clans will fight, it's really boring. Wang Qianqiu nodded lightly, his brows were furrowed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that Qin Yang didn't want to do it, Wang Qianqiu assigned another young cultivator in the clan. The cultivator looked at Qin Yang proudly, and snorted lightly, as if he looked down on Qin Yang. Fly up to Fengjiantai and greet each other with Zhang family practitioners. The three Feng Lian discussed it, and a practitioner from the Li family also flew up to Fengjiantai. 3 stars in the late stage. Qin Yang knew the outcome as soon as he raised his eyes. The Wang and Zhang families sneered one after another. With the same strength, one is fighting alone and the other is joining forces. The result is self-evident. What? Is there no one in the Li family? In the past, didn't we send people with higher cultivation than ours every time? Why did we send people with the same realm this time? Zhang Hai mocked. The three Feng Lian looked calm, and the Li family didn't even respond. The battle started directly, but when it started, it was surprising. It is said that the authorities are obsessed, and the bystanders are clear. The practitioner of the Li family seems to have eyes on the back of his head, and he can resist any attack, even if it is a blind spot, he seems to be able to see it. Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan in astonishment, watching Xuanhuan staring at the battle on the wind cloud platform with all his attention, without even blinking his eyes. Qin Yang smiled lightly and walked over with the wine glass in his hand. Zhou Da's body tightened, and Feng Lian narrowed his eyes with a look of alertness. Xuanhuan didn't notice it for the time being, and only reacted when someone blocked her face. Go away. Before he could finish uttering a word, after seeing Qin Yang, his face stiffened and his voice stopped abruptly. What do you want to do? Qin Yang smiled and said, it's nothing, a slender lady, a gentleman. Such a beautiful woman shouldn't be attracted by this boring battle, why don't we talk about something interesting? Believing you to be a ghost. Xuanhuan stared at Qin Yang viciously. Master Fein. Feng Lian reminded, Xuanhuan only reacted, but it was too late. The Wang and Zhang families suddenly burst into cheers. In this first game, they won. Chapter 387. The children of the victorious Wang and Zhang families bowed their hands to the viewing platform proudly and flew back directly. Seeing that Qin Yang was chatting with Xuanhuan in front of Xuanhuan, he suddenly became angry. Regardless of the position, Xuanhuan is simply a peerless beauty to them. In the face of beauty, everyone's performance is surprisingly consistent. The Wang family's son said sourly, we are fighting on the stage, but you are here in a hurry, it's really unhappy. The disciples of the Zhang family also cooperated, the family martial arts I used just now are powerful. They killed the people of the Li family with one blow, and won the victory. But the martial arts have only been practiced for half a year, and they have already been practiced to perfection. It was a show-off, but no one bought it at all, Xuanhuan didn't even look at him. On the other hand, the other Wang and Zhang families kept praising him, calling him a genius again and again. What do you want to express? Qin Yang looked at the Zhang family's disciple staring at him full of gunpowder, and said displeasedly, do you want to disturb me to pick up girls? Such a blatant statement of this translation in a large audience immediately caused an uproar. The young disciples of Wang and Zhang were already jealous of Qin Yang's strength, but at this time it was like adding fuel to the fire. If you have some magic weapon and some strength, you don't know who you are. Shurfeiyin is also something you can think about? If it weren't for the timing, which round should you talk to? A Wang family child shouted loudly. The echo sounded in unison. Qin Yang shrugged, ignoring it at all, pointed at Zhou, who was sitting next to Shurfeiyin, and said, "You, go away." Zhou's face sank, and he was about to run away immediately, but without waiting for Feng Lian to stop him, he put out the fire for himself. "You wait for me." Zhou gritted his teeth. But at this time it is not appropriate to have a conflict with Qin Yang, and it is better to get up directly. Wang Qianqiu and Zhang Hai looked at each other, and both saw that they were unusual. It was rumored that Qin Yang directly scared the three Feng Lian away, but is it true? Who are the three Feng Lian? Not to mention the genius of Tianzong, he is still a member of the 8 races of the Shinto way. The 3 young masters of the 8 Shinto clans faced Qin Yang like this. Rumors are worse than seeing them, and seeing them is even more shocking. Qin Yang sat directly next to Shurfeiyin, grabbed the fruit on the small table in the middle, and tasted it. Erlang's legs lifted up again. Qin Yang looked at Feng Lian and said, "Next time." Feng Lian's lungs are about to explode. This is Qin Yang's home ground. Why can you sit here? Since you can sit, so can I. The Zhang family had just won a game and directly regarded himself as a hero. Seeing Qin Yang near the water tower, he couldn't bear it any longer. "Step forward." Feng Lian glared at him, and immediately shook the Zhang family disciple with fright. Under the coercion of the God King realm, the mere stars did not frighten them, but Feng Lian kept their hands. "Continue the contest," Feng Lian announced. Soon, the practitioners sent by the 3 parties started a new round of battle, but this time, the Li family finally had the previous style, and directly dispatched the cultivators of the God King Realm 3rd Heaven to fight against the cultivators of the God King Realm 1st Layer of the King of War and Zhang. As the previous winner, he has the right to choose the last person to send. This is undoubtedly the biggest cheat, but the rules are like that. Unless you directly send the cultivators of the 9 heavens of the God King realm, this is not very realistic. Ding ding ding. Qin Yang harassed the voice of the concubine while copying, and the regular stars disappeared suddenly as soon as they condensed in the nebula of extinction in the body. The speed of the nebula of extinction was a little faster, and it seemed to be much larger than before. If you copy it like this, you still need a lot to advance. Qin Yang thought about it while looking at the practitioners around him. If the power of these people's rules is copied, it is not a problem to be promoted to the 8th heaven of the God King. This is only the 5th floor of the viewing platform. There are also many powerful gods and kings of the 3 clans on the 4th floor. Undoubtedly, even if Qin Yang harassed, the Li family resolved the battle cleanly this time. "We're all so familiar, let's talk. How are you going to play?" Qin Yang asked in a low voice. "I don't understand what you mean," Shurfeiyin said. Qin Yang pouted and said, "The Li family wants to take the Wang family and Zhang family together this time, right?" The 3 Feng Lian looked the same, neither admitting nor refuting. Li Zhong, Shenjin swordsman, Zizhu swordsman, and several powerhouses at the core of the Li family are all. Qin Yang said, "But you are still so calm, especially when the Tianlangai guards are also there." Although the 3 Feng Lian didn't care on the surface, they were paying close attention to Qin Yang's words in their hearts. Suddenly, Qin Yang changed his voice and said with a smile, "Have you got the flag of the water array?" With him, the Tianlangai guard is not a concern, right? Feng Lian's face changed suddenly. He quickly suppressed the shock in his heart, and asked in a deep voice, "How did you know?" Qin Yang ate the fruit leisurely, and the 3rd arena battle had already started. He just paid a little attention before, and found that the water dragon locks the sky, it is gone. Its formation core, the water formation flag, has obviously been taken away. While copying, Qin Yang said with a smile, could it be that I don't understand the formation? A cold light flashed in Feng Lian's eyes. It turns out that the formation in that cave was indeed arranged by you. It's just that I don't know. What kind of formation is that? Want to know? Qin Yang frowned, but I just won't tell you. The three Feng Lian were suddenly angry, and Feng Lian directly said angrily, you think you have everything under control when you trap Li Zhong, Shinjin swordsman, and Zizhu swordsman? Feng Lian smiled anxiously, and then said, thanks to you, let me know that this Li family and those two spiritual materials are not reliable at all. If you want to do things, your own people are the most reliable. Zhou De and Shi Feiying continued to transmit sound, but Feng Lian ignored them. He has been suppressed by Qin Yang for long enough, and everything will end today. Feng Lian said, I might as well tell you directly, I won this battle. You are destined to become my shadow slave. Qin Yang laughed and said, what? Did you even bring in the rescuers? Looking at Zhou De contemptuously, Qin Yang smiled and said, your seal of Tianmen, is it possible to go out? Zhou De laughed, Qin Yang, you underestimate me too. Although it is very expensive to move in to rescue soldiers, the heaven-swallowing gourd can help, no matter how much power is lost, it can be replenished. Qin Yang became puzzled. The portal of the blood skeleton's secret gate was obviously locked by the Vientiane lock dragon formation. Oops. Qin Yang's expression changed. He locked the blood skeleton's secret realm teleportation point, but this teleportation point, only the blood skeleton people know. Although the gate of the secret realm that everyone knew before was destroyed by Li Zhong, the mark of the teleportation point is still there. This week, Zhou De only knows the portal of the secret realm, and naturally he will only be teleported through there. Humph, it seems that you are just like that. You think you have everything under control, but it's just your blind confidence. Feng Lian sneered, if you are afraid, you can escape. The ability to escape is unparalleled in the world. Don't provoke me, don't worry, I won't run away. Qin Yang said. I don't expect you to either. Feng Lian snorted coldly. Qin Yang sighed and shook his head gently. It's like I predicted the opponent's position, but the opponent was stupid and didn't move. As a result, my move was directly empty. You overestimate your opponent. Qin Yang felt helpless. It can be said that the old horse stumbled. Chapter 388 Jade Shadow. In the first 3 battles, the Li family won too. The Wang and Zhang families, who were excited after winning the first game, had ugly expressions on their faces. In the remaining 2 group battles, if the Li family wins another one, then the winner of the 3 clan martial arts will be the Li family. Unless, in the next 2 group battles, Wang and Zhang are all victorious. Wang Qianqiu's eyes are deep, and everything seems to be in control. But the Zhang family advocated the sea, but couldn't sit still. Patriarch Wang, are 2 group battles? Zhang Hai asked in a low voice. Wang Qianqiu pondered, got up and cupped his hands towards Qing Lin, saying, I don't know if this time, can you please help? Qing Lin glanced at Qin Yang, who was still chatting with Feng Lian and the 3 of them. He couldn't understand the situation. After thinking about it, he said, yes. The figure flashed and appeared directly on the wind and cloud platform. There was an uproar in the audience, and the entire viewing building was boiling. The guardians of Tianlangai will fight in person, and we will win, the Wang family's children shouted loudly. Let's see who the Li family can send to fight, no matter who it is, we will win. The Zhang family's children also shouted loudly. On the contrary, the Li family was still extremely quiet. Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shi Feiying looked at each other, then looked at Qin Yang, and finally Feng Lian nodded lightly. Among the Li family, 10 people flew out directly and landed on Fengyun platform. The Wang and Zhang families also quickly gathered their numbers, and the melee of 10 people from each of the 3 families is about to begin. Good guy, this directly dispatched. Yueying? Qin Yang raised his brows. Among the shadows, the strong in the star realm is Jinying, and the strong in the realm of gods is Yueying. This time, 10 jade shadows were dispatched, and the ones with the lowest cultivation base were all at the 7th level of the God King realm, high-level God Kings. These 10 jade shadows are all high-level God Kings. Feng Lian looked at Qin Yang contemptuously. The helpers he moved were far more than these 10 people. The competition begins, and there will be a showdown, regardless of life or death. Feng Lian announced loudly. Qingling's expression became solemn, and the 10 people on the other side gave him a very strange feeling. With Feng Lian's order, both sides fought directly. Yueying shot, unambiguously, and directly propped up the field. Shadowless realm. 10 jade shadows joined together, and the fields were actually superimposed together. Qin Yang stared at Fengjiantai tightly, thinking in his heart, is this the true power of the shadow? Shadowless realm seems to have no rules, but its rules are closely related to shadows. Within range, all shadows will be part of their power, and they can appear anywhere there is a shadow. As long as the shadows don't disappear, they won't die. Qinglin did not expect that these 10 members of the Li family were so straightforward, and immediately raised their fingers. Haitian domain. Compared with the superposition of Jade Shadow's domain, Qinglin's domain is more domineering. He alone means 100 or 1,000 people. The whole sky turned into an endless ocean, and one ferocious siren appeared in huge shadows in the sea. It's difficult. Qin Yang sighed. At the beginning of the battle, the 2 sides used all their strength. On the other hand, in the Wang and Zhang families, all practitioners are tied to each other, and some people's fields even conflict and exclude each other. Ah! A king of the Wang family was directly strangled by his own shadow. A figure emerged from the shadow under his feet, and without anyone noticing, it directly twisted his neck. At the same time, the figures of 10 jade shadows shuttled among all the shadows. Even if Wang and Zhang wanted to attack, they could not find their target. Despicable. The other practitioners of the Wang family shouted angrily. If you have a seed, come out and show off. The Zhang family cultivator felt nervous. Qingling's face was not good-looking, and there were shadows attacking him behind him, but he punched behind him, directly smashing the shadow away. Qinglin knows that the other party is not so easy to kill. Feng Lian, Zhou De, and concubine Shireen were all smiles, and the 3 of them looked at Qin Yang at the same time, as if they were demonstrating, and they seemed to be telling Qin Yang that they had already won. As long as Yueying doesn't die, victory or defeat is a matter of time. Feng Lian said quietly. As long as Yueying dies, you are doomed to fail. Qin Yang showed no weakness. He has a way to deal with this shadow, but he doesn't know if Qingscale has a way. Ding 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 ding. The sound copied by the system rang in his ears, and Qin Yang snorted lightly, controlling the skyrocketing power in his body. After copying the power of so many rules, Qin Yang was finally promoted to the 8th heaven of the God King realm. The extinction nebula in the body is already larger than the sea of stars in the body, and the speed of rotation seems to be reaching the limit. Qin Yang's eyes flashed black divine light, and the light in the entire viewing building suddenly dimmed. Everyone suddenly felt a little palpitations in their hearts, but they didn't know where it came from. Even the 3 Feng Lian couldn't figure it out. They looked at Qin Yang in surprise, some doubts, and more disbelief. According to their information, Qin Yang is only the 3rd heaven of the God King realm. The power that just passed away, even the high-level God King can't exert it. Wang Qianqiu and Zhang Hai also looked at each other, the same as Feng Lian. They both thought it was each other just now. The hidden powerhouse in the family is secretly alert. Qin Yang calmly picked up the spirit fruit on the plate, tasted it, his hands trembled slightly, he took a bite, but he didn't eat it at all. When his teeth touched the spirit fruit immediately disappeared. Feng Lian saw this scene in his eyes, and Feng Lian burst into laughter. Divine Sense voice transmission to Zhou De and Shifeng, have you found it? Qin Yang is already scared. It turns out that he has always been good at disguising, pretending to be calm. It seemed that saying so would ease their fear of Qin Yang. His physique was constantly being tempered, and Qin Yang's forehead was oozing with sweat. His current physical strength is so strong that even he is afraid. After the promotion of the realm, he even feels that he can be tough with the monks in the 9 heavens of the God King realm. Qin Yang's hands are itchy, and he can't wait to have a fight now. He placed his hand lightly on the armrest next to him, and the armrest shattered directly. The newly promoted power still needs a little bit of time to get used to it. Everyone looked at Qin Yang in surprise, with different thoughts. Just at this moment, on Fengjiantai, the battle situation changed suddenly. Qin Yang shouted directly, "Okay." Immediately, everyone's attention was turned back. In the field, Qing Lin had already figured out the enemy's means, and his face showed contempt. He also thought that the other party's methods were very clever, but it was nothing more than such a despicable act that started secretly. "Disperse!" Qing Lin shouted lowly, and the Haitian domain disappeared directly. All the powerful kraken disappeared with the Haitian domain, but only one remained. 10,000 lights calamity. Qing Lin smiled lightly and said, "It's time for you to act." The whole body exudes a dazzling light, and the huge body is comparable to that of a whale. The fins were opened like wings, and suspended in the air. Every fish scale is a light source, and the 2 eyes are like huge searchlights. As soon as the kraken appears, the entire Fengjiantai has no dark corners. The 10 jade shadows had nowhere to hide, and even behind them, the light of the calamity of the 10,000 lights could shine through. This battle, the Li family loses. Feng Lian gritted his teeth and announced the result directly. Chapter 389. On the contrary, the Wang and Zhang families were not happy. Although they won the battle, none of the 10 Li family members died. On the other hand, the Wang and Zhang families both lost several powerful gods. Balance exists between all things, and all things have their own way of mutual growth and mutual restraint. Qing Lin said quietly, "Never provoke the Sea clan, no one can be invincible in front of the Sea clan." With some domineering remarks, Feng Lian clenched his fists. Who would have thought that there is such a big monster among the Sea clan? Then what? There are such monsters in the Sea clan? Qin Yang asked. Qing Lin returned victoriously and said with a smile, "Of course, the sea will always remain mysterious." Qin Yang nodded clearly, and Qin Yang was indeed a little surprised by this calamity. It can absorb any power and convert it into a light source, and the light source can again assist it in plundering power. Wandang Calamity, the name is too appropriate. What makes Qin Yang amused is that this sea monster Wandang Calamity actually restrains the shadow. What is the guardian of Tianlangai? The legend is so amazing, doesn't it still cause our 2 families to suffer heavy losses in the end? Someone whispered, but did not shy away. Qing Lin was instantly furious, and after helping them, they became sinners, right? That's right, there is such a monster, why not call it out directly? Have to wait for our 2 god kings to die before calling it out? I think he is sincere, right? Who knows where he is? Didn't he say that the ancestor of the Li family was once the apprentice of the master of the secret realm? I think this guardian is guarding the Li family. He must have come to us on purpose to make trouble. Wang Qianqiu and Zhang Hai knew that the battle was not so simple, but at this time they did not defend Qing Lin. Qing Lin continued to take a deep breath. If it wasn't for Qin Yang's face, he would have wanted to kill these rubbish. Qin Yang laughed lightly and said, just get used to it. Qin Lin looked at Qin Yang in surprise, and immediately shook his head and chuckled. It's just that Qin Yang's thinking is strange, and yes, why fight with these garbage? Do as they say. The final battle determines the outcome of the final 3 clans, will be martial arts. The current score is already 2-2. If the Li family wins, the secret realm resources will be deprived and weakened again. If the Wang family and Zhang family win, they can change the way they were suppressed in the past, completely turn over and suppress the Li family. Feng Lian looked at Qin Yang and said, since you helped Wang and Zhang, I wonder if you will play in this last battle? Qin Yang's expression did not change, and he asked, what about you? Are you playing? Feng Lian laughed and said, you don't need me to play in this kind of battle. It's because you're not strong enough. Are you afraid that you're going to be boring? Qin Yang glanced at Feng Lian, and the other side's panel showed it directly. After a short period of time, and possessing the resources of the Li family, Feng Lian used the heaven-swallowing gourd to help him, and he was even promoted to the 4th level of the God King realm. The 4th level of the God King realm is already an intermediate level God King, not only Feng Lian, but also Zhou De and Shifein, who have also been promoted to the 4th level of the God King realm. I won't argue with you, you won't survive for a few days anyway. Feng Lian snorted coldly. Okay, I'll wait. Just in time, I'm also very interested in the flag of the water formation. Qin Yang spread his hands. On the other side, Wang Qianqiu had already selected the person to fight. He looked at Qin Yang and asked, I wonder if young Master Qin can help? Qin Yang looked at Qin Lin and said with a smile, I won't go, I'm even weaker than the Guardian, I'm afraid I can't handle it. I think the strength of the Wang family has improved greatly, it is a good show. When? In his speech, he also satirized the style of Wang and Zhang, which made them a little embarrassed for a while. But with their nature, they wouldn't care for long, and they soon classified Qin Yang as a prostitute who only cared about beauty and regardless of size. Wang Qianqiu nodded, this battle, he personally went out. He also wanted the guardian Qin Lin to see who was the real master of this secret realm. Wang Qianqiu doesn't even know until now that the Dragon Palace in the Sea of the Sky is the one who is really guarded by this guardian. Surprisingly, the Wang family and Zhang family sent a stronger lineup in this battle. Wang Qianqiu even claimed to be stronger than Qin Lin, but the Li family was still the 10 people just now. Why, do you underestimate me so much? Wang Qianqiu was a little unhappy. Feng Lian said with a smile, this is not to be underestimated. These 10 people are currently the 10 strongest people in the Li family. Lies don't bring drafts, don't say Qin Yang doesn't believe it, even the Wang and Zhang families don't believe it. This battle is equivalent to the Li family handing over the victory. The battle started immediately, and the 3 parties boarded the wind and cloud platform. Different from the previous one, it seemed that Wang and Zhang had stronger lineups, but the battle was extremely difficult. Rao is Wang Qianqiu, and they all have a headache about the power of Yue Ying's rules. After a tough battle, Wang and Zhang finally won. There is no restraint. On the contrary, Yue Ying still has an advantage. You can lose, but you really don't care about the fate of the puppet. Qin Yang said with a playful smile. In the Wang and Zhang families, cheers broke out, and everyone was excited. Finally, the 2 of them joined forces and finally defeated the Li family. From now on, this secret realm resource. Wang Qianqiu's voice came from a distance, ready to allocate this secret realm resource. Feng Lian interrupted directly, how to allocate resources in the secret realm is up to the 2 of you to discuss. If I were you, I would go back to my clan to hold a celebration banquet, instead of continuing to show off my power here. Humph, you lose even if you lose, and you're still so good, who will you pretend to be? A young Wang family disciple said disdainfully. The first person in the younger generation? Can it change anything? A Zhang family disciple laughed. It was as if he had conquered the wind. The matter of the three clans meeting martial arts is over. The rest is about us and Qin Yang. It has nothing to do with the two of you. Feng Lian said quietly. As his voice fell, on the 5th floor of the viewing building, silhouettes appeared in the shadows, one after another, Jade Shadow, walking out of the darkness. In just an instant, the 5th floor was surrounded by water. People from the Wang and Zhang families changed their expressions one after another. Where did the Li family come from so many experts? If these people are sent, the two of them will probably be destroyed directly here. For a time, the two families were on pins and needles. Qin Yang's business is our business, what do you mean? Wang Xiaoer stood up abruptly. But just as he stood up, he was pressed down by Wang Qianqiu. Since it's your personal grievance, as an outsider, it's really hard to manage too much. Wang Qianqiu's eyelids jumped, and some of these shadows were even stronger than the 10 people who fought before. Obviously, this is a signal from Feng Lian to him. If he wins, he will win. Uncle Wang. Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, unable to believe that Wang Qianqiu, who he had always admired, was such a person. She wanted to stand up and refute, but her father, Zhang Jiejia, advocated high, but also stopped her. For a time, Qin Yang was directly isolated by Wang and Zhang, and many young people even spoke ill of him. I can't help at all, and I can't fight. Why should we help him? Didn't he want to pick up girls? Let him continue to pick up girls. Let's just enjoy the victory and go back and prepare the celebration feast. Chapter 390, As You Wish. The Shuiling swordsman, the flame demon queen, and even Zhao Xingchen were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Did you say it didn't help? If it wasn't for Qin Yang, how would Wang Qianqiu regain his strength? If it wasn't for Qin Yang, how could Feng Lian leave all the chassis to deal with Qin Yang, instead of using it for the three clans to meet martial arts? If that's the case, then we won't give it away? Feng Lian looked at Wang Qianqiu and said. Wang Qianqiu opened his mouth and said, the matter of the three clans meeting martial arts is over, and there is one more thing. Starry Sky Compass. Wang Qianqiu asked, I don't know where the golden bamboo shoots and the purple bamboo hearts are? When it comes to these two spiritual materials, Feng Lian is a burst of fire. At this time, when Wang Qianqiu asked, he immediately smiled and said, I have to ask Qin Yang. Oh? Wang Qianqiu snorted lightly, suddenly shocked. If Qin Yang hadn't given him the spiritual materials of the three major soils and made him into a 6-helix stone, wouldn't Qin Yang have already collected the 5 elements of spiritual materials? Everyone looked at Qin Yang, and even the Wang and Zhang families questioned loudly, asking Qin Yang to hand over the gods' golden bamboo shoots and purple bamboo hearts. For a while, Qin Yang was on the cusp of the storm again, and the people of the three clans seemed to have become enemies. Suddenly, the Starry Sky mutation came, and the Starry Sky Compass appeared. The Star Compass looked at Qin Yang, then at Qin Lin, and said loudly, I heard that the 5 elements of spiritual materials have gathered. I don't know where the 5 elements of spiritual materials are now. Everyone was immediately excited, and the question of the ownership of the Star Compass was finally clear. It's all here with us, and belongs to our Wang family, the Wang family's children shouted loudly. What of your royal family? Let's attack and defend the alliance, is this time. The Zhang family's children were displeased. The Wang family hurriedly said, yes, we don't distinguish between you and me. The fragile alliance almost collapsed, but fortunately it was saved. I only need the 5 elements spiritual materials, and whoever has the 5 elements spiritual materials will get my help, said the Starry Sky Compass. Qin Yang, hand over the golden bamboo shoots and the purple bamboo heart. Yes, hand it over quickly. Come on. Don't let us lose our patience. A loud shout resounded through the viewing building, and the starry sky compass stood calmly in the void. Qin Lin frowned, and the divine sense voice asked, "Isn't it okay?" Qin Yang used the myriad chain dragon formation to solve the hidden dangers of the secret realm, and the 5 elements of spiritual materials do not need to. Starry Sky Compass replied, "Qin Yang is right, even if the hidden danger is solved, it will not cure the symptoms. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qin Yang whether the 5 elements ascension formation is better, or the Vientian locking dragon formation is better." Qin Lin suddenly became angry and said, "Don't forget, who is your master? The mistress has already given strict orders, and even Qin Yang is not an outsider." The star compass said, "I have never forgotten my master. What I want is only the 5 elements of spiritual materials, not what to do to Qin Yang. Do you want to watch the secret realm collapse? It's a pity that it's too late to save the world. Thank you for your reminder. My allegiance is to the Dragon Clan, not your old master." Qin Lin was instantly angry. The Dragon Clan is the most important thing. Qin Yang has paid enough. The star compass is simply betrayal. Qin Lin glared angrily, facing the starry sky compass. In the viewing building, the sound of questioning was about to turn into a crusade. "God Jin Shun and Zizuxin are not in my hands," Qin Yang said softly. Feng Lian added directly, "I was trapped by him." Then quickly release the 2 great spiritual materials. The starry sky compass is ours. We have Jade Soul Crystal, Flame Demon Horn, Lioha Stone, plus this God's Golden Bamboo Shoot and Purple Bamboo Heart. The 5 elements of spiritual materials have been collected. The meaning of the words, the Water Spirit Swordsman and the Flame Demon Queen, have also become their spiritual materials. This made the Water Spirit Swordsman and the Flame Demon Queen almost unable to hold back their anger. "The mere starry sky compass is worth it for you to be so shameless?" Qin Yang frowned and stood up directly. Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shifei were startled and got up quickly, as if they were facing a great enemy. The jade shadows appearing around are also on guard. It was just a very common move that had such an impact. Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the starry sky compass quietly, and said, "I appreciate your sincerity, but you know that your master is dead, but you still do it. You don't understand the price that will be paid behind this, or is it true? Folly?" The starry sky compass looked firm and said, "I know what I'm doing." "That's good." Qin Yang nodded, looked around, looked at Wan Qianqiu, and smiled. "What he wants is Lioha Stone. Are you sure you can give it?" Wan Qianqiu's expression changed, thinking of the sky-stealing life-changing formation in Lingyuan ancient tomb, and suddenly smiled. "The star compass guards the secret realm. Everything he wants can be anything we want, not to mention the Lioha Stone? Even if I cultivate it. Go backwards again, and there is no possibility of recovery from now on, and I am willing to do so." For a time, the words of admiration from the Wang and Zhang families continued. Wang Qianqiu was directly touted as a saint. What a willing one. Qin Yang glanced at Wan Shower without leaving a trace. Wang Qianqiu said, "Let go of the golden bamboo shoots and purple bamboo hearts." A subtle smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. "This release, I'm afraid it's not just the Shinjin swordsman and the purple bamboo swordsman. Don't waste our time, we don't have that much patience," a child of the Wang family asked loudly. Qin Yang glanced over, then looked at the others, and said, "Do you all think I should let them out?" "Nonsense. You want to take the star compass as your own. Now that the star compass is here, even if you think so, you should take out the 5 elements of spiritual materials, right? You." Qin Yang looked at the starry sky compass. "Is that what you think?" "The star compass is directly default." Qin Lin came to Qin Yang's side, and the Shuiling swordsman, the flame demon queen, and Zhao Xingchen all stood firmly behind Qin Yang. Qin Lin said, "Don't be afraid, don't have any concerns." Qin Lin's statement also means Dragon Palace's attitude. Qin Lin sneered and looked at the people of the 3 clans. I am afraid that these people don't even know what the greatest power in this secret realm is. Do we have any concerns? Feng Lianle saw this scene and directly took out the flag of the water formation. Above the array flag, a word high appeared. Except for this word, the appearance was no different from the flag of the earth array. The water spirit swordsman suddenly tightened, and the blue scales also frowned. Qin Yang directly took out the Qin banner of the earth array. As Qin Yang took out the array flag, Wang Qianqiu suddenly felt uncomfortable, and he also borrowed the earth array flag from Qin Yang. The Su flag was taken out. Since you want me to release Xinjin swordsman and purple bamboo swordsman, then. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. Can you bear all the consequences? The audience suddenly sounded urging sounds, even mixed with abuse. Qin Yang's repeated inquiries did not get anyone's attention. No one cares that Qin Yang is actually thinking of themselves. Okay, as you wish. Qin Yang moved his mind and directly penetrated through the numerous spaces to the ordinary cave halfway up the Greedy Wolf Mountain. The Vientiane locking dragon formation has locked the pseudo-secret realm of the blood skeletons. At this time, the Vientiane locking dragon formation will stop running. Chapter 391. On the Greedy Wolf Mountain, the Li family manor. As soon as Qin Yang's voice fell, everyone could feel a few shocking power auras halfway up the mountain. In the pseudo-secret realm of blood skeletons, one after another divine light rushed out of the pseudo-secret realm, chasing and killing each other. The three Feng Lian were instantly overjoyed. Li Zhong was still alive. The Xinjin swordsman and the purple bamboo swordsman are still there. On the seat, Wang Qianqiu also had a sneer on his face. Shui Bailey has been promoted to God King Jizongshan. Except for these four God Kings, Jizongshan, no one came out of the pseudo-secret realm. Huh? This is the end? Qin Yang also felt a little surprised. In Shui Qianfeng's memory, there are still many blood skeleton practitioners in this pseudo-secret realm. Qin Yang snapped his fingers again, and the pseudo-secret realm was locked again. At the same time, Qin Yang urged the Vientiane locking dragon array arranged in the Li family manner. A burst of light dissipated, and the barrier that penetrated the sky and the earth connected to the sky and the earth and spread. Combined with the Vientiane locked dragon array in the pseudo-secret realm halfway up the mountain, the fake secret realm is directly locked in the Li family manor, together with the Fenjiantai. Qin Yang, what do you mean? Wang Qianqiu frowned. Zhou De also said angrily, how dare you set up a formation here? Do you dare to do whatever you want just because you have some strength? Qin Yang laughed and said, sorry, I really do whatever I want. Qin Yang dodged, appeared on Feng Yun platform, turned around to look at the viewing platform, and looked at Feng Lian, Wang Qianqiu, and the three clansmen. Slowly said, you asked me to let them out, but I won't let them escape. Scanning the crowd back and forth, Qin Yang's expression became colder. Everyone has their own thoughts, and their hearts have ghosts. But they haven't moved, as if everything is normal. Let me help you, let you think, do what you don't have time to do it. After some words, most of the people who said it were confused. The three Feng Lian looked gloomy and cold, while Wang Qianqiu, Zhang Hai, and other two senior executives looked indifferent. Feng Lian was the first to speak. Our enemy is only Qin Yang, and has nothing to do with Wang and Zhang. Wang Qianqiu also still said, we just want the void compass, and we are not interested in who has personal grudges with whom. Haha, still pretending? Qin Yang looked at Feng Lian and said, void compass, aren't you interested? Feng Lian fell silent, and Zhou De on the side stared at Qin Yang. How could you not be interested? They are bound to win this void compass. Zhou De said angrily, I'll take care of you first, and then take the void compass, before it's too late. As soon as he said it, Zhou De immediately regretted it. Wang Qianqiu's eyes flashed with divine light, and in the dark he looked at the powerhouses who came out of the shadows. Qin Yang looked at Wang Qianqiu and said, since your goals are also the void compass. It doesn't mean that we are going to be enemies with the Li family, Zhang Hai said. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer are already blindfolded, what the hell is going on? Since you don't want to be an enemy of the Li family. Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, and he said, but you are fighting against me. Qin Yang raised his brows, and the water spirit swordsman and the flame demon queen followed behind Qin Yang. Qin Yang said, similarly, Feng Lian and the Li family will also be enemies with me. It's not the grievances between your three clans, but now I'm just talking about my grievances with you. Feng Lian was instantly overjoyed. Qin Yang, you are still the same temperament as before, without awe. Are you trying to challenge the three clans at the same time? Qin Yang shrugged and said, if you want to collect all the 5 elements, you must first ask me if I agree. Wang Qianqiu's eyes radiated a dangerous light, and he said solemnly, Qin Yang, aren't you our ally? Why are you against us? Before Qin Yang could speak, Zhao Xingchen also flew up to Fengjiantai, and he felt disgusting to stand with them again. Qing Lin also flew up to Fengjiantai, not wanting to be with those people. Zhao Xingchen angrily rebuked, allies? Oppose? Wang family master, where did you say this? If it wasn't for Wang Xiaoer's face, do you think Qin Yang would look at you? Help you find the soil. The spiritual material, you are not grateful, but instead you want Qin Yang's flag of the soil formation. Now, do you want Qin Yang to hand over the water spirit swordsman and the flame demon queen again? How big of a face you are. It's just an outsider, how dare you be presumptuous in my territory? Wang Qianqiu shouted angrily and waved his hand. Huge repulsion hit Zhao Xingchen. The spiritual material of the earth is a magnet, the rules of gravity, and the supernatural power is extremely repelling. Qin Yang snorted lightly, and saw Wang Qianqiu's tricks clearly. Qin Yang stretched out his hand to block, and the rule of obliteration directly disrupted the rule of gravity. At this time, the 4 powerhouses who rushed out of the pseudo-secret realm had already rushed here, between the viewing building and the wind and cloud platform. There were blood spots looming on Li Zhong's body, and he was obviously hit by the blood skeleton's trick. The rules in the body are extremely chaotic. Shinjin swordsman and purple bamboo swordsman, as extremely pure elemental spiritual materials, have no influence at all, but they are also slightly embarrassed. The most majestic, none other than Shui Bailey. At this time, Shui Bailey was covered in fierce flames, and the blood mist filled his body. His red eyes stared at Li Zhong and the two spiritual swordsmen, and said angrily, dare to destroy my blood skull branch, even if you flee to the end of the world. Ocean. Horn, I will never let you go. The previous uninterrupted fighting had made Shui Bailey Shah's eyes red, and when he saw the surrounding environment, he was stunned for a moment. Qin Yang smiled, glanced at the viewing building, and said slowly, I just ask one question. Everyone looked at Qin Yang and became puzzled. You 3, who is the blood skeleton? Qin Yang said. From the moment the Li family was wiped out and became the puppet of the concubine Yin, Qin Yang knew that the Li family had been ruled out. But since she has become Shifein's puppet, it is not a pity to die. The rest are Wang and Zhang. Watching the upstairs, there was an uproar. Blood skeleton? My God, we have been living in this secret realm, and we didn't even know that this blood skeleton has a branch in our mysterious mountains. What does Qin Yang mean? Do you suspect that we have something to do with the blood skeleton? Shui Bailey stared at Qin Yang coldly, and sneered, you are too naive if you want to find out the details of my blood skeleton in just a few words. So, my suspicion is right, right? Qin Yang looked at Shui Bailey with a smile. Shui Bailey's complexion changed. Why is this kid saying everything? Wang Qianqiu stood up, stared at Qin Yang, and said, you are too presumptuous. Don't forget, this is Wanzhong Mountain. It's not your turn to be the master of the house, shout 5 and 6. Qin Yang snorted softly and said, "Are you the leader of the Blood Skull branch?" Wang Qianqiu's face condensed and his eyes narrowed. The people with blood skeletons practice the blood skeleton exercises. Your perception of strength is indeed strong and can be easily identified. Then you might as well perceive, there may be blood skeletons on me. Breath? Qin Yang looked at Wang Qianqiu playfully and asked, "How do you know that I have a keen sense of power? How do you know that I can easily distinguish it?" Wang Qianqiu's face sank and he fell silent. Zhang Hai stood up and scolded directly, "It's just nonsense. No one on our side has anything to do with the blood skeleton." "Really?" Qin Yang said quietly, "Since neither of you admit it. Then, I'll be damned." Chapter 392, It's time to act real. Qin Yang, we don't have to be hostile. Zhang Hai frowned. Wang Qianqiu on the side reached out to stop him from speaking, looked at Qin Yang coldly, and said, "Since you prevented us from obtaining the 5-element spiritual materials, then you naturally chose to become our enemy." Turning to look at Li Zhong, Wang Qianqiu said, "Why don't we help you deal with Qin Yang, these 5 elements of spiritual material?" Li Zhong received the order of Shifein, and immediately said directly, "Shinjin swordsman and Zizhu swordsman, we hand in hand." As soon as the words fell, the expressions of Divine Sword swordsman and Zizhu swordsman suddenly changed. They had suffered a lot from their battle formations before, and there are formations here too, so they can't escape. Now they have become fish and meat, and the two of them looked at each other and came directly to Qin Yang's side. "Very interesting." The Flame Demon Queen hummed, obviously not very friendly to these two. "Wise choice." The Water Spirit Swordsman nodded. 5 elements of spiritual materials, 4 of which are on Qin Yang's side. And it's still a powerful 4 battle power. Qin Yang raised his head, looked at the starry sky compass that was still expressionless, then looked at the viewing platform, and said, "I said, my purpose is not the starry sky compass, but now, I will tell you my purpose. The reason why I came here is to destroy the Blood Skull branch." Qin Yang said. Feng Lian glared at Shinjin swordsman and Zizhu swordsman, and said loudly, "Did you forget that you want to help me deal with Qin Yang? Why did you defect in the face of battle? In the pseudo-secret realm, isn't it the Li family who sacrificed themselves and joined hands with you? Fight?" Shinjin swordsman and Zizhu swordsman hesitated. In the pseudo-secret realm, the people of the Li family are indeed brave and not afraid of death, but... "So, you are going to sell us if you change hands?" Shinjin swordsman said. Feng Lian said, "That's what Li Zhong said, not what I said." Qin Yang interrupted, "Is there a difference? Listening to the Dao Qin and the power of the rules are the puppets of heaven and earth, and using the domain heart network, everyone in the Li family is your puppet. At this time, you still want to clear the relationship?" Shifein was trembling all over. This Qin Yang is simply a devil, how did he know so clearly? Wang Qianqiu's pupils shrank, is there such a rule in the world? No wonder the people of the Li family are weird, it turns out that. What's the matter with him? Kill Qin Yang directly. Zhou De said. He's been waiting too long for this day. I swear in the name of the 8 Shinto clans, if you help me kill Qin Yang, I will not fight for this star compass. Feng Lian said directly. Let Wang Qianqiu, who was a little shaken, suddenly firm up. I swear who won't. Qin Yang snorted coldly, his eyes brightened, and said, I also swear in the name of the 8 Shinto clans, whoever is my enemy will be killed. What? Qin Yang is also a member of the 8 Shinto clans? It's no wonder that it is so powerful that it even competes with Feng Lian and the 3 of them, and also crushes them. Such arrogance, really only people from the 8 Shinto clans have it? In the viewing building, the Wang and Zhang families were extremely shocked. They are also the 8 Shinto clans, but the situation at this time seems to be more dominant on Feng Lian's side. No matter what happened to the Li family, the nearly 100 mysterious powerhouses who appeared out of thin air could already control the victory. More importantly, Feng Lian's oath is beneficial to the two. Treasures such as the star compass, do you want to watch him fall into the hands of others? Zhang Hai asked in a low voice, Patriarch Wang, what should we do? Wang Qianqiu looked at Qin Yang coldly and said, of course, kill Qin Yang. This Qin Yang has guessed his identity for the most part, but it has not been determined yet. No matter what, as the head of the Blood Skull Division, he will kill Qin Yang. Feng Lian laughed suddenly, looked at Qin Yang, and said, I was only 90% sure at first, but now, I'm totally sure. Qin Yang, you should really regret not listening to my advice and run away. Of course, now there is also a chance. Qin Yang looked at Feng Lian quietly and said, so far, I still haven't forgotten to use your low-level aggressive tactics. In my opinion, you are very naive. Whatever you say, this greedy wolf mountain is the place where you fell. Feng Lian said loudly. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, you don't know anything about power, it seems it's time to show real power. Looking at Wang Qianqiu and Zhang Hai, Qin Yang said, I can give you one more chance, do you really want to take your clan to be buried with you? This Qin Yang is really proud of the sky, why should we use him to give him a chance? That's right, young master, I have long disliked him, and I don't believe he can live today. I think he is just holding on, and he wants to take the opportunity to split us and reduce our strength. If I can't fall for his plan, I, Xuanhuan, are willing to ask for advice. A disciple of the Zhang family came out of the crowd and rushed directly to Qin Yang. No. Zhang Hai's expression changed, others couldn't see it, could he still not see it? Judging from Feng Lian's previous performance, with the help of the Li family and so many mysterious powerhouses, only 90% of them are sure that they all attach so much importance to Qin Yang. How can Qin Yang be so easy to deal with? Regardless, Xuanhuan, as the #1 master of the younger generation of the Zhang family, once offered to ask Qin Yang for advice, but was rejected on the spot by Qin Yang as a shrimp. Zhang Wenfei went to Qin Yang's side and said loudly, I gave you face that day, but unfortunately you are too arrogant. Today I will show you. A transparent half-moon slash pierced through the sky, and before Zhang Wen's words were finished, Qin Yang beheaded him on the spot, splitting it in half from the middle. Not even time to react. Qin Yang blinked, and was immediately amused, I thought I was looking away, thinking what an amazing genius. Looking at the upstairs, the pot was fried immediately, and the Zhang family's children were shocked and angry. Zhou De laughed loudly and shouted, go on, he only has the power of the God King realm triple heaven, so don't be afraid of him. The Zhang family's children couldn't bear it any longer, and despite the family's advocacy, they rushed to kill them. It's over, my Zhang family is over. Zhang Hai felt a chill in his heart. In the viewing building, the Zhang family's children are like locusts, crossing the border, all over the sky. Qin Yang frowned, pinched his fingers, and pressed them on his chest. The Flame Demon Queen was about to call out the lava army to help, but the water spirit swordsman's eyes were icy blue, and a light rain fell in the sky. Shinjin swordsman and Zizhu swordsman also want to take the opportunity to show, at least to grab the limelight of the Flame Demon Queen and the Water Spirit Swordsman, so that the 4 major spiritual materials were all ready to take action, but the sudden change caught everyone off guard. Domain, ordinary world. Qin Yang said softly, his voice like the voice of heaven. The transparent light circle spread out with Qin Yang as the center, directly surrounding the Zhang family disciples. Everyone, even the masters of the God King realm Juzangshan, didn't have time to respond, and their strength suddenly stagnates. Only the cultivators of the God King realm Juzangshan hurriedly opened their realm and resisted it with difficulty. And under the 9 heavens of the Divine King realm, all the Zhang family disciples fell straight down like birds with broken wings. It's not over yet. Qin Yang changed his hands and spit out 2 words, extreme. Chapter 393 Battle of the 100 Kings. The translucent aperture is instantly filled with pitch black. It was as if all the light had suddenly been lost during the day. The practitioners of the God-King realm Xuanhuan were overjoyed. The inexplicable power that suppressed their rules before disappeared, but their hearts were filled with terror. The more infiltrating power fluctuations made them horrified. It was only suppressed and repelled before, but now it is annihilated. Divine King Realm Xuanhuan practitioners can feel that the power of their own rules is constantly being wiped out. If this goes on, before reaching Qin Yang's side, he will disappear in midair. They were okay, but in the eyes of the others on the viewing platform, they looked like the end of the day. All the cultivators under the 9 heavens of the God-King realm had their bodies slumped in the previous realm, but as the realm changed to Qin Yang's supernatural power world, they had not stabilized their bodies, and their bodies had become annihilated. Clean. 2 moves, in an instant, the Zhang family's children are all wiped out. There are only less than 10 masters of the 9 heavens of the Divine King realm left. It's impossible. How could God King Realm Triple Heaven have such a strong power? Zhou Da's back was cold. I'm sorry, I've already been promoted to the 8th heaven of God King Realm. Qin Yang said with a smile. The audience was deadly silent. The 8th level of the God King Realm, and the 3rd level of the God King stage, there were 5 realms and 2 major levels in the middle. This is directly the promotion of the Junior God King to the Advanced God King. Feng Lian's teeth are also cold. Fortunately, he has attracted the Zhang family and the Wang family. Otherwise, his original 90% chance of winning would be less than a few percent. Zhang Xiaoxiao was shaky all over, unable to believe her eyes. The figure of Qin Yang in her eyes had a sense of time and space disorder. It was as if he had returned to seeing Qin Yang at the beginning, the strange look in his eyes, the indifference in his bones. Zhang Xiaoxiao even asked with a smile, "Why do I feel that you look at us like you are looking at the dead?" Now, Zhang Xiaoxiao finally understands that Qin Yang had expected such a result from beginning to end. Xiaoxiao. What should we do? Wang Xiaoer didn't know what to do at all, and came to Zhang Xiaoxiao's side. With tears in his eyes, Zhang Xiaoxiao said, "What else can I do? Qin Yang killed almost all of my clan, Zhang Xiaoxiao looked complicated, gritted his teeth and said, "Whether it's right or wrong, I have my own position." Immediately, Zhang Xiaoxiao rushed forward. Wang Xiaoer naturally hurried to keep up. As Wang Xiaoer rushed out, the Wang family's children also fought. Either Qin Yang died or they died. Qin Yang. You are a devil. Do you know how many people you killed in vain? Zhang Xiaoxiao collapsed and shouted. Qin Yang's face was indifferent, and he said softly, "This is their choice. Do you want me to wait to die?" After a pause, Qin Yang said again, "Blood skeleton has been operating in Wanzhong Mountain for hundreds of years, and no one has found it for hundreds of years. Wang and Zhang are really clean? Do you believe it yourself?" With a punch, Zhang Xiaoxiao vomited blood and flew backwards. Judging from the previous spike, anyone could see that Qin Yang had kept his hand. Then you can't kill innocent people like this. Wang Xiaoer's eyes were split. Indiscriminately kill innocents? Qin Yang shook his head gently. Zhang Xiaoxiao can say this, but you can't. There are 2 secret doors in this secret realm. Do you know where the secret realm gate where the blood skeletons walk is? Qin Yang said word by word, "It's on the Jimen mountain of your Wang family." Wang Xiaoer was stunned for a moment, and looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. It was obviously a backup formation of the Gate of Secret Realm. How could it be? His eyes suddenly turned black, and his chest and abdomen suddenly felt extremely painful. Qin Yang kicked Wang Xiaoer out with one kick and fell beside Zhang Xiaoxiao. The 2 were directly seriously injured, and it was extremely difficult to even get up. "Bull, my young master, Qin Yang will die." A master of the Wang family flashed to Qin Yang's side and slapped him. Rock-like colors appeared on the arm, and the power of this palm was overwhelming. Qin Yang glanced at it and copied the power of the rules directly. Just as he was about to fight back, the swordsman of the divine gold pointed like a sword, a golden light flashed, and the opponent's arm shattered into a pile of stones. Since Shui Ling and Yan Mo have followed you, I hope you can let us leave the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain under the condition of our efforts. Shinjin swordsman said. There was no contempt he used to follow Feng Lian in his voice. Qin Yang's casual gestures made him extremely shocked. In terms of strength, he also gained his recognition and respect. Yes. Qin Yang nodded. Shinjin swordsman was overjoyed, looked at Zizhu swordsman and nodded. The two of them combined their swords and rushed to kill directly. The Shui Ling swordsman and the Flame Demon Queen are not to be outdone, these two goods are obviously going to steal the limelight. The light rain in the sky suddenly turned into a sharp sword, which was also pointed out by Qin Yang. Even a cultivator of the God King realm Jizanshan can't stop it with a rain sword. On the other side, the Flame Demon Queen screamed, and the endless lava army directly filled the entire Tianyantai. The flames rose like a sea of fire. In the world of water and fire, gold and purple are vertical and horizontal. For the first time, the four major spiritual materials joined forces, and the momentum was extraordinary, and even Qin Lin who had been standing beside Qin Yang's eyelids jumped. If you don't make a move, it will be too late. Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shifei looked at each other. In Shifei's domain, under the heart net, all the people of the Li family rushed up. And the three of them are walking on the edge of the battlefield. Under Feng Lian's order, hundreds of jade shadows also rushed up, lurking in everyone's shadow, waiting for an opportunity. Battle of the 100 Kings. Such a big melee, even the Sky Continent in peacetime may not have been staged. Not to be outdone, Qin Lin raised his finger to the sky, wanting to release Haitian domain, but suddenly became embarrassed. The Vientiane locking dragon formation greatly reduced the effect of his Haitian domain, and the Sea clan of Tianlangai couldn't use the Haitian domain to help out. As a result, this Haitian domain might not be as good as direct. Qin Lin sighed, clasped his hands together, and slapped in front of him. The monstrous waves appeared in an instant. Which one are you from? The Flame Demon Queen suddenly stared. The rules of water in this monstrous wave just collided with her destructive flames, which helped directly do a disservice. On the contrary, the water spirit swordsman laughed, and his strength suddenly increased a lot. I'm sorry, I'll pay attention. Qin Lin twitched the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand, and lifted it up sharply. Below the monstrous waves, a space was directly vacated, as if the battlefield was divided into two worlds. Cultivators who did not dare to stay in the waves lowered their heights one after another, but what they were about to face was an army of lava that could not be killed by the Flame Demon Queen, and the more they killed, the stronger they were. In the battlefield, there was chaos, and the power of various rules collided with each other. Almost not long after the battle started, all the practitioners under the 9 heavens of the God King realm all fell. I am afraid that only Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shifei have the lowest cultivation. They kept roaming the battlefield, directly swallowing the power of various rules with the swallowing gourd, and then directly feeding them back to the 3 Feng Lian. The more people died, the faster their cultivation was improved. Because when many cultivators were dying, they were directly swallowed by the swallowing gourd. It turned into the purest power and became the nourishment for the strength of the 3 of them. Why is Qin Yang's promotion so fast? If I knew it earlier. Feng Lian regretted it very much and could only make up for it. The huge psychological shadow Qin Yang gave them made them not exceed Qin Yang's realm, and they didn't even dare to fight against Qin Yang. In the battlefield, there is another person who is also opportunistic. It is Shui Bailey who was chasing and killing Li Zhong before. He was even happier than the Feng Lian 3, constantly devouring. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Shui Bailey. It was Qin Yang. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. Do you still want to be promoted to a God Emperor in this God King level secret realm? Qin Yang copied the power of the rules of all practitioners above the God King level, and felt that the nebula of extinction in his body was about to explode. The original speed was spinning to the limit, and after suddenly being promoted to the Divine King realm Juzanshan, the spinning nebula of extinction suddenly stagnated. Otherwise, Qin Yang would have taken action long ago. It's only the 8th level of the God King realm, I was just about to kill you. Shui Bailey snorted coldly and punched him directly. As long as there is a trace of blood energy to erode Qin Yang, then the Blood Bailey has already won. Qin Yang's eyes seemed to see through everything. Without dodging or avoiding, he directly clenched Shui Bailey's fist. Shui Bailey wanted to withdraw, but found that Qin Yang's strength was so strong that he couldn't believe it. However, he still had no fear. At least he knew that he couldn't fight Qin Yang melee'ly. I know why you are so calm. You have swallowed so much power before, and you have already created a clone that is not weaker than your current power, right? Qin Yang said softly. Shui Bailey's pupil shrank suddenly. How do you know? I also know that you master the secret technique of blood skeletons, and can travel at any time. Even if your body falls, there will be another one. In terms of strength, there is no shortage of power in this battlefield, right? Qin Yang teased. You. Shui Bailey trembled a little. Qin Yang continued, I want to keep looking for my weaknesses in this way to defeat me. Do you think there is hope? Shui Bailey's heart was already filled with fear. Qin Yang pointed to a corpse covered in blood next to him, and said with a smile, Your clone is too close to me, is that okay? Shui Bailey couldn't bear it any longer, and his spiritual thoughts were transferred directly. It's just that what was transferred was the clone made on the other side, a clone that was just condensed and only had 2 or 3 levels of power in the God King realm. The main body and the clone beside Qin Yang turned into blood mist. You're right, here, I don't lack strength at all. Shui Bailey gritted his teeth and forced himself to cheer up. Suddenly, a huge suction enveloped him, making him unable to transfer his spiritual sense. That blood skeleton? Feng Lian became puzzled, and directly urged the swallowing gourd to refine it. Feng Lian was overjoyed, and said, Great, we just saw the baby. This blood skeleton has mastered the secret technique and has swallowed up a lot of pure power, but he made a wedding dress for us. Soon we will be able to fight that Qin Yang decisively. As he was talking, Feng Lian caught a glimpse of a figure on the battlefield that shocked him. Qin Yang smiled at him from a distance across the melee battlefield. Chapter 394. Qin Yang. Are you a human or a demon? Zhang Hai roared loudly, calling out the magic rope to trap Qin Yang. Qin Yang pointed like a sword, and with a single stroke, the divine-level magic weapon was directly cut in half from it. Looking at the head of the Zhang family, Qin Yang glanced at the generated panel. Enemy, Zhang Hai. Strength, Divine King Realm Juzanshan. Technique, Capture the Heavens. Rules, Rui Rules. Magical powers, cover the sky with one hand. If you are the big leader of the blood skeleton, your strength is too bad. Qin Yang looked at Zhang Hai quietly. You spit out blood. The Zhang family, and the Wang family have nothing to do with the blood skeleton. Zhang Hai's forehead was full of blue veins. Why do you want to kill so recklessly on trumped-up charges? No need? Qin Yang got angry and said, You don't deserve to mention these 3 words. I'll tell you why. The blood skeleton pseudo-secret realm is built on the Greedy Wolf Mountain, but the Li family is not a blood skeleton person. The gate of the special secret realm for blood skeletons is built on Jimen Mountain. Although this Wang family is suspicious, it is difficult to guarantee that it is not concealed. In this way, among the 3 mountain peaks of the 3 clans, only your Zhang family seems to have nothing to do with it. This is not enough. Explain what? Zhang Hai's eyes were blood red, and he stared at Qin Yang, saying, but you can't prove that we are related to the blood skeleton. Qin Yang laughed and said, why do you need to prove it? I have already given you 2 opportunities, but you have to fight against me and capture the 5 elements of spiritual materials. Based on this alone, it is meaningful whether you are related to the blood skeleton. You. Zhang Hai clenched his teeth, and after a while, 4 words popped out, it's a tyrant. When I was in the Master Realm, I already had this title. Qin Yang said. You said that my strength is too poor? I want to see, why are you so arrogant? Zhang Hai slapped a palm suddenly, as if his own palm suddenly became 100 times, 1,000 times larger. Even every fingerprint can be clearly seen. Rui rules can make oneself and any objects in contact with it bigger or smaller, and even increase the power of rules. The magical power covers the sky with one hand, and when he raises his hand, the entire sky can be completely covered. The art of capturing the sky is a perfect match for covering the sky with one hand. With one palm, even the sky can be held in the hand. You can't hurt me. Now in this mystical realm of 10,000 layers of mountains, I am an invincible existence. Qin Yang said quietly. The figure flashed and came behind Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai turned around and slapped his palm. Although his palm was large, his speed was not slow at all. Even if the speed is very fast, how can it compare with Qin Yang? But Qin Yang no longer dodged, his left hand clenched, and his right was raised. An extinction divine sword appeared in front of him, and as the right hand slid, the divine sword was rotated and pulled open like a phantom, like a peacock opening its screen. In a circle, more and more extinction divine swords appeared, circling around, and before the palms were close to the face, they condensed the heavenly divine swords. The sword finger of the left hand moved slightly forward, and the palm was directly pierced into a sieve, and the trend continued to attack other practitioners directly. You underestimate me too. Zhang Hai suffered severe pain in his hand, and his hand was immediately abolished. He didn't expect that Qin Yang didn't take him seriously at all, and attacked everyone at the same time. Qin Yang said coldly, you underestimated me. Qin Yang also pointed like a sword and stroked lightly. The annihilating half-moon slash pierced the sky, and a pitch-black crescent moon directly slaughtered several God King Realm Juzanshan powerhouses on the wind and cloud platform. However, Zhang Hai's figure shrank suddenly, turning into a person less than the size of a palm. Rui's rules are really strange. It's a pity that I didn't have the patience to watch you show it. Qin Yang pressed his fingers lightly on his chest. Extreme. In the absolute world, there is absolutely no life. Everything is wiped out. This time, Jia is not a pure mask before, but condensed into a huge nebula of extinction. It is the destruction nebula within the body. After the power was promoted to the 9 heavens of the God King realm, the power changed again. Under the absolute world of the Annihilation Nebula, any power of rules will be turned into annihilation. District Shanghai, of course, is no exception. You have been promoted to the 9th level of the God King's realm? How is this possible? Didn't you just reach the 8th level of the God King's realm? Zhang Hai's eyes widened. From a distance, Zhang Xiaoxiao's heartbreaking pained cry, stop. But she could only watch her father disappear completely. At the same time, there is also the God King of the Sky. Jiandu Divine King Realm Juzanshan, under Qin Yang's absolute realm, not even the scum is left. Heaven and earth were clear and bright, and the battle of 100 kings ended in an instant. Except for Wang Qianqiu, Zhang Xiaoxiao, and Wang Xiaoer, no one of the 3 tribes of Wancanshan survived. Among the outsiders, except for Zhao Xingchen from Qin Yang's side, none of them survived. The Xinjin swordsman, the purple bamboo swordsman, the water spirit swordsman, and the flame demon queen widened their eyes. Row was that they were once god emperors, and they couldn't believe that this god-king realm had such power. The enemy, now there are only 3, Feng Lian and Wang Qianqiu. Wang Qianqiu felt chills all over his body. Who the hell is Qin Yang? If this secret realm is not a god-king, he even suspects that Qin Yang is a god emperor. The 3 Feng Lian felt a chill in their hearts. I am afraid that they also have the secret keys of the gods, but they are not 1/10 as good as Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at Shifeng quietly, and said with a chuckle, the number of people doesn't mean anything to me. Even if your strength is promoted and you can manipulate more people, what can you do? Looking at Feng Lian, Qin Yang said again, do you know why I didn't kill you? Feng Lian was stiff all over, gritted his teeth and said, afraid we'll be resurrected again? Fortunately, it's smart enough. Qin Yang glanced at Zhou De again, playfully, do you think you are running fast, or I am fast? By the way, I forgot, in this Vientiane chain dragon formation, you can't run at all. Zhou Da's teeth trembled, his fear of Qin Yang had reached the extreme. Qin Yang. Wang Qianqiu looked at the empty space between heaven and earth. The 3 clans gathered everyone here, but now, they all died in the hands of Qin Yang. Wang Qianqiu took a deep breath, you are the enemy of my blood skeleton, but your methods are more ruthless than my blood skeleton. Even the blood skeleton is not as deadly as you. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, you are wrong, all you kill are innocent people, and what I kill are all my enemies. And? The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, I've said it many times, it's not that I am the enemy of your blood skeletons, but your blood skeletons are going to be my enemy. Dare to attack the people around me, dare to threaten me, you are doomed. The blood skeleton will disappear completely. Qin Yang chuckled lightly and said, it turns out that it's really you, the leader of the Blood Skull 10,000 Layers mountain branch? You're hiding deep enough. Up to now, there is no more to cover up, Wang Qianqiu laughed and said, your strength, you can scare others, but you can't scare me. You are still a frog at the bottom of the well. Perhaps, you can take me out of the well? Let me see the headquarters of your blood skeleton? Open your eyes? Qin Yang asked. Want to know the location of my blood skull headquarters? Since you can find it here, why should I tell you? Wang Qianqiu stared at Qin Yang. Qin Yang fell silent, and his strength changed again and again. He had already used the bleeding skeleton technique and could no longer devour Wang Qianqiu's memory. Qin Yang said, even if you don't say it, it doesn't matter. As long as you let me know where there are blood skeletons, there will be me. Looking at Wang Qianqiu playfully, Qin Yang said, I seem to understand why you don't practice the blood skeleton technique. Why? Wang Qianqiu asked in a deep voice. Chapter 395, The Biggest Boss. Because you are guarding against the Li family, the water dragon locking sky array, and the water array flag. Qin Yang said slowly, the rules of blood are also restrained by the flag of the water array. If you practice the blood skeleton technique, your injury should have healed long ago, or you may not be injured at all. You arranged the pseudo-secret realm of blood skeletons on the mountainside of Greedy Wolf Mountain. In fact, you planned to destroy the Li family and dominate the secret realm of Wanzhongshan. It's a pity that the Zhang family advocates the sea, but they didn't see you through. That's why you practice earth-based exercises and rules. You want the entire mysterious realm of 10,000 Layers mountain to become a branch of your blood skeleton. When did you find out? Wang Qianqiu was a little shocked. From the moment I climbed Jimen Mountain, I have been on guard against you. Qin Yang said. Wang Qianqiu laughed and said, if this is the case, why did you give me the flag of the soil array? You are afraid that you don't know the function of this flag. With this flag, I will no longer have to be afraid of any restraint. Strength. My strength will be pure and incomparable. Even if you control the rules of annihilation, you cannot easily annihilate me. After a pause, Wang Qianqiu said, if Shui Qianfeng can successfully complete the task, I am afraid that we will not meet at all. God King Chu also has a flag of the soil formation in his hand. Speaking of this, Wang Qianqiu called out the flag of the unearthed formation, and looked at Qin Yang again. If I expected it well, you have 2 flags of the earth formation, one of which was obtained from the king of Chu, right? Qin Yang's face was calm, but his heart was filled with anger. The god king of Chu and the king city of Chu were originally thought of by this Wang Qianqiu. Yes, the flag of the earth array in your hand belongs to the king of Chu. Qin Yang nodded and said, aren't you curious why I gave you the earth array flag? Because. Qin Yang's face became colder. I want you to know that even if I give you everything you want, you will surely die. Wang Qianqiu clenched the crown and sneered, okay, then come on. The 2 figures rushed over directly and attacked with one punch. Qin Yang has an inextinguishable body, while Wang Qianqiu has a Liuhe stone. Its pure earth body is actually not much worse than Qin Yang's immortal body. The shock wave seems to crush the space. If it weren't for the Vientiane Lock Dragon formation, this punch would directly hit the collapse point. Your physical strength. Wang Qianqiu's eyes widened. He never expected that Qin Yang would still have such a physique. Humph. Wang Qianqiu snorted coldly, if this is your trump card, then you are not much stronger than I thought. Lusha River. Wang Qianqiu shouted loudly. There are golden sands flowing around, converging into a river, and rushing in. Under the sandstorm rules, every grain of sand is like a bullet, and even a god-king monster in such a river will be washed into slag directly. Qin Yang stood motionless, letting the quicksand river wash his body. This will help him complete his body quenching. After being promoted to the 9 heavens of the god-king realm, the power of the rules was finally fulfilled, and the physique was constantly being tempered. This time, it is obviously another qualitative change, but the speed is a little slow. Under this quicksand river, the speed was directly accelerated several times. Each grain of golden sand did not cause any damage to Qin Yang, but when it approached Qin Yang, it was annihilated by the power of annihilation. Qin Yang took advantage of this quicksand river to weaken his own power of the rules of obliteration, so that his physique would no longer be at risk. The power of the rules after the qualitative change made Qin Yang feel the crisis. Fortunately, Wang Qianqiu sends help in the snow. Childish, I want to see how strong you are and how long you can last. Wang Qianqiu was delighted. He liked Qin Yang's arrogance the most, so it was exactly what he wanted. Just using this golden sand is enough to consume Qin Yang to death. The Flame Demon Queen and others looked at Qin Yang nervously. This Wang Qianqiu's casual move was so powerful. Even Qin Lin wouldn't dare to say that he could beat this trick. Liuhe Stone, 6 Earth-type spiritual materials, 6 kinds of soil rules, 6 kinds of supernatural powers. Each of them is the strongest in the rules of soil. In the Divine King Realm Zhuzangshan, when the rules are complete, in addition to the restraint of the rules, the strongest is this pure power of rules. The 3 Feng Lian looked nervously at Qin Yang in the quicksand river, feeling a little strange in their hearts. Feng Lian reminded, Qin Yang is not stupid, you better not take it lightly. Originally an enemy, but now because of Qin Yang's strength, they have to join forces. But Wang Qianqiu disdainfully said, am I stupid? The Lusha River almost drowned Qin Yang. From beginning to end, Qin Yang's figure didn't waver at all. Suddenly, Qin Yang opened his eyes, and his body lit up with colorful divine light. With a wave of his hand, he directly took out a cloak from the Qianquan ring and wrapped it around his body. The powerful quicksand river, in Wang Qianqiu's opinion, is enough to deplete Qin Yang's quicksand river, and even the cloak in Qin Yang's hand can't hurt half a point. Oops, he is using this quicksand to quench his body. Wang Qianqiu snorted in his heart. Qin Yang's physique was enough to shock him before, but now, Qin Yang's physique has obviously improved a lot. Xuanhuan marsh! Wang Qianqiu hurriedly shouted, the turbulent quicksand suddenly stagnant, and the ground turned into a quagmire. My Xuanhuan marsh is enough to pull you into Xuanhuan. Wang Qianqiu shouted loudly. Qin Yang grinned and said, the underworld god told me to kill him, but Xuanhuan would not dare to accept me. The feet have already submerged into the Yellow Spring Marsh, and if the huge suction force is replaced by any cultivator of the 9 heavens of the God-King realm, it will be difficult to move an inch. Qin Yang raised his foot slightly, directly ignoring the power of Huang Qianyu's rules, and slowly walked towards Wang Qianqiu like a stream of water. The rhythm of the earth. Wang Qianqiu repeatedly used his magical powers. Under the urging of the earth's heart, everyone's heart beats uncontrollably. Even the 4 major spiritual materials are no exception. Especially the Balrog Queen, her lava army also has some rules of the earth, and it is even more affected at this time. In such a situation, the heartbeat is pulled, which is undoubtedly the most intense crisis. The flame demon queen uncontrollably spurted out a mouthful of blood, trying her best to suppress it, resisting the rhythm of the earth driven by the heart of the earth. Dong dong dong. The earth moved faster and faster, and the 3 Feng Lian were also hiding in the swallowing gourd. Even so, the 3 of them were flushed. Boom. Suddenly, a heartbeat sounded. Boom. The rhythm is incredibly steady, in stark contrast to the heart of the earth. Everyone looked at the source of the sound, and was surprised to find that the heartbeat actually came from Qin Yang. The heart of the earth has no effect on Qin Yang. Qin Yang is still slowly approaching Wang Qianqiu. Wang Qianqiu's heart finally collapsed, and he shouted anxiously, "Don't come here. Reach out and push," and the magnetite's pull attracts pull repulsion rule, and hits pull repulsion. The repulsive force retreated from the surrounding Xuanhuan marsh, but Qin Yang remained firm. Wang Qianqiu is not the biggest boss in the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain. The real boss is Qin Yang. Lusha River, Xuanhuan Swamp, Earth Rhythm, Extreme Rebuke, you have already used 4 of the 6 rules. Qin Yang walked to Wang Qianqiu and said quietly, you want the flag of the soil array, not just to restore it. Injury. In fact, there are 2 uses, one is to restrain the water formation flag, and the other is to guard against me. Qin Yang said, now, even if you have the flag of the earth array, and I don't use the earth array flag, how can you save your life? I said, you will die. Tell me where your blood skull headquarters is, and I can give it to you. Happy. Wang Qianqiu took out the flag of the soil formation and wanted to resist again, but his heart was full of despair. Lu Heishi, the 6 top-level soil rules, under the blessing of the soil array flag, can't help Qin Yang. What use can this array flag be to Qin Yang? Originally, I was afraid that Qin Yang would use the flag of the earth array to restrain himself, but he did not expect that Qin Yang would not need it at all. It seems that you still don't say anything? Qin Yang raised his brows, then you will die. A punch was thrown directly, ordinary and unremarkable, and it seemed that there was no power at all. Solid as a rock. Wang Qianqiu's face was hideous. I don't believe that the most defensive diamond can be broken under the blessing of the earth array flag. Boom. With a muffled sound, Wang Qianqiu's body trembled violently, and countless wrinkles were cracked on his body like a stone statue. The diamond was cracked by Qin Yang with one punch. Chapter 396, God Emperor Takes Action. 5. Qin Yang looked at Wang Qianqiu with a smile. Under the power of Qin Yang's annihilation rules, the cracked lines could not be healed at all. Even if there is even heart mud, it will not stick. Even if there are 10,000 magnets, they cannot condense. Finally, Wang Qianqiu's body cracked into countless pieces, but he, who has the heart of the earth, has not died. Damn, you can give me a good time. Wang Qianqiu roared loudly. All his strength was used to reunite his body, but he couldn't do it at all. I said, if you tell me the headquarters of the Blood Skull, I will give you a treat. This is your own choice. Qin Yang's eyes were full of indifference. The four major spiritual materials looked at each other, and their hearts were actually a little frightened. Especially the Shinjin swordsman and the purple bamboo swordsman were all stiff. I am glad that I am not an enemy. Qingling's heart was filled with fear for a while. If he really fought Qin Yang to the death that day, he was afraid that he would be the one who died in the end. Fortunately, this kid is a relative of the Dragon Clan. Qinglin felt relieved. Zhao Xingchen was wiping cold sweat again and again. He suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. Qin Yang didn't teach him, because he was too weak, and he was not a person from the world at all. Next, it's up to you. Qin Yang looked at Feng Lian and the three. The 8 Shinto clans have the same spirit, and we can actually turn the war into jade and silk, and join hands. Feng Lian said in a deep voice. No need. Qin Yang responded coldly. The form does not allow us to be hostile, there is a greater catastrophe to come, and we must. There's no need. Qin Yang shook his head firmly, shadow people, even more damned. It's just that I chose to clean up the blood skeletons first. Feng Lian panicked in his heart, and could no longer calm down. He said, there is a demon temple in the north, and... It's useless to talk, why don't we talk? How can I make you die completely? Qin Yang frowned and really thought about it. You will become the public enemy of all races. Feng Lian's anger was so devastated that he wanted to jump over the wall, but he didn't even have a chance. I'm sorry, I don't care about this, I can't hold so many people in my heart. Qin Yang smiled and his figure flashed. Zhou De was like a bird with a bow, and directly transmitted to the other side of Fengyun Tower, beside Wang Xiaoer and Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhou De and Feng Lian held one person hostage, and Zhou De threatened, if you dare to act rashly, I will kill them. Qin Yang's eyes were indifferent and he said, for them, death is the best relief. This time, the three Feng Lian were finally afraid. They seemed to know Qin Yang again. Qin Yang was so cold-blooded in his bones. Qin Yang's figure was slowly fading, Feng Lian's pupils shrank, and he said, no, after image. Before he finished speaking, he was hit hard on the back, and when he stepped down, his spine was directly kicked to pieces. Zhou De didn't feel well either. Qin Yang kicked the wind training, and then kicked him, and it was only an instant before and after. Even Wang Xiaoer and Zhang Xiaoxiao were taken away by inertia. Wang Xiaoer fell directly next to Wang Qianqiu's broken body. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Qin Yang said quietly, want to be resurrected again? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Qin Yang's cultivation base is much higher than Feng Lian's 3 people. When he was the same as Feng Lian, he had the tendency to crush him, let alone now. Even if the swallowing gourd continued to devour the power of the rules of heaven and earth, and even devoured it frantically in the war, it was simply too late. More importantly, with a blood skeleton and a swallowing gourd, Qin Yang directly cut the mess with a knife, and simply wiped out all the enemies without leaving them to devour at all. The blood of the blood skeleton was swallowed directly by the swallowing gourd, and now only Wang Qianqiu is left in the blood skeleton branch of the Myriad Mountain's secret realm. Merely god-level Vientian chain dragon formation, break it for me. The swallowing gourd was completely unsealed again in the crisis. After the super god-level transformation, he had a short-term god-emperor power in the secret realm. Under the suppression of the secret realm level, the power of the god-emperor at this moment is enough. The starry sky compass directly called out the vision of heaven and earth, and the palm of the swallowing gourd seemed to be directly pulled away by countless spaces. Qin Yang was not idle either, his hands clenched again and again, and the seals directly hit the body of the swallowing gourd, and the opponent was resealed. Damn, bastard! Tian Gord roared unwillingly. Tian Menin and Li Daoqin also suffered the same thing. Qin Yang laughed and said, the three groups of your Shinto, the biggest mistake is to seal the secret key of the super god level magic weapon god realm. If you don't seal it, where will you end up now? All three of your masters can be resurrected, but they still need to be sealed, so I can only say that you died in your own hands. Tian Gord suddenly became flustered and said, could it be that you have to kill the secret key of our god realm? Qin Yang didn't answer, but told them with practical actions. With a move of his divine sense, he summoned Shenlongjiu. There was some hesitation in Shenlongjiu's scarlet eyes. Destroy them and advance to the level. Qin Yang said. Their strength is indispensable. Shenlongjiu actually refused again. Qin Yang's expression became colder, and he said, so you said before that swallowing them was just a joke? Shenlongjiu fell silent. How did he know? Is Qin Yang really capable of grasping the secret keys of these three major magical skills for him to devour? Qin Yang asked coldly, do you think I'm begging you? Shenlongjiu's heart suddenly tightened. Above the sky, the starry sky compass took a deep breath. This Qin Yang is so crazy. You will regret it. You will regret it sooner or later. Everything you want to protect will be because of your ignorance. Feng Lian shouted fiercely. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yang kicked his mouth crookedly, and half of his teeth flew out. If you challenge my patience again, I will kill you all. Qin Yang's eyes flashed. Feng Lian laughed, his teeth leaked and his speech was slurred, and said, come on. Kill us. Qin Yang grinned and said with a smile, I will kill you, and then you don't have to revive yourself, I will help you revive. The demon-like smile made Feng Lian three people shudder. If that's the case, then they will become Qin Yang's servants. Can never turn around. Originally, the three of them were still thinking about how to die, but now, they don't dare to die at all. Swallow them. Qin Yang ordered again. Shenlongjiu did not dare to resist this time, and directly chose Shifein's listening Daoqin. The strings were devoured again in the terrified screams of listening to the harp. Shenlongjiu has finally been promoted to the super god level quality. Completely possessed the original power. Just as it was about to be swallowed again, the world changed again. The Vientiane Lock Dragon formation suddenly collapsed, and the whole world shattered with a huge handprint. It's you again. Qin Yang stared fiercely at the handprint. The previous Palm Lake was this handprint. This is the same God Emperor. Stop. Mother Dragon shouted angrily, and finally saw everything in the Vientiane Chain Dragon formation, but the result made her heart ache. But what made her more heart-wrenching was that under the palm of the God Emperor, the entire Myriad Layers Mountain secret realm could no longer be restored, and the secret realm collapsed at this moment. The owner of the palm seemed to see the Dragon Mother, and the palm suddenly froze. Originally, he wanted to capture Qin Yang, but he changed his goal and rescued Feng Lian and the three secret keys of the three gods together. The sky was replaced by the collapsed space crack, and all the power of the secret realm was devoured by madness. Its speed, I am afraid that in less than a moment, the entire mysterious realm of 10,000 Layers Mountain will completely disappear. Why, it's like this. Mother Dragon was a little absent-minded, she never thought that it wouldn't change the result. Looking at Qin Yang complicatedly, Mother Dragon asked, is this why you suggested evacuation instead of setting up the Vientiane Lock Dragon formation? Qin Yang frowned and said, I expected the result, but not the process. Qin Yang looked at the Dragon Mother and asked, do you know that God Emperor just now? The Dragon Mother looked at Fengjiantai, Li family manor, and the secret realm, who had been inherited for nearly 1,000 years. They were all her people, but now they all lost their lives. At this time, there is no mood to answer Qin Yang's question. Aoker looked at Qin Yang with some fear, took out a token shaped like a dragon, handed it over, and said, "This is the dragon order given to you by your mother. With this token, you can travel unimpeded in the East China Sea." Speaking of this, Aoker looked at the crumbling sky and said, "Can you take us away?" Qin Yang looked at Shenlongjiu. Shenlongjiu nodded and said, "I have recovered to the quality of a superdivine magic weapon, yes." Shenlongjiu looked at the dragon mother and Qin Lin, and said, "Use the Haitian domain to bring all the sea clans that need to be transferred, and I can take the Haitian domain out together." Qin Yang didn't say more. He wanted to reject the Shenlong order, but after thinking about it, he accepted it. With a movement of divine sense, he suddenly looked at Fengjiantai. Zhang Xiaoxiao vomited blood and died of serious injuries. And Wan Shower's figure has disappeared. Where's the person? Qin Yang asked, with a frown. Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes recovered a little, and he said, he was caught by Wan Qianqiu. Before he finished speaking, his eyes dimmed. Wan Qianqiu, do you think you are still alive? Qin Yang's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. Without driving the dragon jade, the speed is extremely fast. Chapter 397. Lingyuan Ancient Tomb in the Underground Formation. Here are the Reincarnation Formation and Death Formation that Qin Yang used to revive the Dragon Mother, as well as the Sky-Stealing Life-Shifting Formation sent by Qin Lin. When Qin Lin said that he met Wan Qianqiu here, Qin Yang had already thought about it. Unexpectedly, this Wan Qianqiu really had such a plan. Why, the resurrection and reincarnation is not enough, and now you have to steal your life and steal your body? Qin Yang came to the underground formation smoothly and looked at Wan Shower quietly. Wan Shower turned around, walked over with a sad look, and said, "I didn't expect my father." Pretend? Qin Yang frowned. Why do people always think of me as a fool? Wan Shower was stunned for a moment, and his face suddenly became hideous. "You ruined everything for me. I want you to die." Qin Yang looked at the undead soil, placed on the formation, he smiled, and said, "What? Who do you want to resurrect?" Wan Shower snorted softly and said, "Of course it's the resurrection of Zhang Xiaoxiao." Qin Yang's figure flashed, and he came directly to the land of the dead, and took away all the land of the dead. "You bastard!" Wan Shower was in a hurry, but he couldn't keep up with Qin Yang's speed. "You who have Liuhe Stone are not my opponent. Now you are a mortal body, and even because of your body, your strength is not even the King of God." Qin Yang's eyes glowed with a cold light. "Do you still want to jump?" Looking at Wan Shower's panel in his eyes, the rules of practice have become blood skeletons. With a look of sadness on his face, Wan Shower started acting again and slowly approached Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at him coldly, motionless. Wan Shower stepped forward, and his eyes flashed. "What can you do if you don't have the strength of a god king? Do you understand the blood skeleton exercise?" Immediately, the whole body exploded into a cloud of blood, trying to penetrate into Qin Yang's body. Qin Yang was stunned. He never expected that this guy would be so naive. There was the demon crow god king in the past, and the underworld god in the back, and they all wanted my body. At that time, my strength was not as good as theirs. Now. Qin Yang snorted coldly and propped himself up with a jiwajia. "You are different from them, because you are even more self-sufficient," Qin Yang said. After screaming, Wan Shower's body recondensed, and his strength fell again and again. "I'm using Wan Shower's body now, can you bear to kill me?" Wan Qianqiu roared. Qin Yang chuckled, "Do you think I'll be soft-hearted?" Quietly looking at Wan Qianqiu occupying Wan Shower's body, Qin Yang continued, "Do you look like me?" Wan Qianqiu only had this only chance in his heart, and he could only choose to believe it. But in his terrified eyes, Qin Yang snapped his fingers gently. "No." Wan Qianqiu's heart-wrenching roar, Qin Yang directly urged Jiwajia to kill him without hesitation. Qin Yang looked around and found that the great array of the dead realm had been moved. It seems that if he comes later, this Wang Qianqiu is afraid that the formation will be taken away. With the fall of Wang Qianqiu, Wang Shaoer's body also disappeared. A strange stone is suspended in midair, part clay, part sand, and part Liuhe stone. In addition, a flag of the soil array was standing beside it. So far, none of the blood skull branch in the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain has survived. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and put away the flag of the earth array and the Liuhe stone. With a flash, he went back to find the Shenlongjiu for reconciliation. Greedy Wolf Mountain can no longer stay, the speed of the collapse of the secret realm is too fast. Under the palm of the God Emperor, there is no possibility of rescue in this secret realm. The Haitian domain was propped up, and countless sea monsters floated in it. Shenlongjiu was a little embarrassed. At that time, he said that he could move all the Haitian domains away, but now it seems a bit too much. Fortunately, there is a starry sky compass, and the visionary starry sky directly wraps the entire sea and sky field, looking like a small water polo. But even this little water polo contains countless terrifying sea monsters. The atmosphere was a little silent, and the mother dragon was still full of sadness. Aoker was still a little afraid of Qin Yang. Go. Qin Yang said. Shenlongjiu nodded and turned directly into a 1,000-armed dragon. With a swing of its tail, it rushed towards the place of collapse. Guided by the starry sky compass, Shenlongjiu roams in the void. Outside Nanshan City, a 1,000-armed dragon suddenly flew out, and the entire Nanshan City suddenly boiled. It's just that the shadow of the white dragon flashed by, and it disappeared before I could see it carefully. At the same time, the portal of the secret realm outside Nanshan City collapsed directly. Returning to the sky continent, Shenlongjiu let out a roar, shocking thousands of miles. In the secret realm, he regained the super god-level quality, but only on this sky continent can his power be truly restored. It's not your fault, sorry. Mother Long sighed leisurely. In fact, many things have been doomed from the very beginning. Qin Yang didn't want to discuss this, and said, would you like to send you directly to the East China Sea? Mother Long shook her head and said, the journey is far away, directly across the entire Xuanhuan Empire. You must have a lot of things to do on your own, but you still hope. I hope that you will receive the Shenlong order and come to the East China Sea as a guest one day. Qin Yang nodded and said goodbye to Mother Dragon, Aoker, and Qing Lin. Just snorted when looking at the starry sky compass. Qin Yang said, if Feng Lian and the three of them find you one day, and you are not an opponent, you'd better inform me. The meaning is very clear, not to help the star compass, but to not make the enemy more difficult. The East China Sea is not a place where the human race can be arrogant. The star compass did not show weakness, and there were words in the same words. It's better. Qin Yang once again handed farewell to Mother Dragon and others, and drove the Shenlongjiu to leave directly. Tianhong Collar, Chu Wangqing. It has now become a plain. The entire city was moved under the ground by Qin Yang using the Earth Array flag. This time, Qin Yang is here to resurrect the God King of Chu. At that time, the whole city was covered with blood fog, but now the blood fog has dissipated. Qin Yang frowned. But these blood mists. Qin Yang immediately thought of Chu Xuanhuan's son, Chu Xuanguang, who always called himself his master. The master of blood skeletons that appeared in Nanshan City, is that young powerhouse. Qin Yang felt a move, as if he had guessed something. Qin Yang hurriedly entered the city lord's mansion. The original body of the original Chu God King was gone. Fortunately, resurrection does not require a body. Qin Yang began to arrange the reincarnation formation and the death circle. This is the place where the Chu God King fell, and it is also his own city. Arrange the great formation of the dead world here, and summon the spirit without the need for a medium. The formation was activated, and the great formation of the dead world seemed to open a door to the underworld. Qin Yang seemed to be able to hear the wailing of the ghost behind the door, as if it was really another world. A figure gradually became clear, but stood at the door, unwilling to come out. King of Chu. You can even resurrect? God King Chu looked at Qin Yang. The familiar figure made Qin Yang feel relieved, and he succeeded. Qin Yang said, of course. The King of Chu was full of hope. Can the people of this city be? Qin Yang shook his head and said, their souls are too weak to bear it. God King Chu's expression darkened, and he spoke slowly, help me take care of Chu Ying and Chu Xuanhuan. Qin Yang frowned and said, I will resurrect you, can't you take care of them yourself? God King Chu spread out his hand and looked at it quietly, and said, I can still feel the grievances of countless people, although I am much more awake now, but they seem to have died with me. Living alone, what do they do? Could it be that you? Qin Yang was deeply surprised. This God King Chu is not willing to be resurrected. God King Chu said slowly, with you here, I can rest assured that Chu Ying and Chu Xuanhuan. Since I'm already dead, why should I live again? If I don't want to die, how did you kill me that day? Qin Yang fell silent, unable to persuade God King Chu. He could only watch God King Chu thank him and then turned and left. The door to the underworld opened by the great formation of the dead world closed with a bang, and the formation stopped working. Why are you two still following me? Qin Yang turned his head, the Shinjin swordsman and Zizhu swordsman still didn't leave. I heard that you are going to Sky Academy. Shinjin swordsman said slowly, we have never been there before, and we want to go there together. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, you can go if you want, but Songqiong Academy does not accept tourists. Chapter 398. What do you mean? Shinjin swordsman did not understand. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, there are many people who are curious about Songqiong Academy. If you are just curious, you can just play around. What is Songqiong Academy? Is it a zoo? The Zizhu swordsman gave Shinjin swordsman a wink and said, we already know about Shui Ling and the flame demon. If there is a genius in the Sky Academy who can be admired by us, we will naturally recognize the master. This is voluntary, I didn't force you. Qin Yang waved his hand, and Shenlongjiu disappeared in a flash. Everyone left the underground city directly. Qin Yang knew in his heart that although these two people pursued freedom, they knew it better than anyone else. If you wander around like this, even if you are in seclusion, you will be discovered. Once discovered, they will become treasures that the world is fighting for. The de-escalation of the secret realm will suppress their divine power, but even if they regain their God Emperor level strength, they will only attract more powerhouses to compete. Only by acknowledging the Lord with others can we gain relative freedom. Moreover, Songqiong Academy is famous for the mainland. The city where it is located is called the City of Freedom, and the domain where it is located is the Domain of Freedom, which is exactly what they want. After Shenlongjiu completely recovered, the speed was even faster, and they hardly felt that everyone had come to the City of Freedom. A prosperous capital city is like a new world. There are only a few such magnificent cities in the entire continent. The Shinjin swordsman, the purple bamboo swordsman, the water spirit swordsman, and the flame demon queen, the four of them were like country bumpkins. They were amazed and curious about everything. Some past practitioners looked over curiously, this is really a strange combination. There are also strong people who perceive something, and the greed in their eyes flashes, accompanied by deep shock. The swordsman of God Gold is like a bronze man, burly and sturdy, and he is not a normal person at first glance. The water spirit swordsman, gentle and expressionless, looks normal. There are 2 men and 2 women. Purple bamboo swordsman is like an ordinary young woman, not outstanding, but very attractive, or the more you look at it, the more comfortable it is. It exudes a vibrant breath, as if it can heal the soul. Looking at the flame demon queen again, that is incredible. Under Qin Yang's repeated warnings, although she wore a little more clothes, she was more attractive than before. Moreover, he was informal, and when he moved his clothes from time to time, a large piece of snow white was exposed unsuspectingly. The key positions are not exposed, but this is more eye-catching. Such a team of 4 seems to follow a young man. The cultivators who did not know the reason were stunned when they saw this posture. Which family's young master is this? His 4 followers seem to be very different. Don't talk about those 4 followers, look at that person carefully. His strength is even more incomprehensible. Huh? Did you notice that? Why does that young man look so familiar to me? More than half a year passed in a flash, and Qin Yang's name gradually sank in the City of Freedom. There is no shortage of topics in Songqiong Academy, especially because after Qin Yang entered the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain, Mr. Qiqiao couldn't follow him. He turned around and started tinkering with Songqiong daily, and everyone who was bluffing every day was stunned. Why is Nangong Filong fiercely pursuing Lu Mingyu? The 4 beauties of the Red Dust Inn are suspected of having famous flowers. All kinds of gimmicks make people's emotions fluctuate violently every day. Not to mention the various new rankings made by Mr. Qiqiao, the celebrity list, the Tianjiao list, and even the Dark Horse list. This is the City of Freedom? The Flame Demon Queen looked at the countless hot eyes around her and ignored it. If you want to go shopping, you can do whatever you want. By the way, in this City of Freedom, you cannot use force above the realm of the gods. Also, you can hurt people, not kill people. The latter sentence is completely for Shinjin swordsman and purple bamboo swordsman. The purple bamboo swordsman is fine, the wood element symbolizes life, but the divine gold swordsman is different, his eyes have long been brewing murderous aura. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I will string you into a string and swallow it alive? Shinjin swordsman glared. Not far away, a cultivator who was looking at the purple bamboo swordsman was immediately scared away. The Zizhu swordsman was helpless, but his face was also filled with sweetness. Qin Yang stretched out his hand to support his forehead, a little helpless. After all, it is not a human race, and the fundamental cognition is still very different. You don't need to go shopping, just go. The water spirit swordsman said softly, I would like to see who the master you introduced to me is. Speaking of this, the others couldn't help but become curious. If they want to recognize the master Qin Yang, they have nothing to say. But the others, if it wasn't for someone recognized by Qin Yang, they would not even consider it at all. Qin Yang nodded and said, all right, I haven't been home for a long time. The Red Dust Inn is Qin Yang's home, and Qin Yang's heart is a little excited. In the Sky Square, Qin Yang took out the Sky Order and was about to open the portal. Under the curious eyes of the 4 major spiritual materials, I can finally see the first mysterious secret realm in the mainland, the secret realm of the 10 directions. Suddenly, a yin and yang strange voice sounded, Yo, it seems that you are also a freshman of Songqiong Academy? A young man came over, dressed in luxurious clothes, and with a slightly ugly face. His nose is like garlic, but his chin is as sharp as an awl. Who are you? Qin Yang raised his brows. This is probably the ugliest person I've ever seen. The man stepped forward and was shocked when he saw Qin Yang's face. Can a man be so handsome? The man's eyes widened, and an unprovoked anger surged out of his heart. I'm the number 1 on the dark horse list of freshmen, Zhening Jun. Well. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. Pfft. The flame demon queen couldn't hold it in any longer, and suddenly burst into laughter, her laughter leaning back and forth, her graceful appearance was unparalleled. Zhening Jun was immediately angry, and pointed at Qin Yang with anger, and said, Why have I never seen you? Are you a freshman in the next class? It's only half a year before the school starts. Did you come here to familiarize yourself with the environment? Qin Yang nodded and looked at Jun playfully. Jun looked at the flame demon queen behind Qin Yang and said, "Are they your subordinates?" Before Qin Yang could answer, Jun said directly, "I want to ask for a price." The flame demon queen stopped smiling, her face getting colder. In his eyes, like a volcano about to erupt, he suppressed it. The air was suddenly extremely heavy, but Jun didn't know where it came from. Master Realm, is it a genius? Qin Yang rubbed his chin and suppressed the flame demon queen. Under the circumstance that none of the water spirit swordsmen can easily detect it, they directly motivate the ordinary world of the domain to eliminate the pressure of the Queen of Flame Demon. "Are you rich?" Qin Yang asked. "Not only rich, but also powerful." Jun's garlic nose was about to touch his forehead. "Do you think I'm more handsome than you, so you don't like me?" Qin Yang asked suspiciously. This question undoubtedly poked the hornet's nest and ignited the powder keg. Jun clenched his fists and smashed them directly. "Go straight to Qin Yang's face." Qin Yang frowned and remained motionless. But in front of his face, the water spirit swordsman condensed an ice shield to block it. "Among all the people present, I am afraid that only the Xuanhuan swordsman still remembers how to face these weak chickens who came to provoke them without knowing the heights of the sky. If it were the Shinjin swordsman, the purple bamboo swordsman, and the flame demon queen, this person would die in various ways. In particular, the Xuanhuan swordsman has been with Qin Yang all the time. The Battle of the 100 Kings in the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain has just passed. I am afraid that Qin Yang has forgotten how to deal with such a weak person. Once Qin Yang takes action." Jun looked surprised, looked at the water spirit swordsman, and said with a chuckle, "Hee, you are a very heartfelt guard. The reaction is fast enough, this ice shield, the defense is also good. Okay, I want this person too. Let's make a price together. You are hostile to me, and if you are so close to me, all the dead scum is left. Didn't Songqiong Academy teach you how to be a human being?" Qin Yang asked, curiously. "You're not even a freshman, how dare you teach me a lesson?" Jun sneered and said with disdain, "Since you don't want your face, fine." Jun made a gesture of invitation and said, "Then why don't you enter the academy for me? Do you think you can open the door to the secret realm with the order of the sky?" Qin Yang's spiritual thought moved, and the light curtain was directly opened between the two coiled dragon columns. Jun was stunned for a moment, his face was stiff, and he said firmly, "Even if I can open the gate of the academy, after you enter, I will make you look good. At that time, you have to cry and beg me, and give me all your men. I also saved a fortune." Qin Yang scratched his head, a little speechless. "If this is not the City of Liberty, and it is not the Sky Academy, I am afraid that such goods will not survive the next day, right?" Immediately, Qin Yang stepped forward, followed by the 4 major spiritual materials. Chapter 399, Because I'm Your Teacher. "Who is the tutor in charge of Xanadu in the 10th district?" Qin Yang asked. Jun laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to inquire so clearly that you actually know the name of the 10th district in the 10th district of the college. The instructor in charge is Wu Heitian. Have you heard of Wu Heitian's name?" Qin Yang felt that something was madly lowering his IQ, glanced at Jun, and said, "Aren't you trying to make me look good? Come on." Jun looked around and suddenly became puzzled. Why didn't Shangwenlu send someone to pick him up? Looking at Qin Yang again, Jun laughed and said, "So you are not qualified to be a guest at all?" "That's right, you are just a freshman in the next class." Shangwenlu. Qin Yang's spiritual sense injected into the sky, and learned a lot of missed information. Shanghuan building banned Hongqian and became a reception area for outsiders. The Hongqian has completely turned into a shopping mall, like the most prosperous market in the college. Moreover, Hongqian has also become the only shop in the 10th district of the college that does not need to be transferred to freshmen. The owner of the Hongqian Inn is still Qin Yang. Although Xuanhuan building has become a new reception area for outsiders, in terms of scale and prosperity, it is still inferior to the Hongqian Inn. After entering the academy, everything is what I said. If you regret it now, it's still too late. Zhening Jun kept his eyes on the flame demon queen. If it wasn't for Qin Yang's suppression, this kid would have to be roasted into coke. This annoying fly, can I crush him to death? Shinjin swordsman couldn't help it. The purple bamboo swordsman smiled and didn't mind. But this smile immediately attracted Zhening Jun's attention again, and he said directly, I want the other three except this bronze man. The golden swordsman's eyes were shining brightly, and the Shuiling swordsman squeezed beside him, and Divine Sense said, don't cause trouble for Qin Yang. No one can kill people in the City of Liberty, let alone in an academy. The swordsman Shinjin took a deep breath and took a few quick steps. Dare to walk around in the academy, can you afford the consequences? Zhening Jun said aggressively, since you don't know each other, don't blame me for revealing my true identity. Qin Yang looked at Zhening Jun with great interest, and asked, aren't you number 1 on the dark horse list? What other status do you have? Zhening Jun snorted and said proudly, I am the young master of the Zhen Family Chamber of Commerce. I am a close friend of Senior Shangguan Jiannan. Looking at Qin Yang from the corner of his eyes, he found that Qin Yang was unmoved. Where are you from, the country bumpkin? Even if you don't know anything like this, you can get the Order of the Sky? Zhening Jun looked disgusted and explained to Qin Yang, have you heard of the Zhen Family Chamber of Commerce? The small Chamber of Commerce has developed into one of the largest chambers of commerce in Liberty City. Moreover, we have cooperated with the Jinjia Chamber of Commerce in various aspects. Oh, is the Jin Family Chamber of Commerce in the background? Qin Yang smiled. Is the Jin Family Chamber of Commerce strong? Shinjin swordsman asked. Qin Yang explained, the Jin Family Chamber of Commerce is the number 1 chamber of commerce in the mainland. It has countless guards and thugs, and the strong are like clouds. It's just that the Jin family itself is not strong, but it is quite rich. Speaking of this, Zhening Jun was even more proud. On the contrary, Shinjin swordsman hesitated. Such a force, even if his strength recovered, he would never dare to provoke him. The Jin Family Chamber of Commerce is only one of them, as well as the Shangguan building of the academy. Do you know my eldest brother, Shangguan Jiannan? Zhening Jun said arrogantly. I know a little. Qin Yang thought about it, and almost lost his impression. Is it the Shangguan Jiannan who always opposes himself and wants to oppose the Hongqian? Don't pretend to know if you don't know. Zhening Jun boasted, my eldest brother Shangguan Jiannan is a member of the Shangguan family that is no weaker than the 8 Shinto clans, and Nangong Filong of the Nangong clan of the 8 Shinto clans is my brother. Is this person really easy to mess with? The Flame Demon Queen's divine sense transmitted a voice, and the 4 spiritual materials and spirits communicated. I didn't expect to meet such a person when I first came to the academy. Fortunately, I didn't do it before, otherwise it would be troublesome. Qin Yang's spiritual sense was injected into the sky, and all the identities of Shangguan Jiannan were clearly known. Some he didn't know when he was a student. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, Shangguan Jiannan, his mother is a member of the Feng family of 8 Shinto clans. There is a peak in the mainland, the Emperor of Heaven, who used to be the son-in-law of the Feng family. The family of the Emperor of Heaven is the Situ family, the daughter of the Situ family, Situ Qingji, is the mistress of the Nangong family. The relationship is a bit intricate, but not difficult to understand. Heavenly God Emperor. Qin Yang's eyelids jumped. This is an existence on the same level as the Tsongqiong Emperor, the first president of Tsongqiong Academy. But Qin Yang always felt that the name God Emperor had something else. You know all this? Jun didn't expect it, stared at Qin Yang in surprise, and said, since you know so much, how dare you not give me face? Qin Yang looked at his ugly face and said lightly, your face. It's not good to give. The Flame Demon Queen and the others suddenly laughed. Sure enough, Qin Yang was not afraid of Feng Lian and the three of them, so how could he be afraid of this little brother of Xuanhuan Jiannan, who spared 100 circles? How dare you humiliate me? Zheningjuan's face flushed. He hates others to talk about his appearance the most. No, I won't humiliate you. Qin Yang said seriously, want to know why? Zhengjun narrowed his eyes and asked, why? Because I'm your teacher. Qin Yang spoke slowly. Not only Zheningjuan's expression was stunned, but even the Flame Demon Queen and others felt a little weird. Zhengjun looked at Qin Yang. He did seem to be a little older than himself. Teacher? How is this possible? In order to avoid your continued ignorant provocation and regret in the future, I think it is necessary for me to tell you my name. Qin Yang said. Your name? Zhengjun was a little confused. Can you still scare me? Zhengjun reacted and said angrily, who do you think you are? I can know you just by name? The ones who can let me know, at least, are from the 8 Shinto clans. Qin Yang thought for a while. I seem to be a member of the 8 Shinto clans. You? The 8 clans of Shinto? A portrait flashed in Zheningjuan's mind, and he felt that he had seen the image of the person in front of him somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. I'm the master of fighting at Songqiong Academy, Qin Yang. Qin Yang said. Qin Yang? Didn't hear it. Zhengjun almost choked himself with a sip of saliva, just as he was about to say that he had never heard of it. His face suddenly turned pale, and his whole body tightened. His tone was trembling. Are you Qin Yang? The Flame Demon Queen and others looked at Qin Yang quietly. Is this kid quite famous? Qin Yang shrugged. It's a fake. Impossible. Zhengjun directly retorted. Qin Yang was chased by Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shi Fein among the 8 Shinto clans, and he dared not go back to the academy. Who did you listen to? Xuanhuan Jiannan? Qin Yang asked. Wait, I can expose your lies. Zhengjun took out his sky decree, opened the screen, and what appeared was the image of Xuanhuan Jiannan. Zhengjun said, brother, there is someone around me pretending to be Qin Yang. Xuanhuan Jiannan said impatiently, don't bother me with that garbage. Even if Qin Yang came by himself, I just happened to use him to test the sword. Since it's a fake, you can deal with him yourself. Okay. Zhengjun was about to turn off the communication. Qin Yang's head was suddenly full of black lines. Could this girl really have no brains? Or is the brain used to develop that tangled face? After squeezing over, Qin Yang greeted the light screen and said, long time no see, you still miss me so much? The air suddenly stopped. Xuanhuan Jiannan was dumbfounded. The next breath, the light screen was interrupted. My eldest brother doesn't talk to you at all, do you see? Zhengjun laughed, looking at Qin Yang with a bad expression. Pretending to be an academy teacher is an unforgivable sin. If you obediently hand over your guards, I won't notify teacher Wu Heitian. Zhengjun said, looking as if he was convinced of Qin Yang. Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared beside everyone with a dark complexion. If it was placed at night, I would not be able to see it. Mr. Wu Heitian? Why are you here? Zhengjun was stunned. This is so bad, how can he threaten to take the other party's guard? Zhengjun looked at the figure of the Flame Demon Queen and felt a pity in his heart. I'm back. Wu Heitian smiled. I'm back. Zhengjun nodded. Qin Yang suddenly laughed, while Wu Heitian looked at Zhengjun in surprise, speechless for a long time. Finally, Jun realized that something was wrong and was stunned. You kid, what did you do again? Wu Heitian ignored Jun and asked. It's a long story, let's talk slowly later. Qin Yang said. Are you really, is that trash Qin Yang? Jun pointed at Qin Yang in surprise. Wu Heitian was a little helpless, and explained, the academy does not guide public opinion. Qin Yang nodded and said, I know, and I won't care about him. Wu Heitian laughed, that's right, you are an academy teacher after all. The figures of several people flashed and went directly to the Hongqian Inn. Only Jun was left on the spot. After a long time, Jun became furious and said, it turns out that you are really Qin Yang. I want to see, what skills do you have to be a teacher? After finding out the order of the sky, Jun contacted some of his friends and said, call the brothers, Qin Yang is back, how about we go to Hongqian Inn to play? Chapter 400 10th District of Songqiong College, Xanadu, Hongqian Inn. With the arrival of Qin Yang, the entire Hongqian Inn was boiling, and then, the entire college received the news that Qin Yang had returned to the Sky College. At the entrance of the inn, everyone stared blankly at the familiar young man who had not seen him for more than half a year, but in everyone's memory, he never faded away. It's really Qin Yang. I heard that the three Feng Lian were chasing him to kill him. As a result, the three Feng Lian and him did not come to the academy. The gathering of the 8 clans became a joke. Others are stupid, are you stupid too? Have you forgotten the wrong public opinion guided by Songqiong Daily? The King of War in Liberty City is not fake. The King of Demon Crows died at the hands of Qin Yang. I know, at that time it was a slap in the face of everyone. It's a pity that those freshmen have never experienced it, and they don't believe it at all. Those freshmen are like clowns all day long. Oh, who said no? Actually, we should all be ashamed. Seeing those new students is like seeing us in the past. In the academy, one after another message was transmitted in the order of the sky. The news of Qin Yang's return immediately detonated the entire academy. Everything was the same as before, and the trendy Qin Yang gradually calmed down. Staring at the flawless face behind the counter, Qin Yang gently walked over. Are you okay? Qin Yang didn't know what to say. Okay, what about you? These days have made us worry. Lu Mingyu touched Qin Yang's face gently, feeling that Qin Yang seemed to be more mature than before, and the eyes in his eyes were more determined. In order to welcome the boss back, from now on, all meals in this restaurant are free for 3 days. Jin Wanshan rushed over and announced loudly. The whole inn immediately burst into cheers. Figures gathered around Qin Yang, Lu Mingyu, Jin Wanshan, Wu Xiaoya, Wei Linglong, Yun Linger. Qin Yang thought of Chuqinga, and his expression was a little sad. Lu Mingyu had a good heart and said softly, he still has no news. Jin Wanshan asked, what happened to Chuqinga? Qin Yang looked around, looked at the concerned eyes of his partners, and said, Chu family, the door is destroyed. Everyone's eyes widened, and the teachers and students watching here in the inn were also surprised. How could this be? Jin Wanshan was full of anger, wishing to go directly to the Hui clan and seek help from his father to take revenge. Qin Yang said solemnly, the one who shot was a god emperor. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Suspected god emperor of shadows. It was difficult for everyone to breathe. Lu Mingyu said softly, he doesn't want to implicate us. Qin Yang shook his head and said, actually, it's all because of me. If it wasn't for me, the god emperor wouldn't take action, and the Chu family wouldn't be destroyed. Lu Mingyu pulled Qin Yang's hand hard and said, don't blame yourself, the god emperor is still some distance away from us. When we become stronger, we will definitely find him to settle it. In tenderness, there is no lack of perseverance. The Shuai-Ling swordsman nodded secretly. In the entire Red Dust Inn, as soon as he entered, he locked Lu Mingyu at a glance. This must be the master Qin Yang introduced to him. After secretly observing it, the water spirit swordsman was quite satisfied. This day, it won't take long. Jin Wanshan also clenched his fists and said, "In these days when you were not around, our cultivation has not slackened at all. Now we are all complete in the Star Realm. Promoted to God King, also just around the corner." With a proud look, several other people also showed confidence. But Qin Yang's reaction disappointed everyone. Qin Yang blinked, nodded, and said, "Well, not bad." "It's not bad, we are all geniuses." Jin Wanshan was unhappy and said, "In the Tianjiao list, the top 5 are all us." Ha ha ha. The Flame Demon Queen covered her mouth and chuckled. Divine Sword Swordsman and Zizhu Swordsman also laughed. But they did not despise it in their eyes. At such an age, to have such strength is worthy of the name of Tianjiao. It's just that they looked at Qin Yang from time to time, feeling a little weird in their hearts. We still need to work harder. Feng Lian, Zhou De, Shi Feiyin, their strength has already reached the 4th level of the God King realm. Qin Yang said. The entire Hongqian Inn suddenly fell silent. 4th heaven of the God King realm. Is this still the younger generation? They don't come to the academy, are they disdainful to come? We know too little about them. We only heard that there is a title of the first genius of the young generation on the mainland. It is tempered by wind, but we didn't expect it to be true. Jin Wanshan's face was stiff and he said, "No. Impossible?" Others are also staring at Qin Yang, and they are not sure. In the Red Dust Inn, the eyes of all teachers and students also became strange. Is it true that the rumors that Qin Yang was hunted down are true? Lu Mingyu believed Qin Yang and asked, "You must be stronger than them, right?" This is almost impossible, but if it is placed on Qin Yang, it is not impossible. Of course, I'm stronger than them. Qin Yang didn't reveal his true strength. He said, "Feng Lian has a swallowing gourd. Next time I see him, I will definitely not let him escape." Walk. At least have to grab the swallowing gourd. With the swallowing gourd, improving the strength is simple. Qin Yang is stronger than Feng Lian? Is this true? I couldn't see through Qin Yang's strength before, but now I still can't see through it, I can't tell. Qin Yang turned around and looked at the door of the inn. It was a residential area, but it was transformed into a martial arts field. Qin Yang asked, "What's going on in this martial arts field?" Jin Wanshan looked disdainful and said, "The freshmen were dissatisfied with the college's revision of the rules, and the Hongqian Inn was permanently assigned to us, and they kept coming to provoke." Newborn? Qin Yang suddenly thought of Zhening Jun, with a garlic nose and all face. Jin Wanshan added, "It's not just the freshmen, Shangwenlu has been provoking us all the time. We often launch trade union wars, although we are slightly stronger than them, but we don't have an advantage in numbers. And Nangong Filong is also with them, Chu Qingga. After leaving, no one can compete with him in archery skills." Nangong Filong? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, Nangong Feilong's heavenly death bow had promised him that he would not attack his friends. While chatting here, someone finally noticed the 4 strange figures beside Qin Yang. These 4 people have been following Qin Yang since they appeared, looking around constantly, with a curious look. It looked like he was definitely not from the academy. In particular, the Flame Demon Queen is even more coquettish and more daring than Wu Xiaoya's dress. At this time, the Flame Demon Queen also looked at Wu Xiaoya, but the Flame Demon Queen was looking at it, but Wu Xiaoya was full of hostility. The Flame Demon Queen, like the Water Spirit Swordsman, could see at a glance who Qin Yang was about to introduce. Under the scrutiny, he looked at the Water Spirit Swordsman, and was quite shocked. Lu Mingyu and Wu Xiaoya really finished their body quenching. Having completed body quenching at such an age, being their master will not aggravate them at all. However, to the surprise of the Flame Demon Queen and the Water Spirit Swordsman, the Excalibur Swordsman and the Purple Bamboo Swordsman were also looking at the people in the Hongqian Inn, and they locked Wei Linglong and Yin Linger respectively. I heard that Qin Yang is back? Did you think it would be safe to finally escape to the academy? A familiar voice came from outside the store. Zhening Jun took a lot of freshmen and directly blocked the door in a mighty manner. Chapter 401. It's here again. Jean Wanshan had a headache and said angrily, how many times have we said that? We have already graduated, and we just continue to practice. You are not qualified to challenge us. Zhening Jun said arrogantly, I didn't want to challenge you, I just wanted to defeat Qin Yang. As soon as the voice fell, the entire Hongqian Inn was filled with a mysterious atmosphere. Where is Nangong Filong? Qin Yang asked directly. Even my eldest brother Xuanhuan Jiannan doesn't care about you. Do you still want to see Nangong Filong? Well, if you want to see him, defeat me first. Zhening Jun patted his chest. Qin Yang dodged, disappeared suddenly, and reappeared directly in front of Zhening Jun. Okay, since that's the case, let's learn from each other. Let me give you some pointers on martial arts. After all, I'm a master of fighting. Qin Yang showed a playful smile on his face. Huh? You really dare to accept my challenge? Zhening Jun was a little surprised. The other freshman burst into laughter. Don't look at him ugly, but he is not weak at all. If you judge people by their appearance, Qin Yang will definitely lose, and it will be ugly. The freshman looked at Qin Yang with bad intentions. As soon as Qin Yang returned to the academy on his front foot, there was a freshman challenge on his back foot, and the news spread to everyone in the sky. Many teachers and seniors came to the Xanadu in the 10th district one after another, wanting to watch this fight. The news also reached Shangguan building. Shangguan Jiannan's face was ashen, and Nangong Feilong's expression was also strange. Nangong Feilong asked, Are we going? Shangguan Jiannan took a deep breath and said, I don't believe he can be so strong, go. Soon, the martial arts field was surrounded by water, and some acquaintances also showed up. There are also Gong Sun Ming and Lu Qianru, as well as several freshmen who are also very prestigious, including Lu Qiandai, the young master of the Lu family, and Wei Qinggu of the Wei family. Like Gong Sun Ming, these two have the secret key of the gods. Zhening Jun was very excited, he had waited half a year for this moment. Finally, the time to defeat Qin Yang has come. Are you ready? Zhening Jun asked. Qin Yang nodded quietly. Zhening Jun said again, since we are going to fight, then we must give some luck. If I win against you, this Hongqian Inn will belong to me, how? Qin Yang was non-committal. Zhening Jun added, I'm not just talking about this inn, but everyone in the inn. Including Lu Mingyu, Wu Xiaoya. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yang kicked him out. There was an uproar, and the freshman suddenly exploded. It seems that you don't know why I have to kill Feng Lian. Qin Yang's expression became colder. Despicable. Shameless. He even made a sneak attack. Is that what your strength is? What kind of skill is it to win by sneak attack? Zhening Jun touched the corner of his mouth, and he was so unprepared that he was so unbearable. He was actually kicked away by Qin Yang. Zhening Jun roared angrily, you are not worthy of being a master of combat at all, the entire Sky Academy is ashamed of you. The echoes were endless, and Qin Yang's kick directly made him the target of public criticism. Qin Yang smiled, looked around, and said quietly, everyone has a bottom line, and my bottom line is my family. Anyone who dares to touch, even if it is mentioned. Qin Yang's aura was suddenly released, and the powerful coercion of the God King realm, Juzongshan, made everyone unable to move. I'll have to die. Qin Yang stared at Zhening Jun and said slowly, The kick just now was just because you didn't know it. Now, do you know? Zhening Jun was trembling all over, as if in a dream. He still can't believe that this powerful pressure was actually released by Qin Yang. Sky armor, talisman. Yes, you must have used these. Zhening Jun said, are you still cheating? If you have one, you won't borrow foreign objects. As soon as Qin Yang's momentum was withdrawn, Zhening Jun immediately thought that his guess was true. Zhening Jun touched the cold sweat on his forehead, stared at Qin Yang, and said, the winner is the king and the loser is the loser. It is useless to talk too much. If you don't use external force, you are not my opponent at all. It's really useless to talk too much, let me give pointers to your martial arts. Qin Yang said softly. Turning his eyes aside, all of Zhening Jun's abilities formed a panel. Such strength, it is useless to copy it. Look at my regretful king fist. Zhening Jun threw a punch, but it was a bit interesting. Qin Yang suppressed his strength to the point that he was only in the realm of stars. Facing this punch, Qin Yang turned his head slightly and ducked. Zhening Jun died unabated, and almost hit Qin Yang, while Qin Yang pointed at Zhening Jun's chest. Everyone was shocked. If Qin Yang holds a sharp sword or uses martial arts, he can defeat Zhening Jun with just a swipe of his head. Your boxing skills are not worthy of this name. Qin Yang shook his head. I originally wanted to give you advice, but your realm is good, and your martial skills are really bad. Deadwood can't be carved, you have no potential. Zhening Jun stepped back in shock and shouted loudly, what qualifications do you have? Judge me. You haven't seen the true power of my unfortunate king fist. Shocking. Zhening Jun's eyes flashed with divine light, and there was actually coercion in his martial arts, which turned out to be an attack of divine sense. Qin Yang was in a trance for a while, not because of Zhening Jun's martial arts, but suddenly thought of the 18 Plutos of the underworld god. Even they can't cause harm to Qin Yang, let alone. Qin Yang sighed and said, this is your capital as the number one dark horse? Qin Yang's eyes were suddenly dark, and he said indifferently, I'm sorry, I can't suppress the power of the divine sense. Your attack is not as good as an ant to me. Taking a step lightly, Qin Yang's spiritual sense swept out directly, and Shen Longjiu was also very angry. He used his spiritual sense to attack in front of him, who would look down on him. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire martial arts field sank 3 feet, except where Qin Yang and Zhening Jun were standing. The huge pressure caused the hard slate to be directly smashed into slag, not to mention the star realm. Even the intermediate god king could not bear the thought of Qin Yang at all. You are cheating again. Zhening Jun pointed at Qin Yang and roared. He shouted to the teacher beside him, Mr. Wu Heitian, don't you care? Wu Heitian touched his nose embarrassedly, and he suddenly discovered that Qin Yang's strength was stronger than him. Now that Wu Heitian has just entered the middle-level god king, there are still many opportunities, but Qin Yang's hand, Wu Heitian asked himself that he is not an opponent at all. Is it that hard to admit that I'm better than you? Qin Yang seemed to be saying to Zhening Jun, but also to all the dissatisfied people in the audience. Gong Sunming and Lu Chanru looked at each other and both smiled bitterly. Qin Yang's defiant, they saw it again. Impossible, impossible. My regrettable king fist is a mysterious inheritance. This is my chance, a unique chance. Zhening Jun didn't believe it. Qin Yang said coldly, sorry, king fist is an incomplete martial skill. If its inheritance is complete, it is indeed not weak. How do you know that this is an incomplete martial skill? Zhening Jun widened his eyes and argued, if this is not an incomplete martial art, this boxing technique is number 1 in the world. Qin Yang raised his brows and said with a smile, only I am number 1 in the world. No one dared to refute such a maddening statement. The means Qin Yang inadvertently revealed had exposed his absolute strength. Such strength has already made them only look up. Even if this unfortunate king fist is complete, there are still two types of martial arts that can compete with it. And they are of the same type, Qin Yang said. It's impossible, which two? Zhening Jun asked. Before there was Bawang Wushuang, and then there was the Chu Wang Shenquan. Your regrettable Wang Quan, said to be fighting for the front, is still one level worse. Qin Yang shook his head. Everyone was immediately shocked, and Qin Yang's knowledge was beyond their imagination. Zhening Jun was speechless for a while. He had never heard of Chu Wang Shenquan, but Bawang Wushuang resounded in his ears. Zhening Jun's eyes are dull. How is this completely different from what he imagined? He lost so completely. Who is this Qin Yang? Qin Yang looked around, looked at Nangong Feilong coldly, stretched out his hand, and said, "You, get over here." Chapter 402. Nangong Feilong's heart tightened, and everyone's eyes turned to him. Shangguan Jiannan felt relieved, but fortunately he didn't point out himself. Nangong Feilong bravely stepped forward and jumped off the 3-foot sinking performance field, which was half shorter. What? The strength is strong, and I want revenge? Nangong Feilong stared at Qin Yang. I heard that you have a dispute with Hong Qinan? Qin Yang asked quietly. Yes, how? Nangong Feilong said, it's not just the Hong Qinan, sooner or later, I will kill you. Qin Yang looked at Nangong Feilong and snorted coldly, Nangong Ling's death is his own fault. If your Nangong family is still holding on, you will be responsible for the consequences. After a pause, Qin Yang said again, but today, I don't want to say that. I'll just say one thing. I saved your life that day. Your heavenly death bow is like I promised, but now it can be considered a backstop? Nangong Feilong gritted his teeth. As the young master of the Nangong family of 8 Shinto clans, he had lost all face when he was questioned like this, but he did not dare to compete with the current Qin Yang. Qin Yang seemed to be no longer in a world with him, which made him even more humiliated. The onlookers were stunned for a moment. What else? Tianshenging is one of the 8 secret keys of the gods, yet it still promises, like Qin Yang? Guaranteed what? So what? I didn't kill them. Nangong Feilong argued. Qin Yang shook his head and said, not believing what they say is not believing what they say, and it has nothing to do with the result. If they are not strong enough, wouldn't you have succeeded? Qin Yang's eyes were cold, and he teleported to Nangong Feilong. Nangong Feilong didn't even have time to react, and Tian Shengong appeared directly as the protector, exuding a strong wave of destruction. Tian Gord, listening Dao Qin, and Tian Men Seal have all been unsealed from the gods, but you are still the gods? Qin Yang let out a sigh, facing the audience, and said, I advise you that the gods of the 8 Shinto clans are secretive. It is best to unseal the key completely, otherwise it will be useless in the face of me. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed it, directly plundering Tianshenging in his hand, and the seal shrouded in an obscure divine light. Tianshenging struggled and trembled, but gradually dissipated the light. You dare to rob me of the secret key of the gods. Nangong Feilong's eyes widened. Cough cough. An embarrassing light cough sounded, and a burly young man came out, holding a blood-colored halberd in his hand, majestic. It was Wei Qingguo of the Wei family. What he has in his hand is the secret key of the Wei family's divine world, the Overlord Divine Halberd. Wei Qingguo opened his mouth and said, then what? Not all the people of the 8 Shinto clans are your enemies. Gong Sun Ming lit up with colorful lights, and said, others don't accept it, but I accept it anyway. Although there was a little unhappiness between us, you saved me and Lu Chanru. I will repay this kindness sooner or later. That's because I'm not here, otherwise it would be his turn to be a hero? A figure came out, seemingly gentle, but his words were sharp. Gong Sun Ming frowned and said, Lu Qiandai, Lu Chanru is your sister. Lu Qiandai snorted coldly and said, "Isn't there anyone who messed up my Lu family? Qin Yang can't be cleaned up?" Wei Qingguo burst out laughing and said, "You can go ahead?" Lu Qiandai stared deeply at Qin Yang and said, "The background of the 8 clans is not something you can imagine. Lu Mingyu is a descendant of my Lu family, and she is bound to marry the Nangong family. Now that you are back, I will now, as the future owner of the Lu family, I will announce Lu Mingyu." Oops. Wu Heitian's heart skipped a beat, but fortunately Qin Yang didn't make any obvious movements. Lu Qiandia's face suddenly flushed red, and an invisible force pinched his neck. Qin Yang asked slowly, "What to announce?" Lu Qiandai couldn't speak at all, and he also had a hunch in his heart that even if he could say it, once he said it, his neck would be twisted instantly. "Since you told me about the background of the 8 clans, that's good." Qin Yang loosened his grip on Lu Qiandai, but Lu Qiandai was clutching his neck but didn't dare to say more. Qin Yang said, "As a friend, I, Qin Yang, welcome. As an enemy, I, Qin Yang, are not afraid." Looking around, Qin Yang glanced at Xuanhuan Jiannan, and Xuanhuan Jiannan suddenly stood up in sweat. Qin Yang smiled slightly and said, "I won't stop to wait for you. I hope you won't be left too far by me. To be honest, now you are not even qualified to be my enemy." Qin Yang flicked his hand, and the heavenly death bow, which had put down countless seals, smashed directly on Nangong Feilong's body, and even took Nangong Feilong directly and flew out. "You can understand that I'm threatening you, if you let me know again." Qin Yang snorted coldly, and directly shocked Nangong Feilong's body to tremble, unable to stand up. In the field, Zhening Jun was still in shock. Qin Yang said quietly, "Since I said I want to give you advice, when you want to learn the complete regret of the king, you can come to the Hongqianen to find me." He was domineering and mighty before, and then he proved his rhetoric with practical actions. Even if they are opposed, they do not hesitate to advise. This just proves that Qin Yang didn't take them seriously at all. Lu Qiandai took a deep breath, his eyes eager to slash Qin Yang thousands of times. Qin Yang laughed and said, "Don't look at me like that, even if it's your father, he's not a mere god king." As soon as they said that, everyone took a deep breath. Qin Yang is no longer in the category of the younger generation. The patriarch of the Lu family of the 8 Shinto clans was also taken by Qin Yang. Such contempt. Know yourself and the enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles. Qin Yang looked around and said, "I will say one last thing, if you really know me, then you will definitely know that my chance will not be given a second time." Looking at the crowd, Mr. Qiqiao pushed the lens and recorded everything silently. Qin Yang walked over directly and said, "You published Songqiong Daily, you better know what you are publishing." "This kid." Mr. Qiqiao smiled, actually threatening him? It seems that a lot of things have happened in the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain this time. Killing decisively, this is what the Lord of Destruction should look like. Unfortunately, as the Lord of Destruction, how can you be so kind? Mr. Qiqiao thought to himself, looked at Nangong Feilong and Lu Qiandai, and sighed. Tone. I am afraid that only Mr. Qiqiao can see through Qin Yang's inner thoughts, and the warning is only to prevent them from dying. The strength of the advanced God King realm Jizongshan threatened that the owner of the Lu family is also a waste. Warning Nangong Feilong, don't let the Nangong family die. Mr. Qiqiao directly planned the content of tomorrow's Songqiong Daily. Mr. Qiqiao looked at Qin Yang's figure returning to the Hongqianen, pushed his glasses, a strange light flashed on the glasses, and said softly, "You kid, it's beyond my expectations. If that's the case, then let's do something more violent." In the Red Dust Inn, there was a boiling mess. Lu Mingyu and others were full of joy. They didn't expect Qin Yang to be so strong. His strength also made everyone happy and more confident. Tell Yu Jiawei to make him a good meal, Qin Yang said. Chapter 403. Come on, let me introduce you. Qin Yang finally had time, and everyone sat around the table, belonging to the Hongqian Inn in the hall. Everyone is staring at the 4 water spirit swordsmen, and these 4 feel a little strange to them. They are the water spirit swordsman, the flame demon queen, the Shinjin swordsman, and the purple bamboo swordsman, Qin Yang said. The feeling of everyone is not only strange people, but also strange names. Wu Xiaoya stared at the flame demon queen, as if staring at her own enemy. The flame demon queen looked at Wu Xiaoya with a smile, and it was pleasing to the eye. The atmosphere was a little weird, and the 4 major spiritual materials didn't even answer. Qin Yang twitched the corners of his mouth and said directly, Shui Ling Swordsman and Flame Demon Queen are gifts I brought to Lu Mingyu and Wu Xiaoya. For a time everyone was stunned. Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang suspiciously and whispered, gift? Qin Yang nodded and said, I found a sea crown in Liberty City before. I wanted to give it to you, but unfortunately I didn't get it. But this water spirit swordsman is much stronger than the sea crown. Qin Yang thought in his heart, not only the water spirit swordsman, but also the flag of the water array must be obtained. Those who can restrain the water spirit swordsman, naturally restrain Lu Mingyu. I mean, Lu Mingyu didn't understand how a good-looking person could become a gift. Qin Yang explained, this is the top spiritual material of the water system, Jade Soul Water Spirit. Spiritual material? Spiritual material transformation? Really? Qin Yang shrugged, and the water spirit swordsman said, I'm not a spiritual material, my life core Jade Soul Crystal is the top water element spiritual material. After speaking, he glanced at Qin Yang. Qin Yang scratched his head in embarrassment and said, it's all the same, if he can help, it will be much stronger than the sea crown. Everyone's eyes were full of envy, and Jin Wanshan suddenly said, what did you just say? The sea crown? Could it be the sea crown that Nangong Feilong paid 10 million to bid? Wei Linglong looked at Qin Yang and said, this rumor turned out to be true. Did you really cheat Nangong Feilong? There was a smile on everyone's face. At that time, no one believed this matter. Who would have thought that someone would spend 10 million low-grade spirit stones to buy a magic weapon of the god rank? Lu Mingyu thought about it and said, Nangong Feilong really wanted to give me the sea crown, but I refused. Qin Yang's heart warmed and he said, don't worry, if you like it, I'll go to the East China Sea Dragon Palace to find you a better one. Everyone looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Even if Qin Yang was strong, how easy would it be to go to the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea? The Shui Ling swordsman looked at Lu Mingyu with satisfaction, he didn't say much nonsense, and directly recognized the master. Lu Mingyu was a little surprised, looked at Qin Yang, and directly agreed to recognize the master. A contractual relationship was established between the two, and Lu Mingyu's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, Lu Mingyu covered her mouth and couldn't believe it. What? Yunlinger asked, curiously. God King Realm. Juzangshan. Lu Mingyu took a deep breath. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. This kind of assistance is not only able to help Lu Mingyu's cultivation, but its combat power is enough to envy everyone. With this water spirit swordsman, Lu Mingyu is equivalent to having a personal bodyguard. Since this water spirit swordsman, then this flame demon queen? Wu Xiaoya looked at the flame demon queen. Qin Yang nodded and said, that's right, this is a gift for you. But, it needs to be approved by others. Qin Yang said, I said in advance that everything is subject to their will. If they don't want to, they have absolute freedom. As soon as these words came out, Shinjin swordsman and Zizhu swordsman looked at each other, feeling a little touched. Not to mention Qin Yang's strength, this place came to Qin Yang's sight, Songqiong Academy. Even if Qin Yang wanted to persecute, there was nothing they could do. But even so, Qin Yang still has principles and keeps his promises. Oh, so it is. I thought. Wu Xiaoya blushed. Why? Lu Mingyu joked, if Qin Yang really had that idea, wouldn't he have already started with you? Why should he find another one? Wu Xiaoya's face turned even redder, and she felt a little ashamed. This flame demon queen has the same style as her, so it's no wonder she thinks so much. What are you talking about? Qin Yang couldn't understand. Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang tenderly, and said softly, do you want to know the private words of the girl's family? Qin Yang shrugged and said, that's still it. The flame demon queen nodded and said, it's exactly as you said, it's hell flames. But, where is that fire dog? Although you can feel it on the breath, if you see a fire dog again, you can be 100% sure. Hell flame-quenching body is more dangerous and incredible than ordinary flame-quenching body. Once it is not 100% guaranteed, hellfire will cause fatal damage to ordinary flames. With the power of the Fire Queen's rules, if she hastily recognized her master, she might be able to harm Wu Xiaoya. Wu Xiaoya raised the Yaojian ring on his hand, the ring that was as bright as blood could prove it. The demon ring can be continuously transformed by monsters, and the type and strength of the beast can be determined with the demon ring. They are all in the 8th District Monster Beast Forest. Wu Xiaoya said, do you want them to come over? Let them come over? Qin Yang was taken aback, shouldn't it be, to pick them up? Wu Xiaoya laughed and said, the heaven-swallowing beast has also obtained the Order of the Sky, and it takes the treasure hunter to wander around like the students of the academy. You can let the heaven-swallowing beast bring the 3-headed dog of Qian and the others. What else? Qin Yang laughed. The face of the flame demon queen suddenly became strange, and the Shui Ling swordsman, the Shinjin swordsman, and the purple bamboo swordsman even seemed a little restless. You don't need to bring it, you can already judge, based on this demon ring. The flame demon queen said stiffly. Cough. Swallowing the beast? The water spirit swordsman asked tentatively, there is such a monster in this Sky Academy? Can you enter and leave the academy freely? Yes, is there any problem? Wu Xiaoya asked. The 4 water spirit swordsmen looked at each other, this is a big problem. Who's calling for Uncle Ben? A loud noise came from the door, and a black and white Pandaren with a naive look came standing up, with a little white mouse on his shoulders, his small eyes shining brightly. I didn't notify you when I came. If I hadn't read the Order of the Sky, I wouldn't have known that you were back. Panda rushed over. Qin Yang laughed, and was directly hugged by the panda. Ouch! Your strength. Panda opened his mouth wide. He tried to pat Qin Yang's back, but it felt like he had hit an iron plate. The treasure hunter didn't know what to say in the panda's ear, and the panda laughed. You're too outlandish, come here, what gift do you bring, really? Panda turned his head sharply, stared at the Zizhu swordsman, and was about to pounce on it. The purple bamboo swordsman stood up in fright, while the Shinjin swordsman stood in front of him as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Qin Yang hugged the panda's hind legs, and the panda's figure was stagnant, but he threw the treasure hunter away. Treasure hunting mice and pandas have both been promoted to star-level monsters, but treasure hunting mice are different from pandas. Treasure hunting mice just have a sharper sense of smell, and they still have little strength. Squeak! Treasure hunting mouse was stunned, and was grasped by Shinjin's swordsman in his hand. These two are guests. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. A waterfall was left in the panda's mouth, and the unstoppable saliva was about to brush the table again. I'll just take one bite, one bite. Panda stretched out his finger and gestured a bit. Not even one bite. Qin Yang became stern. The panda wilted suddenly. Qin Yang had no choice, he stretched out his hand and waved, and a small pile of spiritual materials was piled up beside the table. In addition to the water and fire elements, there are all kinds of spiritual materials. Among them, bamboo-based elixir and spiritual materials are naturally indispensable. The panda just gave up and ate happily. The treasure rat was also struggling violently. The Xinjiang swordsman let go, and he joined the gluttonous army. This swallowing beast. Xinjiang swordsman looked at Qin Yang solemnly, and said, "Is it your monster?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Qin Yang nodded. The four water spirit swordsmen suddenly gasped. Especially the flame demon queen, she was not afraid of swallowing the heavenly gourd to restrain her. But in the face of this swallowing beast, she felt that she had encountered a natural enemy. Not only her, but the three water spirit swordsmen also felt that they had encountered a natural enemy. In other words, this swallowing beast is the natural enemy of all heaven and earth talents. Don't worry, he doesn't eat his own people. Qin Yang tugged at the panda's ears. The panda tilted its head and continued to devour. The eyes of the treasure hunter were red, but the mouth of the treasure hunter was too small to be stuffed into a hamster, not enough for a panda to chew slowly. The flame demon queen moved her eyes, glanced at Wu Xiaoya, and directly threw out a request for recognition. Wu Xiaoya hurriedly agreed, "This opportunity is too great." Chapter 404 Overall Strength. The small pile of elixir and materials quickly bottomed out, and the panda burped, still not satisfied. With red eyes, he stared at the Zizhu swordsman again. As for the water spirit swordsman and the flame demon queen, Tian beast really didn't even look at them. The Xinjiang swordsman pointed at Wei Linglong, and said, "I think you have a strong imposing manner and a powerful technique. Although you are a woman, you can fit such techniques. Would you like to be my master?" "Ah?" Wei Linglong was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect the pie that fell from the sky to hit him directly on the head. "Of course I do." Wei Linglong was not stupid, and signed the contract on the spot. Yin Linger looked at Zizhu swordsman with anticipation, and found that Zizhu swordsman was interested in her for a long time. It's just that Yin Linger's strength is less prominent than others. One is ice-hardened, the other is flame-hardened, and the other is Overlord Wu Shuang, but Yin Linger looks like a weak woman. Like Zizhu swordsmen, they naturally have arrogance in their hearts, but not everyone can become a master at will. Since it is not so prominent, it has to be tested. Zizhu swordsman said, "I need to test you. If you are not qualified, I would rather be worried all day long than give in." The purple bamboo swordsman glanced at the heaven-swallowing beast fearfully. Spiritual materials like them are very clear in their hearts. Once they are targeted by the swallowing beast, the consequences will be unimaginable. Although the strength is higher than that of the swallowing beast can improve its strength as long as it keeps eating, and it will catch up with the realm sooner or later. If you don't meet it, it's okay. If you meet it, the result is almost doomed. The most terrible thing is that this swallowing beast is still with the heaven and earth spirit monster treasure hunting mouse. It is even more impossible to escape. Yin Linger nodded excitedly, and the little jealousy in her heart disappeared. The Zizhu swordsman frowned and looked at Yin Linger. Although she was in the star realm like the others, she could clearly feel that her combat power was not strong. Immediately, pointing like a sword, a purple sword energy swept out. With suppressed power, if Yin Linger couldn't escape this sword, it would only shave off a strand of hair. Unexpectedly, Yin Linger shook her head slightly in advance and directly avoided this purple sword energy. Ding! With a crisp sound, Wei Qingguo stood aside and was frightened. No. Wei Qingguo was in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. He thought that this purple sword energy was coming towards him. Wei Qingguo hurriedly said, "I'm not an enemy." After he finished speaking, he looked at Wei Linglong with a pleasing expression, and said, "Cousin, tell me about it." Wei Linglong coughed lightly, looked at the doubtful Qin Yang, and said, "This is my cousin, who also joined the Hongqian Inn." After he finished speaking, he added, "Sister Mingyu agreed." Qin Yang nodded and reached out to greet the waiter, to add a chair. What are you doing? Wei Qingguo sat down unceremoniously, obviously very familiar. Being interrupted like this, the strange feeling in Zijou Swordsman's heart gradually faded away. Could that be a coincidence? The purple bamboo swordsman said, that. I may have to try it out again. He looked at Qin Yang with some embarrassment. In their realm, the 9th level of the God King realm, basically any move can test out the details of the star realm. Especially Qin Yang, who can tell, clearly at a glance. Please. Qin Yang made a gesture of asking with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He also didn't expect that Yunlinger had taught her the sky-defying calculations to such a degree that, from the lightness of the clouds and the lack of traces, it seemed that she was more suitable than herself. With successive bursts of purple sword chi, Yunlinger could perfectly avoid it in a situation of dangerous and dangerous. The purple bamboo swordsman finally felt that something was wrong and looked surprised. Shinjin swordsman whispered, very good. The Shuiling swordsman and the flame demon queen also nodded, but instead took a deep look at Qin Yang. This table turned out to be full of evil spirits. With the last purple sword energy, Yunlinger pouted, a little unhappy, but she still let the sword energy cut off a strand of her hair. If there is no such small expression, everyone will naturally think that she has not been able to escape, and Zijou swordsman will not lose face. But this small grievance directly made Qin Yang laugh. It also made the purple bamboo swordsman smile. You are qualified to be my master. Zijou swordsman looked at Yunlinger, his heart warmed. She is a nice girl with a really kind personality. Really? Yunlinger was overjoyed. The 4 major spiritual materials directly recognized their own masters, which directly became a great help for the Hongqianen. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, although the 4 of them are only the God King realm 9 heavens, they are suppressed levels under the downgrade of the secret realm, so. Everyone was shocked and felt even more incredible. They are not unfamiliar with the reduction in strength caused by the suppression of the level of the secret realm. The panda, the 3-headed dog with red flames, the 9-linged ice phoenix bird, and the thorny rock turtle are all like this. There is almost no movement now, and the speed of cultivation is extremely fast. Wait, what did I miss? Wei Qingguo looked confused. Qin Yang said directly, you didn't miss anything, because these have nothing to do with you in the first place. There was constant laughter on the table. Jin Wanshan's face was earth-colored, and he looked at Qin Yang with resentment. What about me? Jin Wanshan's voice was like a grudge in the deep palace. Lu Mingyu and the others had received powerful help, so naturally they couldn't say anything, and they all looked at Qin Yang for a while. Qin Yang has never been a person who favors one over another, so he must have prepared for Jin Wanshan. Qin Yang stretched out his hand, and a spherical object, beating like a heart appeared. The whole inn was suddenly depressed. It was obviously very calm, but it seemed that the ground was about to shake the mountain. The ball kept beating, and with every beat, everyone's heart beat with it. Not only that, on its surface, there are golden sands forming a nebula, and there are crystals like planetary glaciers. Various visions have proved that this ball is unusual. This is for you, Lu Heishi. Qin Yang said. It's amazing, but never heard of it. Jin Wanshan looked at the living spiritual materials around others, and was a little dissatisfied. Qin Yang said with a smile, just be content, this 6-helix stone is not easy. With it, you can directly possess all kinds of top-level abilities of the earth element, as well as immortality. Underworld gods who are shaped with undead soil and the heart of the earth cannot die, not to mention the stronger Liuhe stone. Really? Jin Wanshan didn't believe it. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, King Kong is not bad, it's just a supernatural power. In the later stage of martial arts, you must integrate various supernatural powers into your own power, unique power, in order to be regarded as a real powerhouse. After some remarks, Ling Shui Ling Swordsman, Flame Demon Queen and others also agreed very much. Qin Yang's power is unique and pure, and it belongs only to Qin Yang. Fusion. Jin Wanshan thought thoughtfully, this does not seem to be a problem that the Star Realm has to face. But Jin Wanshan knew that what Qin Yang said must be right. What? Don't want me to put it away? Seeing Jin Wanshan pondering, Qin Yang said with a smile. Yes, of course. Jin Wanshan quickly grabbed the Liuhe stone, put it away temporarily, and then slowly integrated it for research in the future. After such a show, the back kitchen has already prepared the dishes, and the whole table is immediately filled with delicious delicacies, which makes people feel their index fingers move when they smell it. Start. Chapter 405. 10 days later, in the first district of Songqiong Academy, time and space revolved. In the assessment area, Lu Mingyu and others are here to hone their combat power. The strength of the Flame Demon Queen and others also shocked Wu Xiaoya and the others again. It is amazing that the red flame three-headed dog was no longer arrogant when facing the Flame Demon Queen, and was honestly like a pet. Jiuling Ice Phoenix Bird and Shui Ling Swordsman get along well, and the Thorns and Rock Turtle help Jin Wanshan integrate Liuhe Stone and temper his physique. Wei Linglong and Wei Qingguo have grown by leaps and bounds under the guidance of Shinjin Swordsman. I am afraid that only Yin Linger and Zizhu Swordsman looked at all this with a smile, a look of indifference to the world. Do you know how to concoct alchemy? The Purple Bamboo Swordsman asked. Yin Linger nodded embarrassedly and said, a little bit. It's far worse than Qin Yang. That kid Qin Yang can also concoct alchemy? The Zizhu Swordsman was a little surprised. Yin Linger said, not only does he know how to make alchemy, but he has never failed in alchemy, and his alchemy achievements are the best. The Zizhu Swordsman was speechless for a while, and after a long time he said, it's okay, we don't envy him. For us, we don't need to be able to make alchemy. The Purple Bamboo Swordsman gently stretched out his hand, and a purple light flashed. In the purple, there was the vigor of the purple energy coming from the east, and there was infinite vitality. This is... Yin Linger's eyes lit up. The Purple Bamboo Swordsman smiled and said, this is stronger than any healing medicine, and it is better than water spirits healing. Do you want to learn it? Yin Linger nodded again and again. Everyone is working hard to improve their strength, and Qin Yang is very pleased to see it. Just looking at Wu Xiaoya and the Flame Demon Queen, who were secretly not knowing what they were talking about in the lava army from time to time. What are you doing? Qin Yang didn't understand, these two neither hone their combat strength nor practice cultivation, are they enjoying queen-like treatment? But when the queen of this lava army... Qin Yang's head is full of black lines, and he can't understand it. What makes Qin Yang speechless is that Lu Mingyu and others have already graduated. Graduated without passing the one-year test of the rotation of time and space in the first district. The reason is that they all passed the trial of the treasure house of heaven and earth in the 7th district. Speaking of this, Qin Yang felt very uncomfortable. Not because he failed, but because he advanced too quickly and lost the qualification for the test. Since he was no longer qualified to take the test, Qin Yang also asked about the method of success. In the history of Songqiong Academy, only Wu Heitian passed the test in District 7, but it turned out to be the test of sacrifice and dedication. As long as you find a 6th-order elixir or 6th-order spiritual material in the 7th district, you can pass. It seems simple, but it is actually tricky. Because in the 7th district, there is no 6th-order spiritual medicine or 6th-order spiritual material at all. Speaking of which, it is very similar to Liuhe Stone, and it is necessary to donate the spiritual medicine and spiritual materials that he has found for others to advance. The atmosphere of Hongqian is very good, everyone is like a family. Each is willing to let each other light up the star. Once the star is lit, everyone else is automatically disqualified. But is this the end? No. In fact, the lit asterisk is just confusing, and the ones who can really pass the test are those who don't qualify for the test again after dedication. Faced with the consequences of never being able to light the star, it's no wonder that no one in history has passed the test. The result is to make Qin Yang happy, because everyone would rather not light up the star sign, be disqualified, and not light up the star sign alone. In the end, everyone succeeded. This rule is really speechless. Qin Yang sighed. Who would have thought that there are so many twists and turns in it just by lighting up the star sign? The test of this firmament is simply a pit. In particular, Qin Yang lost the opportunity to continue to light up the star because of his strength, and he also learned how to light up the star in the geocentric labyrinth in the 6th district, and he vomited blood even more. Without him, the standard for passing the test is to remove the helmet of the puppet general of the labyrinth of the earth. It seems that as long as the strength is enough, in fact, the puppet general is not a puppet, but a mentor of the Sky College. Even Dean Yun did not return the cameo, and his purpose was to prevent anyone from lighting up the 6th district star. The routine is too deep. Qin Yang sighed. It's no wonder that he is not qualified to take the test. With Qin Yang's current strength, how can he not see if the other party is a puppet? If Qin Yang is to be assessed, I am afraid that he will have to move the God Emperor realm powerhouse. After watching everyone's diligent practice for a while, Qin Yang was called by the old man Baji God Emperor to study the formation. The reincarnation formation, the heaven-stealing fate formation, and the death realm formation are definitely not low attraction for the 8 extreme God Emperors. Qin Yang also took this opportunity to copy some of the formations that he had not learned, as well as alchemy, tool refining, and talisman. With these resources, wouldn't it be a waste if not copied? In the time wheel test area, the environment is extremely harsh. The only ones who were not affected were the Flame Demon Queen and Wu Xiaoya, who were escorted by the entire Lava Legion. Are you interested in Qin Yang? The Flame Demon Queen asked. No way. Wu Xiaoya denied directly. The Flame Demon Queen laughed and said, No? No. Why were you so hostile to me in the first place? Afraid that I will rob you? Really not. Wu Xiaoya's face turned red. The Flame Demon Queen shook her head gently and said, It's really hard to understand you humans, just like it. After speaking, the Flame Demon Queen showed a thoughtful look and said, No, he is too strong, so he can't be hard on. Wu Xiaoya stomped her feet shyly, If you say this again, I'll leave. I've agreed to hone the battle. Okay, listen to you. The Flame Demon Queen waved her hand, and the entire lava army became solemn. The Flame Demon Queen looked at the Water Spirit Swordsman, Jiu Ling Ice Phoenix Bird, and Lu Mingyu sitting on the Ji Ling Ice Phoenix Bird in the distance, and said with a smile, It's boring to practice on our own, if we want to practice it, we need to practice it for real. Wu Xiaoya didn't react. What's the real thing? The Flame Demon Queen smiled, waved her hand, and shouted with majesty, Warriors, go. Wu Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, and the entire Lava Legion rushed forward in a mighty manner. Are you crazy? The Water Spirit Swordsman shook his head, waved his hand, and the sky was pouring rain. Wei Linglong, Wei Qingguo, and Shinjin Swordsman were also startled, and were directly surrounded by the lava army. Wei Linglong's mind was also blank. Shinjin Swordsman said, Even if you let it go, it's just a matter of practicing with these lava soldiers. Don't worry, these things can't be killed. The more the lava army dies, the stronger it will be. Some melee, directly stirring the wheel of time torn apart. The Flame Demon Queen naturally knew, and deliberately summoned many star-level lava soldiers to find Lu Mingyu and the others to feed them. Only honing on the real battlefield is the real skill. The Flame Demon Queen laughed. There is a lava army, it is willful. Jin Wanshan, who was far away, was not able to escape the fate of being surrounded, but it was fine. In the constant battle, his fusion with Lu Heishi was faster. The movement here is not too big, and it even alarmed the God Emperor in the forbidden area. It's just that after the divine sense swept away, he was speechless. With such training, I am afraid that there will be no one before or after in Songqiong Academy. Qin Yang, who was unaware of this, acted as a coolie under the surrounding of the 4 God Emperors. While communicating with the old man of the formation, he also had to help study the sky armor. Many design prototypes came to Qin Yang, and they were copied directly into finished products, with fast efficiency. With you here, it's more than half the effort. The other 3 God Emperors nodded in agreement. The old man who made the talisman said, after Qin Yang's changes, this talisman can be directly banned, and the created sky armor is perfect enough. Even if there is only one part of the armor, it is enough to exert great power. By the way, it seems that I will have the opportunity to show the power of these heavenly armors recently. The old man of the formation said. The 4 old men stared at Qin Yang in unison. Does this have anything to do with me? Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. Of course there is. Now I have assigned you a temporary task to go to the Principality of Aoki, to send a batch of battle armors from the sky. The old man for refining said. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang's Order of the Sky really received the task. Chapter 406, The Hidden Dragon Competition. Aoki Principality? Qin Yang was taken aback, the name was somewhat familiar. Xuanhuan is suspected of going to the Aoki Principality with a strong man. According to Qin Yang's judgment, Xuanhuan directly devoured all the blood energy of Chuangqing, improved his strength, and reached the 6th level of the God King realm. And the strong man he followed was most likely a blood skeleton man. Qin Yang was planning to go to the Principality of Aoki, but he did not expect to receive a mission. What are you thinking about? The old man of the refiner asked. Nothing, when will you leave? Qin Yang asked. In the past few days, when the latest battle armor is developed, it will be sent along with the previous batch of battle armor, said the old man. Qin Yang nodded, suddenly thought of something, and asked, Isn't the Principality of Aoki a subsidiary country of the Xuanhuan Empire? This sky armor is to deal with war, can we still participate in the Sky College? The old man of the refiner shook his head and said, It's not what you think. Our Sky Academy has never interfered in mainland disputes. We only maintain peace. Moreover, the king of the Aoki Principality was a student of the academy. The old man of the formation added, the day before yesterday, there was information that the Principality of Nanyan, a subsidiary of the Qishou Empire, declared its independence. Of course, you can also understand it as a rebellion. The Principality of Nanyan borders the Principality of Aoki, and the next move is to annex the Principality of Aoki, has great ambitions. The Principality of Nanyan has already launched a war, and even slaughtered 3 cities in the Principality of Aoki. After a pause, the old man of the formation continued, Lord Tianhong is narrow-minded, and the king of the Aoki Principality offended him in his early years, so this time, the Tianhong leader who was closest to the Aoki Principality just stood by and watched. Qin Yang was puzzled for a while, and said, could it be that the Duchy of Nanyan still wants to become an empire? Saying this, Qin Yang was taken aback and said, Lord Tianhong? This is not the first time that Qin Yang has heard of the Rainbow Lord, and the Mother Dragon also said that the Rainbow Lord is narrow-minded. Such a national event is actually mixed with personal emotions. Don't Xuanhuan Empire know about such a lord? Let it be? Qin Yang was puzzled. The old man of the refiner said with a wry smile, he is a god emperor after all, not to mention, he is also an honorary teacher of Xuanhuan Academy. Speaking of Xuanhuan Academy, The old man of the formation pinched his fingers and said, in fact, there is not only one Academy of Art Songqiong Academy on the mainland, but every empire, including the domain of rules where the central heavenly temple is located, has its own academy. The Hidden Dragon contest will be held in 3 years, which is jointly organized by all the colleges on the mainland. If you count the time, there is still half a year left. According to the past practice, it will be held in the imperial city of Xuanhuan Empire. Qianlong competition? Qin Yang raised his brows. What are you fighting for? The 4 god emperors suddenly laughed. This competition, for the hegemony, was not difficult for Qin Yang. The old man of the refiner said, the competition is for the empty island base. Qin Yang was even more puzzled. What do you mean? The old man of the formation asked, have you ever seen an empty island in the secret realm of Wanzhongshan? Qin Yang nodded. Isn't that Fengjiantai? Not only seen, but also on it, killed people. The old man of the formation said, all the empty islands are a resource. On the mainland, they can also be suspended in the air. The empty island in the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain is actually the reward of the Hidden Dragon contest. It's just that the specifications are bigger. Countless times. That kind of specification in Wanzhong Mountain is only a reward for about 100 places in the Qianlong competition. Qin Yang blinked and was shocked. If it is a top-ranked reward, then the empty island base, isn't it bigger than a principality? What's the use of this base? Qin Yang asked. The old man of the refining tool said, the resources of the empty island belong to the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. The reason why it is held in the Xuanhuan Empire is because the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire is close to the East China Sea. Once you get the empty island base, it will be your own territory. The 4 god emperors sighed for a while, but it was a pity that they were born early and lived for a long time, and missed the opportunity to participate in the Qianlong competition. Territory? Qin Yang frowned. The old man of the formation said, yes, it is completely your own territory and is not governed by any forces. Because the air island base is in the air. The degree of freedom is greater than that of the secret realm, and you can move at will, wherever you want to go. Where? Is it useful? Qin Yang was still puzzled. The old alchemist Jiuming Divine Emperor laughed and said, when you are promoted to Divine Emperor, you will know whether it is useful or not. If you can use an empty island base as the foundation of your family, this is better than secret realm and pseudo-secret realm. Low grade. Having said that, Qin Yang's heart suddenly became hot. The former site of the Qin family, in a pseudo-secret realm in Beiyuan, is on the verge of being broken. Qin Yang was weak in the past and didn't know it. Thinking about it again with the current strength, there is no possibility of repairing the pseudo-secret realm at all. It is a good choice to move the Qin family to the empty island base. It's just that looking at the 4 god emperors who are hesitating to speak, this empty island base is not just a unique territory. Speaking of which, if we support the Aoki Principality's sky battle armor, it can be regarded as helping them deal with the Nanyan Principality. Qin Yang said, do I need to help them again? The old man of the refiner said, it's all up to you. If you want to help, you can help. If you don't want to, don't help. The old man of the formation gave Qin Yang a deep look and said, if you don't want to give up this hidden dragon hegemony, the chance of the game, it is best to restrain. Is this also related to the Qianlong competition? Qin Yang asked. The old man of the formation shook his head and said, it doesn't matter, I said restraint, you don't want to be promoted to God Emperor before the Qianlong competition starts. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he was speechless. Qin Yang's cultivation speed shocked the 4 god emperors. This kind of speed, I am afraid that only the legendary calendar of the gods 10,000 years ago will appear. One thing I have to remind. The old man who made the talisman finally spoke and said, it is said that the college jointly held the Qianlong competition, but in fact, the contestants are not some students. What is that? Qin Yang asked. All the gods and kings of Jizongshan, including all the cultivators. There are many people who just use the name of a certain college to participate. So don't underestimate it. The old man reminded. Qin Yang nodded and said with a smile, don't worry. For this confidence, Qin Yang still has it. Isn't it the 9 heavens of the divine king realm? The underworld gods are not afraid, the water spirit swordsmen and other 4-element powerhouses are not afraid, are they afraid of these? The old talisman maker shook his head and said with a serious face, no, you must pay more attention. The Qianlong contest only occurs once in 100 years, and this time is likely to be the last time. At the same time as the rewards are more generous, I don't know that it will explode. What kind of evildoer? Qin Yang bowed his hands and sincerely thanked, thank you for reminding me. Qin Yang really took it all in and no longer despised it. The old man who made the talisman smiled and stroked his beard, and said, then, in order for you to be more sure of getting a higher ranking, how about we study the talisman? Qin Yang rolled his eyes, co-authoring was this purpose in the end. The old man who made the talisman was very unhappy. Qin Yang helped God Emperor Duobao to develop the latest battle armor in the sky. It was exquisite, not heavy, but gorgeous like a dress. There is also a small ring, and with a single movement of the mind, you can call out the mighty armor covering the whole body. Qin Yang also helped Jiao Divine Emperor refine various top-level medicinal pills, and the previous Hui Tiandan has been improved. My brother Baji God Emperor will not talk about it, the Vientian Locking Dragon Formation, the Great Death Realm Formation, and the Heaven-Stealing Fate Movement Formation, which one is not one of the best arrays? The Stealing Heaven Shifting Array is also the most important formation at the core of Shadow. Moreover, the formation of the Death Realm Formation does not belong to the Sky Continent. But what about yourself? The old man who made the talisman thought for a while, and secretly said in his heart, no, I have to squeeze this kid. Chapter 407 Departure. After another 3 days, Qin Yang was forced by the old man to study various spells. Waving a hand into a talisman is a skill that Qin Yang has known for a long time, and the research direction this time is mainly the conversion of talisman. As the name implies, it is to transform the power of heaven and earth, the power of martial arts, and even the power of the domain into talismans. To put it more bluntly, it is just a talisman, which can even release the cultivator's domain when it is cast. Such a talisman against the sky, the old man who made the talisman has been studying for hundreds of years, but it has only begun to take shape, and even often misses. The harsh terrain of the first district's time and space rotation is not only because of the first district. There are many places that the old man of the talisman made by himself. Fu Ling Jiuxiao shook the 8 deserts. On the edge of the forbidden area in the first area, Qin Yang waved his hand into a talisman, and continued to paint in the void. Mysterious lines spread out from the fingertips, using the void as the paper and the finger as the pen, and gradually, a talisman was drawn. What kind of talisman is this? The old talisman maker asked aside. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with complicated and obscure lines, and the rules of heaven and earth seemed to be in it. Lava Legion. Qin Yang said in a deep voice. A drop of sweat ran across his forehead. This lava army is the natural ability of the Balrog Queen, her unique ability. The most important thing is that this also contains the rules of fire. After the promotion of strength, Qin Yang only has the power of annihilation, and other rules are excluded. However, after passing through the talisman, Qin Yang unexpectedly discovered that everything he knew was not far from him, and now he can still use the talisman to outline the lines and affect the world to release. Lava God General. Qin Yang shouted in a low voice. The talisman dissipated in the air, and then, the destructive breath of hell flame swept in, and a flame giant was summoned. Unlike the Balrog Queen, the Lava General of the Balrog Queen needs the Lava Soldier to evolve into the Lava Captain, then evolve into the Lava General, and finally the Lava General. However, Qin Yang directly summoned the final form, the Lava God General. It's become. The old man who made the talisman was very excited. He painstakingly studied the talisman Dao for hundreds of years, and now he has finally achieved results. In the past few days, Qin Yang has displayed all kinds of power in the way of talisman. This is the essence of talismanism, and there is no need for practitioners to master any rules. I don't know how many times Qin Yang has succeeded. With so much valuable experience, the old man's own combat power has been rising steadily. In the past, the old man who made the talisman only had his own talisman and used his magical powers. Now, with Qin Yang's help, he can use his talisman to use everyone's magical powers. This is a real qualitative change. Where is the domain? Can it be used? The old man who made the talisman asked. Qin Yang frowned and nodded, looking at the old man who made the talisman, and shook his head again. What's wrong? Can't you? The old man who made the talisman asked. Qin Yang sighed and said, it can be, but you have to know the power of the other party's rules quite well before you can use it to display it. Of course, you can also add your own insights, and it may not be better than the original one. The master is poor, but it might be stronger. It can even be modified continuously, taking the essence and removing the dross, and some loopholes and defects can also be filled. The old man who made the talisman nodded and said, I naturally know this, so the talisman is boundless. Qin Yang's heart was agitated, and he hurriedly answered, let's go back to the shore. The two looked at each other and both laughed. Studying talismans is too troublesome. Except for the fanatics like the old talisman maker, who only want to study and enjoy such people, it is difficult for anyone in the world to keep boring and not collapse. If Qin Yang didn't have a copy system, he didn't even want to touch this spell at all. However, after a few days of practice, Qin Yang also had a new way of fighting, that is, fighting with runes. Although the power is slightly weaker than that of using the indestructible body and the destruction rule, all the previous abilities and powers can be used again. This also made up for the small regret in Qin Yang's heart. Next time, copy the opponent's moves and fight back directly with the rune. Qin Yang laughed. Don't be silly, the latest Sky Battle armor has been developed. There are 10 sets in total, including the 500 sets of the previous generation. They are all here. You should go. He gave Qin Yang a Quanhuan ring. The old man of the refiner added, by the way, these armors are powerful, and the consumption is naturally high. You tell the king of the Aoki Principality to have him stock up with spirit stones. Without the spirit stones to charge, these are waste products. Qin Yang curiously took out the latest sky armor, just a very ordinary ring. Wearing it on his hand and trying it out, with a movement of his divine sense, a golden armor shone, directly covering Qin Yang's body. I'm rubbing it. It's so cool. Qin Yang was shocked. Thinking of the sky armor given to him by the old man of the refiner, Qin Yang's face suddenly became ugly. Isn't this just developed? You know, it's all thanks to you. The old man was a little embarrassed. Qin Yang pouted, put away the armor, and said, a star-level armor. The strength of the sky armor is that it exerts its power over the steps. The star-level battle armor can already exert the strength of the king of the gods. In Qin Yang, he combined the characteristics of the blood skull domain and the Haitian domain, and even created a resonance domain for these battle armors. In the field, the power of all the sky armors will be shared and augmented with each other. In other words, the more armors in the sky, the stronger the power of all armors in the sky once the resonance domain is opened. Although, this is just a pseudo-field, but as long as there is quantity, there can be qualitative change. Moreover, with this pseudo-domain, this is the biggest improvement of the sky armor. It means that the sky armor can continue to be developed at a higher end. Qin Yang calculated in his heart, and based on the strength of ordinary practitioners, these 10 sets of the latest generation of sky armor alone, together, are enough to compete with practitioners in the 9 heavens of the God of War King realm. If it is matched with 500 ordinary sky armors, Qin Yang is a little shocked by the power. The last point, this is equipped on the practitioners of the star realm. Moreover, the environment used for combat is that the two armies face each other. A well-trained veteran, suffering from insufficient qualifications, cannot advance an inch, and controlling this kind of armor is enough to make up for his regrets and fully bloom. There is no doubt that the soldiers cooperated more tacitly and stronger than ordinary practitioners. Being able to cultivate to the star realm is already arrogant. What's more, the realm of the King of Gods. Qin Yang checked the sky armor in the ring, and his heart was ups and downs. For the first time, I really realized that the power of this armor is a bit incalculable. Qin Yang was thinking in silence. The old man thought he was in a mood, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, all the armors of your red dust in, I have all customized. If you win the Qianlan Hegemony tournament ranked, and obtain the territory of the empty island, naturally you don't need to think about the equipment." Qin Yang came back to his senses, and when he heard this, he was instantly overjoyed, and his heart was a little overwhelmed. Fighting alone, struggling alone. Although invincible, there are many places where it is not enough. It's time to build up your power, Qin Yang thought to himself. After bidding farewell to the God Emperor, and after agreeing with Lu Mingyu and others to meet in the imperial city of Xuanhuan Empire for half a year, Qin Yang set off. Before leaving, Qin Yang also said, "The old man of the refiner promised to customize a second-generation sky armor for each of you, remember to ask him for it." It's just that Qin Yang didn't know that the old tool refiner's promise didn't mean now. When Lu Mingyu and the others came to the door excitedly, the old tool refiner was blinded. While complaining about Qin Yang, he could only swallow the bitter fruit. If he shies away, doesn't he say that he is a dignified and treasured God Emperor, and he doesn't believe his words? Where is this old face going? I thought I could have a good rest, but I didn't expect this to be the beginning of the tiredness. Stinky brat, I'm not finished with you. The old man and the refiner muttered while recording all kinds of strange requests from Lu Mingyu and the others. What did you say? Lu Mingyu asked quietly. Nothing. The old man was expressionless. I'm really bothering you. Lu Mingyu thanked. The refining old man wants to cry but has no tears. Chapter 408 You are captured. Tianhong leads the southwest, the Aoki Principality. On the official road, Qin Yang rode a panda, with a treasure hunter sitting on his shoulders, leisurely hurrying on the road. On the side of the official road, it leads to the Tianhong collar. On the other side is the direction Qin Yang went, leading directly to the Principality of Aoki. There are caravans, small-scale carriages, and the large-scale ones are mighty, with dozens of carriages and hundreds of guards. As for what? I won't attack the Zizhu swordsman. Panda pouted, and since he was caught by Qin Yang and forcibly taken away from the Heaven and Earth treasure house in the 7th district, he knew that his good days were over. Squeak. The treasure hunter was also a little dissatisfied, with an unhappy expression on his face. Qin Yang was immediately annoyed and scolded, "You are eating and drinking wildly in the treasure house of Heaven and Earth in the 7th district. Do you know that this is all on my head? If Lu Mingyu hadn't told me, if you stay here, you must eat up the red dust in." The treasure hunter said, "How can it be so exaggerated? There are many heaven and earth spirit materials that no one has found at all. We usually eat the heaven and earth spirit materials in those hidden places." Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he said, "Okay, so many have been found, and I don't know how much you have eaten if you haven't found it." I said that there's something wrong with the improvement of your strength, so that's how it is. The panda retorted, we didn't eat all of them. Icebirds, fire dogs, and old turtles didn't eat less. We also brought them a lot. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, really unable to complain. It's no wonder that the academy keeps an account for yourself if you eat and take it. The one riding, pig in front, get out of the way. A guard yelled. Behind, a caravan slowly approached. Dozens of carriages and hundreds of guards were the largest caravan Qin Yang had ever seen on the official road. There are flag sails on the carriage, and the word Aoki is a caravan under the Aoki royal family. The guards were also dressed in armor, like soldiers. Riding a pig? Qin Yang suddenly laughed. The panda turned his head, his eyes were as plain as water, and he even grinded his teeth. The treasure rat sniffed and whispered, the powerful magic weapon breath, I can smell the smell through the Xuanhuan ring. Qin Yang rode a panda and stopped in the middle of the official road. It was not that Qin Yang was unwilling to give way, but that the panda was angry. How can you tolerate the dignified, swallowing beast and being called a pig demon? Good boy, it seems that you don't know about my Aoki guild. The guard took a hurricane horse, drove the horse, and threw the long whip violently, and the air exploded directly, making it deafening. The guard pointed at Qin Yang and said, will you make way if you have to let me show you some color? Qin Yang smiled and said, the road is facing the sky, and we will walk on one side. Although I am walking in the middle, the road is so wide that I can't walk on the side. The guard was immediately furious and said, you bastard, where is the wild boy? You actually let us step aside? Qin Yang shrugged and said, every day someone wants to show me a color. To be honest, I know a lot, and I really don't have a color that I haven't seen before. What color do you want to show me? You dare to tease me? The guard's eyes flashed coldly, revealing murderous intent. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. If it wasn't for the guard's attitude, he would have done nothing to appease the panda. But the panda's anger has not subsided, this guy even wants to kill himself? So lawless, Qin Yang wanted him to see the color of the rules of obliteration. Stop, we can just walk from the side. A clear female voice came, which seemed a little urgent, hurry up, we are still 2 days away from the principality. The guard gave Qin Yang a stern look, rode his horse and whipped his whip, and took the lead to walk to the side. Between the figures, the guard made a gesture of wiping his neck. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air came, and above the head, a cultivator rode the magic weapon and galloped fast. Qin Yang raised his head suspiciously. He had seen many such cultivators along the way. They were also wearing standard armor, and they seemed to be tracking something. The guard's expression changed a bit, and he settled down and pretended to lead the team as usual. Qin Yang glanced at the other guards, and they all saw that their faces were a little unnatural. Stop! Another practitioner who was flying with a magic weapon landed, stopped the leading guard, and forced the entire caravan to stop. The leading guard immediately smiled flatteringly, what's the matter with you? Aoki Chamber of Commerce? The cultivator raised his brows. The leading guard hurriedly took out the voucher, and quietly touched a Xuanhuan ring on the ground. The cultivator sneered while holding the Xuanhuan ring, okay, there is indeed a problem. In terms of strength, you are stronger than me, but you are so humble. You have the proof of doing business, but you feel guilty. The face of the lead guard changed, and the atmosphere of the entire caravan suddenly became tense. You're joking, we're just transporting ordinary supplies. The lead guard handed another Xuanhuan ring. The cultivator took it over with a look of greed on his face. Obviously, there were a lot of bribes this time. The cultivator coughed lightly and said, it's not that I don't give face, the princess ran away from the marriage on the day of the marriage, so that I, the Lord of the Rainbow, lost all face. It's not over, just run away, why did you steal the dragon hunting crossbow? I don't know what you're talking about. The hand of the leading guard clenched the magic weapon whip. The cultivator weighed the 2 Xuanhuan rings in his hands, and said profoundly, "You really don't know?" The lead guard was furious, secretly scolding his lack of greed, resisted his anger and took out a Xuanhuan ring again and handed it over, said solemnly, "I really don't know." After the cultivator checked it, he looked happy, coughed, and said, "Since you don't know, then let's go. After all, to control the magic weapon will fly into the sky." Seeing the excited look in his eyes, it was obvious that he was going to report. Qin Yang nodded again and again. This cultivator has a very lively mind. He knew that he was not an opponent, but he took the opportunity to make a fortune. It's just that the cultivator just took off, and a whip shadow flashed past. His frightened eyes were bulging, and the sky was split in half. The blood and minced meat fell on the ground, dripping like rain, and the floor was disgusting and disgusting. "Why do you want to kill him? He's already leaving." A girl dressed in Feng Guansha's clothes couldn't bear to walk over. The leading guard picked up the Xuanhuan ring, wiped it and put it in his arms, and said respectfully, "This person has a trick in his heart, and he can't be trusted." Qin Yang fumbled for his chin. This ordinary guard actually had such thoughts. The Principality of Aoki. But he gave him a high look. Just as he was about to let the panda continue on his way, he found that the guard was staring at him again. The guard hurriedly said to the girl, "Please also ask the Lord, Miss, to enter the carriage. We must hurry as soon as possible." After he finished speaking, he walked over with a murderous look on his face. "Don't embarrass him, he's just a passerby," the girl said softly. "No, he knows too much," the guard said resolutely. "Huh?" Qin Yang was confused. "What do I know?" The guard sneered. "What do you know? You know it yourself." Qin Yang frowned and said, "Isn't it because the princess of the Aoki Principality married the lord of Tianhong, and then the princess ran away from the marriage on the day of the wedding, and took the dragon-hunting crossbow with you? You want to kill me?" The guard's face changed, and the guards of the entire Chamber of Commerce became solemn. "If that's the case, then I won't be able to keep you." The guard was about to strike. The girl scolded coldly, "Stop it. Can't kill innocent people anymore." The whip of the leading guard was thrown in the air, and the powerful breath was suddenly put away. "Miss." Seeing the girl's resolute expression, the guard pointed at Qin Yang and said, "You can live if you want, but you are now captured." Haha. Qin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. It's really interesting. He became a prisoner as soon as he went out. Looking at the girl, Qin Yang appreciated it. Good looks, but a good heart is the key. Too bad, so kind. Why don't you guys just fly back? Is it more dangerous to disguise as a caravan? Qin Yang said. We are not pretending, we are a caravan. The guard said with a bad expression, you better shut up. Otherwise, my whip may kill you at any time. Qin Yang shrugged, but the pandas kept chattering in his ears, why don't you let me eat them? Dragon hunting and crossbow. Good stuff. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, eat, eat, eat all day long. Forget it. Sorry, it won't last. Panda smiled. Qin Yang said speechlessly, it doesn't matter to us what the dragon hunting crossbow is. But you have become a prisoner of others. Panda gloated, I was still taken as a prisoner by a practitioner in the star realm. Anyway, we're going to the Aoki Principality, so let's drop by. For 09 this water is a bit deep. I'm sorry to trouble you, sir. The princess lifted the curtain of the carriage and said apologetically. Qin Yang disagreed and said, no trouble. Young master, is this also going to the Aoki Principality? The princess asked. Don't call me young master, young master. Qin Yang had a headache, my name is Qin Yang. The princess nodded and said, my name is Zhao Qingya. Qin Yang replied, I really want to go to the Principality of Aoki, and I have a mission. The princess was a little puzzled. Qin Yang's face did not have the slightest fear, even the previous scene, there was no change, and even a little impatient. Although she has not cultivated, she still has a good eye for people. This Qin Yang is definitely not an ordinary person. On the official road, every time a caravan approached, the entire Aoki Chamber of Commerce became solemn. Everyone is like a big enemy, ready to act at any time. In the strange eyes and sick complaints of other caravan guards, it seems that they have experienced many disasters. Qin Yang's face is full of smiles. Isn't it obvious to tell others that there is a problem? What are you laughing at? Zhao Qingya asked, curiously. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, if you can't escape the pursuit, maybe you can kill another one next time, but next time, after the other party notices it, I'm afraid a large number of people will come directly. Zhao Qingya's face darkened, and she said in a low voice, I don't care, it doesn't matter if I get caught. But this will affect the people of the Chamber of Commerce. Why did you run away from marriage? Qin Yang gossips. Zhao Qingya hesitated for a while, but still said, since you are going to the Aoki Principality, then these are no secrets. Actually, I married the great-grandson of Lord Rainbow, just to ask for help. Lord Rainbow has a forbidden magic weapon, the dragon-hunting crossbow. As the price of the marriage, I wanted to borrow the dragon-hunting repeater. But I found out that they did not. I don't plan to lend it to the Aoki Principality, so. So you stole the dragon-hunting crossbow and hid it in the Aoki Chamber of Commerce? Qin Yang laughed. The most unlikely place to hide is the safest place. The person who gave you this idea has some scheming. Speaking of this, Qin Yang was stunned for a moment and asked, what kind of magic weapon is the dragon-hunting crossbow? As the name suggests, it is of course a magic weapon for hunting dragons. A guard came over, slightly older than Qin Yang and wearing golden armor. The guard cupped his hands and said, under Zhao Xingxing. Zhao Xingxing looked at Qin Yang vigilantly, but soon became suspicious. Only then did he realize that he couldn't see through Qin Yang's strength, which could only prove that Qin Yang was stronger than him. As the strongest person in the entire caravan, such a huge hidden danger is around. You dare to hunt and kill the dragon clan? Qin Yang was a little surprised, and said, the war launched by the Principality of Nanyan has made you overwhelmed, and you dare to be the enemy of the dragon clan? Zhao Xingxing took a deep look at Qin Yang. If this kid is really malicious, I'm afraid there won't be so much nonsense. As such, it's just gossip. But in the face of such a young and powerful person, it is better to be a friend than an enemy. Zhao Xingxing said, it's not that we are enemies with the dragon clan, it's that there is a fire dragon in the Principality of Nanyan, and he does everything wrong. The war between our two principalities was also caused by that evil dragon crossing the border and killing our people. Then the Duchy of Nanyan took this opportunity to expand the dispute, which led to the outbreak of the war. Qin Yang immediately understood that it was a good idea to put this black pot directly on the dragon's head. I heard from you earlier, why don't we just fly back to the Principality of Nanyan? Zhao Xingxing smiled wryly. Tianhong-led God Emperor and his great-grandson, Gong Yifan, all control the rules of light. In terms of speed, there is no people are faster than them. If we were in a hurry, we would have been caught long ago. Qin Yang chuckled and said, don't worry, no. What do you know? Dare to be so sure? Zhao Xingxing frowned. Qin Yang shrugged and said, just based on your strength, not to mention taking one person from the Lord's mansion of Tianhongling, and stealing the dragon-hunting crossbow, even if you can't take a fly away. This is Tianhongling. I intend to let you go. Zhao Xingchen retorted, it's just that they neglected to take precautions. If they really wanted to let us go, why did they send so many people to follow them? Qin Yang was a little speechless, and said, you can't think about it, dragon hunting and crossbow. You clearly want to hunt dragons. Tianhong will really lend you this forbidden magic weapon, in case you successfully hunt and kill that an evil dragon, wouldn't the rainbow leader also bear the wrath of the dragon clan? Zhao Xingchen showed a thoughtful look, and the Princess Zhao Qingya, who had been listening in, was also a little confused. Qin Yang couldn't understand it, so he asked, Lord Tianhong is narrow-minded, and he will report it. When did he become so friendly? Zhao Xingchen was taken aback. How dare you judge Tianhong Lord like this? Qin Yang said, this is what I heard. How dare the people around you judge the Tianhong Lord like this? Zhao Xingchen's eyes widened. Qin Yang was covered in black lines, and said, what? Is there something wrong? Zhao Xingchen couldn't refute. In fact, some of the rumors he heard were really not very friendly to the Lord of Tianhong. Qin Yang looked thoughtful. If the Dragon Mother and the old man of the formation were right, since the Lord of Tianhong would do this, he might have the same nature as the Duchy of Nanyan. That's throwing the pot, find someone. A legitimate reason. Qin Yang glanced at Zhao Qingya, and sighed in his heart, the water in the Aoki Principality is a bit deep, and muddy. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, and Qin Yang's eyes narrowed suddenly. The people in the caravan didn't find it, and those who did notice it just looked around in confusion. Zhao Xingxing frowned, not knowing what he was muttering. You said just now that the Lord of the Rainbow Territory and his great-grandson Gongye Yifan are all practicing the rules of light? Qin Yang asked. Zhao Xingxing nodded and said, yes, they are unparalleled in terms of speed, and their attacks are also very powerful. Otherwise, there are not many lords in the Xuanhuan Empire, but the Lord of Tianhong can sit firmly on the throne. Did that light appear often just now? Qin Yang asked. You saw that light too? Zhao Xingxing was surprised. If it wasn't for my own delusion, then... Zhao Xingchen felt cold all over. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up again, and what made Zhao Xingchen tremble was that this light was caught by a hand. Qin Yang said word by word, speed, peerless in the world? He tilted his head slightly, holding a person's neck in his hand. This man was about the same age as Qin Yang, and his face was full of horror. If I guess right, you are Gongye Yifan? Qin Yang said quietly. Gongye Yifan felt the tremendous force on his neck and looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Is this the hell? Even a low-level god king can't capture his own figure at all. Chapter 410. Yes, this rule is really strong. Qin Yang nodded and let go of his hand. Gongye Yifan's flushed face also improved. Coughing violently, Gongye Yifan kept going backwards. Qin Yang's eyes were as flat as water, and he said softly, I don't like people dangling in front of my eyes. I'll only say this once. Gongye Yifan stared at Qin Yang, groaning angrily, boy, do you know who you are facing? The entire caravan stopped, and everyone was extremely nervous. I called out your name, just now, aren't you Gongye Yifan? Qin Yang asked. Gongye Yifan said angrily, since you know it's me, how dare you offend the majesty of this deity? I can tell you that this place is still in the territory of the Rainbow Territory. For a time everyone was afraid, and the heartstrings that had been tense seemed to be broken. Gongye Yifan has come, doesn't that mean that they have always been under the control of the God Emperor Tianhong? Just a mere star, you dare to be honored? Qin Yang laughed. Gongye Yifan looked at Qin Yang contemptuously and said, it will be a matter of time before you become a God Emperor. Seeing that your strength is good, if you don't want to die, you'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. What? Are you calling someone? Qin Yang laughed out loud. I haven't played like this before, why don't we play? Everyone in the caravan and Zhao Xingxing were stunned. What is this? Gongye Yifan was also stunned. His own identity could not scare this person? Could it be that this kid also knows some kind of god emperor? Gongye Yifan was at a loss and said, this deity doesn't have time to play with you, so let me go. Qin Yang didn't move, but Gongye Yifan bypassed Qin Yang and came to the side of the carriage. "Ma'am, come back with me." Gongye Yifan's expression changed, and he smiled all over his face. Zhao Qingyao's face turned pale, and she remained silent. "I haven't worshipped yet, I'm not your wife," Zhao Qingyao said. If she was a decent gentleman, Zhao Qingyao wouldn't run away from marriage. After seeing the other side of Gongye Yifan, Zhao Qingyan would not want to marry such a swinger. Gongye Yifan laughed and said, "You will be mine sooner or later. The dragon hunting crossbow has been given to you as promised. Will your Aoki principality go back on its promises?" Speaking of this, Gongye Yifan proudly said, "Could it be that your Aoki principality is still an enemy of our Tianhong territory? I won't let the princess go with you." Zhao Xingxing clenched his fists and walked up. "What? You dare to try it on me?" Gongye Yifan raised his neck, suddenly feeling a little pain in his neck, which was pinched by Qin Yang before. He quickly lowered his head again. Unknowingly, when he raised his neck, the red marks of the palms on his neck were clearly visible. "He doesn't dare, I dare." Qin Yang said slowly, "However, I advise you to leave. If you take Zhao Qingyao away, it will ruin the plan of the Lord of Tianhong. At that time, the Principality of Aoki and Tianhong will. The dispute between the leaders is nothing, everyone will be very interested." "What are you interested in?" Gongye Yifan frowned, his grandfather had indeed warned him not to chase after him. "Of course I'm interested in the grievances between your rainbow leader and the dragon clan," Qin Yang said with a smile. Gongye Yifan's heart suddenly jumped. Why didn't he think of this? If they really brought back Zhao Qingya, wouldn't they tell the world that they lent the dragon-hunting crossbow to the Aoki Principality? "My lady, wait for me, it won't be long before we meet again." Gongye Yifan really restrained himself, stared at Qin Yang coldly, and rolled his eyes. The figure turned into a light and shadow, and he wanted to use all his strength to humiliate him before a report. He wants to circle Qin Yang 3 times, so Qin Yang can't do anything about him at all. The figure flashed and rushed directly to Qin Yang. He was about to make the first circle, but Qin Yang frowned and raised his foot. No one could see Qin Yang's movements clearly, even Gongye Yifan only felt a little, as if his eyes were blurred. Immediately afterwards, Gongye Yifan's figure was kicked out, and he coughed up blood in midair. "I said, I don't like people dangling in front of my eyes, why don't you listen?" Qin Yang sighed. Gongye Yifan's figure flew very far, his foot hit the chest, and several ribs were broken, and he was directly seriously injured. "Wait for me, I will remember you." Gongye Yifan gritted his blood-stained teeth and stared at Qin Yang fiercely. Zhao Xingxing looked at Qin Yang gratefully, and Zhao Qingyao also stepped out of the carriage, saluting slightly and thanking him. "Don't thank me, even if you are taken away, you will still be sent back to the Aoki caravan." Qin Yang waved his hand and said, "Let's go, and continue on our way." Speaking of this, Qin Yang said again, "I think we should be quicker, after all, I have a task at hand." Suddenly, Qin Yang couldn't help laughing and said, "By the way, it's all up to you, I seem to be your prisoner?" After he finished speaking, he glanced at the leading guard at the front of the convoy. The leading guard tightened his body and hurried on his horse to open the way, as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast. "Young Master Qin is joking, how dare we take you as a prisoner?" Zhao Xingxing clasped his fists and hands, and quickly helped the princess onto the carriage. Qin Yang glanced at Zhao Xingxing's movements, and there seemed to be something else in the details. Zhao Xingxing turned around and saw Qin Yang's gaze, and he felt a sense of being seen through. He said again and again, "I don't have any bad thoughts about the princess. Don't think about it. Don't spread it randomly." "Understood." Qin Yang nodded. Zhao Xingxing looked at Qin Yang's appearance, where he seemed to really understand, and quickly explained, "It's my eldest brother to the princess." halfway through, shut up. Qin Yang's brows were frivolous, and he saw Zhao Qingya's blushing face from the gap in the carriage curtain. As a "come here," Qin Yang showed a faint smile. "Who is your eldest brother?" Qin Yang asked. "Zhao Xingchen." Zhao Xingxing said. "Who?" Qin Yang's expression suddenly became strange. "Zhao Xingchen, you know my big brother?" Zhao Xingxing was surprised. "I know." Qin Yang laughed. No wonder looking at Zhao Xingxing felt familiar, it turned out to be Zhao Xingchen's younger brother. "Your identity is?" Zhao Xingxing asked. "Sky Academy, come to support the Aoki Principality." Qin Yang said slowly. "What? Are you from Songqiong Academy?" Zhao Qingya suddenly opened the curtain. Zhao Xingxing was full of apologies. If they had known that Qin Yang was from Songqiong Academy, how could they have been so neglectful? "Yes." Qin Yang nodded. Zhao Qingya said, "Actually, the reason why we dare to poach the dragon crossbow is mostly because of the Sky College. To be honest, someone from the Sky College has already come to the Principality of Aoki, and it is the stealing plan he proposed." Qin Yang frowned and said, "Impossible? Why do you say that?" Zhao Qingya was puzzled. Qin Yang said, "The one who proposed this plan to you is either a fool or a spy." Zhao Qingya's expression changed, and she exclaimed, "He has the Order of the Sky, his identity is correct, and he will not harm us." He also took the initiative to ask for help from the Sky College. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "If there is no problem with the identity, then this person must be a fool. Without knowing the mind of the Lord of the Rainbow, stealing the dragon-hunting crossbow under the cover of marriage is simply a meat bun and a dog." Seeing Zhao Xingxing and Zhao Qingya's strange expressions, Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, "Of course, the metaphor may not be appropriate, but Lear is such a reason." "Who is this person?" Qin Yang asked, curiously. "I would like to know who is so naive." "I don't know how naive, but take it for granted. Lin Feijing and his girlfriend Xuanhuan, do you know each other?" Zhao Qingya asked. "It seems to be a bit of an impression." Qin Yang thought about it for a while, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Chapter 411 You Are Doubting Me. A day later, the border fortress of the Principality of Aoki, the Lightless Fortress. There is still a story in the name. It seems that Tianhong Ling often interfered in the affairs of the Principality of Aoki before, so the Principality of Aoki built this fortress and named it Wuguang. It can be regarded as a tough confrontation with Tianhong Collar. The Principality of Aoki is on the highest alert, and all people who come and go must be registered. A soldier shouted loudly. "Open your dog's eyes and see, does anyone dare to stop anyone?" Zhao Xingxing shouted. The soldier squinted his eyes and looked at it, and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. On the team, the flag sails of the Aoki caravan are also very clear. The soldiers hurriedly shouted to open the city gate to let go. "General Zhao, I don't know if you are back." The soldier quickly pleaded guilty. "Retreat." Zhao Xingxing was quite majestic. Entering the territory of the Aoki Principality, I could immediately feel the tension in the atmosphere. "It's okay here. If you go to the West Fortress, I'm afraid the air will be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Now we can hurry on the road quickly. If we urge the magic weapon flying boat, we will be able to reach the king's city in a few hours." Zhao Xingxing said, "Also ask Qin Yang to invite the rest of the Songqiong Academy out. And hit the road." "Other people? What other people?" Qin Yang wondered. Zhao Xingxing was also puzzled, and said, "I met Gongye Yifan earlier, didn't you say you wanted to call someone?" Qin Yang nodded and said, "Yes, that's what I said. The Lord of the Rainbow is only a God Emperor, and there are no God Emperors in the Sky College. The 4 God Emperors who are familiar with each other, not to mention that they are always on call, they still have to give them face. The person sent by Zhangqiang Academy to support. Zhao Xingxing asked. Yes, just me. Qin Yang nodded. The support is not human, so what are you doing here? Zhao Xingxing was a little speechless, although Qin Yang's strength is very strong, but up to now, we can only go to the royal city first. Sitting on the magic weapon flying boat, the atmosphere was a little awkward along the way. Qin Yang asked, do you have any treasures in the Aoki Principality? Zhao Qingya didn't take it lightly because Qin Yang was only one person, but how did she answer this question? Why did you say this? Zhao Xingxing asked. Qin Yang said with a smile, the Principality of Nanyan will not hesitate to take the Dragon Clan's black pot, but also to attack you. And Tianhong Ling. If there is no treasure, I think it is better to focus on the Qianlong competition in half a year. This time the reward is so big that everyone on the mainland knows it. In the middle of the ranking list, the Air Island base obtained may be comparable to the territory of a principality. Zhao Qingya said, since you are planning to help us, and you are also from the Zhangqiang Academy, it is not easy to conceal this matter. In fact, our Zhao family has a magic weapon, which is a flag. Another array flag? Qin Yang was speechless. What property? Zhao Qingya was a little surprised, this Qin Yang actually knew about the formation flag? Wood attribute, Zhao Qingya explained, with this array flag, the rules of wood are under control. It also has the power of endless life, although it cannot be resurrected from the dead, but as long as there is a breath, it can recover completely. Qin Yang nodded, looked at the cloudy scenery outside the magic weapon flying boat, and smacked his lips. Back then, in the mysterious realm of 10,000 Layers Mountain, the flag of the water array had not had time to grab it. It would be great if we could meet Feng Lian and them this time. The Shadow God Emperor first took action on Zhangqiang continent, and then took action in the secret realm, which is still a secret realm related to the Dragon Clan. Qin Yang doesn't believe it anymore, this Shadow God Emperor can really be lawless, this time he wants to see who can stop him. Of course, the premise is that Feng Lian and they will appear. Taking stock of the fact that he has 2 flags of the soil formation, including the water formation flag in Feng Lian's hands, and the wood formation flag of the Aoki Principality, these 5 elements are almost ready. It's just that there are a total of 12 flags in the array, and the repetition is certain, but it is still unknown which ones are repeated and how many. Soon, at least for others, to the royal city of the Aoki Principality. King Zhao Kongming was bringing Lin Feijing and Shen Ruyun from Zhangqiang Academy to a banquet in the palace. With a proud look, Lin Feijing told the king about the Sky Academy. Zhao Kongming was also from Zhangqiang Academy, so he was naturally very speculative when talking about it. Don't worry, this time with the help of Sky Academy. You don't have to look at Tianhong Collar's face anymore, let alone worry about the Principality of Nanyan. Lin Feijing raised his glass and said, there has been a reply from the Sky Order, and the Academy has sent it to me. Strong help is coming. Zhao Kongming is a middle-aged man. He looks rough, but his mind is very delicate. He asked with a smile, I don't know who is here this time. If there are some strong people that I know, then this battle is definitely a winner. In the first area of the time-space rotation forbidden area, whoever comes can solve all troubles. Lin Feijing frowned and said, there is no news about who is here, just saying that everything can be settled absolutely. Zhao Xingchen was also at the banquet. He had the same surname as the royal family. Although he was a guard, he was more like a friend. At this time, he asked, I met a person from Zhangqiang Academy before when I was searching for treasures in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain. Although this person is young, but the strength is very strong. Oh? To get your evaluation like this, it's definitely not ordinary. Who do you know? Lin Feijing asked. Mouth asked. Qin Yang, do you know him? Zhao Xingchen asked. Lin Feijing's expression changed, and Shen Ruyun, who was beside him, was suddenly stunned. Lin Feijing coughed lightly and said, I don't know him. Maybe he is my junior brother, and he has nothing to do with each other. Zhao Xingchen immediately gave Lin Feijing a high look. Even Qin Yang was not seen by Lin Feijing, so this person is probably more powerful. Although it doesn't seem to be that strong. Report. The princess returned safely and brought the dragon hunting crossbow. There are also people from the Zhangqiang Academy who came to help. A guard reported loudly. Zhao Kongming's eyes lit up, and he ordered, Come on, let's set the banquet again. Lin Feijing laughed and said, Look, my plan is flawless. Lord Tianhong definitely doesn't dare to make a big deal out of his face. He can only choose to keep things calm. After all, he can't openly attack the Principality of Aoki. There's something wrong with your logic. Qin Yang's voice rang out. Also, he may not have planned to attack before, but now, he is ready to attack. Only after meeting, did Qin Yang know that Lin Feijing and Shen Ruyun were really acquaintances. At the beginning, when Shifang Tianlu blocked the way, I wanted to force myself to use my relationship to go to the old man for refining and ask for a magic weapon. Later, I led the public opinion to attack me, so that the Tiant Pavilion surrounded me. It was a scolding. It was only later that this guy disappeared without a trace, even with Shen Ruyun. It turned out that he came out of the academy early to practice. Qin Yang? It's actually you? Zhao Xingchen's eyes widened, and he hurried over to greet him. Zhao Kongming looked at Qin Yang strangely, and looked at his daughter Zhao Qingyao with concern, casting doubtful eyes. Why did Xingchen Academy send such a kid? Zhao Kongming asked in a low voice. Zhao Qingyao didn't know either and shook her head. Zhao Kongming was a little unhappy. The war with the Principality of Nanyan was related to the people of Limin, and it was also related to the Principality of Aoki. It was a matter of life and death. Isn't this joking about the fate of their Aoki Principality? The person from the academy, is that him? Zhao Kongming asked Lin Feijing. Lin Feijing rolled his eyes. He had been concerned about the affairs of the academy, and knew that Qin Yang was out of the limelight. I just didn't expect that Qin Yang came here not long after he returned to the academy. He's not, I don't know him. Lin Feijing said directly. Oh? What do you mean, this kid is not from the Sky Academy? Zhao Kongming's expression became colder. Recently, the Aoki Principality has infiltrated a lot of people of unknown origin and evil intentions. I didn't expect someone to get so close. Not very clear. Lin Feijing was vague, and looked at Qin Yang with a sneer. Shen Ruyun was startled, gently pulled Lin Feijing's sleeve, and said through his spiritual sense, Are you crazy? This is Qin Yang. Lin Feijing replied, I didn't say anything. Is it still a crime that I don't know him? Dare to pretend to be the Zhangqiang Academy, it's really a newborn calf, you can't do it yourself. Zhao Kongming exuded a fierce power and pressed Qin Yang. Zhao Xingchen hurriedly stood in front of Qin Yang and said, Your Majesty, this is probably a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? This is what you've been talking about all day long. It's just a fake. Zhao Kongming's eyes flashed coldly. He even got into his own daughter Zhao Qingya's side, and his strength is extraordinary, and Zhao Xingchen has been boasting for days. This kid is too dangerous. Zhao Kongming asked sternly, Zhao Xingchen, can you prove that he is from the Sky Academy? Zhao Xingchen suddenly hesitated, he really couldn't prove it. He is not an enemy. Zhao Xingchen said firmly. His younger brother Zhao Xingxing said in a low voice, On the way here, he has been inquiring about the secret treasures in our Aoki Principality, and he already knows that the royal family has the flag of the wood array. Zhao Xingchen opened his mouth wide, but Qin Yang, who he knew, was definitely not such a person. Qin Yang pushed Zhao Xingchen away, quietly looked at Aoki King Zhao Kongming, and said, "Are you doubting me?" Chapter 412, Prisoner. Zhao Xingchen said again and again, "That's not what the king meant." Zhao Kongming looked at Qin Yang coldly, and said, "Since you're posing as a person, you must have the Order of the Sky, right? Say, where did your Order of the Sky come from?" Qin Yang frowned. This Zhao Kongming is also the king of the duchy, after all, not like such a brainless person. Lin Feijing made him so hostile to him with just one sentence? And this hostility seems deliberate. Qin Yang didn't mean to take out the Order of the Sky, and said, "I don't need to prove my identity, I'm here to help the Aoki Principality. If you treat me as an enemy, then this will be the sorrow of your Aoki Principality. In fact, the enemies that the Principality of Aoki has offended today are far from being able to be solved by those heavenly armors in their universe ring. If there is no miracle, the demise of the Aoki Principality is only a matter of time." "Good boy, it's quite arrogant, I want to see what skills you have." After Zhao Kongming finished speaking, he directly squeezed his hands. In the hall, the ground was suddenly broken by vegetation. There are vines, trees, and green grass. The green grass turned into a sword, directly beheaded, and the rattan flew like a chain. The trees are like a cage, imprisoning Qin Yang. "Go straight to the big move?" Qin Yang chuckled lightly. He didn't resist, let the grass sword come, but he couldn't break the defense. Let the rattan be bound, but Qin Yang cannot change color. Let the tree cage trap you without breaking free. No. Zhao Xingchen's face turned pale with fright, but seeing that Qin Yang didn't make a move, he was relieved after fear, but there was always a sword hanging in his heart. The younger brother Zhao Xingxing was puzzled, just this strength? Is it worthy of the elder brother's boasting? Zhao Xingchen stared at Qin Yang suspiciously, but found that Qin Yang was thinking in a daze. "Zhao Xingchen, escort him to the tree cage heaven prison," King Zhao Kongming ordered. But Zhao Xingchen wanted to refute Qin Yang, but Qin Yang himself did not show any evidence. "Qin Yang." Zhao Xingchen frowned at Qin Yang, but had no choice but to execute the order. The Tree Cage Heaven Prison is the highest level heaven prison in the Principality of Aoki. Unless Zhao Kongming releases the prisoners, they can only serve as nourishment for the trees. Because the Tree Cage Heaven Prison is Zhao Kongming's own ability. To Qin Yang's surprise, the scenery in this Tree Cage Sky Prison was exceptionally unique, and it was full of the breath of life. Of course, if you don't see the white bones on the ground. Looking up, you can still see the sun, except that the range of activities is restricted, which is a good resting environment. "Qin Yang, why don't you explain for yourself?" Zhao Xingchen finally couldn't help asking. "Why should I explain?" Qin Yang asked back. Zhao Xingchen was speechless. "I've come all the way to help you. I'm here to support you. Not to mention being captured by your younger brother's men on the way, I even rescued your princess Zhao Qingya from Gong Ye Yifen's hands. As a result, as soon as I came here, I became a prisoner again." Qin Yang stretched out his hand and released the treasure rat and panda from the ring of demons. He waved the Chankuan ring again, and placed the stone table and bench directly on it. A small stove was ignited, and it was to boil water to make tea. Qin Yang added, "I didn't even drink a sip of water." Zhao Xingchen felt ashamed. If Qin Yang resisted before, he might still have a little doubt, but Qin Yang was captured, which made Zhao Xingchen more firm in Qin Yang's identity. "Green tea or black tea?" Qin Yang glanced at Zhao Xingchen. Zhao Xingchen was speechless. "When is it time for you to drink tea?" Qin Yang said, "What am I doing if I don't drink tea? Please, I was caught by your king, okay?" Looking at the dead bones next to his eyes, flesh and blood have been reduced to nourishment, but the bones are still crystal clear. This is obviously the fall of a strong man. Zhao Xingchen said apologetically, "I will intercede for you." As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang's face became cold. What? I still need you to intercede? Could it be that you think I need your intercession to get out of here? No, that's not what I meant. Zhao Xingchen was really distressed. It's really hard to convince you that you are alone. This is a war after all. Zhao Xingchen still wanted to argue for the king. Qin Yang laughed playfully. War? Zhao Xingchen was suddenly choked up. Wanzhongshan now has a lava army fighting the flame demon queen alone, and then a battle of hundreds of kings killed the audience in seconds. It seems that there is no difference between war and single combat to Qin Yang. The tea is well brewed, and the fragrance is fragrant. Qin Yang took a sip of tea and said, "The Songqiong Academy can send me to support, it has already given enough face. You should know that if your king Zhao Kongming was a student of the academy would not care about the Aoki principality at all." Zhao Xingchen felt uncomfortable, even if he didn't say anything else. If it wasn't for Qin Yang in the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain, he would have died countless times. In that case, fortunately, the right team was chosen and stood on Qin Yang's side. Otherwise, there will be no bones left in the end. The treasure hunter and the panda each asked for a cup of tea, and the panda also deliberately reduced some reminders to make the teacup look less small. The treasure rat drank the tea and pretended to be very good at tasting tea, and then hilariously imitated the human race practitioners to move the fingers, pressing 2 rat fingers to his chest, shaking his head. The infinity of heaven and earth. Wanli tracking. The treasure hunter's eyes exuded a strange divine light, and his little nose kept sniffing. Stop following it, it's on Zhao Kongming. Qin Yang said, casually. Zhao Xingchen's eyes widened. Of course he knew that Qin Yang was talking about the flag of the wood array. How do you know? Zhao Xingchen asked. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, the flags are sensing each other. I think Zhao Kongming should also sense that there are 2 flags on me. Zhao Xingchen said unexpectedly, is it because of this that the king treats you like this? Qin Yang's eyes showed deep meaning and smiled. I'm afraid it's more than that. Zhao Xingchen was a little displeased and said, Qin Yang, don't always think people are so bad, the king is very wise and a good king. Qin Yang snapped his nails and said, maybe he is a good king, but he is definitely not a good cultivator. Zhao Xingchen was slightly angry and said, you can't say that. Qin Yang curled his lips and said, look at the dead bones all over the ground, don't you feel nothing? Zhao Xingchen was a little dazed. How do you feel? Don't you feel their resentment and unwillingness? Qin Yang smiled lightly, picked up a branch and placed it on a dead bone. The dead bones were crystal clear and translucent, as if they would not be transformed for 10,000 years. When this branch fell, the whole dead bones turned into powder. How could this be? Zhao Xingchen's back was cold. The strength has been swallowed up, and the bones that are left are just a shock. Qin Yang said coldly. Looking at Zhao Kongming's panel before, Qin Yang has already concluded that this Zhao Kongming is not a good person. Chapter 413 Dragon Slayer. You can't be preconceived and prejudiced just because the king has not confirmed your identity again and again. Zhao Xingchen still insisted. He has confirmed my identity, and he has confirmed my identity. Qin Yang said. Zhao Xingchen felt a little confused, scratched his head and didn't understand. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, if you don't accompany me to drink tea, just go and let me be quiet. You stay here all the time, it's very annoying. Is it in the way? Zhao Xingchen was even more confused, but he had stayed here long enough, so he said goodbye and left quickly. When he left, he also said that he would find a way to get Qin Yang out of here as soon as possible and get the treatment he deserved. On one side, the treasure mouse and the panda both pointed to a crystal fruit on the giant tree behind Qin Yang, drooling. Seeing that Qin Yang branched Zhao Xingchen, the treasure-hunting mouse jumped up without saying a word and rushed over. Not to be outdone, the panda even knocked down the table, so he had to fight for it. Qin Yang grabbed the tail of the treasure-hunting mouse with 2 fingers, grabbed the panda's hind legs, and dragged them back. "Isn't it just for this fruit that you gave him away?" said the treasure hunter. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, "It's not because of this that he gets in the way. As for this fruit, if you don't want to become a small sapling, you'd better not touch it." "What do you mean? I have never seen this fruit before." "It is full of surging vitality, at least comparable to a 6th-order elixir," said the treasure hunter. Panda kept wiping his saliva and looked at Qin Yang curiously. Qin Yang never treats them badly. Since Qin Yang said that he can't eat it, he must not eat it, but he is greedy. Qin Yang thought for a while, and briefly explained the Zhao Kongming panel he had seen earlier. On the panel are: Cultivator, Zhao Kongming. Strength, Divine King Realm, Zhuzanshan. Exercise, thousands of trees grow. Rules, the rules of wood. Domain, Wood Realm. At first glance, it looks nothing special, even the most ordinary cultivator panel, because everything is too ordinary. But what is really unusual is that the wood world contains all the rules of wood attributes. With this simple panel, practitioners will have 2 extremes. One is extremely mediocre, the other is extremely extraordinary. And Zhao Kongming is obviously the latter, because there is one last item on the panel: supernatural powers. Supernatural powers, 1,000 hands wood god, tree cage heaven prison, overgrowth. These are all interesting magical powers, and the 1,000-handed wood god can be compared to the lava god general of the lava queen. The tree cage heaven prison is this cage. It doesn't seem to be dangerous. In fact, it is filled with the rules of wood, and its toughness is extremely high. It is impossible to break through by relying on brute force. It's just that Qin Yang owns the dragon jade and ignores these obstacles at all. And the last overgrowth is the giant tree behind Qin Yang. God grows through degrees, and can burst out infinite vitality. The source of its power comes from devouring. Only enough nutrients can grow. After growth, the power of devouring is even stronger. This will directly form a loop. The combination of these 3 supernatural powers and the domain wood world is even more heaven-defying. The wood world can amplify all the rules of wood, so that the already powerful supernatural powers can be brought to a higher level. In particular, Zhao Kongming also has the flag of the wood array. This fruit is similar to the Tong Tian pill refined by the swallowing gourd. How did it grow? You have also seen those withered bones before. Qin Yang said. Treasure-hunting mice and pandas felt nothing for a while, and even wanted to eat them even more. Qin Yang said helplessly, "If you eat this fruit, the rules of the wood system will invade the body, take root, sprout, and then, like a seed in the soil, it will burst out sooner or later." Of course, all of this is under Zhao Kongming's control. At this point, the treasure mouse and the panda finally had a conflict. The treasure hunter mouse touched his belly in fear, and couldn't help but shudder. "I think I should be able to digest it," Panda said seriously. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. "You eat the fruit here, and Zhao Kongming will kill you there. When you are attacked by enemies inside and outside, how can you have time to digest it?" Panda looked disappointed and couldn't help but said, "Then kill him." "Isn't that enough?" Qin Yang smacked his lips and said, "Muku too. My earth array flag is under the wood array flag, so it can only increase his strength. And to fight against it with his own strength, he won't be able to win for a while." Burden. The rules of wood have surging vitality, and the power of annihilation can only be defeated unless all of them are annihilated at one time. Otherwise, it can only be consumed. In terms of consumption, Qin Yang is naturally not afraid, but this will be a protracted battle. The most important thing is that although the Principality of Aoki treats him like this, he still needs to help them by coming here, and it can be regarded as completing the task. Observe and observe again, to see what he wants to do. Qin Yang's eyes showed a thoughtful color. Why are you so hostile to yourself? Qin Yang couldn't believe that it was all because of Lin Feijing. Qin Yang knew that Lin Feijing didn't have that much energy at all. In the main hall, the guests and hosts were still enjoying themselves. There is no such thing as a dying country. Can you ask, junior brother, when will the rescue soldiers arrive? Zhao Kongming said. The expression is somewhat intriguing. Lin Feijing took out the Order of the Sky and injected his spiritual sense into it. After meeting, he opened his mouth and said, the rescuers are already on their way. As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Qingyao with scorching eyes, and with a light cough, Lin Feijing continued, with the dragon hunting crossbow, we can kill that evil dragon first. As for the Principality of Nanyan, treat that evil once the dragon dies, they won't be able to make any big waves. Zhao Kongming was not worried at all, and pretended hesitantly said at this time, it's just, who should use this dragon hunting crossbow? This will be a great honor, who will become the dragon slayer, and the reputation will spread. The world is immortal. Zhao Kongming looked at Lin Feijing, who was already moving, and seemed to be talking to himself. The dragon hunting crossbow is not a genius and uncontrollable, and must have extraordinary cultivation and extraordinary sensitivity. If I use it myself, or let it be I used it as an escort, it doesn't seem very good. Lin Feijing couldn't hold back his excitement and said, if I'm lucky, I can try it. Zhao Kongming's eyes lit up and said, so good. We can go to the western Tianmu fortress immediately. That abominable fire dragon has been presumptuous in the Tianmu Canyon outside the fortress for too long. Lin Feijing was overjoyed and said, okay. Xuanhuan hadn't had time to stop it, and everyone was about to set off. He hurriedly said, Qin Yang's matter has not been resolved, why are you making such a show? Dragon Slayer may not be a good thing. Lin Feijing snorted coldly, are you on my side or on Qin Yang's side? Don't think that Qin Yang saved Tian Pavilion, and you will change your mind about him. I will definitely win the title of Dragon Slayer. As long as I get the title of Dragon Slayer, my Lin Feijing's reputation will definitely surpass Qin Yang. But that's the Dragon Clan. Xuanhuan said with concern. Lin Feijing laughed and said, it is because of the Dragon Clan that I can become my stepping stone. In the future, the Dragon Clan tournament and the East China Sea experience, even the Dragon Clan will not dare to do anything to me. After all, I am a Dragon Slayer. Even if you plan to leave, you still need to prepare. Zhao Kongming agreed to set off after an hour, and left alone, ignoring Zhao Xingchen's request to talk. Chapter 414, Speechless. Dragon Slayer? Inside the Tree Cage Heaven prison, Qin Yang looked at Zhao Kongming with a chuckle. Qin Yang shook his head and said, sorry, I have no interest in this title. Thank you so much for the opportunity. With the word opportunity in his tone, Qin Yang obviously saw the tricky part at a glance. Immortal? Famous for ages? Just a joke. Since Lin Feijing already wants to be this Dragon Slayer, why are you coming to me? Qin Yang looked at Zhao Kongming and said seriously, I won't invite you to drink tea. Zhao Kongming looked at Qin Yang and admired him more and more. It's hard to believe that there is such a genius in Songqiong Academy. Originally, Zhao Kongming didn't know Qin Yang, but after researching it, he was even more shocked. I am afraid that even myself may not be able to do what Qin Yang has done. You are more powerful, calmer, and smarter than I thought. Zhao Kongming praised, with your mind, you should know that I didn't come to you for tea. Qin Yang put down the teacup and said, okay, don't speak secretly in front of mean people. Want to borrow my flag of the Earth Array? Zhao Kongming nodded with a smile and admitted directly. Qin Yang couldn't figure it out, and asked, turtle defeats water, but also doesn't restrain fire. Long hunting dragon crossbows are enough to deal with fire dragons, and earth is restrained by wood. What's the use of the flag of the earth array? It's good for you. The increase in power is not large. Zhao Kongming showed an unexpected expression. When Qin Yang said your strength, he was not surprised, but shocked. This Qin Yang is not as simple as Zhao Kongming thought. Qin Yang frowned and said, this flag of the soil formation is not what you want, right? Zhao Kongming took a deep breath, looked at Qin Yang, and said, you don't need to be formulaic, it's what I want. If that's the case, then this is much more interesting. Qin Yang held up the teacup with a faint smile on his face. Actually, you know that I am a member of Sanqiong Academy and someone sent to support your Aoki Principality, but why do you do this to me? Qin Yang asked. Lin Feijing is just your excuse. I have to say, you really took advantage of him. You can give me an answer directly. Zhao Kongming was reluctant to say more, and more words must be lost. Talking to Qin Yang, he must concentrate. Qin Yang said, I need to make a statement first. Speak. Zhao Kongming said. Qin Yang said, it's you who rejected the support of Sanqiong Academy, not me who was unwilling to help. Zhao Kongming laughed and said, you look down on yourself too much. Can you destroy the entire duchy of Nanyan alone? Yes, you think so, of course. I don't need the support of Sky Academy. Qin Yang nodded and said, so that's it, it's not you who asked the Academy for help, but Lin Feijing's self-love. Give me an answer. Zhao Kongming said. Qin Yang looked at Zhao Kongming in surprise and said, how do you think you can force me to make a decision? Because of your strength? Or because I am in your magical tree cage? Speaking of this, Qin Yang paused and said slowly, or, is there another magical power of yours behind me, a tree born from overgrowth? Zhao Kongming's pupil shrank suddenly, and he said solemnly, it seems that you are not willing to cooperate with me? Qin Yang snorted and said, it's difficult to cooperate with you. I'm afraid it's not just the flag of the earth array, but also my life? Speaking of this, Qin Yang has already confirmed one thing for the most part, but it still needs to be finally confirmed. With the blood skeleton, the Principality of Nanyan will naturally not be in your eyes. You even dare to oppose the Rainbow Leader and the Dragon Clan. Zhao Kongming couldn't help but take a step back, and a violent murderous intent erupted in his eyes. Sure enough. Qin Yang sighed. Zhao Kongming's expression changed, and he was furious. How dare you deceive me? How do you know that I am related to the blood skeleton? Qin Yang smacked his lips and said, because I'm here for this. Now that he said this, Qin Yang's eyes also showed a cold light. He stood up gently, and said indifferently, where is the master of the blood skeleton? You alone are not my opponent. Ha ha ha, so arrogant, not your opponent? Are you sure? Zhao Kongming laughed contemptuously, and said, when I was in the Sky College, you were afraid that you were an unborn baby. As soon as the words fell, a blood mist spread out from the tree cage sky prison, and two figures appeared in the tree cage sky prison. You are Qin Yang? The blood skeleton powerhouse stared at him with indifferent eyes, blood red like a beast. Qin Yang looked at another blood skeleton strong man with a complicated expression, and sighed heavily after a long time. It was this sigh that made him tremble, almost attracting attention. Sure enough. Qin Yang made a pun. The copy system directly gave the two people's panels. The blood skeleton powerhouse is a cultivator of the God King Realm 9 Heavens, and the other is a God King Realm 6th Heaven cultivator. It was the same as the previous Nanshan City Primary School. And this person is indeed Xuanhuan. Although Xuanhuan wore a mask on his face. Not only that, Xuanhuan's exercises have also been changed. On the basis of Qin Yang's modifications, a new blood skeleton exercise has been integrated, which is from the blood skeleton in front of him. What really happened? Hand over 2 array flags, and I can give you one. A joy. So that you don't have to slowly become nourishment, suffer day by day, and slowly wait for death. The blood skeleton powerhouse said. Do you know Wang Qianqiu? Qin Yang said playfully. The blood skeleton powerhouse frowned suddenly. You actually know the blood god? Qin Yang blinked. He really didn't know, but at this time he pretended to know and asked, sign up, I won't kill unknown people. The blood skeleton powerhouse smiled and said, since you know so much, you might as well let you know more. I am one of the 12 blood god messengers of the blood skeleton, Tu Tianxiong. What about him? Qin Yang pointed at Zhao Kongming. Zhao Kongming frowned, but Tu Tianxiong said directly, of course he is too. Everything is clear, and Qin Yang has one last doubt in his heart. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you are convinced of me? Don't you know that I have Shenlongjiu? Or is your information too outdated? Speaking of this, Tu Tianxiong laughed and said, you may not know the subtlety of the world's formations, so what if you have the secret key of the gods? So, are you planning to use the formation to trap me? Qin Yang's mind flashed the formations he knew. Except for the Vientian locking dragon formation, which could be trapped for a while, other formations seemed to have no effect. Tu Tianxiong looked like he could see through Qin Yang, and said, let's not talk about the formation, I have to say that you are hiding very deeply, and the world has been deceived by you. Question mark. Qin Yang was confused, what did I lie to the world for? Tu Tianxiong said, you are from the shadow, right? Qin Yang looked surprised, and he lurked into the shadows. The whole city of freedom knew that there were rumors in the realm of freedom. But does this prove that he is a shadow? Tu Tianxiong continued, on the surface, you seem to be incompatible with the Feng family, but in fact, you are just pretending. Because of your special status, you must not be a shadow person, but you are. Why? Qin Yang really couldn't think of any reason. Tu Tianxiong stretched out 2 fingers confidently and said, there are 2 reasons. 1, Palm Lake. It seems that the God Emperor is shooting at you, but he is covering you. Otherwise, how can you live safely with the power of the God Emperor? Cover me? Qin Yang was very angry, the Shadow God Emperor. Qin Yang was convinced that sooner or later he would kill him with his own hands. That palm, called Paiyu, actually destroyed a stronghold of our blood skeletons. We originally controlled Tianjin, and we saw that Tianyin divine art was about to be obtained, but at this critical moment, it was destroyed by the palm of the emperor. What about the second? Qin Yang chuckled and shook his head, is this all right? Tu Tianxiong said, second, it is also my trump card that I will kill you. You entered the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain before, and the Shadow God Emperor once again rescued you. At the same time, he destroyed a stronghold of my blood skeleton, and also killed a blood skeleton. Blood Angel. Qin Yang's expression became numb, so he really settled his shadow identity? The Shadow God Emperor made 2 shots, but he still helped himself. Qin Yang suddenly thought of something and said, hold card? Could it be that your whole card is? Tu Tianxiong laughed and said, that's right, outside the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain, after the God Emperor's palm, a formation was exposed, which is also my chance. Qin Yang's expression suddenly became weird, and he couldn't tell the feeling in his heart. Tu Tianxiong looked at Qin Yang lightly, and said, want to know what the formation is? Qin Yang spread his hands. Tu Tianxiong said, it's the Vientian locking dragon formation. What can you do with the divine dragon jade? This formation is your nemesis. My God. It turned out to be the Vientian locking dragon formation. Qin Yang's face was full of exaggerated expressions. Haha, do you know you're afraid? If you know you're afraid, just cooperate obediently. Tu Tianxiong said. Zhao Kongming, who had been watching, was a little speechless. Couldn't Tu Tianxiong see that Qin Yang was deliberately teasing him? Cooperation will not cooperate, but I also have 2 points to explain to you. 1. The Vientian lock dragon formation can't lock the secret key of the god realm, the dragon jade. 2. Qin Yang blinked his eyes, and said slowly, although I didn't set up the myriad chain dragon formation, you can understand it. After all, the Emperor of 8 Extremes showed Qin Yang that it was Qin Yang who chose that place. It's just that the secret realm was smashed by the God Emperor's palm, and the formation was not recovered. Chapter 415 Help You. What? This Vientian locking dragon formation. Tu Tianxiong looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Qin Yang raised his brows and said with a smile, I'm honored that this formation can be treated as a treasure by you, and used as a trump card against me. As soon as the word whole card came out, Tu Tianxiong's face flushed even more. Qin Yang continued, since you care so much about this Vientian locking dragon array, I can help you arrange it. If you want a few, I will arrange a few for you. Tu Tian shivered vigorously, gritted his teeth and said, good boy, even if you don't need the Vientian locking dragon formation, you can still run? I still don't believe it. If you don't use the dragon jade, you're not a fart at all. Qin Yang took out his ears and frowned, if you use the aggressive method, you can be a little more civilized. We are all civilized people, so why bother? Qin Yang said, what? After the Wansheng Suolong formation is useless, you are now using your lame stimuli to provoke me? Qin Yang spread his hands and said with a smile, everyone is a master of the God King realm anyway, so you should be a little master. Well said, but if you have this master style, then I don't know. Zhao Kongming took the words and asked Tu Tianxiong to continue speaking, his lungs were about to burst. Let's do it, I also want to see how powerful the blood god envoy is. Qin Yang looked at Tu Tianxiong and Zhao Kongming quietly, and said, a friendly reminder, although Wang Qianqiu's strength is good, he is far worse than me. I hope you don't let me down. Tu Tianxiong and Zhao Kongming looked at each other, but they had different opinions. Killing him, the reward alone is enough for you, the Aoki Principality. Tu Tianxiong's divine sense transmitted a voice. No, if we fight Qin Yang at this time, Nanyan Principality and Tianhong leader will definitely take advantage of the fire, and the entire Aoki Principality's hard work will be in vain. Zhao Kongming said. How can I find out the details of this kid if we don't fight a dozen times? Anyone who fought against this kid really didn't survive. Tu Tianxiong was still quite afraid of Qin Yang, but he didn't show that contempt. Zhao Kongming said, because of this, we can't act rashly. Although he knows our details, no one will believe it if he says it. If once the battle is fought, my strength will be deployed, and the entire royal city will be reduced to ruins. If you I'm afraid I'll tell the world directly about the relationship between the Duchy of Aoki and the Blood Skull. Qin Yang was a little speechless as he looked at the two of them looking at each other. Fighting and not fighting, talking and not talking is a waste of time. Looking at Xuanhuan did not dare to face Qin Yang's gaze. Why? Qin Yang Shenyan voice transmission. Xuanhuan didn't reply, and glanced his head aside. The king of Chu asked me to take good care of your siblings, but now you have joined the blood skeleton. Qin Yang Jingjing said, could it be that you want to sneak in and take revenge? Xuanhuan remained silent. Too naive. Qin Yang reprimanded, do you think blood skeletons are so easy to mix in? Blood realm, you should know. Once a battle occurs in the blood realm, all blood skeleton practitioners will be boosted. At the same time, it will also expose all the details of the blood skeleton practitioners. Qin Yang paused and continued, if Tu Tianxiong opens the blood realm, you in the blood realm will no longer be able to escape. In the blood skeleton, you have long known the control of the upper cultivator over the lower cultivator. Do you think you only control power? Although you have practiced Tu Tianxiong's exercises and gained his trust, you should understand that once the blood realm is opened, the tricks of your exercises will definitely be exposed. This does not include him, can peep into your mind. Xuanhuan shuddered, clenched his fists, and pinched his fingernails into his flesh, but his expression was still tenacious. and he finally said, "If you don't do this, I'll never know how to get revenge." The blood skeleton has been standing on the mainland for so long. As one of the three major forces of darkness, it cannot be underestimated. "You quit now, there is still time, and I can take you away," Qin Yang said. "No, even if I die, I must take revenge." Xuanhuan was extremely determined. Qin Yang was silent for a while, and then voiced, "If that's the case, then I'll help you." On the other side, Tu Tianxiong and Zhao Kongming finally discussed and decided to let Qin Yang go for the time being. But now the question is, how to force Qin Yang away. As long as Qin Yang is still there, this will be a time bomb. Before, he wanted to trap Qin Yang, but now it is the exact opposite. When the two of them looked at Qin Yang, their expressions suddenly changed. "No, it's an afterimage." Zhao Kongming's heart sank. Qin Yang's figure appeared behind Tu Tianxiong and slapped it out. On the palm of the hand, the strong rules of annihilation seemed to collapse even the space. Tu Tianxiong snorted coldly and said, "Boy, you underestimate me too." Turning around is a punch, the fist is full of blood, dazzling scarlet. Boom! With a muffled sound, the power of the two rules competed with each other. As soon as he touched it, Tu Tianxiong was taken aback. Qin Yang's power was extremely powerful, far stronger than he imagined. Qin Yang has the strength of the God King realm Zhuzangshan, which is already unbelievable, but he did not expect that his foundation would be so solid. Where is this new powerhouse? Even an old-fashioned God King like himself, he is not sure about it. Compete with the power of rules? Qin Yang teased, "Do you think your rules of blood can be stronger than mine? They are all in the 9 heavens of the Divine King realm, and you have the power of rules compared to me? Don't even think about winning in your dreams." Qin Yang clasped his 5 fingers together and directly clenched Tu Tianxiong's fist. Tu Tianxiong wanted to get out, but it was too late. The rule of obliteration frantically consumes the power of his blood rule. If this goes on, he will be consumed to death here in a short time. You can't fight in this way. Tu Tianxiong's heart sank. Zhao Kongming saw that something was wrong. He slapped his palm in front and clenched his fist in the back. With the palm of his hand, countless vines flew out and punched out, and a wooden statue of a god appeared directly behind him. The huge fists were overwhelming, as if one punch could smash Qin Yang into patties. Qin Yang stretched out his hand to block, and a pitch-black annihilation shield directly blocked the punch. "What are you still doing? Attack me from behind." Qin Yang's divine sense transmitted his voice. Xuanhuan clenched his fists and finally clenched his teeth and punched. Rongtian fist. Xuanhuan used the punch that Qin Yang had optimized and slammed into Qin Yang's back. However, Qin Yang's body did not move at all, but his strength was slightly weakened. Tu Tianxiong laughed and said, "I really didn't expect that Shui Qianfeng's apprentice would have such courage and strength. This has helped us a lot." Tu Tianxiong looked at Qin Yang and said, "No matter how small a mosquito is, it still hurts to bite. You think he's only in the 6th level of the God King realm, so you don't take him seriously. Now I'll test you, you will die in your arrogance." Under madness. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, playing with his taste. "Really?" Cold sweat broke out on Xuanhuan's forehead. He couldn't hurt Qin Yang at all with this punch, but how could Qin Yang's aura weaken? Not only that, his Rongtian fist actually swallowed Qin Yang's power. No, it was Qin Yang who took the initiative to inject power into his fist. What does Qin Yang want to do? Chapter 416. Able to become a blood god, all of them are top powerhouses. If you think that I only have the rules of blood, I am afraid that you will have to pay the price. The slightest trace of weakened breath on Qin Yang's body is harmless, but to the masters, this trace can decide the outcome of the battle and decide life and death. The power of the wild. Tu Tianxiong let out a low voice. The rules of blood suddenly became violent, and a huge force suddenly appeared on his fist. Qin Yang was attacked on 3 sides, but his face was still calm. This punch, he deliberately withdrew some strength, causing his body to tremble slightly. It's a pity that I have the heart to release water, but the indestructible body is too strong. Even without the power of rules to defend, this attack is just like what Tu Tianxiong said, it's just a mosquito bite. Here, Qin Yang's palm was almost unable to withstand Tu Tianxiong's fist. On the other side, Zhao Kongming's thousand-handed wood god, directly behind his back, opened 1,000 hands, punching him one by one. This is a good opportunity, maybe I can take this opportunity to kill him. Zhao Kongming's eyes lit up. Although he wanted to let Qin Yang go, he avoided his edge for the time being. How can you miss such an opportunity? Boom boom boom. One after another fists smashed on the shield supported by Qin Yang's rules of annihilation. Indeed, as Qin Yang judged himself, the rules of the wood system with the blessing of the wood array flag did have the ability to compete with the rules of annihilation. As for Tu Tianxiong, Qin Yang had indeed released water, but Zhao Kongming's attack here was so real that he almost pierced through his shield. If you only have this power, you can die. Qin Yang said quietly. Tu Tianxiong sent a voice transmission to Zhao Kongming and said, "This kid is too arrogant. He even competes with us in brute force. I will hold him, and you will consume it." At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Xuanhuan, saying, "He didn't take you seriously, and when the time was right, he directly injected blood into his body. Once it succeeds, we can kill him. Don't worry, after success, I will let you devour a part of your strength and improve your strength." Xuanhuan's face showed a look of struggle. Qin Yang's situation is too critical. If it's as Tu Tianxiong said, isn't Qin Yang? Don't be distracted, you are the strength that you swallowed, and your combat power can't be used at all. A trance is enough to kill you. Qin Yang reminded with a frown. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan suddenly felt that the touch on his fist disappeared. Tu Tianxiong's pupils shrank. How could Qin Yang teleport out even in this state? The power of Shenlongjiu. Tu Tianxiong's heart tightened. At the same time, Zhao Kongming's attacks were all empty. This scene turned out to be like Tu Tianxiong and Xuanhuan were attacking, and Zhao Kongming was attacking the two of them. All three were shaken, each trying to stabilize their strength. Suddenly, Tu Tianxiong felt like a needle was pierced in his back. This was a crisis warning. Sure enough, Qin Yang punched Tu Tianxiong in the back of his heart. As a cultivator of the God King realm Jizongshan, as a blood god, I really didn't expect you to be worse than Wan Qianqiu. Qin Yang punched out. The moment this punch was thrown, the realm was opened directly, the ordinary world. The power of all the rules was suddenly suppressed. The three of them were gathering their strength, but now they have directly withdrawn all their strength, as if they were not in a fighting state. If you want to activate the power of rules, it is too late. Pfft. Tu Tianxiong spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes became ruthless. Domain, Wild Blood Fury. Tu Tianxiong shouted, wanting to open his domain. As a mutant domain of the blood world, Tu Tianxiong, who masters the rules of blood and the power of the wild, not only has the characteristics of the blood world, but also contains endless rage. The blood seemed to boil, and the one who felt the most violent was Xuanhuan. Even Zhao Kongming frowned, running his own rules to resist. It's too late. Qin Yang said flatly. Fist again, the ordinary world expels all rules, but only does not expel physical strength. Qin Yang's physical strength is enough to compete with the power of the rules, not to mention the suppressed Tu Tianxiong. A punch directly pierced through Tu Tianxiong's body, but Tu Tianxiong was not panicked. Under the clash of domains, although I was hit by your previous tricks, my domain has been opened up. In my domain, I am an immortal existence. Tu Tianqiong looked at his body that had been punched through, with his fist still in it, and sneered, "You will definitely regret doing this." The endless blood of fury invaded Qin Yang's body, and the wild blood rage was suppressed in a very small range, but Qin Yang's fist was also within this range. "I've seen too many immortals, except for a few that will die sooner or later. Those immortals are already dead." Qin Yang sneered. The fists opened suddenly, every fingertip flashed with black edges, and the sword of annihilation was instantly generated. In Tu Tianqiong's domain, it directly strangled Tu Tianqiong's body into slag. "Destroy," Qin Yang said lightly. The 5 swords of annihilation suddenly shattered, and the power of the rules of annihilation exploded like a black hole, like a small absolute world. Although your savage blood rage is a variant of the blood world, an upgraded version, but it is still restrained by me," Qin Yang said softly. Tu Tianqiong roared unwillingly. He found that his power was disappearing rapidly. After losing his body, he turned into a mass of mad blood, and this could not resist Qin Yang's offensive at all. "Zhao Kongming! What are you still doing?" Tu Tianqiong shouted loudly. In fact, Zhao Kongming didn't even react. All this happened so fast. Overgrowth. Zhao Kongming stretched out his hand, and a small sapling burst out of the ground, growing directly in the place where the power of the rules was raging. Tu Tianqiong's strength was continuously increased, and he gradually stabilized the situation. Qin Yang glanced at Zhao Kongming with deep meaning. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he directly transmitted his voice, "You missed such an opportunity?" Zhao Kongming narrowed his eyes, and did not reply, but his eyes were full of light. The overgrown saplings sheltered Tu Tianqiong's mad blood. Suddenly, Zhao Kongming's mind moved, and the overgrown directly used Tu Tianqiong's mad blood as nourishment. "Zhao Kongming, how dare you?" Tu Tianqiong was shocked and angry. Zhao Kongming said coldly, "Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking about. In fact, you've been coveting my wooden array flag, and you want to seize the opportunity. Everyone understands, so you don't need to talk too much." Tu Tianqiong shouted again and again, "It's Qin Yang who is sowing discord. You can't be fooled. If we fight against each other, it will only make Qin Yang cheaper." Zhao Kongming sneered and said, "Actually, Qin Yang alone is enough for me to deal with. His power restrains you, but not me. If you stay here, it is better to be my nourishment, and I will help you kill Qin Yang." The overgrown sapling directly devoured Tu Tianqiong. Tu Tianqiong fought hard, but Qin Yang in front and Zhao Kongming in the back were completely powerless to resist. Divine King Realm Juzangshan, it is not easy to decide the winner. But at the same time it can also be a momentary thing. I will force Zhao Kongming away, and for the rest, you know what to do. Qin Yang's divine sense transmitted his voice. Xuanhuan was overwhelmed with excitement. This is simply a huge pie. It was a great gift from Qin Yang. Chapter 417. Seeing that Tu Tianqiong's power was constantly being swallowed up, he also rose up to resist, but there was nothing he could do. Due to Zhao Kongming's overgrowth, his ability to devour blood is no less than that of a blood skeleton. Under the two-phase confrontation, the weak Tu Tianqiong has no power to resist. Zhao Kongming looked overjoyed. If he devoured Tu Tianqiong's power, his strength would be more solid. Even the overgrown fruit can directly cultivate a God King realm powerhouse. Just when he was complacent, he suddenly became alert. Although he did not perceive the sense of crisis, he really ignored Qin Yang. Turning his head, he saw Qin Yang looking at him with a playful expression. For a time, Zhao Kongming stood up in sweat. "You said just now that you alone are enough to deal with me? What should I do if I don't believe it?" The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. "Humph. You have to believe it if you don't believe it. I already know your power. Although you can destroy the rules of all things, your eradication speed may not be as fast as I can swallow it. Zhao Kongming said confidently. Qin Yang asked, but Tu Tianxiong is your helper, and he is also one of the 12 blood gods like you. If you swallow him like this, what will you do with the Principality of Aoki? The Principality of Nanyan is not a vegetarian either. Zhao Kongming's expression turned hideous. My purpose has never been to defend the Principality of Aoki. If I can improve my strength through this, I will definitely win the largest empty island base in the Qianlong competition in half a year. With the empty island base, not to mention a principality, I can even build an air empire. You are really confident. Qin Yang was speechless. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to go to war. Zhao Kongming laughed and said, there is no chance? You are wrong. As long as the practitioners under the 9 heavens of God King realm on the mainland have the opportunity to participate in the war. Even people from Wanyao Palace, Shadow, and Blood Skeleton can do it. This is the battle of the whole continent. As long as it is not a god emperor, anyone has a chance. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said slowly, you misunderstood. I said you have no chance, which means, you will die. Zhao Kongming said contemptuously, you had a chance to attack me just now, but you didn't seize it. Now, it's too late. Zhao Kongming clapped his hands and was about to release his Wood Realm domain. Qin Yang was one step faster than him, with a slap in his hand, extreme. A small absolute world suddenly appeared, the purpose of which was not to wrap Xuanhuan in it. Qin Yang's absolute world is enough to destroy all the cultivators under the 8th heaven of the God King realm. Only the God King realm, Zhuzangshan, can resist it. Absolute world shrouded the overgrown sapling, and the blood-red fruit was directly destroyed by a small half. Zhao Kongming's aching face twitched, and he quickly used his rules of wood to protect his achievements. Wooden realm. Zhao Kongming roared, and there was a steady stream of vitality around him. Under the blessing of the wooden array flag, the realm of the wooden world is more powerful. Zhao Kongming moved his fingers again and shouted again, supernatural power, 1,000-handed wooden god. A huge wooden god statue with 1,000 arms on its back is majestic. Under the condition that your power cannot restrain me, in my wood world, my supernatural power is enough to hit you 10. Zhao Kongming said confidently. A sin. Qin Yang sighed. The supernatural power is a good supernatural power, but the arm of the 1,000-handed wood god is a fresh life that has been swallowed by overgrowth. Every time a strong man is swallowed, an extra arm can be grown. Until 1,000 is swallowed, it is still not the end. Continuing to devour it can enhance the power of each arm, refining it continuously, and each arm is enough to shake a cultivator of the 9 heavens of the God King realm. Hit me 10. Qin Yang felt a little weird in his heart. He had never thought of such a wild talk before, so he stretched his hand forward a little and said loudly, I can beat you 100 times. Zhao Kongming looked at Qin Yang like a clown jumping beams, and said, you are so ignorant. The arms of Qianqiu Mushan suddenly disappeared in half, and some of the arms that were not refined to the ultimate strength actually grew directly on the overgrown saplings before. The saplings that devoured Tu Tianxiong turned into tree people. Zhao Kongming laughed and said, do you think there is only one god of 1,000-handed wood god? Qin Yang blinked. Everyone in the world says I'm arrogant, even you guys say the same. But in fact, who is arrogant? Huh? Zhao Kongming frowned. You know that my strength is not worse than yours, why do you still despise me? Qin Yang looked at the sapling that was about to grow into a new tree man, stretched out his hand and grabbed it violently. A big Madra of annihilation directly held the sapling, and after Qin Yang squeezed it hard, nearly half of the phantoms of Qianqiu Mushan's arms were directly annihilated. Even the rule of saplings on trees was completely wiped out. Your power of rules can indeed compete with me. However, you look down on me too much by giving up half of your power. Qin Yang said helplessly, you are enough to compete with me, but that doesn't mean you can defeat me. You just won't be killed by me in seconds. Zhao Kongming's heart trembled, this kid's power. As an old-fashioned king of gods, you despise me in your heart. You always feel that you have an advantage. If you don't let go of this sense of superiority in your heart, you will die very aggrieved. Qin Yang's friendly reminder, the figure rushed over directly, the process. In the middle, a dark dragon phantom lingered around him. Divine ability, Yu Long Step. Instead of stepping on the dragon jade, he used his own power completely. Yu Long Bu, the body is like a wandering dragon, and the air is like a frightening dragon. In a flash, there is no trace. Containing the rules of Qin Yang's annihilation, the dragon step is not only a movement technique, but also an extremely powerful attacking move. Wherever you do, everything is lost. It's a tiger, lay it down for me, and it's a dragon for me. It's just a mere loach, watch me tear you apart. Zhao Kongming's figure disappeared, and he merged into the thousand-handed wood god. The Mushin's eyes suddenly opened, like an angry god, staring at Qin Yang. Arms grabbed them suddenly, but they couldn't touch Qin Yang. Zhao Kongming became more and more irritable, and roared, you said earlier that I lost half of my power, but in fact, you don't know anything about my power. There is overgrowth, there is a flag of the wood formation, as long as it is the power I condense, it will never be lost. Qin Yang chuckled, that's interesting. Nearly half of the arms of the thousand-handed wood god that Zhao Kongming was living in had grown back, and the flag of the wood array was alive and well. In the wood world, Zhao Kongming was almost invincible. It's been a long time since I had such a refreshing fight, come on. Qin Yang's fighting spirit was high, his left hand pinched Jinghong's sword, and his right hand was raised. Behind the Shuashuashua appeared a sword of annihilation, circling like a peacock. The divine sword swirled in the sky, unparalleled in beauty and unparalleled power. Let me see, whether your Qianshou is stronger or my Qianjian is stronger. Qin Yang laughed and moved his left hand forward. Zhao Kongming didn't show weakness either, and the thousand arms swung directly towards him, confronting the thousand swords of annihilation head-on. Boom! The impact of the power directly shook the wooden world and smashed the tree-cage sky prison. At the same time, the entire royal city was split and landslides occurred. Houses collapsed, temples collapsed. Everyone panicked, as if the end of the world was coming. Some cultivators were even more frightened from the bottom of their hearts, what exactly is this holy war fighting here? The entire palace was also directly destroyed by this blow. Zhao Xingchen and brothers Zhao Xingxing flew into the sky in horror. They looked at each other, and their hearts were cold. Especially Zhao Xingchen muttered to himself, it's over, he shot. Looking at the divine sword that filled the sky, Zhao Xingchen trembled all over. Brother. This is what you said about Qin Yang's strength? Zhao Xingxing's lips were dry, and he dared not take it lightly. Chapter 418. The entire palace collapsed, and the entire palace trembled violently. All the people were panic-stricken, and all the soldiers were like enemies. Where the heavenly prison was, one prisoner after another broke free from the cage and was reborn. Under the rejoicing, it was extremely frightening. Which two great gods actually fought in the royal city of the Aoki Principality? Qin Yang, don't forget, above the sky continent, any city in the God King realm is not allowed to shoot. Zhao Kongming gritted his teeth hard, this Qin Yang's combat power is too terrifying. Qin Yang looked at Zhao Kongming lightly, and said with a smile, I'll take action, how come? You will be punished. Zhao Kongming sneered, unfortunately, I am the king of the Aoki Principality. In order to eradicate the intruders, defense is justifiable. That is to say, even if you can escape, you are also the public enemy of the mainland. Zhao Kongming wanted to intimidate Qin Yang and gain an advantage in his heart, but Qin Yang just took it as a joke, his heart was not fluctuating, and he even wanted to laugh a little. Ouch, it really scared me to death. Qin Yang pouted. His eyes moved slightly to the side, and a small sapling was growing slowly, leaving no trace. But as Qin Yang looked at it, the small sapling stopped growing. How did you find out? Zhao Kongming was surprised. Can this be found? Immediately, the divine sense moved, and the small sapling suddenly rushed over like a dormant python. Originally it was only a few fingers thick, but in the blink of an eye it became as thick as an arm, and then it got thicker. In the end, it grew into a towering tree, like a wooden dragon, directly trapping Qin Yang in it. Yes, the tree cage sky prison is used together with overgrowth, and then changing some forms, the power is indeed a bit higher. Qin Yang commented seriously. Zhao Kongming felt that he was being despised, and was immediately furious. Clever eyesight, but that's all. Zhao Kongming shouted, die. Previously, it was just to trap Qin Yang, fearing that Qin Yang would escape, even if he was trapped for a moment, it was enough. The thousand-handed wood god that Zhao Kongming lives in, and the 1,000 arms are shot directly at the same time. This move is enough to turn half of the palace into annihilation fans. Qin Yang frowned, stretched out his hand, and lifted it up sharply. A shield composed of a pitch-black annihilation roll, like a barrier, was directly lifted to the sky by Qin Yang. Thousands of arms hit the annihilation barrier, and the fist dissipated directly, but the strength of the annihilation barrier was also slightly weaker. Both are God King Juzangshan, and the power of rules is indistinguishable, so it has become a competition of power of rules. You are the first person who can consume my power of rules. Qin Yang never despised Zhao Kongming from beginning to end, but chose to temporarily retreat from the moment he first saw him. Otherwise, it will not be handicapped. Not because they couldn't fight, but because, if they really wanted to fight, the entire royal city would be razed to the ground. The rule of annihilation is the power of annihilation, and it is the destruction of all things without life. The rule of wood is the power of life and nourishes the vitality of all things. But now, the rule of wood is destroying everything, but Qin Yang has used the rule of obliteration to protect the king's city. Doesn't that mean I will kill you? Zhao Kongming laughed loudly, I can consume you, but you can't consume me. In my wood world, my power is unlimited. Pushing the rules again and again, Qianqiu Mushan's annihilated arm grew back. Just as he was about to launch another attack, he heard the wailing of the people of the royal city. Listen, these are all your people. Qin Yang said calmly. Zhao Kongming's face showed disdain, it's just a group of ants, when I win the largest empty island base, there will be countless ants vying to become my subjects. At that time, I have to do a good job screening, ha ha. Qin Yang shook his head gently, reality, it's not so beautiful. You may not have killed me, but what you have done is afraid that your name will spread to the world. Zhao Kongming's face changed, if that's the case, let the world know that he is the blood god of the blood skeleton, then what? Squinting his eyes, Zhao Kongming said, do you dare to fight against me? Huh? Want to go to heaven? Qin Yang smiled and said, all right, I'll play with you. The ground suddenly trembled, and a large tree grew rapidly. This is not an ordinary big tree, this tree is as thick as a palace. It was just that when he was growing up, he avoided everyone, and the entire palace seemed to have become a wooden city. It seems that you really don't want to suffer at all. Qin Yang smacked his lips. Step directly on the branches, and as the giant tree grows, it will continue to rise into the sky. The rule of wood, the power will be greatly reduced if you leave the ground. But with this tree, there is no more scruples. Are you afraid? Zhao Kongming said. Qin Yang shook his head and said, it's not that I'm afraid, it's you that's afraid. First, you're afraid that you won't be able to beat me, and second, you're afraid that I'll run away. Fighting is fighting, why are you so entangled? The Xuanhuan sacred tree. It's the Xuanhuan sacred tree. In the royal city, all the people cheered. Great, our king shot, he saved us all again. Remember the last time, it was the king who overthrew the tyrant's rule, saved us with this Aoki sacred tree, and killed the tyrant with this Aoki sacred tree. In the support of the people. Became a king. Sure enough, our current king is the savior. Humph, no matter who the enemy is, it will definitely become the nourishment of the divine tree. The entire royal city was boiling, and even Qin Yang, who had already taken off, couldn't help but be surprised. Under the investigation of divine sense, he took a deep look at Zhao Kongming. Is this divine tree saving people? That's how you fool your people? Qin Yang looked at Zhao Kongming. The giant tree stopped rising, and it was already higher than the clouds. Looking around, a sea of clouds. A single Aoki god tree is like a field of wood. Under the urging of the wooden formation flag and overgrowth, this divine tree has become the top spiritual material of the event. Although this kind of spiritual material cannot be transformed and cannot give birth to spiritual wisdom, its majestic power is not inferior to that of the purple bamboo swordsman. Fool? No, I didn't. These are all their own guesses. Zhao Kongming didn't mind, just thinking about how to kill Qin Yang. Qin Yang's eyes were dull, and he let the branches under his feet constantly invade him with the rules of wood. The power was slowly being consumed, but he ignored it. Qin Yang said softly, "It's hard to imagine that I was originally here to help you deal with the Duchy of Nanyan, but I didn't expect it to become what it is now. If you really want to help me, why don't you hand over your 2 array flags and your head?" Zhao Kongming said, "No, let me take off your head, and your things will naturally belong to me." A branch as thick as a dragon suddenly came alive, like a snake monster waiting for an opportunity in the dark. Under a thought of Zhao Kongming, it attacked as fast as lightning. Qin Yang's eyes flickered with black light, as if he could obliterate everything. The whole space is dark. Even if you put aside your identity as a blood skeleton, but you brought it on yourself. Qin Yang stomped his feet hard, the entire Xuanhuan sacred tree trembled, and the branches Qin Yang stepped on were directly shattered into powder. This kick is completely a physical attack. The snake-like branch had already come to him. Qin Yang stood empty, turned around and kicked it. This kick directly shatters the whole. Chapter 419. If you were me, you would be very angry. Qin Yang's voice became colder. Why? Zhao Kongming asked. Because, you will feel angry that your power is so underestimated. Qin Yang said quietly. Before he finished speaking, he had already appeared behind Zhao Kongming. The annihilating half-moon slash directly illuminated the pitch-black crescent moon, cutting Zhao Kongming's body in half. That's not all, the black light crescent moon directly cut off countless branches of the divine tree, and the huge branches smashed down. Zhao Kongming quietly looked at his body that was cut in half, and with a light snort, the whole body turned into a wooden man. And his body emerged from the tree next to him without any damage. What a powerful magical power! If I were just an ordinary cultivator, I'm afraid I would die in your hands under this move. Zhao Kongming's eyes were rarely afraid, but he was not afraid. Your speed and attack power are the fastest and strongest I've ever seen in the God King realm, but unfortunately, Zhao Kongming said regretfully, unfortunately, even if you have the fastest speed and the strongest attack, you can't help me at all. If you say you can't kill me, why don't you believe it? Qin Yang's face turned pale and he said, don't speak my tone unless you have the strength to fight me. Qin Yang looked around and chuckled lightly. What are you laughing at? Zhao Kongming asked in his heart. You know nothing about power. Qin Yang said word by word. Zhao Kongming was instantly furious, that's what I said too. Suddenly, Qin Yang pinched his fingers and pressed them on his chest. Zhao Kongming's heart tightened, and his hands clasped together, suddenly. A thousand-handed god statue appeared directly out of thin air, but such a huge god statue was not so big in comparison with this god tree. But at the same time, Qin Yang's body is like an ant on a tree. Qin Yang laughed out loud. Zhao Kongming was even more at a loss. What are you laughing at? Qin Yang sighed and said, I'll just pinch my finger. Do you think I'm going to use the sword of shock again? You. Zhao Kongming frowned, and his heart just loosened, but he saw a black light swaying and spreading out. He felt a sense of the divine tree in his heart, and he felt a little stunned. Within this circle of light, all parts of the divine tree were completely wiped out. You actually. Zhao Kongming swallowed and spit. This kid actually motivated the powerful supernatural power from before. The divine tree is quite big, but this trunk can still be shrouded in my absolute world. Why don't we play a game? The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and the absolute world directly surrounded the trunk, and with Qin Yang's control, it continued to descend. At the same time, all the branches that lost their trunks broke and fell. It won't be long before the entire divine tree will only lose its roots. You dare. Zhao Kongming was a little furious, but he was helpless. Can't kill you? You are too naive. You can travel freely in this divine tree. I will destroy this divine tree for you, and your space will naturally continue to be compressed. Do you really think I can't kill you? Qin Yang was indifferent, while Zhao Kongming directly took out the flag of the wood formation, propped up the wood world, and prevented Qin Yang from continuing to destroy the giant tree. As a result, Qin Yang's figure was directly blocked. Zhao Kongming blocked Qin Yang, but still not satisfied, he used his supernatural powers, overgrowth. He wanted to regrow the divine tree. At this time only the bare trunk of the sacred tree was left. Qin Yang stared deeply at Zhao Kongming. It seems that this divine tree has other functions. It's okay to be idle. Who is going to make such a big tree? Qin Yang's spiritual sense moved, and the control of the absolute world rose up. Caused the divine tree to grow again. Zhao Kongming's power of rules surpassed Qin Yang's illusion. Zhao Kongming really smiled proudly, and even heaved a sigh of relief. Seems to have saved something important. It's really interesting. Qin Yang's eyes were fixed on the flag of the wood array. Zhao Kongming's eyelids twitched, and he shouted badly in his heart. He himself can travel freely, and the body can go elsewhere, but the wooden array flag cannot. Almost as soon as the thought flashed past, the entire arm suddenly ached. Impossible, I already had a hunch. How could you be so fast? Zhao Kongming couldn't believe his eyes and roared. Qin Yang let out a sigh and said with a smile, if the hunch is really useful, what else is there to do against the sky? Is it tight? Qin Yang broke open the arm that turned into wood and took the flag of the wood array. With a gentle wave, everything in the entire divine tree, even the texture, is under Qin Yang's control. The speciality of the array flag is not only in its power to control the rules of various departments, such an array flag that is comparable to a super god-level magic weapon. There is another special point, that is, there is no need to recognize the master. It's like an ordinary tool that can be used by anyone. Give me back my flag. Zhao Kongming shouted loudly, with blue veins jumping on his forehead. He originally wanted to take Qin Yang's flag of the earth array, but he didn't expect his own flag of the wood array to be taken away instead. You are so despicable. This is all your calculations, right? Your purpose is the flag of the wooden formation, right? Zhao Kongming's lungs were about to explode. Qin Yang continued to wave the formation flag and said with a smile, no, this is just an accident. I didn't expect that you would dare to take out the formation in front of me. Flag. Zhao Kongming's face flushed, and a sense of humiliation covered his heart. Qin Yang really did not expect that the array flag would be so easy to obtain. He just wanted to press the divine tree back again, and by the way, see how Xuanhuan was doing. Unexpected joy. Qin Yang sighed, his expression suddenly changed. In the sense of the wooden array flag, The roots of the sacred tree are intertwined, spreading all over the underground of the entire palace, spreading the entire palace. In every tree root, there is a mummified corpse hanging like a fruit. Qin Yang's spiritual sense followed the wooden array flag to find out all this, some fresh mummified corpses, and even feel the breath of ordinary people on them. Judging from those clothes, there are people, soldiers, traders. The Aoki sacred tree continues to devour the rules of heaven and earth, and is nurturing these mummified corpses, and the breath and physical strength of these mummified corpses are also constantly getting stronger. Even near the center of the tree root, the breath of those mummified corpses already has the strength of the God-King realm. And the number? Countless. This is simply an army of 10,000 people, no, maybe 100,000, or maybe a million? Rao is Qin Yang Dingli, and it feels a little scary. He has never been afraid of anything, but he can feel the corpses of the puppets without souls, and the back is a little cold. You are even more hateful than the underworld god. Qin Yang's face was expressionless, and his eyes were cold. The underworld god also enslaves the puppets, but those are all cultivators who entered the ancient tomb of Ling Yuan, all of which can be attributed to their lack of strength and seeking their own death. And this Zhao Kongming, in Qin Yang's heart, is directly linked to the sound of the concubine. The abilities of both are outrageous.